Jiang Yu met an unfortunate fate. After a blind date with his childhood neighbor, he found himself bound. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld his own lifeless body cradled by a deranged childhood friend. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to darkness, only to awaken in his younger self. The little pervert before him appeared untouched by madness, radiating sweetness and charm. Subsequently, he was taken home by his mother. Jiang Yu mused that this lifetime he would shower her with boundless affection, hoping to prevent her descent into insanity. Thus began his journey with an adorable, obedient, and beautiful little companion trailing behind him. "Brother," she would call, "I will always listen to my brother." Just as Jiang Yu reveled in the belief that he had nurtured this little pervert into a healthy and vibrant citizen of the motherland, one fateful night he awoke to find himself bound once more. The lovely girl wore a sweet smile. "Brother, you've been naughty, and I'm a bit upset. Help." It seemed he had failed at nurturing her. One day, Jiang Yu stumbled upon a diary in his drawer. The first page, titled Fishkeeping Diary. An ominous feeling washed over him as he opened it, only to find it filled with meticulous entries about him. Dates of his first cotton candy gift to Ruan Cece, the day he brought her home, their first hand-holding. The thick diary brimmed with his name, the handwriting evolving from childish scrawls to mature script. Chapter 1. Dead, yet alive. Jiang Yu had died, though the circumstances were rather dishonorable. Indeed, it was a case of sudden death. Yes, sudden death. Let's just say he had met his end in a rather unfortunate manner. Though it was not by his own volition, merely 26 years of age, Jiang Yu had been drugged by a seemingly innocent blind date, his neighbor's sister, and succumbed after a night of madness followed by mourning. Even before his demise, he had no inkling that his sweet and innocent neighbor could harbor such madness. Their blind date had revealed a familiar connection, leading to delightful conversations until an unexpected turn of events prompted Jiang Yu to escort her home. After sipping a glass of water she offered, his vision blurred, and he collapsed. When he awoke, he found himself bound to the bed in a rented apartment, realizing too late the perils of accepting drinks from strangers. Alas, it was too late for such revelations. He gazed upon his own corpse lying alongside Ruan Cece, who was now pale from blood loss. They lay amidst blood, her blood, after she had discovered his lifeless state merely half an hour prior. Initially stunned, confusion marred her youthful, vibrant face, and in a moment of despair, she wielded the knife she had once used to threaten him, methodically slashing her own wrist, deepening the wounds repetitively. Jiang Yu's lifeless body lay bare, its limbs bound to the bed. Ruan Cece, in an eerie calmness, embraced his corpse, resting her face upon where his heart once beat, seemingly unperturbed by the blood surrounding them. That placid madness sent shivers even through Jiang Yu's dead form. She softly murmured, "Brother Jiang Yu, you belong to me forever now. You will never go on blind dates again, right? In our next life, we shall be together." Jiang Yu thought to himself that this was rather concerning, that he couldn't bear to contemplate the implications of his phone and computer still harboring remnants of his life, nor the possibility of his discovery in such a state making headlines. Surely, such an occurrence should remain singular. He wished to avoid it in the future. Most importantly, cherish life and steer clear of blind dates. For your blind date may very well be your deranged neighbor. At this moment, the 8-year-old Jiang Yu, a rather plump little boy, sat on his family's couch, sighing heavily as the sound of a child weeping like a kitten wafted in from outside. His expression was far from cheerful. Internally, he counted. This was the 5th time Ruan Cece had been beaten in the 2 days since his rebirth. Indeed, Jiang Yu had reincarnated, likely due to the heavy resentment he bore before his death, wishing to avoid entanglement with Ruan Cece in the next life. Thus, he found himself reborn, yet without the prospect of a future life, merely carrying the memories of his past. And this rebirth was less than splendid. What kind of benevolent soul reincarnates at the age of 8? In the web novels he read, characters typically returned at 18. Glancing once more at the door, he earnestly addressed his mother, who had just emerged from the kitchen. "Mom, how about we move?" Though he knew an 8-year-old's request would likely be dismissed, he felt compelled to try. Isn't it said that children can see things adults cannot? "I feel our home is not quite clean." Before he could finish, Su-Een smacked the back of his head. "You little rascal, spare me. All you see is pleasant goat. What unclean things are you imagining? Have you finished your summer homework?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the doorway, muttering, "What a pity, such a lovely girl gets beaten every day." Jiang Yu internally scoffed. Heaven forbid, that lovely girl, once grown, could very well take his life. Ruan Cece lived across the way, their bond forged since birth. Her life, unlike Jiang Yu's happy family, was marred by a drunken father, a runaway mother, and the abandonment she endured. From the moment Jiang Yu could remember, she often cried, her appearance perpetually disheveled. As a result, she faced rejection and isolation at school, always dressed in tattered clothes, bearing wounds, and exuding an aura of gloom. Children cruelly mocked her, declaring that her mother had abandoned her, branding her as an unwanted child. At times, the malice of children is both simple and direct. As for Jiang Yu, though he was her neighbor, he had never bullied her. Yet, he had always followed the crowd, never daring to approach her. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yu sighed, recognizing his actions as a form of invisible violence. Yet, despite all this, how had Ruan Cece developed feelings for him? And why had she captured him? Realizing that relocating was futile, Jiang Yu resolved to distance himself from Ruan Cece. Yet, in his previous life, he had already kept a considerable distance. It seemed ineffective. While lost in thought, Su Yin called from the kitchen, "Little fish, please go buy soy sauce and salt for Mom.O. And since you wanted to eat salt-baked chicken, pick up some salt-baked chicken powder too." Jiang Yu sighed, rising from the couch, turning off the television, and making his way to the kitchen to ask his mother for money. He pondered in his heart whether the remaining money from running errands would suffice for a taste of stinky tofu. There was no other choice. As an 8-year-old child, his pocket money was quite limited. He could only rely on running errands to secretly save up a few coins. After all, his mother was somewhat aware of his little endeavors. Before heading out, Jiang Yu had overheard his mother admonishing him not to indulge in too many sweets, lest he risk cavities. He scoffed internally, thinking that only children crave candy. His true desire lay in the savory, stinky tofu. Regrettably, Jiang Yu ultimately settled for candy, as his funds fell short and the stinky tofu vendor was closed that day. Clutching his purchase, he contemplated that having something was better than nothing. These days, being a child had made him ravenous for treats. Just as Jiang Yu reached the ground floor, poised to take a bite of his cotton candy, he spotted someone. It was Ruan Cece. The beautiful young girl bore bruises on her delicate face, her eyes swollen, and her lips cracked. Even in the summer heat, her long sleeves could not conceal the scars adorning her exposed skin. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yu's body instinctively stiffened, cold sweat forming on his back. It was no exaggeration. He felt as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Who could maintain composure upon encountering the very person they once deemed their executioner? Ruan Cece sat on the stairs, her expression blank as she stared at the wounds on her hands, remnants of tears still visible on her cheeks. At the same age, Jiang Yu appeared fair and plump, while the frail girl before him seemed 2 or 3 years younger, her solitary presence evoking a sense of profound pity. As if sensing Jiang Yu's gaze, she suddenly turned her expressionless face towards him. Jiang Yu met her cold, hate-filled eyes. Children of this age had yet to master the art of concealing their emotions. He could see the unmasked animosity reflected in her gaze. The terror of being overpowered by her in a past life surged back, leaving his mind blank. Slowly, he extended his hand, asking, "Would you like some?" A massive pink cloud of cotton candy was offered before the little girl. She seemed momentarily stunned, the coldness and hatred frozen in her striking eyes, eventually transforming into confusion and uncertainty. In the end, Jiang Yu witnessed an unusually sweet smile break across her face as she extended her scarred hand, trembling slightly as she accepted the cotton candy from him. Her hand bore the shocking marks of burns from cigarette butts, an unsettling sight, as she murmured, "Thank you, big brother." Chapter 2. It's a mess. I brought the little oddball home. Initially, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief when he saw her eagerly taking a bite of the cotton candy, prompting him to hastily attempt to ascend the stairs. Although Ruan Cece was still quite young, Jiang Yu harbored a genuine fear of her. In the first couple of days after returning home, he even contemplated the grim notion of ending her life while she was still small. However, as an ordinary person, he found himself unable to commit such an act. And besides, murder is illegal. Jiang Yu hurried his steps, but soon he became aware of a faint sound of footsteps trailing behind him. Turning around, he was met by her bright, wide eyes. Ruan Cece, noticing his pause, extended her cotton candy towards him and softly inquired, "Brother, would you like some?" "I've only had a little. You can have this part, it's clean." Her soft-spoken, expectant demeanor was undeniably endearing. Jiang Yu gazed at the adorable girl before him and struggled to reconcile her current innocence with the chaotic person she would eventually become. Just as he was about to decline, footsteps echoed from above. Su Yin had just stepped out, intending to find her son, whom she suspected was sneaking off to buy snacks, especially after hearing reports of children going missing in a nearby district. As she reached the corner of the staircase, she spotted Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece, one ascending and the other descending. Ruan Cece, still holding the cotton candy, reached out to offer it to Jiang Yu. Su Yin's eyes immediately caught sight of the scars on Ruan Cece's body, and a wave of compassion washed over her. She lightly tapped Jiang Yu on the head, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? Are you stealing your sister's cotton candy?" Upon seeing the adult, Ruan Cece instinctively recoiled, while Jiang Yu, still nursing his head, attempted to explain that he had bought the cotton candy for her. However, It was too late. Ruan Cece had already tumbled down the stairs. Suing gasped softly and rushed past Jiang Yu to check on Ruan Cece. Cece, are you all right? Thankfully, the stairs weren't very high, but for such a small child to fall, it must have been painful. Yet, Ruan Cece remained silent, merely gazing at the now dirty cotton candy on the floor, tears brimming in her eyes. This sight broke Su Yin's heart. She quickly scooped the little girl into her arms, cradling her gently. Let us take you to see a doctor, all right? Ruan Cece shivered, clearly frightened. No, I don't have any money. They call my dad, she whimpered. And he'll come find me and hit me. Su Yin paused for a moment before soothingly reassuring her. It's all right. My home has a doctor. Honestly, Jiang Yu had never seen his mother display such tenderness in all his 26 years. Carrying the silent Ruan Cece up the stairs, Su Yin called back to Jiang Yu. What are you just standing there for? Bring the things back. Jiang Yu felt speechless but obediently followed, carrying the bag behind the two. He then noticed Ruan Cece peering over Su Yin's shoulder, her gaze fixed on him. Jiang Yu made a silly face, warning, don't look at me like that. It's quite unnerving. Upon entering the house, he pointed at Ruan Cece sitting on the sofa, explaining, the cotton candy was for her. I didn't eat any. Ruan Cece, who had been seated quietly, immediately stood up, trembling as she softly apologized. I am sorry. I won't dare to eat again. Jiang Yu and Su Yin exchanged glances. There's no need to be so frightened. Jiang Yu knew he had cavities, and if Su Yin discovered he had been eating candy, she would undoubtedly scold him. Su Yin, speaking in a gentle tone, reassured Ruan Cece, don't be afraid. Annie doesn't scold. If your brother gave it to you, it's perfectly fine to eat. Although Jiang Yu instinctively felt apprehensive towards Ruan Cece, the pitiful little girl before him appeared harmless. His emotions were tumultuous. He had vowed to maintain his distance, yet here he was, having brought this little oddball home. Despite her fierce exterior, Su Yin possessed a kind heart. Her seemingly fierce head pats were devoid of any real force, merely a gesture. Jiang Yu observed as his mother tenderly applied ointment to Ruan Cece's wounds, suddenly recalling a time in his previous life when she had tentatively asked, would you like me to bring your sister over to play with you? At that time, he had disdainfully replied, I don't want to play with her. No one at school likes her. If I play with her, my classmates will ignore me. Even his father had joined in to persuade him, suggesting they could play at home and let the sister eat and rest. Yet, Jiang Yu had stubbornly refused, throwing a tantrum at the door, not allowing her in. In the end, Su Yin had been unable to bring Ruan Cece inside. Now, reflecting on his younger self, while witnessing Ruan Cece, battered and silent yet stoic as she received treatment, he felt a pang of guilt. He had always thought he had no grievances with Ruan Cece, but now it seemed he had been a cold observer, shattering her hopes. No wonder, when he had been bound, he recalled her confused voice beside his bed, asking, why can't I be your sister? I envy you. Can I be your wife? Then we'll be family with a sigh. Jiang Yu listened to Su Yin's soft reassurances to Ruan Cece and retreated to his room, retrieving the snacks he had hidden away. He tore open the packaging and offered it to Ruan Cece. Here, have some. My mom will make dinner soon. She cooks wonderfully. However, Ruan Cece hesitated to accept, reflexively glancing at Su Yin. Her cautious demeanor tugged at his heartstrings. Su Yin shot a disapproving look at her son, gently taking the snacks from his hands and placing them in Ruan Cece's. There you go, eat up, it's all right. Then, turning to Jiang Yu, she said, shall you come with me? Jiang Yu, feeling dejected, followed Su Yin, bracing himself for a scolding, hoping it wouldn't involve a smack on behind this time, especially since he was already 26. To his surprise, Su Yin merely led him into a room, squatting down to meet his gaze and softly asked, do you like your sister? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu shook his head. No, I don't like her. How could I dare to? Wouldn't liking her be perilous? Su Yin, taken aback by his straightforwardness, paused before asking, so, do you dislike her? She is quite unfortunate. Look at all her injuries as she spoke. Su Yin carefully observed her son's expression, wary of any signs of aversion. Jiang Yu understood his mother's intentions. In his previous life, he had rejected the notion without a second thought, crying and throwing a fit. If he didn't refuse this time, perhaps Ruan Cece wouldn't turn out to be a deviant in the future. If she wasn't a deviant, He wouldn't have to face death? With this thought, Jiang Yu felt it might not be such a bad idea. After all, Ruan Cece appeared quite harmless at this moment. With her small frame, he could easily handle 3 of her. Having come to this conclusion, Jiang Yu looked at Su Yin and asked, "Mom, do you want to take in my sister?" But she has a dad. Su Yin was surprised by her son's understanding. Nonetheless, she patiently explained, even though she has a father, he rarely comes home. If that's the case, can she come to our house? She could even play with you. Wouldn't that be nice? Chapter 3. Sleeping Together. Jiang Yu was particularly inclined to agree, pondering what there was to agree upon. He instinctively feared the girl named Ruan Cece. However, he recalled that in his previous life, he had turned her down, and it was highly likely that it was from that moment that he had been on her mind. Moreover, he was now a 26-year-old man, and witnessing a little girl enduring daily beatings truly tugged at his heartstrings. Ultimately, Jiang Yu hoped to alter her fate and prevent her from becoming a twisted individual, while also safeguarding his own life. Thus, he silently nodded in agreement. Su Yin let out a sigh of relief. She had been apprehensive that her son would be unwilling. To her surprise, he was quite understanding. As a reward, Su Yin gave Jiang Yu 10 yuan before heading out to fetch Ruan Cece's clothes. However, Ruan Cece appeared to think she was being cast out. Her complexion paled as she cast a complex glance at Jiang Yu, who stood at the bedroom door. Observing her slow departure and her lingering gaze on Jiang Yu, Su Yin assumed she was particularly dependent on him. She promptly pulled her son closer, reassuring, "Cece, don't be afraid. Your brother and I will accompany you to get your clothes. Your father has just stepped out and likely won't return soon. How about you have dinner and sleep at Annie's house today?" After all, Su Yin had been neighbors with Ruan de Tian for many years. She was well aware that he often drank for a minimum of 3 to 4 days, sometimes even 10 days to half a month without returning. The child's survival relied entirely on the compassion of the surrounding neighbors. Yet, despite everyone's sympathy for the child, no one dared to take her in. There had been instances of people reporting to the police and taking the child home, but each time it ended in mediation, with Ruan de Tian even suing them for kidnapping. It was a classic case of a civil matter being difficult for the law to resolve. After the police left, he would hurl trash and insult them as traffickers. Consequently, no one dared to take Ruan Cece in anymore. At most, they would offer her a morsel of food. This beautiful and charming little girl had thus become a small beggar. Jiang Yu felt a sense of reluctance. He genuinely harbored a fear of Ruan Cece. Yet, upon hearing Su Yin's words, Ruan Cece's eyes lit up. She reached out her small hand and cautiously tugged at the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt, earnestly stating, "Brother, my hands are clean." Jiang Yu glanced at her, and she flashed him a charming smile. Finally, he sighed and said, "Let us go." Su Yin's heart ached for Ruan Cece as she led the 2 children across the street. As soon as they opened the door, a foul odor assaulted their senses. The living room was in disarray. The sofa was askew. The table was shattered. The television cabinet bore numerous cracks, and there were bloodstains on the floor. It was evident that the place had been violently ransacked. Jiang Yu's thoughts drifted to the injuries on Ruan Cece's face. At that moment, she tightened her grip on his shirt. Believing she was afraid, he turned to comfort her, only to find her expression cold and seemingly mocking as her gaze fell upon the bloodstains. This expression was incongruous with her tender age, sending a chill through Jiang Yu's heart. Had she already become twisted? If that were the case, had he unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold? What would happen to his parents? Jiang Yu began to ponder the likelihood of his parents believing him if he were to reveal that he had been reborn and that Ruan Cece was a deviant. The probability was likely 0, considering he was only 8 years old, not 18. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he then noticed Ruan Cece being led by his mother into the room to gather her belongings. Yes, she was collecting things from the balcony. She had no room of her own and always stayed on the balcony whenever her father was home. In truth, there was hardly anything for Ruan Cece to gather. The clothes she wore were long outgrown, having been bought for her by her mother when she was 5. After her mother left, no one had prepared anything for her since. Su Yin felt her heart break. She had initially thought Ruan Cece wore long sleeves to hide her scars, but it was also because her short sleeves no longer fit. Su Yin helped her pack her school bag and homework, then let her out, saying, "Annie will buy you new clothes. For now, you can stay with Annie until your father returns." Suyin paused for a moment. Ruan Cc, now understanding, replied, I will come back, Su-yi. I want to let him find out. This obedient and sensible girl evoked warmth in people's hearts. However, Jiang Yu's mind was replaying her expression as she sat on the stairs and the one he had just witnessed at her home. During dinner, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat distracted. His father, Jiang Weimin, was a doctor. Upon returning home, he treated Ruan Cic's wounds and provided her with some anti-inflammatory medication. The child was battered and bruised, but fortunately, her bones seemed to be intact. At that moment, Ruan Cici even consoled Suyin, saying, Annie, I know how to curl up, so I want to get hit on the head or bones. Hearing such words from an 8-year-old child, even Jiang Yu, who felt a bit of fear towards her, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Not to mention Suyin, who was already quite tender-hearted. That evening, Jiang Yu placed all the chicken legs in Ruan Cici's bowl. Jiang Yu thought, I didn't give him even one of the two. Then, Ruan Cici, understanding the situation, placed one of the chicken legs into Jiang Yu's bowl, saying, Brother, eat. Jiang Yu responded with a grunt, eventually begrudgingly giving one back to her. You eat too. Sigh. His emotions were indeed quite complex, both sympathetic and fearful. However, all his feelings shattered when Su-yin suggested that Ruan Cici sleep with him that night. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cici beside Su-yin and exclaimed, Mom, boys and girls can't share the same bed after 7. We're both 8 now. It's inappropriate. Just for that night, the house had no spare rooms. Tomorrow, I'll ask your dad to buy a bunk bed. You can let your sister have the top. Su-yin realized that her decision might have been a bit excessive. However, it was impractical for the child to sleep with her and her husband. Moreover, Ruan Cici instinctively feared Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yu, with wide eyes, decisively declared, Then I'll sleep with my dad. You two can sleep together. But after saying that, he felt a twinge of fear. What if Ruan Cici harmed his mother? Though she appeared frail now, he couldn't take that risk. Su-yin thought that Jiang Yu had a point, and just as she was about to agree, she heard him say, No, let us sleep together. Ruan Cici, come over. Ruan Cici was wearing Jiang Yu's pajamas from the previous year, but they still seemed a bit large for her. She obediently walked over and looked at Jiang Yu, saying, Brother, I want to move while I sleep. Jiang Yu, feeling annoyed, replied, Sleep, sleep, sleep. Mom, you should go to bed too. Su-yin, seeing his irritated demeanor, felt worried. Yet, seeing Ruan Cici's obedient behavior, she thought it should be fine. She reminded both children to get along and not to argue before leaving, albeit with some lingering unease. In the end, Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici lay on opposite sides of the bed, the distance between them quite substantial. Jiang Yu planned to stay awake that night, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might be harmed. When the person beside him carefully turned over, he abruptly rolled away, landing on the floor. Fortunately, a mat lay beneath him, so it didn't hurt. Ruan Cici paused for a moment, anxiously asking, Brother, are you okay? Jiang Yu eyed her warily. What were you just doing? My back hurts and itches. I want to turn over, but I'll stay still. She bit her lip, glanced cautiously at the door, and lowered her voice, saying, I can sleep on the floor. I used to sleep on the balcony at home. Brother, can I sleep on the floor? Chapter 4, No. This little deviant was indeed somewhat adorable as a child. Jiang Yu observed the little girl cautiously peeking out from his bed, her gaze fixated on him. Ruan Cici was quite pretty. In retrospect, it was likely part of the reason she was bullied by the boys. Her beauty drew unwanted attention. In elementary school, many young boys often resorted to bullying as a means to garner the attention of girls, though such behavior was indeed quite detestable. Even though Ruan Cici's face was marred with wounds at that moment, she remained undeniably beautiful. Jiang Yu could not help but think of her back, along with the injuries that adorned her body, each inflicted by her father's leather belt, old scars layered upon new ones. The multitude of injuries appeared quite horrific. Some of the fresh wounds, likely due to neglect and treatment, had begun to fester. Jiang Yu attempted to convince himself that the Ruan Cici from his past life and this girl were two distinct individuals, yet he ultimately could not reconcile the two. With a sigh, he muttered gloomily, Let's play a game. The loser must sleep on the floor. He rummaged through his drawer, producing chess, military chess, and other games, inviting Ruan Cici to choose. These games were popular among his classmates during recess. However, Ruan Cece fell silent for a moment before replying. I don't know how to play any of these. Jiang Yu, about to protest, suddenly recalled that she often sat alone in a corner at school, where her peers would mockingly cover their noses and shout, "Go away, little beggar." His heart sank further. He glanced at the girl sitting before him, her long lashes casting shadows on her downered eyes. Her back must be aching, yet she only shifted occasionally, remaining silent. Frustrated, Jiang Yu put the games away, recognizing she had taken anti-inflammatory medication and was likely tired. Yet Ruan Cece had never expressed that she was sleepy. He gestured toward the bed, saying, "You can sleep here. I'll take the floor, or my mom will scold me again." He had prepared his excuses, embodying the awkwardness of an adult. Ruan Cece shook her head, insisting no, and he would think poorly of me. Jiang Yu wanted to argue that his mother was not like that, but the careful demeanor Ruan Cece had maintained since arriving at their home silenced him. He sighed once more, climbed onto the bed, and patted the space beside him, saying, "Come, let us sleep together, if you don't want to share with me." She began, her doe-like eyes filled with melancholy. But before she could finish, Jiang Yu interrupted, "Hurry up, I'm sleepy." His tone was laced with impatience. Eventually, the little girl cautiously climbed onto the bed, curling up in a small corner. Jiang Yu turned away, expecting to be unable to sleep. Yet, he forgot the natural responses of his young body. At only 8 years old, he found himself sprawled out and fast asleep within 10 minutes. In contrast, Ruan Cece, despite having taken medication, lay wide-eyed, afraid to move until she heard Jiang Yu's even breathing. Only then did she cautiously shift closer, her emotions swirling within her gaze, observing the peacefully slumbering Jiang Yu. Her expression was devoid of any sentiment. Had he seen her face, he would have been terrified. Ruan Cece found Jiang Yu's behavior today quite strange. He usually turned away upon seeing her, never drawing near. Yet, he had given her cotton candy and brought her home. She slowly turned to survey the room, which she found delightful. Whenever she was beaten, she could hear the raucous sounds of his household from the doorway, his mother scolding him, Jiang Yu's retorts, and the television blaring. However, the tone of his mother's reprimands was different from the harshness of her own home. Ruan Cece often watched the chubby boy across the hall, still being carried home by his father. His mother bought him watermelon in summer and roasted sweet potatoes in winter, scolding him all the while, but ensuring he had everything he needed. He was surrounded by friends at school, all of whom adored him, and she liked him too. She remembered when he shared candy with her and held her hand to play in the snow. Yet everything changed after her mother left. Their lives had diverged so drastically, leaving her a mere pest in the gutter, while he basked in happiness. His joy warmed her heart, and she couldn't help but wished to be part of his family. Never had she imagined she would be brought back. Contemplating this, Ruan Cece softly called out to Jiang Yu, "Brother." She extended her scarred finger, yearning to touch his soft, plump face, but feeling unclean. She hesitated and instead gently poked his belly through his shirt. The soft sensation finally coaxed a flicker of childlike joy from her. However, as she attempted to lie back down, Jiang Yu suddenly rolled over, his limbs pressing down on her. At his age, he was a chubby little boy, and his weight left her breathless, exacerbating the pain from her wounds. Yet, she dared not move, fearing it would awaken him. Just as her face began to flush from the pressure, Jiang Yu unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her, as if cradling a pillow. Ruan Cece froze, recalling the last time she had been held like this was when her mother was still alive. Slowly, she nestled her head against Jiang Yu's chest and whispered in her heart, "Good night, brother." It felt reminiscent of the story her mother had told her about the little match girl. Though this warmth might be fleeting, she still wished to draw closer. The following morning, Jiang Yu was jolted awake by a slap from his mother. "Jiang Yu, are you trying to smother her? Your sister is flattened." As Jiang Yu blinked awake, he saw his mother tenderly cradling Ruan Cece. Still dazed, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Ruan Cece earnestly reassured, "It's fine, ain't it? Brother was just afraid I'd be cold." Jiang Yu was taken aback. It was summer, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees. He recalled how he had hugged a very comfortable pillow last night. His face contorted in realization. Could that pillow have been Ruan Cece? Jiang Weiman, standing at the door, reminded them to check for any injuries on Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu was now certain that the pillow was indeed her. He watched as his mother lifted Ruan Cece's shirt to inspect her back, casting him a sharp glance. Jiang Yu felt as though his status in the family had diminished since Ruan Cece's arrival, yet he leaned closer for a better look. Thankfully, there were no significant injuries, and he sighed in relief before scolding, "Why didn't you wake me or push me away?" She simply smiled sweetly and replied, "But brother held me while I slept, and I didn't have any nightmares." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. This little eccentric was genuinely a bit adorable. A boy like him could hardly resist wanting a sister like her. How had she changed so much? Chapter 5. She still seemed like a little green tea. Jiang Yu felt a pang of distress. Ever since he discovered Ruan Cece's charm, he realized she was truly endearing. That day after breakfast, Su Yin and Jiang Weimin took Ruan Cece out shopping. There was no choice. Aside from her school bag and books, she possessed no properly fitting clothes. Jiang Yu remained at home, burdened with the knowledge that school was just over a week away, and he had barely made any progress on his summer homework. Thus, he was left to catch up on assignments. When the trio returned that afternoon, Ruan Cece had changed into new clothes, and her hair had been neatly trimmed. She sauntered over, slowly handing Jiang Yu a piece of candy, whispering, "Brother, I secretly hid this. Aunt Sue and the others don't know." With that, her bright, doe-like eyes gazed up at Jiang Yu. The 8-year-old Jiang Yu indeed had a fondness for sweets, and he couldn't help but notice the anticipation sparkling in the little girl's eyes. Damn it, the tough guy's heart softened. He cast a glance at his parents in his room, deliberating on how to assemble the bed, then took the milk candy from her hand, swiftly unwrapped it, and popped it into Ruan Cece's mouth, softly humming. Only children enjoy these. He was no longer the 8-year-old he once was. Perhaps the sound of unwrapping the candy was too loud, as Su Yin suddenly turned to Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, have you been sneaking candy again? Do you still care for your teeth?" As she approached in a fierce manner, Ruan Cece quickly interposed herself in front of Jiang Yu, her cheeks puffed out. Her voice muffled, "Aunt Sue, it's not my brother. It's me." Su Yin was taken aback, then glanced at her son. Just moments before buying the candy, Doctor. Jiang had questioned why only Cece received a treat, to which Su Yin had replied, "Your son's teeth are practically gone. What kind of little boy loves candy this much?" She had also noticed Ruan Cece secretly stashing away the candy without consuming it. Earlier, Dr. Jiang had subtly indicated for her to observe Cece discreetly handing the candy to her son. However, Su Yin was astonished to find that her son had declined the candy. Jiang Yu watched his mother's astonished expression with a hint of resignation. "I don't like candy anymore. I'm not a child." In his previous life, toothaches had been excruciating. He dared not indulge this time. Ruan Cece nodded adorably beside him. "Brother is very good. He doesn't eat." Jiang Yu. He cast a complex glance at the excessively cute little oddball. The following days unfolded similarly. The two became roommates in a room with bunk beds, with Jiang Yu being confined at home by Su Yin to complete his assignments. As for Su Yin, with a new school year approaching, she had to return to school every day for meetings. Yes, Ms. Su was a proud teacher, instructing middle school students. Jiang Yu, unable to leave the house, had a little shadow following him. Whenever he did his homework, Ruan Cece would sit beside him, engrossed in her reading. Ruan Cece excelled academically. She had finished her summer homework long ago. She was already previewing the third-grade textbooks, which Su Yin had procured for her. Both of them had started school early, entering first grade at the age of 6. Jiang Yu's parents were too preoccupied to care for him, leading him to school. Ruan Cece, on the other hand, was sent off because her mother was already preparing to leave, fearing that her child would endure even more beatings if left at home for too long. Strictly speaking, Ruan Cece was a few months younger than Jiang Yu, having not yet turned 6 at that time. Jiang Yu felt quite sorry for her. One day, after returning from school, her mother had abandoned her, and thereafter, one Daitian had struck her daily. Jiang Yu gazed at her small face, still marked by scars, and sighed. Ruan Cece turned to him, blinking her eyes, then asked, "Do you want to watch television? We can sneak a peek. I want to tell Aunt Sue. Or do you want some watermelon? I can get it for you." Jiang Yu, looking into her innocent eyes, began to doubt if he had misjudged her cold demeanor previously. In the days spent together at home, Ruan Cece had been remarkably obedient, following Jiang Yu's every word without question. If Su Yin returned to find Jiang Yu's homework incomplete, he wouldn't even need to fabricate an excuse. Ruan Sisi would step in front of him, explaining, "Aunt Su, it's all my fault." Each time he witnessed this, Su Yin felt a pang of compassion. How could she possibly blame her? Yet, Jiang Yu thought that despite her youth, there was a hint of cunning in her demeanor. He remained uncertain and continued to observe. Nevertheless, after spending so much time together, he found himself less reactive to Ruan Sisi than he had been upon his return. She was simply too well-behaved, and, dare I say, somewhat endearing. Before they knew it, the school year was upon them. Until now, Jiang Yu had only just learned that Ruan Sisi's tuition was paid by her mother at the school each year. Yet Ruan Sisi claimed she hadn't seen her mother since she left. She had tried waiting at school for her, but had never caught a glimpse of her. Nonetheless, she managed to attend school each year. On the first day of school, Jiang Weimin escorted the two of them. He repeatedly reminded Jiang Yu, "Sisi's injuries have just healed. Be sure to look after her." Ruan Sisi earnestly replied, "Uncle, I will protect my brother." To be honest, Jiang Yu initially thought she was simply putting on a show, considering she always spoke sweetly at home, making his own mother seem more inclined to scold him. However, he hadn't anticipated she was earnest. When it came to fighting off bullies, she truly picked up bricks and hurled them at heads. This saga began with their entry into a new class. They were placed in class 1 of the 3rd grade, having progressed directly from 1st grade without the need for reassignment, so they were all familiar faces. Jiang Yu noticed that Ruan Sisi, who usually clung closely to him, slowed her pace upon entering the school, choosing instead to trail behind him. Jiang Yu deliberately slowed his steps, yet she fell behind. He surmised she was avoiding attention. Although he hesitated, he chose not to comment further. Deep down, he understood that the current Ruan Sisi was indeed very pitiable. As an adult, he ought not to hold grudges against a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Yet he couldn't shake the memory of his own tragic demise in his previous life. Nor could he fathom how heartbroken his parents must have been upon learning of his death. Thus, even though Jiang Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, he simply walked into the classroom without further ado. The big fish is here. Upon his entrance, a few boys huddled at the back of the classroom greeted him with cheerful smiles. Among them, a particularly conspicuous, thin boy with a buzz cut was Jiang Yu's deskmate named Fang Yuan. He approached Jiang Yu, pulling him along. "Let us sit in the second to last row." Just as Jiang Yu settled his backpack down, a disdainful voice piped up from beside him. "Hey, you can't sit here. The little beggar belongs in the trash heap." Ruan Sisi's new backpack was unceremoniously shoved to the ground by a girl standing opposite her. At that moment, she stood next to Jiang Yu, her head lowered, rendering her expression unreadable. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. Today, Ruan Sisi looked undeniably lovely. She wore a pink and white dress that Su Yin had just bought, her hair neatly styled, and her facial injuries had nearly healed. Her delicate features made her resemble a porcelain doll. And although some scars were still visible on her exposed arms, she was far from dirty. Yet, she was still called a little beggar. Jiang Yu's discomfort deepened. Chapter 6. Damn it, those little brats. Ruan Sisi heard the laughter of her classmates and saw her backpack lying on the ground. It was a pink backpack adorned with a character she adored, and she had only admired it when she first saw it. Many girls in her class had similar backpacks, but upon seeing the price, 56 yuan, she had deemed it too expensive and merely glanced at it when she accompanied Jiang Yu to the supermarket. Her old backpack was still quite serviceable. However, the night before, after dinner, Jiang Yu had gone out with Aunt Su and returned with this new backpack. She cherished it greatly, having placed it by her bedside to sleep beside it, but now it lay discarded on the ground, and everyone was calling her filthy. Ruan Sisi's eyes were tinged with red, and a glint of fierce determination flickered within them. Suddenly, a chubby white hand lifted the backpack from the ground and gently patted it a few times. It was then that Ruan Sisi heard a familiar voice, "Zhou Xianxian. You are being excessive. This backpack is new, and you are humiliating its owner. Moreover, this is an empty seat." Zhou Xianxian, clearly taken aback by the unexpected support for Ruan Sisi, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her discontent stemmed from the fact that Ruan Sisi was wearing the same dress as her today, which irked her, especially since her deskmate had remarked that Ruan Cece looked like a little princess, more charming than she did herself. In a fit of anger, she had thrown Ruan Cece's backpack away. Upon hearing Jiang Yu defend Ruan Cece, Zhou Xianxian widened her eyes in disbelief. What do you mean new? Indeed, it was new. Her dress was new as well. Ruan Cece looked stunning today, not a speck of dirt on her. The moral compass of children is easily swayed. They had previously ostracized Ruan Cece because they deemed her unclean, but now, finding her beautiful, they yearned to be near her. As more and more classmates spoke in Ruan Cece's defense, Zhou Xuanxuan's face flushed with anger, and she bit her lip in indignation. Where did she get the money for that? Maybe it's stolen. Jiang Yu had never realized how malicious some children could be at their age, accusing a 7- or 8-year-old of being a thief. Be quiet. This was bought by my parents, both the dress and the backpack, as well as the shoes. Is there a problem? Jiang Yu positioned himself protectively in front of Ruan Cece, placing her backpack on the seat she intended to occupy, which was merely separated from his by an aisle. Ruan Cece, you can sit here. No one is occupying this seat. The surrounding classmates fell silent, hesitant to speak. Fang Yuan tugged at Jiang Yu's arm and whispered, you might want to back off. In this class, everyone is reluctant to associate with Ruan Cece, as it seems that anyone who does becomes a target for ridicule. Fang Yuan's parents had advised him to maintain distance from Ruan Cece because they believe her father was unhinged. Thus, Fang Yuan genuinely worried for his deskmate. However, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words at the childish drama unfolding before him, reflecting on how he himself had once been part of such behavior. Ignoring Fang Yuan's caution, he boldly took Ruan Cece's hand and gently pushed her towards the seat, urging her to sit down. The little girl glanced at him shyly, her eyes still red from earlier. Jiang Yu felt a wave of emotions, pondering how much this adorable girl had endured to become who she was. How many times had she faced such scenarios? Why should she sit here? Who's going to occupy a trash heap? A boy who usually got along with Zhou Xianxian grumbled. If you're so reluctant to sit there, why don't you take her place, Qihan? Jiang Yu shot a glance at the boy, who was the tallest in their class and typically shared a decent rapport with him. Hearing Jiang Yu's retort, the boy shot him an irritated glare. What are you doing? Class has started. Find your own seat. At that moment, their teacher, Mr. Lei, entered the classroom and sternly called out to the group huddled together. The students, fearful of the teacher, quickly dispersed. Ruan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu, who stood beside her like a knight. She recalled having a protector in her childhood, her mother, whose embrace brought comfort. After her mother departed, she had fantasized about many figures who might shield her, yet none bore a face. Until today, there had been none. But now there was Jiang Yu's visage. Jiang Yu sensed her gaze and looked down at her, reassuringly settling into his seat. Ruan Cece felt a significant portion of her inner turmoil dissipate. She secretly smiled, for this was the first time someone had defended her at school. Jiang Yu, however, felt a tinge of concern. Their class was odd-numbered, and he wondered if no one else would sit with Ruan Cece. Just then, a girl rushed over and took the seat beside Ruan Cece. It was Lu Qi, the class's publicity officer, who had previously been Zhou Xuanxuan's deskmate. Jiang Yu noticed Zhou Xianxian angrily slam her hands on the desk. Mr. Lei rapped on the table, commanding silence. Have you all gone wild after the summer break? Sit down properly. We will rearrange the seats in the afternoon. For now, class monitor and deputy monitor collect the summer assignments. Jiang Yu was nudged by Fang Yuan, who said, the teacher wants you to gather the summer assignments. Why do you seem off today? It was then that Jiang Yu remembered he had once been the deputy monitor in elementary school. With a sigh, he stood up. Ruan Cece watched him as he began collecting assignments from the back, gradually shifting her gaze away. Lu Qi, seated nearby, had been staring at her since she sat down. Ruan Cece shot her a cold glance. She recognized Lu Qi as a bystander who had never bullied her. To her surprise, Lu Qi's eyes lit up upon receiving Ruan Cece's gaze. Ruan Cece, you are so beautiful, just like the doll my mother bought for me. Ruan Cece, such a direct compliment. Being so young, she shot Lu Qi a glare and coldly turned her gaze away. This girl had only recently been Zhou Xuanxuan's deskmate. The first day of school was quite uneventful, and Jiang Yu felt drowsy throughout the day. Thankfully, aside from a minor conflict in the morning, nothing else occurred. It wouldn't be accurate to say nothing happened. Some classmates began to isolate him because he defended Ruan Cece, particularly a small group led by Chi Han. Meanwhile, others, like Lu Qi, attempted to befriend the seemingly different Ruan Cece. However, Ruan Cece maintained her icy demeanor, ignoring everyone. Yet, she was entirely different when interacting with Jiang Yu, soft-spoken and obedient, accepting whatever he said. Jiang Yu found this dynamic rather satisfying. Still, he couldn't help but glance back at the others, realizing that she needed friends at school, as they now wished to befriend her. But some had bullied her in the past, and Ruan Cece, trailing behind Jiang Yu with her backpack, merely lowered her eyelashes and quietly explained herself when confronted. Jiang Yu thought, by that logic, he had bullied Ruan Cece too. Before he could speak, Chi Han and a few boys from the class suddenly rushed in and forcefully shoved Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he stumbled into the alleyway. Today, Dr. Jiang and Teacher Su were both unavailable, so the two planned to walk to the bus station to return home. They were already third graders, so it was not unusual for them to take public transport alone. Jiang Yu felt pain in his knee and the hand he had braced against the ground, suspecting he had scraped it. Chi Han, still nearby, smugly taunted, "That's what you get for playing with Ruan Cece. You're both little beggars." Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, ready to retaliate against the children. However, when he looked up, he was taken aback. Ruan Cece. Chapter 7. Brother, I will protect you. Jiang Yu watched as Ruan Cece's small face hardened, and he discerned a hint of menace in her expression. She brandished a half-brick she had picked up from somewhere, aiming the sharp edge at Chi Han's leg and fiercely thrusting it forward. Cleverly, she chose to strike at his legs, knowing her own stature was no match for him. Chi Han had brought two boys along, but they dared not intervene. They seemed more like backup than participants. It was Chi Han who had initially pushed Jiang Yu. As for the reason why Ruan Cece was not supported, the child's reasoning was rather straightforward. It was Jiang Yu who caused him the embarrassment. Jiang Yu's loud shouts startled the three boys. Yet, Ruan Cece seemed oblivious to it all. Jiang Yu was nearly petrified with fear, disregarding his own injuries as he scrambled to his feet and rushed to embrace Ruan Cece. However, a brick still struck Chi Han's leg. Fortunately, it was not the sharp end that hit him. Jiang Yu clung tightly to the struggling Ruan Cece, who still attempted to wield the brick to attack. Meanwhile, Chi Han had already burst into tears. The other two boys were frightened by this sudden turn of events, paralyzed in place and only daring to hide behind Chi Han. They found Ruan Cece, held tightly by Jiang Yu, brandishing the brick, to be quite terrifying. Ruan Cece was too slender to break free from Jiang Yu's grasp, so she suddenly hurled the brick, hitting the foot of the boy next to Chi Han, who then cried out in unison with him. The remaining boy was left in a state of shock and tears. Jiang Yu, still holding onto the struggling Ruan Cece, felt a buzzing in his head, and his voice turned grave. "Ruan Cece, do you wish to drop out of school?" The intensity of her struggles gradually diminished. Observing that she had finally quieted down, Jiang Yu shouted at the three boys, whose faces were now flushed with tears, "If you continue crying, I will go tell the teacher. I will say you ganged up on me." His voice was thunderous, causing Chi Han and the others to instantly quiet down. After all, they were elementary school students. Even a little intimidation was enough to frighten them. Jiang Yu suspected that what terrified them even more was Ruan Cece, who was still glaring at them. The auditory chaos resolved. Jiang Yu sternly told Ruan Cece, Once I let go, you must not move, or I will inform my mother." Indeed, Ruan Cece calmed down, yet her gaze remained cold and fixed on the three boys across from them. They had just bullied Jiang Yu. She would certainly avenge him, if not today, then another time. The hand that had just wielded the brick tightened into a fist, seemingly devoid of pain. For a moment, Jiang Yu did not notice, merely breathing a sigh of relief. He glanced at Ruan Cece, who had lowered her head, before kneeling in front of Chi Han to examine his injured leg. Fortunately, it appeared unbroken, so Jiang Yu pressed down hard on the reddened area. Chi Han cried out again, "Jiang Yu, why are you calling for your dad?" Jiang Yu snapped, his temper flaring as he glared at Chi Han. "Haven't your parents ever hit you, pushing people on the road?" Presumably, his stern expression and tone were too intimidating. leaving the three boys startled and speechless. Shihan attempted to retort, "I push him into the alley, then didn't that mean you push me?" Jiang Yu interrupted, pointing at his own scraped leg and elbow. "These are all because you pushed me first. The teacher will definitely call your parents. But once Cece hit us too. You deserve it." Jiang Yu raised his voice a notch. "Didn't I tell you not to bully others at school?" Calling her a little beggar and making her sit by the trash can, the boys fell silent. Jiang Yu continued to scold them for a while, his tone shaped by his frequent reprimands from Teacher Sue. In the end, he declared, "I want to tell the teacher about this today. You can go home now." He added warningly, "Don't tell your families either, or they'll find out you started it, and then they'll learn you've been bullying Ruan Cece at school." Eventually, the three boys left, their eyes red-rimmed. Jiang Yu mused to himself that it was fortunate they were merely third graders. He hadn't harbored any malicious intent earlier, making it easier to deceive them. But wait, there was one who was truly ruthless. Jiang Yu turned to Ruan Cece, who stood silently with her head bowed. He was certain he and T misjudged her earlier expression, which had been laced with cold determination. He approached her and asked, "What were you planning to do if I hadn't stopped you?" "They bullied you," Ruan Cece replied softly. Yet there was a palpable bitterness in her tone when she mentioned the bullying. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, about to say something, but noticed her hands trembling involuntarily. He reached out to grasp her hand, noticing a fresh cut in her palm, still oozing blood. "Wait, you're injured and didn't say anything?" Jiang Yu's tone turned stern, but he then sensed her body flinch instinctively and quickly added, "I'm sorry." He pulled Ruan Cece's wrist, leading her forward, his voice cool. "You can't throw bricks at people. What if something happened to them? What would you do then? Would you drop out of school? What if your dad comes?" After all, Suyin and the others were not Ruan Cece's guardians. The school would surely contact Ruan Datian. However, Ruan Datian had been missing for nearly half a month. Ruan Cece remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu's hand gripping her wrist. She felt no pain at all. In fact, being held by Jiang Yu made her happy. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yu turned to look at her. "Did you hear me?" Ruan Cece obediently nodded. "I heard you, brother." After all, there were other means to defend herself without using bricks. Once they returned home, it was just the two of them, but the meal that Su-in had prepared was ready and could be easily reheated. As a class teacher, Su-in had to supervise evening study sessions, while Dr. Jiang was on duty. Jiang Yu had to tend to her wounds himself, contemplating whether to take her for a tetanus shot. Suddenly, he asked, "When your dad hits you, do you hit back?" He vaguely recalled a time when Su-in had knocked on their door because of the loud sound from the neighbors. That time, Ruan Cece was taken away by an ambulance, bloodied, and was said to have multiple fractures and internal injuries. Jiang Yu vaguely remembered Su-in telling Dr. Jiang that this child was stubborn and would endure much suffering. After witnessing Ruan Cece's fierce demeanor today, Jiang Yu felt she had likely faced such situations before. Ruan Cece was caught off guard by his question and, after a moment of silence, replied, "Yes, I do. It hurts." The pain would inevitably cause her to retaliate. Jiang Yu's hand trembled slightly as he held the cotton swab, recalling her previous injuries. He looked at the little girl before him and earnestly said, "In the future, try not to act impulsively. You must protect yourself first. Today, I didn't fight back. Otherwise, who could you possibly defeat?" But Ruan Cece raised her head and looked at him earnestly. "It's okay if they bully me. I can endure it. I want to study. But it's not okay if they bully you." She extended her injured hand, seemingly oblivious to the pain, and clasped Jiang Yu's hand. "Brother, I will protect you." The cool sensation of the alcohol was warmed by the contact of their hands. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and lightly patted her arm. "Let go. I just disinfected it, and now I have to do it again." Yet this time his hand was steady. Chapter 8. This is for you. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning the incident where Jiang Yu was pushed by his classmates, nor did they speak of Ruan Cece throwing bricks. If Suyin asked, they would simply say they fell while playing. As for the wound in Ruan Cece's palm, it was difficult to notice unless one was attentive. Upon arriving at school, Chi-Han and his friends no longer dared to provoke them. After a couple of days of awkwardness, they eventually sought to play with Jiang Yu again during gym class. However, Ruan Cece was like a protective pup. Were it not for Jiang Yu's intervention, she might have lunged at them to bite. Chi-Han and the others were genuinely fearful of Ruan Cece. Despite her seemingly delicate and pretty appearance, she could throw bricks at them. This semester, Ruan Cece dressed impeccably, her face devoid of any wounds, revealing her exquisite features. Though she maintained an air of aloofness, she had, to some extent, attracted a few girls and even some boys around her. Zhou Xianxian still harbored a disdain for Ruan Cece, yet she refrained from provoking her. Indeed, Ruan Cece's circumstances were markedly improved compared to the same period in her previous life. At this moment, Jiang Yu was resting his head on his desk during the midday break, appearing to be asleep while in fact he was diligently trying to recall memories of Ruan Cece from his past life. The recollections were, however, scant. Jiang Yu had been raised in a family that doted on him, rendering him somewhat carefree. The only vivid memory he had was of Ruan Cece's solitary nature during her school years. She was seldom physically bullied, but often subjected to verbal humiliation and isolation. His impression of her was that of a quiet and somewhat disheveled girl, exuding a certain gloom, yet she excelled academically. Logically, one would assume that teachers would extend kindness to high-achieving students, yet Ruan Cece remained isolated, primarily due to an incident when her father, Ruan Datian, drunkenly caused a scene at school during her first grade. Teachers were reluctant to intervene in Ruan Cece's affairs, fearing the repercussions of crossing paths with her unruly father. Subsequently, she did not attend middle school. During the summer after 6th grade, she was hospitalized, having been severely beaten, an incident that Su Yin had learned about when she knocked on her door, having heard that Ruan Cece had nearly lost her life. After her discharge, Jiang Yu had little recollection of her whereabouts, and he later encountered her during a blind date. His memories of her over the span of more than a decade were largely a blank slate. However, he distinctly remembered that Ruan Cece captured his complete attention from the moment she appeared on that blind date. She embodied his aesthetic ideals with her deep chestnut curls and refined, striking features, although her makeup accentuated her brows and eyes, giving her a somewhat cold demeanor. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with warmth and innocence upon seeing him. Jiang Yu, a bachelor with a social circle as pristine as blank paper, was instantly smitten. Not to mention, her gentle voice calling out to him. Jiang Yu was soft and inviting. On that day, she wore a white shirt and black pants that accentuated her figure. Her long legs seemed almost more elongated than his own. "I'm sorry for being late. Jiang Yu, do you remember me? I'm your blind date, Ruan Cece." Her voice was laced with a light-hearted cheer. At that moment, Jiang Yu thought highly of his mother for arranging such a remarkable match. While he had almost forgotten Ruan Cece, she adeptly bridged the gap between them by reminiscing about their childhood, swiftly dissolving his reservations. Thus, when she mentioned that her period seemed to have arrived earlier than expected and inquired if he could drop her home since she lived nearby, Jiang Yu hesitated only briefly. After all, he had just seen a conversation between her and his mother a mere 5 minutes prior. At that time, he had not considered that she might have come prepared. The instant he consumed the spiked drink, he received a message from his mother just before losing consciousness. "Little fish, that girl got hit by a car after work and can't make it today. Let us reschedule. She is polite and has a good temperament." The silver lining was that Jiang Yu realized he had been deceived. The unfortunate news, however, was that it was too late. It wasn't until the following day, after he had succumbed, that he learned Ruan Cece had likely been duped by the seller of counterfeit medicine. Upon discovering Jiang Yu's lack of breath, she had questioned the seller via her phone. "Isn't this a sleeping pill? Why does it seem like he took an aphrodisiac?" Her next message read, "He is dead." It never reached the recipient, as she was blocked. Then, Ruan Cece sat silently on the edge of the bed, reached out to caress Jiang Yu's face, and suddenly smiled. Without hesitation, she picked up a knife from the table and cut her wrist. Jiang Yu instinctively attempted to stop her, but it proved futile. Now, whenever Jiang Yu reflected on being discovered in such a compromising position with her, he felt a surge of frustration. At the very least, they could have adorned him with some clothing. Suddenly, he heard a soft thud as something was placed gently on his desk. He shot up, glaring, his tone harsh. "What are you doing?" Ruan Cece, eyes wide, delicately set down a cup of iced red bean soup, saying, "I bought this for you." Lu Qi chimed in, exclaiming, "Jiang Yu, why are you so fierce? Cece queued for a long time to get this for you. She even ran back with it. It was then that Jiang Yu noticed the beads of sweat on her forehead and neck, her complexion slightly flushed. The red bean soup she held was a limited edition from the school's convenience store, available only during the scorching summer afternoons, and it cost 3 yuan per cup. As far as Jiang Yu knew, their teacher allocated them a mere 5 yuan weekly allowance, and by Thursday, he had already spent his. Yet Ruan Cece had gone out of her way to buy this for him. Ruan Cece cast a cold glance at Lu Qi, who had spoken up for her, and said, "Did I disturb Jiang Yu's sleep?" Her tone remained icy. Lu Qi huffed, turning away in silence. Ruan Cece seemed indifferent, merely pushing the red bean soup towards him, still chilled. Jiang Yu sighed, exclaiming, "You really are something." He took the straw, punctured the cup, and handed it back to her, insisting, "Drink." His tone was stern, yet his actions were gentle, careful not to poke her. Ruan Cece hesitated, softly stating, "This is for you." She herself was reluctant to purchase such a treat. But recalling how Jiang Yu had lamented the inadequacy of his 5 yuan allowance when Qi Han and others enjoyed the same treat, she thought it might please him. "Hurry up, everyone will see." Jiang Yu frowned at her, secretly wishing to offer her the entire cup. He was no longer a child. He had merely craved something cold after an exhausting gym class yesterday. It was tea hot now, and he didn't particularly desire it. But if he refused, she would surely be disheartened, wouldn't she? Jiang Yu felt another sigh brewing within him, grappling with his tangled emotions. While he no longer feared her, he still felt a certain awkwardness. Chapter 9. No one can steal him away. Ruan Cece gazed at the straw hovering near her lips, cautiously glancing at Jiang Yu. Though he appeared fierce, she understood that he was not truly so. Ruan Cece was perplexed by Jiang Yu's apparent dislike for her, juxtaposed with his kindness. Having grown up under the oppressive hand of Ruan Datian, she had learned to discern genuine affection from feigned sentiments. She could easily recognize those who truly cared for her from those who merely feigned concern, like Aunt Wang upstairs who, despite her boisterous proclamations of generosity, only delivered spoiled food while casting disdainful glances her way. However, Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang were different. Their concern was palpable, and she had witnessed Aunt Sue shed tears, her hands trembling as she embraced her. They embodied the nurturing love she had longed for in her dreams of parental figures. As for Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece had known from the outset that he, like many others, did not hold her in high regard. However, it was not entirely the same. Although he kept his distance, there was little disdain in his eyes. Yet now, while he wore a face of disdain, he was still willing to protect her at other times. It seemed that everything had changed since that day in the stairwell when he had handed her that cotton candy. Ruan Cece blinked, gently sipped a little red bean soup, and then smiled, declaring it's delicious. Her smile was sweet, and her doe-like eyes curved slightly, the corners of her lips turning shyly. Jiang Yu, gazing at the adorably bashful Ruan Cece, felt a wave of concern wash over him. He asked, "Would you like to drink some?" "Here." With that, he offered her the red bean soup. However, he noticed a flicker of sadness on her face, as if she felt a bit lost. "I'm sorry. Is it because I drank that and it made you feel dirty?" Jiang Yu, expressionless, retracted the red bean soup and took a sip himself, feeling somewhat irritable as he said, "All right, just sit properly." Lu Qi, observing from the side, frowned, bewildered by Ruan Cece's submissiveness in front of Jiang Yu. His attitude toward her was rather harsh. Seeing that he did not mind her directly drinking the red bean soup, Ruan Cece felt a surge of excitement, even greater than when she had stabbed Ruan Datian with a knife. Jiang Yu was truly wonderful. If only he could always treat her well. She would reciprocate his kindness wholeheartedly. No one should bully Jiang Yu, nor should anyone take him away. As the school year approached its 2-month mark, Jiang Yu sensed something amiss. While sitting on the bus after school, he asked Ruan Cece, "Has her dad not come home for this long?" It had been over 2 months, and Jiang Yu had yet to see Ruan Datian return. Just the previous night, he had overheard his parents murmuring about something strange. Ruan Cece, clutching her backpack, stiffened at the question. Having recuperated at Jiang Yu's home for some time, she had grown fairer and plumper, looking significantly more attractive than a month ago. The vibrant young girl appeared quite endearing. Jiang Yu did not wish for her to return to face her father's wrath and torment. He contemplated ways to hide Ruan Cece if Ruan Datian were to return. After all, he was just a child, and if discovered, he would only face reprimands. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Ruan Datian would even find her. He then thought of ways to eliminate any future threats, pondering whether Ruan Datian had engaged in any illegal activities. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to think of protecting Ruan Cece. "I don't know," Ruan Cece said softly. "He once went 3 months without coming home." As she spoke, her hands subconsciously rubbed the strap of her backpack, revealing a hint of anxiety. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have asked Ruan Cece directly, as Ruan Datian was a nightmare for her. He reached out to hold her hand, which was nervously fidgeting with the backpack strap. "It's all right. When he comes back, I'll secretly hide you away," he said earnestly. Ruan Cece, taken aback, asked, "Hide me? Aren't you supposed to let me go home?" The people in the neighborhood feared Ruan Datian. When he was mad, he could defecate in front of others' doors. Ruan Cece truly believed that Ruan Datian could not be considered human, but rather a beast. Such a beast deserved to be sent to the slaughterhouse. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze turned cold, faintly laced with a murderous intent. Yet the hand holding hers was warm, and the boy's voice, still tinged with youthful innocence, continued, "We need to solve the root of the problem, but I haven't figured out how yet. For now, let us just avoid it. You mustn't get hurt again." Jiang Yu thought he should return and ask his parents, primarily because, as a child, he felt utterly powerless. He suspected that Ruan Datian had committed some illegal acts, especially since he had been apprehended during his own middle school years, although he could not recall the specifics. During his 3rd year, his family had moved, and thereafter, no one had mentioned that man again. Jiang Yu felt a sigh escaping him. He truly could not remember anything from his past life. At that moment, he was unaware that his unintentional actions and words had saved Ruan Cece once. The girl, gazing at their clasped hands, thought to herself that it was enough. She now had someone who cared for her. She would not accompany a beast like Ruan Datian into the abyss. However, as the two arrived home, they quickly learned why Ruan Datian had not returned. Outside Ruan Cece's home stood a woman, strikingly beautiful and resembling Ruan Cece, or rather, Ruan Cece resembled her. Jiang Yu watched as the woman called out to Ruan Cece, "Little treasure." Ruan Cece's face fell devoid of emotion, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Yu. He instinctively reached out to shield her. The woman's face turned pale and awkward. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Yu. "You must be little fish, right? Do you remember me? I am Cece's mother, Aunt Shun." Jiang Yu thought to himself, "Who remembers you?" But still replied, "Aunt Shun." Chun Hui let out a sigh of relief and turned to Ruan Cece. "Cece, Mommy wants to talk to you." Just then, Su Yin returned home with groceries and called from behind, "Cece, why is little fish standing at the staircase? Come inside, there's watermelon in the fridge." Her voice trailed off, surprised. "Chun Hui, you're back." In the end, the 4 of them entered the house together. Though Ruan Cece did not utter a single word to Chun Hui throughout. Chun Hui attempted to reach out to her, but was evaded. Feeling awkward, she didn't know where to place her hands. Su Yin, on the other hand, sighed, "Little fish, take Cece inside to do her homework. And you can eat the watermelon in there too." Jiang Yu did not wish to go inside. He wanted to listen to their conversation, but he was merely an 8-year-old child. However, once inside, he intentionally left the door slightly ajar. Regrettably, his mother understood him well. After shooting him a glare, she firmly closed the door. Jiang Yu sighed. Even leaning against the door, he could barely hear. What was he so eager to overhear? Just as a small voice echoed in his ear, Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, nearly jumping out of his skin. He was indeed a coward. Chapter 10. He would surely ensure that Jiang Yu would not be deceived by anyone other than her. It was strange. Jiang Yu pressed against the door, yet could not hear what Su Laoshi and the others were discussing, but when he exclaimed, he was met with a resounding reprimand from Su Laoshi. "Jiang Yu, if you keep using such foul language, I'll give you a good smack. I'll check your homework shortly." Jiang Yu yelped, "I know." Then he could no longer resist and pinched Ruan Cece's little face, which had finally gained a bit of flesh. "Try scaring me again." He spoke in a hushed tone, fearing that Su Laoshi would hear him reprimanding her. Regardless of age, The fear of one's mother is an instinct that cannot be resisted. Ruan Cece did not flinch, mumbling, "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu looked into her innocent, doe-like eyes and felt a bit deflated, releasing his grip and sighing as he returned to his desk. He observed Ruan Cece calmly pulling out her homework to begin writing and was genuinely curious. "Why don't you want to know what your mom is saying?" "What good would it do to know?" Ruan Cece replied indifferently. "After all, she doesn't want me anymore." Chen Hui had left 3 or 4 years ago and successfully filed for divorce over a year ago. Therefore, she had no ties to Ruan Datian anymore. Since her departure, she had never returned, fully aware of the kind of person Ruan Datian was and the potential adversity Ruan Cece might face. Yet, she had still made the callous decision to abandon her daughter there. In the early days after Jiang Yu's rebirth, he had heard Ruan Datian shouting and cursing. "Your worthless mother doesn't want you anymore, and neither do you. Why don't you run and find her? Is it true she doesn't want you? She thinks you're just like me, share my blood. If she doesn't want you, then who would?" Jiang Yu was not a child, so he understood these words all too well and remembered them vividly. It was evident that Ruan Datian had uttered these words to Ruan Cece before. As he watched her casually express that she too was unwanted, Jiang Yu couldn't help but interject. "How do you know unless you try? Perhaps she has come this time to take you away? How else could she have suddenly appeared?" Jiang Yu, having led a life free of hardships in his past, remained optimistic about life, which prompted him to speak so naturally. However, Ruan Cece paused her writing and replied earnestly, "Brother, when I told you I hadn't seen her, I was lying. I sought her out. She has been with a wealthy boyfriend for over a year now. But when she saw me, her expression was one of sheer horror, perhaps because she never expected I would still be alive." Ruan Cece struggled to recall that moment, her tone growing cold. "I had just run away from home, and Ruan Datian was drunk and exhausted. I worried she would be concerned, so I washed my face in a nearby restroom. But when Chen Hui saw me, there was only fear and dread in her eyes, no pity, no reluctance. She clung tightly to the man beside her. That man noticed me too, seemingly surprised that the child was injured. Then she told him to ignore such trivial matters, perhaps thinking it was a scam, and they left." The simplicity of Ruan Cece's recounting belied the depth of despair she must have felt. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the pen in his hand, imagining the extent of her hopelessness. How much courage had it taken for her to seek out her mother? The reality she faced must have been more painful than any blow Ruan Datian could deliver. "No one will want me," Ruan Cece murmured, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her emotions. "She won't want me back this time either." "That's nonsense," Jiang Yu countered. "My parents adore you. They wish you were their own daughter." He awkwardly reached out to ruffle her hair. "You are just a child. There's no need for such pessimism. You are merely a bit unfortunate." He rarely set aside his discomfort, quietly comforting Ruan Cece. "But do you know what it means to hit rock bottom? It means that since you are experiencing such misfortune now, your future will surely be filled with good luck." Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively after speaking. Ruan Cece looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Really?" she asked. Jiang Yu nodded with conviction. "Truly. So, you won't abandon me, will you?" she asked softly, reaching out to grasp the hem of Jiang Yu's clothing. Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss in her words, yet seeing the tears welling in her eyes, he nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry." In truth, he couldn't comprehend how anyone could bear to part with such a beautiful and thoughtful girl. It seemed that no one in her family was normal. In a place where Jiang Yu couldn't see, Ruan Cece subtly smiled, thinking to herself that kind-hearted individuals are often easily deceived. She vowed to ensure Jiang Yu would not be fooled by anyone else but her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu reflected that the more he understood Ruan Cece, the clearer it became why she had turned out the way she did in her past life. It had not been easy for her to grow up, let alone to grow up well. In this life, he would strive to help her become a commendable individual of society. She was so intelligent. Surely, she would be able to give back to society in the future. When Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece were released, Chen Hui was no longer at their home. Su Yin held Ruan Cece's hand, her eyes filled with concern, and on the table lay a card. Jiang Yu sensed what was about to unfold. Su Yin gently informed Ruan Cece, "Cece, your aunt has something to tell you." Your father is facing serious charges and will likely be imprisoned for several years. After sharing this, she glanced at Ruan Cici's face, which remained expressionless, and the girl obediently nodded. Su-in sighed, knowing that given Ruan Dayan's character, he would not feel any sense of loss. What Su-in intended to convey was that, ideally, Ruan Cici should live with her mother, but given the circumstances, her mother might not be able to do so. From now on, you will live with Aunt Su, Uncle Jiang, and Brother Xiao Yu, okay? Ruan Cici and Jiang Yu looked at Su-in. Her expression was one of resignation. Chen Hui had just knelt down, declaring that she was getting married and that her partner was unaware of her having a daughter. She insisted that she could no longer manage. Su Yin's face had been cold, but Chen Hui seemed to sense her softening heart and suggested that if Su-in was unwilling, she would seek help from others in the neighborhood. Su-in thought of the obedient Ruan Cici and felt uneasy about leaving her with anyone else. Cici, your mother hasn't abandoned you. She left a card, and money will be sent every month. If you wish to see her, Aunt will help you reach out. Before Su-in could finish her sentence, Ruan Cici softly replied, Aunt, I'm willing to give up that money. I just want to be able to study and have food to eat. I promise to be very well behaved and not trouble you. She gently grasped Su Yin's hand, her little fingers icy. Please don't abandon me. At that moment, Jiang Yu witnessed Su-in shedding tears. Jiang Yu thought to himself, well, now it seems this little oddball has truly become my sister. Yet, he felt a glimmer of happiness, hoping Ruan Dayan would remain in prison for life. This way, Ruan Cici would surely be able to grow up healthily, right? Chapter 11. He felt there was still hope. Ruan Cici settled into Jiang Yu's home. As for how long Ruan Dayan would be sentenced, that remained uncertain. After all, no verdict had been reached yet. Dr. Jiang mentioned they still needed to gather more information, as Chen Hui had not clarified anything upon her arrival. Su-in even suggested that Chen Hui likely did not wish to take responsibility for Ruan Cici, but was afraid of being accused of neglect. She remarked how Ruan Cici's life seemed just as resilient as Ruan Dayan's, surviving against all odds. Jiang Yu stood at the door, feeling anger swell within him. In their former home, no one wanted Ruan Cici to survive, not even her own parents. A sense of rage and helplessness surged within him. In the days that followed, Ruan Cici's cautious demeanor was evident. It was strange that the person who once protected the child left without taking her. Jiang Weiman sighed. Now that the child is with us, let us take good care of her. She seems like a sensible girl. We can consider her a companion for Xiao Yu. After all, Ruan Ma saved me back then. I can't let her granddaughter suffer like this. Jiang Yu turned and returned to his room. Initially, he had risen for a glass of water, intending to ask Su-in for money for the upcoming class fees, but he never anticipated eavesdropping. He entered the room quietly. Their current bed arrangement was bunk beds, with Ruan Cici sleeping on the top and Jiang Yu on the bottom. Upon entering, he noticed a small figure sitting on the floor. His heart raced, and he nearly exclaimed in surprise, but the small figure suddenly turned and softly called out, "Brother." Jiang Yu exhaled, approaching her and lowering his voice to ask, "Aren't you asleep? I had a nightmare and woke up to find you missing." The little girl's voice was small and tinged with tears as she instinctively reached for the hem of his sleepwear. Jiang Yu, in the dim light, could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Had she truly cried herself awake? Reflecting on the words she had just heard, Jiang Yu let out a sigh, reaching out to grasp Ruan Cici's delicate hand. "Why are you sitting on the floor? It's time to get up and go to bed. I just stepped out for a drink." Ruan Cici, responding to his gentle pull, stood up but showed no inclination to move further, remaining rooted in place. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yu inquired, "Are you afraid to sleep alone? I won't be going out for a while. Could I sleep on the floor?" "I simply wish to be closer to you." Ruan Cici's voice trembled softly. "I cannot bear to lie up there alone. It feels too distant. Had the lights been on, Jiang Yu would have seen the excitement in her eyes, which she could hardly disguise. Indeed, she had just dreamt of vanquishing Ruan Dayan. Upon waking, she was so overwhelmed with exhilaration that her entire being trembled, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. It was only after she heard Jiang Yu's footsteps that she dared to descend from the bed, fully aware of his tender nature, particularly after learning how Chen Hui had treated her. Ruan Cici detested being the object of sympathy, Yet if that sympathy came from Jiang Yu, it felt entirely different. In the pitch-black room, Jiang Yu stood silently facing her, both of them enveloped in a blanket of unspoken words, their only company the sound of their breathing. Eventually, he shifted slightly to make room and grumbled, "Just for tonight, come up." Ruan CC's face lit up with a smile as she quickly climbed onto the bed, claiming a small portion of space. "Brother, I promise I won't move around while I sleep." Jiang Yu thought to himself, "I know that, but I can't help but move." He lay beside Ruan CC, wide-eyed, and suddenly proposed, "Shall I tell you a bedtime story?" "Go ahead, brother," she replied. Once upon a time, there was an old man with 12 sons, named Prosperity, Democracy, Civilization, and Harmony, brother, ISNT, that the core socialist values? Ruan CC's hesitant and timid voice interrupted. "Be quiet." Jiang Yu responded with irritation. "How do you know this at 8? Then you recite it once," she challenged. And he resigned himself to the idea of having to repeat it daily. Oh, the core socialist values. Eventually, Jiang Yu succumbed to sleep. Youth is a blessing. He simply fell asleep without a care. Ruan CC slowly turned to gaze at him, seeing only the blurred outline of his profile. A smile crept upon her lips as she inched closer to Jiang Yu, contentedly closing her eyes once he instinctively rolled over to cradle her in his arms. He felt a bit heavy, yet Ruan CC found immense comfort in his embrace, a sense of security she had not experienced since she was 5. Following that day, the relationship between Jiang Yu and Ruan CC unexpectedly flourished. Jiang Yu finally convinced himself to accept Ruan CC and vowed to nurture her well. After all, she hadn't shown any signs of becoming problematic yet. He had no desire to perish, nor did he wish for Ruan CC to share his fate. The verdict for Ruan Daitian was eventually handed down, manslaughter with a sentence of 7 years in prison. This meant that for the next 7 years, Ruan CC would be safe. By the time those years elapsed, she would be 15. They would cross that bridge when they got to it. In the meantime, Jiang Yu was troubled by his roommate's persistent nightmares. 2 or 3 times a week, Ruan CC would pitifully stand by his bed reciting the core socialist values. "No, Ruan CC, if you have another nightmare, I'll call my mom to keep you company." Jiang Yu glared at her, his tone unkind. Ruan CC blinked innocently, her long eyelashes framing her clear eyes, but Jiang Yu had grown immune to her charms. Every night when she climbed into bed, she behaved well, but he always woke up to find himself holding her, as if she were a large doll. Was that truly appropriate? They were no longer toddlers. Ruan CC's hair had grown long and flowed behind her. After 6 months at Jiang Yu's home, it had also turned slightly white, her cheeks fuller, and she had grown taller, taking on the appearance of a young lady. Yet, when she looked at Jiang Yu, she still possessed that softness, and even when scolded, she merely responded with a resigned, "I understand, I'll finish reciting and go back up." With a forlorn expression, she turned to leave. Jiang Yu suddenly called out to her, "Wait." When she turned to look at him with bright eyes, he asked, "If Lu Qi and Qi Han were to fight, what would you do?" Ruan CC replied, "Let them go to hell? It'd be a miracle if I didn't hand them weapons." However, upon meeting Jiang Yu's serious and stern gaze, she replied earnestly, "I would stop them and call for a teacher." Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "All right, go to sleep now." He felt there was still hope for her. After all, from his observations during this period, he believed his educational efforts were yielding significant results. Ruan CC, seeing his pleased expression, wished him good night before climbing back into bed. Later that night, when Jiang Yu awoke with the urge to relieve himself, he opened his eyes to find Ruan CC lying on the carpet, very close to his bed. Jiang Yu was taken aback. The next day, he confided to his parents that he felt it was inappropriate to continue sleeping together with Ruan CC now that he was nearly 9 years old. Ruan CC, her gaze cast down as she sipped her porridge, tightened her grip on her spoon. That was a miscalculation. Chapter 12. Jiang Yu is hers, and no one could take him away. At home, Ruan CC was always well-behaved. At school, she transformed into the aloof little sister, indifferent to everyone except Jiang Yu. However, due to Jiang Yu's insistence on her mingling with her classmates, Ruan CC had managed to make some friends. Even Zhou Xianxian, who had once bullied her, now enjoyed her company. Ruan CC had blossomed into a beautiful girl with excellent grades, and she was quite helpful to others. Perhaps not entirely, but she was more willing to engage with others, readily answering any academic questions posed to her, though she remained cool and distant. She had shed the gloominess of her earlier years. It seemed that children did not hold on to grudges for long. Since fourth grade, Ruan Cece's social standing had gradually improved. Now, in sixth grade, she was admired by many classmates, particularly due to her stable and impressive academic performance. Jiang Yu was quite pleased. As for himself, he had always been well-liked. He got along well with the boys, viewing them as younger brothers. As for girls, he found them rather troublesome at this age. Aside from Ruan Cece, there were no other girls in his circle. At least Ruan Cece was not a hassle. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself troubled by the fact that some fifth-grade girls had already begun to blossom, while he remained a slightly chubby, handsome boy. In his previous life, he had been mocked for being overweight in middle school due to his fondness for sweets. Consequently, he had invested considerable time in losing weight. This time around, he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes, beginning with cutting out sugar. Whenever his parents brought home desserts, he surreptitiously passed them to Ruan Cece, who had previously looked as frail as a malnourished chick. The results were commendable. In this lifetime, he was merely slightly overweight rather than ballooning into a sphere. However, despite Ruan Cece consuming so many of the sweets he offered, she and T gained much weight, but she had certainly grown taller. Thus, Jiang Yu clamored to learn swimming during the holidays. Su-yin rolled her eyes. What is the point of learning to swim in the dead of winter? With your grades, you should be focusing on tutoring. Exams are coming up next semester. In truth, Jiang Yu's grades weren't terrible, but Ruan Cece's performance was so outstanding that it drew unfavorable comparisons. Don't ask a reincarnated individual why they couldn't outperform an 11-year-old after 3 or 4 years at university. Try tackling 5th or 6th grade math problems, and one would find themselves speechless. Studying indeed requires a certain aptitude. Certainly, the exception lies with the normal university students. Yet Jiang Yu was not a normal student in his previous life. He was an art student with academic performance that was rather mediocre, primarily excelling in the arts examination, where he ranked among the top 3. In his past life, he even opened a tattoo parlor. Indeed, he was an art student specializing in fine arts. When he initially ventured into the tattoo business, he nearly faced the wrath of his teacher, Su. Jiang Yu possessed a demeanor that was decidedly refined, resembling a teacher or a doctor, but certainly not a tattoo shop proprietor. Consequently, during his blind dates, many young ladies were reluctant to meet him upon hearing about his profession. Theoretically, Ruan Cece was his first date. Jiang Yu felt an urge to sigh. The blind date scenario was utterly despairing. However, when reflecting on his past life's events, he found himself relatively unfazed. Upon hearing Su-yin suggest tutoring for Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece interjected, "Aunt Su, I can help Jiang Yu with his studies." Jiang Yu cast a glance at her, inwardly amused, thinking, well, she has grown taller and no longer calls me brother. In stark contrast to the icy demeanor he presented to Jiang Yu, Su-yin was genuinely gentle when addressing Ruan Cece, saying, "We cannot affect Cece's studies. Teacher Lei has stated that your grades guarantee your admission to the top high school." In truth, Jiang Yu believed he could also gain admission, though his grades fluctuated significantly. Su-yin understood her son well. It was entirely normal for him to have such variations. If he suddenly stabilized, it would indeed be surprising to her. Ruan Cece earnestly asserted, "Aunt Su, I can do it. I want to attend the same high school as Jiang Yu." She glanced at Jiang Yu as she spoke. Jiang Yu sighed, "I assure you, I can perform well. You need not worry." Su-yin surveyed the 2 children and nodded. "Let us discuss this later. We are moving tomorrow, so rise early." Yes, they were finally moving. The 2 children were now 11 years old, and it was inappropriate for them to continue living together. Furthermore, Su-yin frequently contemplated taking Ruan Cece away from this place, perhaps ensuring that Ruan Daitian would not come looking for her in the future. After all, he had never truly cared for his daughter. However, in Su-yin's heart, Ruan Cece was as dear to her as her biological daughter. Ruan Cece had not seen Chen Hui even once in over 3 years. Chen Hui had never met her, but every year, she would deposit money into the account to support Ruan Cece's daily life and education, which was sufficient, with the remainder designated as compensation for Su-yin's efforts. Yet, Su Yin and the others had left it untouched, preferring to save it for when the child went to college. That evening marked the last time the two would share a room. In their new house, they would have separate rooms. In contrast to Jiang Yu's cheerful demeanor, Ruan Cece appeared somewhat discontent, especially when Jiang Yu retrieved a small pink gift from his backpack. Her expression turned cold. Jiang Yu was equally puzzled, wondering what it was. However, he quickly deduced it was likely a token from a young girl. It seemed that at this age, there were always a few precocious girls in the class. Upon searching further, he discovered a pink sticky note with a QQ number and a message that read, Jiang Yu, can we be online friends? Let us discuss our studies together. Jiang Yu thought, well, he isn't particularly fond of studying. He decided to put the items away, planning to return them to the class monitor's drawer on Monday. Indeed, he recognized the handwriting as belonging to their class monitor, a girl named Oh Man, who was generous and academically proficient. Jiang Yu dismissed it, not being the type to react to the affections of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. In truth, he felt a tad embarrassed. Ruan Cece stared at him with wide eyes, softly inquiring, Brother, what is this? Jiang Yu replied earnestly, It's nothing the young girl needs to know. You just focus on your studies. Ruan Cece remained silent, her little face taut, appearing somewhat displeased. Jiang Yu reached out, turning her head away. Now, let us get back to studying. Ruan Cece pressed her lips together and softly uttered, Oh, knowing she could guess who it was from. Jiang Yu was her brother, and no one could take him away. That night, Jiang Yu watched silently as Ruan Cece stood by his bed, clutching her pillow. Brother, I'm scared. I want to sleep with you, Ruan Cece stated resolutely. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, stood up, and pointed to her bed filled with dolls. Large and small, all gifts from him. What are you afraid of? Are you worried they'll come to life and eat you? Jiang Yu asked, somewhat exasperated. To his surprise, Ruan Cece nodded in earnest. Yes, I dreamt that Spider-Man bit me, and I turned into a spider. Then Captain America and a bunch of superheroes chased me, calling me a monster. Halfway through, I encountered Doraemon, and he didn't save me. Observing her unwavering expression as she recounted this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, What? Is that even possible? Just then, Jiang Weiman passed by. Do you want to get beaten again, Jiang Yu? No, I don't want that. Dad, we're going to sleep. Jiang Yu quickly replied, only to see the one being pursued by Captain America skillfully climb onto his bed. Jiang Yu, Chapter 13, The Move. Although Jiang Yu was quite reluctant, Ruan Cece had climbed up and was unwilling to get down. Over the years, Ruan Cece had become less obedient than she was in her childhood. Jiang Yu could only helplessly pull down her blanket as well, each having their own covers. Otherwise, Ruan Cece would undoubtedly wake up cold from his blanket-stealing antics. She was stubborn. Even if she woke up cold, she wouldn't take back the blanket, simply enduring the chill. There was one occasion when she caught a cold from it. Jiang Yu had been scolded by teacher Sue for that. In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault. Ruan Cece had her own bed, but insisted on squeezing into his. That night, after Ruan Cece dutifully recited the socialist values, Jiang Yu asked his usual questions. If you encounter an opponent far stronger than you in a fight, what will you do? Ruan Cece gazed at Jiang Yu's side profile, his eyes already heavy with sleep. He seemed to be quite tired. Over the years, Ruan Cece had learned what kind of answers Jiang Yu sought. Protect yourself first, and wait for your brother and the adults to rescue you. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Remember that. Don't think about perishing together like you did when you were younger. You must remember your brother and parents are waiting for you. You have friends, many friends, and us. Jiang Yu's voice grew softer until he soon fell asleep. Ruan Cece, who had previously felt an impulse to drive away Oh Man, suddenly found that anger dissipating. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how to scare Oh Man away, but now she had no desire to pursue any course of action. She wanted to be the obedient child in Jiang Yu's eyes, if that pleased him. Ruan Cece whispered, "Good night, brother," and peacefully closed her eyes. In truth, she had long stopped having nightmares, but she still enjoyed being close to Jiang Yu. He brought her an overwhelming sense of security. The next morning, the moving company arrived to facilitate their relocation. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece had actually packed most of their belongings, as the house had been purchased and left vacant for half a year after renovations. Jiang Yu understood that buying this house had essentially drained their family savings. His parents, one a teacher and the other a doctor, did not earn a substantial amount. This was all hard-earned money. After saving for most of their lives, they had directly purchased a 4-bedroom house. The location is quite desirable, situated conveniently near the first high school, which is advantageous for the future commutes of both children. Teacher Su has also remarked that should Jiang Yu fail to gain admission to the first high school, he would face dire consequences. Furthermore, regarding the renovations, it seems that the couple has indeed exhausted their financial resources. Therefore, in this move, they intend to take everything they can, leaving no waste behind. As Jiang Yu emerged from his room, he encountered several ladies, led by Aunt Wang from upstairs, engaging in conversation in their living room. Ah, Xiao Su, you must have profited quite a bit from raising Shishi over the years, considering you've now purchased a new house, she remarked with a hint of envy. Jiang Yu had often heard her sarcastic comments. Initially, before Chen Hui arrived, she had gloatingly mentioned in the community garden that their family had picked up significant trouble. After Chen Hui came into the picture, rumors circulated that she was now affluent and was generously providing financial support to Jiang Yu's family for Shishi's upbringing. During that time, upon returning home from school, they frequently encountered Aunt Wang at the staircase or in the community garden, insisting on taking Shishi to her home for dinner, subtly vying for custody of Shishi. In a moment of distress, Shishi had once protested in the garden. But Aunt Wang, the food you give me has a taste. Even the stray dog downstairs refuses to eat it. I don't like your food. The stray dog, Little Black, was a well-known presence in their neighborhood. This revelation pierced through Aunt Wang's facade of benevolence. She then began to spread whispers about Shishi being an ungrateful child and accused Su Yin of having a kind face, but a malicious heart, speculating on how she might mistreat Shishi. Of course, these slanders were uttered behind their backs. Now, upon hearing they were moving, Aunt Wang approached them again, attempting to see if she could gain some advantage. With an insincere smile, she proposed, "Ah, Xiao Su, since you've purchased a new home, why not sell this one to me at a discounted price?" Su Yin, known for her gentle demeanor, at least when not in the presence of Jiang Yu, maintained a polite facade. Yet, Jiang Yu was well aware of his mother's explosive temper, which she usually chose to ignore. Upon hearing Aunt Wang's offer, she revealed a subtle, sarcastic smile. "Sure, Wang Jia, our current property price is approximately 6,500 per square meter. Since we are old neighbors, let us settle at 6,000. But it must be a cash transaction." Initially, Aunt Wang's smile widened in agreement, but upon hearing the terms, her expression faltered. "But Xiao Su, I recall that when you purchased this property, it was priced similarly to ours, only about 3,500 per square meter. Isn't that quite unreasonable?" Her tone was tinged with indignation. Jiang Yu, unable to contain his frustration, burst out, "Mom, is there a dead rat in here? Why does it smell so awful?" Aunt Wang, oblivious to the insult, perked up. "Oh, you have rats here? How about I offer you 4,000 per square meter instead?" This provoked curious glances from the other ladies present. Aunt Wang lowered her voice. "Look, Xiao Su, you've bought a new house. You can't expect to reap all the benefits alone. I've also given Shishi plenty of food and never asked for money in return. Even a dog would guard me." Jiang Yu's expression darkened further at the comparison of Shishi to a dog. "Your mouth is truly foul. Perhaps it would be best to keep it shut." Su Yin's face also soured. "Those things you give are not even fit for dogs. And you dare ask for money? You should seek it from the infamous Mr. Wan or from Chen Hui." This was the first time she had turned coldly towards Aunt Wang. "Please step aside. The movers need to get through." The other curious ladies, who had come merely to observe and perhaps seize an opportunity, noticed the rising tension. One of them chuckled awkwardly. "Xiao Su, we're here to congratulate you on your move. We won't intrude any longer." They began to usher Aunt Wang away. Finally regaining her composure, Aunt Wang, her face flushed, spat disdainfully at the entrance of Jiang Yu's home. What show of pride. "Shishi, you think they genuinely want to help you? They've taken quite a bit of money from your mother. Be careful, lest you become a child bride for their son. Mind your words. That is not how you speak," Jiang Yu exclaimed, grabbing a broom as if to confront her. The group of ladies and Aunt Wang fled hastily. Su Yin pulled Jiang Yu by the hood of his sweatshirt. "Enough, let us ignore them. These people are inherently like this, which is precisely why your father and I wish to move away." She turned to Shishi, who stood at the doorway, seemingly having overheard everything. Shishi, come here. Shishi approached her. Chapter 14. Fearful that Jiang Yu would abandon her. Su-yin gazed upon the girl before her. Noting how well she had been cared for over the years, she was no longer the frail, injured child who had first entered their home. This sight brought her joy, and she reached out to tuck away strands of hair that obscured Shishi's beautiful eyes. Shishi, don't take Aunt Wang's words to heart. You are wonderful and deserving of love from many. Genuine affection is uncomplicated, devoid of ulterior motives. She merely overthinks. Jiang Yu interjected, and besides, in today's society, there are no child brides. Su-yin rolled her eyes at him, playfully threatening to swat him. Is that truly the main point? She then took Shishi's hand. We keep records of your annual expenses, and if you wish, your uncle and I can show them to you. As for Aunt Wang, I understand her intentions, and I want to heed her words. Shishi interrupted. Annie, I'm not a child anymore. I can distinguish right from wrong. With that, she flashed a sweet smile at Su-yin. Relieved, Su-yin, who was also a teacher, understood the sensitivity of children like Shishi. Hearing her words brought her comfort. She affectionately ruffled Shishi's hair, speaking in a tender tone. Where are you not a child? You clearly are. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu observed as Shishi, with a radiant smile, discreetly glanced towards the door. Her long eyelashes obscured the emotions swirling in her eyes. Yet, Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss. His instincts as a man were tingling. Sure enough, as Su-yin and Jiang Weimin made several trips to carry their belongings downstairs, Jiang Yu, after 2 trips, noticed Shishi was nowhere to be found. He first checked their home, but she was absent. The chaos of moving had created a disarray, and with no sign of Shishi, he suddenly recalled something and glanced across the hall. Since moving in, Shishi had rarely returned to her old home, hardly ever visiting. Jiang Yu approached the door across the hall and noticed the dust on it bore fingerprints. He looked upstairs. For years, Shishi had been exceedingly well-behaved. Yet the moment he had seen her eyes clouded with emotion, he recalled the gloomy expression she had worn when he first returned from his rebirth. Ascending the stairs, he approached Aunt Wang's apartment. Their building, being older, featured a staircase with 2 units per floor. The apartment opposite Aunt Wang had been occupied by an elderly couple who had recently moved abroad with their son. Now vacant, Jiang Yu turned at the corner of the stairs and spotted Shishi. Surprised to see him, she instinctively concealed the items in her hands. What brings you here? Jiang Yu inquired, scrutinizing what she held. Shishi pressed her lips together, remaining silent, but her grip tightened involuntarily, the sharp pin pricking her palm, eliciting only a faint sting. Her face remained devoid of expression, and she could even manage a smile as she said, It's nothing. Let's head down. As she spoke, she attempted to step past Jiang Yu, but he seized her wrist, insisting, Show me. Wan Cici's hand trembled uncontrollably for a moment, yet she did not release her grip. Instead, she apologized to Jiang Yu. Will you be angry if I did something wrong? After a moment's contemplation, she added, I haven't had the chance to do it yet, so it doesn't really count as a mistake. Upon finishing her words, she cast a cautious glance at Jiang Yu. However, he merely regarded her with a cold, expressionless stare before commanding, Open your hand. It was peculiar, for Wan Cici was currently taller than Jiang Yu, and she stood on a step above him. Yet despite this, she felt a twinge of fear towards him, apprehensive of his potential anger. Her scarred hand quivered slightly as it opened, revealing a palm already marred and bloodied. She whispered, I didn't do anything bad. Please don't be angry. Jiang Yu had always possessed a gentle temperament, only feeling wary of Wan Cici during the early days of his rebirth when he deliberately kept his distance. At other times, he treated her as an older brother would a child, accommodating her as long as it did not breach any fundamental principles. Even Su-yin found it curious how harmoniously the two seemed to coexist. It appeared their son had grown quite sensible. Over the years, Wan Cici had indeed been very clever and obedient, never provoking Jiang Yu's ire. Thus, this was the first time she witnessed him so visibly enraged. Jiang Yu possessed a likable appearance, one that endeared him to the aunties in the neighborhood, although his youthful visage still bore traces of baby fat. The usual smile that adorned his face had vanished entirely. His expression was taut, and the gaze he directed at Ruan Cece was imbued with the sternest reminiscent of an adult reprimanding a child for their ignorance, a sentiment entirely foreign to her. Jiang Yu's hand trembled slightly as he observed Ruan Cece's palm, which bore several thumbtacks that had punctured her skin. Strangely, she appeared oblivious to the pain, her grip remaining firm, and not once did she utter a cry of distress. "Are you planning to take revenge on Wang Feng by leaving thumbtacks on the stairs?" His voice was icy as he glanced toward the corner where the oil bottle lay. He had noticed it earlier. It was not from their household, but likely taken from Ruan Datyin's home. "You do realize that if you misuse those thumbtacks, someone could be seriously harmed, perhaps even killed?" The echo of his words reverberated in the stairwell. From below, Su Yin's voice called out, "Xiao Yu Cece, have you finished?" Suddenly, Ruan Cece seemed to snap back to reality, her hand reaching out to grasp Jiang Yu's shirt hem as she had done in her childhood. However, her movement hesitated. Her hands were dirty, and Jiang Yu was wearing a white shirt today. Moreover, he had instinctively recoiled. He was genuinely angry. For all this time, Ruan Cece had demonstrated exemplary behavior, leading him to believe he had some influence over her. Yet, upon seeing the thumbtacks and the oil, he realized he had been overconfident and presumptuous. Ruan Cece was no ordinary child. "I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong. I won't do it again. I didn't intend to do anything," she pleaded, her voice rising in panic. "I just wanted to punish her a little for insulting auntie and uncle and for scolding you." The sound of Su Yin's footsteps began to ascend the stairs, heightening Ruan Cece's urgency. "Brother, please don't abandon me. If auntie and the others find out, they'll be so disappointed. They'll think I'm a bad child." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. She mentioned Su Yin, Jiang Weimin, and Jiang Yu, but omitted any reference to herself. Even her desire for revenge was ultimately for their sake, not her own. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, turning away from her, and said, "If it doesn't hurt, then keep it hidden and don't let anyone discover it." He then strode down the stairs, calling out, "Mom, please help me carry some things. I haven't finished moving yet." "Hey, how did you come down from there? Where's Cece? Can you help me out a bit?" Ruan Cece must be slacking off again. "Do you think Cece is like you, always looking for a lazy way out?" Although winter was fast approaching, Ruan Cece felt her back drenched with sweat, unsure whether it was from pain or fear. Fear that Jiang Yu might decide he no longer wanted her. Chapter 15. Not a fragile little flower, but a carnivorous plant. Ruan Cece watched as Su Yin and Jiang Yu descended the stairs, carrying boxes in tandem. Before heading down, Jiang Yu cast a glance in her direction, which only made Ruan Cece feel more vulnerable. She took a couple of steps down, needing to tend to her wounds. Otherwise, Jiang Yu might become even angrier, and she couldn't let Annie and the others find out. After descending a few steps, she glanced at the oil bottle in the corner and walked over to pour the oil onto the last 3 stairs before returning with the bottle. Ruan Cece's nature was such that she sought retribution for even the slightest offense. The thumbtacks were something Jiang Yu had seen her with, and she dared not leave them behind. However, the oil bottle could easily have been knocked over by someone else. It had nothing to do with her. It would only serve to benefit the gossiping crowd. In truth, Su Yin's family felt somewhat out of place in this neighborhood. Most residents were from the lower echelons of society, working-class individuals. Initially, the affordable prices of the units here led to swift sales. And while the cultural standards of the residents might not be particularly high, there remained a few rational individuals who weren't completely deluded. Nevertheless, it was fair to say that many in the building had lived there for decades, developing a certain apathy towards outsiders. Su Yin was a teacher, and Jiang Weimin was a doctor. Both of them exemplified a higher caliber of education. When they moved in during Su Yin's pregnancy, they had little money but sought a place to call home. At that time, the housing prices were comparatively low, and as a young couple without other family support, they settled in. Their arrival sparked quite a bit of gossip, primarily due to their demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the local mentality. Despite their amiable nature, they quickly developed relationships with their neighbors. However, Su Yin had little time or interest in engaging in the local gossip, opting instead to keep her distance. Thus, when Ruan Cece's situation arose, many spoke ill of Jiang Yu's family behind their backs. Initially, they considered them foolish for being soft-hearted. After all, they reasoned, no one was going to starve Ruan Cece. Good-hearted individuals often face dire consequences. Later, jealousy set in as they perceived Su Yin and her family as having struck it rich, perhaps raking in hundreds of thousands annually. People are complex beings. While they may genuinely feel sympathy for your struggles, they can also harbor jealousy when they see you thriving. Ruan Cece was aware that each year, Chun Hui only provided a few tens of thousands, enough for tuition and basic needs, leaving little else. Furthermore, Su Yin and Jiang Weiman never touched that money. Ruan Cece loathed this place, though she shared some of the selfish, despicable traits of those around her. She fervently wished to integrate into Jiang Yu's family and escape this environment. After tending to her wounds, she was led downstairs by Jiang Weiman. The family set off together in a moving truck towards their new home. Su Yin remained in good spirits, although she noticed that the two children seemed to be at odds with each other. Ruan Cece cast furtive glances at Jiang Yu, her expression tinged with a palpable sense of pity. Yet, Jiang Yu did not spare her a single glance. He was genuinely infuriated, a level of anger he had never experienced before. In his ire, he was indifferent to whether she had tended to her wounds. He had long recognized Ruan Cece's penchant for self-destructive methods of revenge, reminiscent of a past life where she had ensnared him with poison. Despite knowing the dangers, she had stripped herself bare and climbed into his embrace, initially intending only to administer a sleeping draught to herself, ultimately suffering the consequences. For instance, when he inadvertently hurt himself, she maintained her composure, only to accompany him in his folly. What a peculiar situation this was. Under the direction of his wife, Jiang Weiman addressed the matter. Little fish, next week is exam week. I assent it. Once the exams are over, the new year will follow. If you perform well, your father will reward you. Ruan Cece cautiously interjected, Jiang Yu will surely do well. Uncle, he wants that basketball. I don't want it, Jiang Yu coldly retorted. Oh dear, Jiang Weiman exchanged glances with his wife, then observed Ruan Cece, who remained silent with her eyes downcast. Finally, he turned to his visibly irked son, noting how his scowling face was rather intimidating. Then what gift do you desire? Jiang Weiman asked amiably. Your mother mentioned last night that you wish to learn swimming? I can take you. Jiang Yu was already proficient in swimming from his previous life, yet he hadn't learned it in this one. It would be rather odd to possess such knowledge without having practiced it here. Hence, he mentioned his desire to learn instead. After all, he indeed preferred swimming over basketball. At that moment, he finally glanced at his father. Really? Su Yin, relieved that her son had finally engaged, seized the opportunity to suggest, take Cece along. Jiang Yu scoffed softly. Does she need it? What does she not already know? She is scheming enough to use thumbtacks for revenge. Ruan Cece rolled her large eyes and, in an irritated whisper, replied, I don't know how. Jiang Yu's annoyance grew as he observed her pitiful demeanor. Su Yin wrapped her arms around Ruan Cece, reassuring her, Cece, it's all right. What are you two arguing about? Ruan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu, hesitated for a moment, then revealed her palm, now adorned with a bandage. Perhaps it's because I'm injured. You're aware, huh? Jiang Yu glanced at her palm, which she had managed to tend to. At least she was somewhat sensible, knowing to take care of herself, had it remained a gruesome sight. He would have genuinely doubted his ability to restrain himself from reprimanding her. How did this happen? Su Yin and Jiang Weiman both gazed at her palm. Ruan Cece remained silent, merely looking at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, still brooding, said she did it herself with the thumbtacks, accidentally. What other explanation could he offer? How could he tell his mother that the seemingly fragile girl she held was, in fact, a carnivorous flower? Jiang Yu was deeply troubled. He could discern that Ruan Cece had deliberately spoken in half-truths, leaving the rest for him to fill in. It was a test, a subtle tactic. Yet, he admitted to himself that he was softening. Although he recognized that her ability to resort to thumbtacks for retribution was no innocent act, she was already 11, no longer a child, and surely understood that thumbtacks could cause real harm, not mere mischief. Yet, she still chose to act this way. He recalled her words, where she mentioned everyone except for him. He also thought back to when she first came to his home, and how Chi Han had pushed him down, Ruan Cece wielding a brick with fierce determination. Jiang Yu felt increasingly vexed. After all these years of raising her, how could he not feel a twinge of compassion? Meanwhile, Su Yin and Jiang Weimin continued to express concern for Ruan Cc's hand. Ruan Cc had already apologized and vowed she would not dare again. They had visited their new home long ago, and it held no novelty for them. Jiang Yu, wishing to assist in tidying up, was shooed away by his parents to complete his homework. It was then he noticed Ruan Cc dutifully holding her bag, gazing at him with innocence. "Brother, may I do my homework with you?" Jiang Yu remained silent, withdrawing his gaze. Ruan Cc hesitated at the door, but ultimately, cautiously ventured into his room. Noticing that Jiang Yu still ignored her, but did not ask her to leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, she had come to understand his temperament and boundaries well. She also recognized that her words on the staircase had sufficiently softened his heart. Jiang Yu was the most innocent and easily deceived person she had ever encountered. Thanks to Aunt Sue and Uncle Zhang's overprotectiveness, he was surrounded by kindness. This version of Jiang Yu evoked jealousy in the younger Ruan Cc, as it was something she could not possess. Yet, the present Ruan Cc felt compelled to protect him, for only when she was with him did she feel she could pretend to be someone like him. Thus, she wished to safeguard Jiang Yu and avoid provoking his ire. Ruan Cc pulled out a chair and sat beside Jiang Yu. To facilitate their studies, both of their rooms were equipped with long desks and 2 chairs. The layout of their rooms mirrored each other, and Ruan Cc understood that Jiang Weimin and Su Yin genuinely wanted her to feel as though she and Jiang Yu were equals. "Brother, I promise I won't be so impulsive in the future, but I cannot endure when they speak ill of you behind your back." Ruan Cc rested her face on her hands, leaning over the desk, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu discerned her underlying tone, although she was apologizing. There was little sincerity in her contrition. "I ask you, Ruan Cc," Jiang Yu's face remained stern, "if you encounter someone like Wang Feng again, will you retaliate every time, or act recklessly?" Ruan Cc fell silent for a moment. "If she speaks ill of you as they do, I would still act the same way." Her voice was soft, tinged with stubbornness. "Harming you is unacceptable." Jiang Yu, observing her averted gaze, felt an inexplicable fatigue. "Ruan Xiaoxi." He reached out to lift her chin, meeting her gaze earnestly. "It is right to resist in order to protect yourself. However, your first mistake today was knowing you had thumbtacks in your hand and still allowing yourself to be harmed." Ruan Cc was taken aback. Wasn't her first mistake harboring vengeful thoughts? The second was that while retaliation is permissible, it should not be reckless. Wang Feng, while infuriating, was not a heinous villain. What if the thumbtack caused a grave injury, even to the point of threatening her life? Was it worth it? Ruan Cc thought it was. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, recognizing that her moral compass diverged from that of the average person. Hence, she remained silent. Thirdly, Ruan Xiaoxi, you mentioned us as a family, but neglected yourself. Remember, no matter the circumstance, prioritize your own well-being, especially when it comes to self-preservation. Do you understand? Ruan Cc gazed at Jiang Yu, whose expression had softened and touched her heart. "Of course, and I will also protect myself. Do not let anyone harm me." Jiang Yu added dryly, for in his past life, he was indeed quite innocent. "Is it too much to emphasize that?" Ruan Cc suddenly smiled and nodded. "I understand. I will protect you and never harm you." As a condition of their exchange, "Jiang Yu, you must forever belong to me." Jiang Yu gazed at her, troubled. He had no siblings in his past life, and he did not particularly like children, so he truly did not know how to raise one. Previously, she had felt a modicum of confidence. After all, she had indeed been well-behaved over the years. However, today's events utterly shattered that confidence. "What were your intentions for today?" Jiang Yu found himself still curious about the things he had witnessed earlier. Ruan Cc hesitated, casting a glance at him, uncertain whether to speak. "If you don't say anything, you can leave," Jiang Yu glared at her. Ruan Cc, intimidated by his fierce gaze, timidly responded, "I was going to put oil on the last 2 steps of the staircase and place 50 yuan in front. She loves to take advantage. So she probably wouldn't notice the stairs if she saw the money." "Wait, what about the thumbtacks?" Jiang Yu interrupted. "You wouldn't have left those behind, would you?" Ruan Cc replied ambiguously, "The oil will make her slip, and the thumbtacks should be placed at the bottom of the stairs. Her butt or hands will." Jiang Yu understood. He observed Ruan Cece, who was now avoiding his gaze, and affectionately ruffled her hair, resembling an older brother. His voice, however, bore a hint of irritation. Ruan Cece, if they're essay next time, I'll give you a beating. If Mom finds out, she'll hang you up and punish you. Ruan Cece was aware that wouldn't happen. Aunt Sue would discipline Jiang Yu instead, but she felt content, as Jiang Yu was the only one who wholeheartedly believed they were equal in this household. Jiang Yu, call me brother. Will you ever stop addressing me as Jiang Yu when their essay matter at hand and call me brother instead? Brother, will you take care of me for a lifetime? Who will want to take care of you? The boy's tone was exasperated. Yet upon seeing the smile on the girl's face, his expression softened. The winter sunlight was warm, streaming through the transparent glass and illuminating their desk. The papers on the table bore bright red scores. Mathematics 89, Language Arts 98. Ruan Cece cheerfully remarked, Aunt Sue said she'd hit you if you didn't get into the first high school. Shall I help you with the problems? Jiang Yu thought to himself. How humiliating it was for a graduate of a 211 university to seek help from a primary school student in math. But being spanked would be even more humiliating. Then tell me about the last two difficult questions. I'm listening. As Sue-in approached the door with strawberries in hand, she spotted the two huddled together over the exam papers. She sighed with relief, feeling they had reconciled. Her worries and those of old Jiang were unfounded. Children rarely held true grudges. She took one last glance at the strawberries, quietly turned, and left, thinking the strawberries could wait. Opportunities for the mischievous boy to learn were scarce. During dinner, Jiang Yu heard that Wang Feng had seemingly fallen down the stairs. The report claimed there was oil on the stairs, allegedly the work of Sue-in and her family after their recent move, leading to a phone call filled with curses. Good-natured Sue-in merely retorted, Do you have evidence? Why would we do something like that? Are we simply bored? Or did you do something behind our backs that warranted such treatment? The call ended with the other party hanging up in a huff. Sue-in rolled her eyes at the absurdity of it all. How could there possibly be oil on the stairs? Jiang Yu cast a furtive glare at Ruan Cece, who looked back at him innocently, yet neither spoke. Later that night, as they prepared to rest, Jiang Yu tapped Ruan Cece's head with a bit of force. If they're essay next time, I'll really beat you. Ruan Cece obediently responded, Next time, I'll make sure you don't catch me. Just before entering her room, she heard Jiang Yu say, Don't always live in fear. I won't abandon you. From the moment I accepted you into my home and decided to look after you, I would never truly abandon you, nor would I be angry. Chapter 17. You must also learn to protect me well. Didn't you say you would protect me? With Jiang Yu's words, Ruan Cece felt like a cat comforted by its owner, utterly satisfied. There were no further disturbances. As for Wang Feng, she didn't dare to call and create a fuss again. The old neighborhood had no surveillance cameras in the stairwells. Previously, Sue-in and the others had considered installing cameras for safety, given the presence of both elderly and children. However, Wang Feng and her group of women insisted it was unnecessary and too costly. In truth, the cost would be minimal when shared among households. Ultimately, the cameras were never installed, and now Wang Feng had to accept her misfortune after her fall. It was said she lay in bed for over a month, only getting up shortly before the new year. This winter vacation, Jiang Yu, having performed well in his final exams, earned the opportunity to learn swimming. To be fair, he had indeed known how to swim in his past life, but he had to relearn with his new physique. Initially, Ruan Cece was supposed to join as well, only to be redirected by Jiang Yu towards learning Sanda instead. Jiang Yu was quite distressed by Ruan Cece's reckless form of revenge. Moreover, she was beautiful. As she matured, her allure would only grow. Jiang Yu felt as though he were raising a daughter, endlessly concerned. Sue-in initially thought they should learn swimming together, as they were in different locations. Jiang Yu indicated Ruan Cece's lovely face, insisting she needed to learn self-defense. Sue-in paused, replying, Then you should protect your sister. I will, but what if I'm not around? She needs to have the ability to defend herself, Jiang Yu countered. Ruan Cece had nearly been harmed by Ruan Datian in the 6th grade. Jiang Yu had once perceived it merely as a tale, something to forget. But now, it was different. This was Ruan Cece. Even though Ruan Datian was imprisoned in this life, Jiang Yu wanted Ruan Cece to learn self-preservation. At the very least, She needed the capability to fend for herself and escape when bullied. You can't be by her side forever. She must learn to save herself. This was what Jiang Yu conveyed to Ruan Cece. Otherwise, she would only wish to follow him indefinitely. Eventually, Jiang Yu added, "You must also learn to protect me well. Didn't you say you would protect me?" Reluctantly, Ruan Cece finally agreed. They each pursued their respective lessons, one in swimming, the other in sanda, though their training locations differed. Yet, after each session, Ruan Cece would find Jiang Yu, and they would return home together. During the new year, apart from visiting friends, their family typically stayed home together. The crucial factor was that Dr. Jiang sometimes had to be on duty, leaving Su Yin to look after the two children. Jiang Yu had known since childhood that his father was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, hence he had no relatives to visit. Regarding his mother, Su Yin seemed to be from out of town, but when Jiang Yu inquired as a child, Su Yin merely fell silent for a moment, stating she had no family. Jiang Yu suspected that his mother was concealing something from him, but it didn't matter. Their family was thriving, so if his mother said there was nothing, then so be it. This family environment had its advantages, such as not having to explain Ruan Cece's situation to too many people. It was only in this life that Jiang Yu truly understood why his parents had wanted to help Ruan Cece since their previous life, daring to bring her home even when they knew Ruan Datian was insane. When they had first moved to this area, Ruan Cece's grandmother was still alive. One day, when Jiang Weiman returned home from his shift, he encountered a group of robbers. The neighborhood had been quite unsafe at that time. Jiang Weiman simply handed over the money, yet the other party, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, stabbed Jiang Weiman with a knife and fled only after realizing he had drawn blood. It was Grandma Ruan, who was out shopping, who called the police and summoned an ambulance to rescue Jiang Weiman. Grandma Ruan was a genuinely kind old lady, of course. Jiang Yu had heard about her from his parents, who said she knew her son was no good. While she was still alive, she could manage him to some extent. But after her passing, she hoped that Teacher Su and Dr. Jiang could look after her daughter-in-law and little granddaughter if they found time. Unfortunately, this kind elderly woman passed away when Jiang Yu and the others were just over a year old. Subsequently, Jiang Weiman had intervened numerous times to stop Ruan Datian from being violent. During that period, Chun Hui often sought refuge at Jiang Yu's home, allowing the two children to play together. However, this was ultimately a family matter for Chun Hui, and she could not continuously keep her daughter from returning home. Su Yin and the others also had jobs and responsibilities. How could they intervene in domestic violence matters? Su Yin sighed at that moment, gently stroking Ruan Cece's head, saying, "Your mother is frightened by the abuse. She has been hospitalized multiple times. Please don't hold it against her too much. She was also deceived by your father." Ruan Cece merely smiled and remained silent, but Jiang Yu muttered quietly, if she escaped, why couldn't she take Ruan Cece with her? She was just a few years old. A single meal could have filled her. Yet, Chun Hui never looked back, and even when her circumstances improved later on, she didn't wish to return to see Ruan Cece. Su Yin couldn't find a way to respond to this. Ultimately, it was Ruan Cece who changed the subject. After the new year, they turned 12 and were set to enter middle school. Jiang Yu took the entrance exam seriously, especially since his mother had bought a house next to the first high school. If he failed, he would surely face consequences. Fortunately, his grades were decent. He couldn't possibly do poorly on the entrance exam. Both successfully enrolled in the first high school. Then, Chun Hui visited once, revealing that she was pregnant. She brought gifts for both of them. Each received a mobile phone and a tablet, presented as a congratulatory gift for their academic advancement. This was indeed a significant present. Any ordinary child would have been overjoyed, but both Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece reacted rather nonchalantly, which left Chun Hui feeling somewhat awkward. Su Yin seemed to notice this and suggested they return to their studies, refraining from encouraging them to accept the gifts. Even if she had pushed Jiang Yu to accept his, Ruan Cece would surely have refused. Yet, in Su Yin's view, it was only right for Chun Hui, who hadn't visited Ruan Cece in over 3 years, to bring gifts. Now, Jiang Yu, through diligent study and swimming practice, had begun playing basketball, finally matching Ruan Cece in height. Moreover, he seemed to be growing taller, as the baby fat on his face gradually diminished. As for Ruan Cece, she too had begun to sprout, and given the current trend, Jiang Yu felt he might not surpass her height in middle school. This thought weighed heavily on him. However, in his past life, he had reached 181 centimeters. When he first met Ruan Cece, although she had long legs, she was likely around 165 centimeters. Yet, glancing at the girl beside him, he noted that this time, with better nutrition, she had already reached 163 centimeters. Would she truly be taller than him in the future? Brother? What are you looking at? Suddenly, the girl who had been working on her assignment spoke, her voice soft yet gentle, her beautiful doe-like eyes turning towards him. Jiang Yu, caught staring, felt a rush of shyness as he met her gaze and asked, "Aren't you curious about what your mother said?" Chapter 18, she is merely a wounded little girl. Is it not reasonable for her to sleep alongside her brother? Ruan Cece felt no curiosity. What else could she say? It was merely a matter of not disturbing her, wasn't it? With that belly clearly showing, if she guessed correctly, this time her mother might leave behind a sum of money sufficient for her college education, after which she would likely sever all ties, entirely cutting off contact with her. Her voice was faint, as if discussing trivial matters, akin to how she spoke to Jiang Yu while explaining problems. No, when explaining problems to Jiang Yu, her tone was always soft, yet when mentioning Chen Hui, her demeanor turned icy. Jiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he awkwardly replied, "You seem to understand quite well." Jiang Yu struggled to find any comforting words, as he too believed that Chen Hui was capable of such an act. After all, she had not visited Ruan Cece even once in the past 3 years. Seeing her large belly earlier had sent a jolt through Jiang Yu's heart. What situation this was? Neither of them mentioned it again, instead quietly beginning their review. After all, they would soon be entering the first year of middle school, and the textbooks and exercises were provided by Suyin, who was a teacher in the middle school department of the first high school. She hoped their grades would not slip. With her oversight, Jiang Yu felt he could not afford to slack off. What could be more terrifying than the prospect of his mother potentially becoming his homeroom teacher? He could only pray that his mother would not be so unhinged. In his previous life, Suyin had not managed to become Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher because he had missed the first high school by just 3 points. Ultimately, leveraging some privileges reserved for children of faculty members, he had managed to enroll, albeit at a significant cost. However, during class placements, students were assigned based on their grades, and Jiang Yu's scores had placed him quite low. As for Suyin, she only taught the top classes. In this life, Jiang Yu's academic performance was commendable, largely due to Ruan Cece's presence. He felt that he could not afford to embarrass himself by doing poorly. Additionally, having been given a second chance at life, he had no intention of slacking off. Thus, he believed his ranking and scores should place him in the top class, which meant there was a high likelihood that his homeroom teacher would be his mother. Terrifying indeed. Jiang Yu casually sketched a cartoonish child being beaten on his notebook when he heard the sounds of a door opening and closing outside. It seemed Chen Hui had left. Jiang Yu immediately stood up, adopting a serious expression as he said to Ruan Cece, "I'll go wash some fruit for you." Ruan Cece watched him turn to leave, wanting to sigh. That excuse was not very convincing. After all, Jiang Yu usually directed Ruan Cece to wash the fruit. Jiang Yu had merely spoken casually and did not genuinely intend to wash. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a familiar sight. A card lay on the table. The items Chen Hui had brought were still scattered across the surface. Upon hearing the noise, Suyin looked up sharply, her expression sour. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she sighed in relief and beckoned him over. "Come here, little fish." Jiang Yu approached, glancing at the card and the items on the table, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. Was she leaving the card behind to signify she would no longer be in contact? Suyin looked at him with surprise. Well, it's about the same, isn't it? Saying there's nothing to discuss and to sever ties. This money is for CC, enough for her middle school. High school and college, 300,000. It's certainly not an insignificant amount, and under normal circumstances, it should suffice. This normal was contingent upon the absence of unforeseen events. Yet, Suyin was furious, upset with Chen Hui for being so eager to cut off relations with Ruan Cece. She felt a deep sympathy for Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu felt the same. Ruan Cece was clearly well-behaved, intelligent, and beautiful, yet they would not see any of these qualities. Earlier, Chun Hui hadn't even bothered to glance at Ruan Cece. The mother and son fell into a moment of silence. Suyin reached out to gently pat Jiang Yu's head. "Little fish, she, from now on, it will only be us. Over the years, I realize I've been a bit strict with you, but it was only because I want you both to be well, to grow up healthy, and to become even more exceptional." Jiang Yu smiled faintly. "Mom, I understand. It's fine. Let us not mention this to Ruan Xiaoxi." His voice was barely above a whisper. After all, Chen Hui hadn't come around for years, and it wouldn't matter if she never returned. He just didn't want Ruan Xiaoxi to know. Her mother might truly intend to sever ties with her forever. Although she was clever and might have already guessed, as long as there was no acknowledgement, it remained mere speculation. Su Yin sighed, all right. They remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yu's door was not fully closed. Ruan Cece gently shut the door behind her, feeling no difficulty in accepting the situation. However, she wondered if she could persuade her brother to let her sleep with him tonight. Would he relent? She glanced at Jiang Yu's bed, her eyes filled with longing. Well, she was simply a wounded little girl. Surely it was reasonable to want to sleep beside her brother, right? But then again, it was not. Jiang Yu pushed her away, reminding her that they were both about to enter middle school. There were distinctions between boys and girls. It was not even worth considering, even if Ruan Cece pitifully claimed to feel a bit lonely. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, pulling her back to her room and opening the door. Her room was adorned in a very girlish style, although the dolls on her bed seemed somewhat out of place. They were adorned with superheroes, mythological figures, Doraemon, and Sakura. Jiang Yu pointed to the 7 Calabash brothers. "I just bought this for you." He stole a glance at Ruan Cece. "Are you still afraid?" "I call Mom." Ruan Cece silently gazed at the dolls on her bed. To be a good and friendly child, she had indeed played at her friend Lu Chi's house. They had all kinds of Barbie dolls and lovely plush toys. But it was all right. Her own collection was charming too, all gift from Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece realized that her chances were slim for tonight, letting out a soft sigh. "All right, I understand. Good night, brother." She flashed Jiang Yu a sweet smile. It was fine. She would sneak over once he was asleep, returning before he woke up in the morning. After all, Jiang Yu was the kind of deep sleeper who wouldn't stir even if there was an earthquake. It was akin to being in a state of coma. That night, before falling asleep, Jiang Yu felt something was amiss. Primarily, Ruan Cece had given up too quickly today. He was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Previously, she would always resort to pouting and acting cute. Today had gone too smoothly, leaving him feeling slightly disoriented. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's sleep quality was indeed exceptional. After a brief moment of contemplation, he succumbed to slumber. Before long, he was fast asleep. No one in the house was aware that shortly after 1 in the morning, the door beside Jiang Yu's bed quietly swung open. Ruan Cece entered, standing by the bed for a moment before stealthily climbing in. As she lay down close to Jiang Yu, the boy instinctively wrapped his arms around her frail frame. Ruan Cece smiled silently, her eyes softening. In her heart, she whispered, "Good night, brother." Chapter 19. The sibling complex. Jiang Yu remained blissfully unaware of all this. He only knew that his body seemed to have a peculiar tendency to sleep deeply. When he was 10, during an earthquake in the middle of the night, while the whole family was jolted awake, he continued to sleep soundly. His father, Dr. Jiang, even took him to the hospital for a checkup, concerned that something might be wrong. The result was that there was nothing amiss. It was simply a child without worries sleeping soundly. Ruan Cece would sneak over every morning after finishing her exercises, returning to her own room by 5 o'clock, just in time for Su Yin to wake up at 5:30. For over a year, no one in the household had noticed. Now that they were in middle school, Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece remained in the same class. Qi Han and Zhou Xianxian were also in their class. The 4 of them were quite pleased to encounter familiar faces at the start of the school year. However, Ruan Cece was only superficially happy. Deep down, she felt quite the opposite. She preferred the way Jiang Yu's gaze seemed to focus solely on her. Moreover, this arrangement meant she had no reason to sit next to Jiang Yu anymore. Jiang Yu sat with Qi Han, which left Ruan Cece to pair up with Zhou Xianxian. Together, they became the most striking sight in the classroom. Back in elementary school, Ruan Cece had been a bit scruffy, while Zhou Xinxian was considered the prettiest girl in their school. But with Ruan Cc's emergence, Zhou Xinxian was no longer the most beautiful, though she remained second. At this sensitive age in middle school, young boys often engaged in hushed discussions about which girls were attractive. Some, unfortunately, would even talk about their figures. Jiang Yu, however, never participated in such discussions. He was not a mere child. Yet, he was aware that many boys liked Ruan Cc. She was beautiful and academically gifted, and although she appeared somewhat aloof, she was not entirely unapproachable. In any case, she attracted the attention of all young boys. Jiang Yu even felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that these boys had discerning taste. At their new school, few were aware of Ruan Cc's family circumstances. Most only knew that she called Jiang Yu brother, and that they lived together, leading many to assume they were relatives, the class beauty, and her brother. Jiang Yu quickly gained many younger brothers, all eager to befriend him to glean information about Ruan Cc. To this, Jiang Yu would deal with them one by one. He had painstakingly nurtured his little cabbage. No one could have designs on her. With Ruan Cc's excellent grades, none of them could hope to engage in early romantic entanglements with her. By the time they reached the second year of middle school, everyone knew that Jiang Yu was quite protective of his sister. Coincidentally, Ruan Cc turned out to be equally protective of her brother. It seemed that they were cut from the same cloth. Cc, aren't you going to watch Jiang Yu play basketball? Zhou Xinxian whispered, leaning over the desk to gaze at the girl who was engrossed in her test. Upon seeing her exquisite profile, she wanted to give herself a couple of slaps for her childhood mischief. How could she have bullied someone as beautiful as Ruan Cc? Oh, Zhou Xinxian, you truly are a terrible person. Ah, Lu Qi is right. Looking at beautiful girls does lift the spirits, Ruan Cc mused as she paused her pen, turning her profile towards Zhou Xinxian. Didn't he say he wasn't playing basketball? He mentioned he would take a stroll and return to finish the test. Aunt Sue said if these 3 tests aren't finished today, Jiang Yu will be in trouble, Zhou Xinxian remarked, her tone laced with disdain. Oh, a boy from the 3rd year came up to him and challenged him to a match. If Jiang Yu lost, he'd have to help deliver a love letter. At first, Jiang Yu ignored them, saying he was busy and wouldn't gamble with them. But that group of boys blocked Jiang Yu and wouldn't let him leave. Zhou Xinxian's voice brimmed with annoyance. Do they think such behavior is cool? It's utterly childish. Besides, I just saw those boys. They are hardly worthy of Ruan Cc. What caught Ruan Cc's attention, however, was the implication, oh, is Jiang Yu being bullied because of me? With a soft thud, her pen was gently placed on the desk, echoing in the otherwise quiet classroom. Let's go take a look, Ruan Cc said as she stood up. It was the time after school and before evening study, so most students had stepped out to eat or engage in some other activity. The classroom was sparsely populated. Upon realizing that she was finally about to step out, Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to join the fray. She promptly stood up, entwining her arm with Ruan Cc's, and exclaimed, "Let us go, let us go." On their way, Ruan Cc passed by the snack shop and casually purchased a bottle of ice water, knowing that Jiang Yu, having just played basketball and worked up a sweat, would surely need it. Upon arriving at the basketball court, they found it teeming with players, with one particular game surrounded by an especially large crowd. Zhou Xinxian pointed to the most crowded court and declared that one. You would believe it, but Jiang Yu and Qi Han are quite popular. She spoke with a tone of gossip, curiously observing the scene, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Ruan Cc's face. At that moment, Ruan Cc had begun to realize that her possessiveness over Jiang Yu was somewhat irrational. Despite her efforts to appear composed, her youth rendered her emotional control less than ideal. For instance, she felt a surge of discomfort upon hearing how well-liked Jiang Yu was, detesting the sight of the boys and girls surrounding him. Jiang Yu's expression was somewhat frosty. His arm had just been jostled and felt numb. The boys who claimed to be seniors played rather dirty. Initially, Jiang Yu had no intention of playing. He had merely stepped out to take a break from his studies and to buy some snacks for Ruan Cc. However, upon seeing Qi Han and the others playing, he had approached them to say hello, only to be intercepted. When they insisted that he couldn't leave without playing, threatening to block Ruan Cc from leaving school, Jiang Yu grew irritated, viewing them as obstacles impeding Ruan Cici's potential to blossom into a promising individual. Thus, he decided to play, but the group was clearly not interested in a fair game. Lu Ji, the class representative, cast a worried glance at Jiang Yu, who was rubbing his shoulder. "Are you all right, Yugo?" Jiang Yu met his gaze and shook his head, assuring him that he was fine. The other classmates could clearly see that the group was targeting Jiang Yu, with their antics escalating as they intentionally bumped into him and stepped on his feet. The young men, brimming with youthful arrogance, would have charged at them had Jiang Yu not restrained Chi-Han. The opposing team continued to laugh, and their leader, Li Ziwen, smugly taunted, "Are you all right, juniors? If not, you'll have to take this back to your dorm." He brandished a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Another boy snickered. "Next time we meet, shall we call Ruan Cici's sister-in-law?" Laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, and he slammed the ball in front of them with considerable force, the sound silencing their laughter. He smirked at them and said, "Is this how you act after winning by just 3 points? Don't forget there's still half a game left." As the second half of the game commenced, Ruan Cici and Zhou Xinshin approached. Li Ziwen charged towards Jiang Yu as before, but this time Jiang Yu was prepared. He did not evade, but instead thrust his elbow sharply into Li Ziwen's abdomen upon impact. Li Ziwen yelped in pain. Jiang Yu, holding the ball, turned to him with a smile. "Sorry, senior." He then took a few steps forward and executed a perfect 3-point shot. "Are you playing dirty?" Li Ziwen was clearly enraged. Although Jiang Yu was only in the second year and of average height among boys at 173 centimeters, he stood out even amidst a group of taller players like Chi-Han and Li Ziwen, who towered around 180 centimeters. Yet, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, exuding an air of leadership that was palpable. Perhaps it was his intrinsic aura that set him apart from typical boys of his age, which only served to irritate Li Ziwen further. Chi-Han and the other boys from their class stood behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu adjusted his shoulder, still sore from the earlier collision, and remarked, "Who can't handle it? Is it only you who can play dirty?" He slightly raised his chin, his gaze cold as he looked at Li Ziwen. "If you want to play, then abide by the rules. If not, then don't play at all." How arrogant. Do you really think that just because they call you Yu-Ge, you can act like a big shot? One of Li Ziwen's crew, a boy with a buzz cut, spat. Chi-Han chuckled. "He is our brother, so what?" Other boys chimed in. "Exactly, Yu-Ge is the brother, what of it?" Jiang Yu, observing Li Ziwen's grim countenance, raised his voice. "You guys are the ones who started this. If you can't handle it, that's on you. Let's not dwell on it." With that, he exchanged a glance with Chi-Han and walked away. "Apologize to me." Li Ziwen and his crew, accustomed to bullying others due to their size and family background, were unwilling to back down and reach for Jiang Yu. Just then, a basketball came flying in their direction with great speed, striking Li Ziwen squarely on the shoulder. With a grunt and a thud, Li Ziwen stumbled back, clutching his shoulder. Both groups paused, turning to see the source of the incoming basketball. A girl in a school uniform strolled over leisurely, holding a bottle of water. She had just exited the classroom, and her glasses, typically worn only during class, still adorned her face. Even so, her exquisite features were unmistakable. She approached Jiang Yu with an indifferent demeanor, drawing the attention of nearly every boy on the court. Ruan Cici, however, seemed oblivious. She simply handed Jiang Yu the ice water, frowning slightly at his sweaty appearance, and then offered him a tissue. Jiang Yu accepted it naturally and asked, "What brings you here?" He had seen Zhou Xinshin earlier and could surmise her reasons for coming. He couldn't help but feel exasperated by her insatiable curiosity. In stark contrast to her cool demeanor, her voice softened as she addressed Jiang Yu. "I came to see why you haven't returned to finish your homework." The boys in their class had grown accustomed to this interaction, as Ruan Cici seemed to categorize boys into 2 groups, her brother and everyone else. However, Li Ziwen and his gang were clearly unaware of this dynamic, especially Li Ziwen, whose anger had faded upon seeing Ruan Cici. His face flushed slightly, and his eyes brightened at her gentle tone. He had always found her beautiful, but she appeared even more so up close. Though her tender gaze directed at Jiang Yu was somewhat irksome. Clearing his throat, Li Ziwen adopted a boastful demeanor and asked, "Ruan Cici, was that basketball your throw? Aren't you going to apologize to your older brother?" He leaned in slightly, adding, "Or perhaps you'd like to go see a movie with me, and we can forget about this." He deliberately paused, letting out a mock grunt. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu thought, this guy is truly insufferable. He raised the ice water wand Cici had given him to Li Ziwen's face, sincerely saying, "Brother, I assume dinner tonight will be garlic and chive dumplings? That scent lingers, doesn't it? You must have chives stuck in your teeth." At that, Chi-Han and the others could no longer contain their laughter. Li Ziwen's eyes widened in shock, and the buzz-cut boy leaned closer to see what was happening. Even Ruan Cici covered her nose and mouth, a faint smile breaking through as the irritation from Li Ziwen's earlier self-importance dissipated in an instant. Avoiding Li Ziwen's gaze and refusing to answer his question, Ruan Cici tugged at Jiang Yu's shirt hem, signaling him to leave. "If we don't finish our homework, we'll be scolded again tonight." As Ruan Cici recalled the scenes where Jiang Yu was suppressed by Su Yin's bloodline, she couldn't help but shake her head. Jiang Yu was indeed quite mischievous, and every time, Ruan Cici found herself unable to intervene, somewhat deserving of his fate. Conflicts like theirs naturally attracted attention. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu's voice had been rather loud, and Li Ziwen, feeling humiliated, wore a rather grim expression. It was even more irksome to see Ruan Cici completely disregard him, engaging only with Jiang Yu. He found the unapproachable atmosphere between the two to be exceedingly vexing. With a darkened expression, he reached out to grab Ruan Cici, thinking to himself, "You think you can just leave after throwing a tantrum? There's no such good fortune." At that moment, his indignation had completely overshadowed any previous blush or racing heartbeat. The occasional laughter from those around him felt like mockery directed at him. Chi-Han and the others, witnessing Li Ziwen's shamelessness as he reached for Ruan Cici, were on the verge of reprimanding him. Yet, Jiang Yu remained remarkably composed, jokingly noting that he had trained in combat for 3 years. Indeed, Ruan Cici, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a pen and struck Li Ziwen's outstretched hand with a resounding smack, causing him to yelp in surprise. It was at this moment that Zhou Xianxian arrived, accompanied by the director of studies. "Teacher, they are preventing our classmates from returning." The director, surnamed Zhu, was a stern-looking woman in her 40s, known for her strictness and her penchant for cracking down on early romances. Her face was dark with displeasure as she shouted at the onlookers, "Everyone, back to the classroom. Class will begin shortly." The spectators, murmuring amongst themselves, swiftly turned away, unwilling to provoke the formidable Director Zhu. Li Ziwen noticed a flicker of panic cross Director Zhu's face. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xianxian complained, "Teacher, Li Ziwen just tried to grab Ruan Cici." Ruan Cici had consistently excelled academically, ranking first in every exam since enrollment. And although she was quite attractive, she maintained a distance from all boys except Jiang Yu, both of whom were children of Teacher Su. Director Zhu had always held a favorable impression of her. In contrast, Li Ziwen, with his poor grades and history of early romance with girls from other schools, had already tipped the scales of Zhu's judgment. "Li Ziwen, have you been bullying your classmates again?" Li Ziwen, indignant, retorted, "Teacher, how can you accuse me of causing trouble right away? Did you not see Ruan Cici hit me? I only saw you reach out to the young lady. What is wrong with her hitting you? Not satisfied? Then come to my office." Director Zhu's tone was icy. She also took a moment to address Jiang Yu and the others, instructing, "You all return to class. The bell will ring in a few minutes." Jiang Yu and his companions, behaving exceptionally well in front of Director Zhu, nodded obediently and turned to leave. Lu Ji, before departing, deliberately flashed a dazzling smile at Li Ziwen, while Chi-Han cheekily called out, "Goodbye, teacher. Bye-bye, seniors." Li Ziwen and his friends were fuming, their faces contorted with anger. Yet they dared not retaliate against Director Zhu. As the group of boys made their way back, they were in high spirits, praising Zhou Xianxian for her timely intervention. Zhou Xianxian linked arms with Ruan Cici, cheerfully stating, "Actually, it was Cici who asked me to find the teacher." Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cici, who was lost in thought, her eyes not cast downward, and mused that she had made progress by calling the teacher. He took the pen from her hand and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin as they passed by, commenting leisurely, "It might have a smell of chives and garlic. Let's not keep it." However, he did not discard the bottle of water Ruan Cece had given him, as it was indeed a gift from her. Yet, Ruan Cece snatched the water from his hand and tossed it into the trash, declaring, "It's dirty. I'll buy you a new one." She then sprinted off to the nearby convenience store, while Zhou Xianxian called after her in vain. A boy from their basketball team, watching the scene, murmured enviously, "Yuga, how come your sister is so well-behaved?" Previously, the boys in class, having seen Ruan Cece's demeanor towards Jiang Yu, had assumed she was a soft and adorable girl. Many had developed a crush, seeking excuses to approach her, only to be met with failure, like colliding with an iceberg in the sweltering summer, leaving them feeling chilled to the core. While they had grown accustomed to this, a pang of envy still crept in at times. Only Chi Han, standing nearby, chuckled softly. Ever since Ruan Cece had struck him with a brick in elementary school, he had found her rather intimidating. Though he had been quite mischievous back then, the ferocity she had displayed felt life-threatening. Even now, recalling that moment made him break into a cold sweat. Thus, despite Ruan Cece's newfound beauty, he still harbored a fear of her. Hearing Chi Han's amused chuckle, Zhou Xianxian shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at? Who would want a sister like Cece?" Her tone dripped with envy as she cast a glance at Jiang Yu, whispering, "You're so lucky. I wish I had found her first." After entering middle school, few knew of Ruan Cece's past, yet Zhou Xianxian and Chi Han were still aware. Zhou Xianxian sighed, lamenting how fortunate Jiang Yu had been to have found Ruan Cece. Chi Han retorted, "Forget it. How much did you bully others back in the day? That was when I didn't know any better." Seeing the two bickering again, Jiang Yu had grown used to it. Strangely enough, he felt he was gradually adapting to this age, relishing the experience of growing anew. He sensed he was not as mature or impressive as other reincarnators. In the novels he had read, they had rebirth to engage in stock trading and wealth accumulation. Yet, Jiang Yu couldn't recall much about his middle and high school years. He remembered some significant news events, but they were vague at best, and his knowledge of stock trading during those years was non-existent, as he had never cared for such matters. As for internet companies, he was completely in the dark. Coming from an ordinary family, he couldn't afford to engage in such ventures. He was perhaps the most typical of reincarnators, simply retracing the same path he had walked in his previous life. Nonetheless, there was something different. He watched as Ruan Cece approached, holding water, her hair tousled by the wind as she ran towards him, backlit by the sun, and he found her to be quite beautiful. He could even hear the boys in class expressing their admiration for her stunning looks. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had accomplished something quite remarkable by bringing this girl, who had endured great hardships, into a brighter world. With that thought, he felt a sense of contentment. He was, after all, an ordinary person, lacking any particular brilliance. Thus, his mindset remained calm. After all, shouldn't a common person make the most of their second chance at life? He handed the water to Ruan Cece, who accepted it, twisting open the cap before placing it back in his hands. "Drink up. Why are you running so fast?" Lu Ji, feigning a whiny tone, chimed in, "Sister, why didn't you bring us a bottle too?" Several boys joined in the jest. "Yeah, we're classmates too." Jiang Yu laughed and scolded, "Hey, who are you calling sister?" before giving each of them a playful kick. The boys continued their playful banter as they walked ahead. Zhou Xianxian once again linked arms with Ruan Cece, exclaiming, "I just want to stick close to my beautiful sister every day." Ruan Cece somewhat disdainfully evaded her hand, saying, "You touched the water that Jiang Yu opened for me." Zhou Xianxian replied, "There is no need to specifically emphasize that it was Jiang Yu who helped you open it. It's quite evident. Cece, you truly are a brother complex." Zhou Xianxian sighed. Ruan Cece's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, unwavering. Upon hearing her exclamation, she merely responded with an aha, without any denial. After all, that was precisely the case. No, it wasn't merely a brother complex. It was a Jiang Yu complex. At that moment, Jiang Yu was engaged in a scuffle with Lu Ji. Suddenly feeling a presence, he turned to look behind him. Indeed, Ruan Cece was staring intently at him. What was she looking at? "Hurry over. Class is about to start." As soon as he finished speaking, the school bell rang. The boys, who had been brawling moments ago, rushed forward in a frenzy, exclaiming, "It's math class. Run, it's Teacher Sue's class." Jiang Yu dashed alongside them for a few steps before turning back. "Ruan Cece, hurry up. Teacher Sue is going to scold me. Teacher Sue, known as Sue-in, while not their homeroom teacher, was indeed their subject instructor. Despite being scolded daily, Jiang Yu had managed to improve his once abysmal math skills. Thanks to Ruan's CCS tutoring. At the very least, he was no longer at the bottom of the class. He felt a sense of contentment. Jiang Yu had already envisioned attending the prestigious First High School alongside Ruan CC, which would provide him the perfect opportunity to inform his family of his desire to pursue art. He cherished his previous career and had no intention of relinquishing it in this life. Moreover, he recalled how Ruan CC rarely wore shorts. He also remembered the scars that marred her beautiful face, a stark contrast to her delicate features. Jiang Yu thought, if she were willing, he would want to help her conceal those scars. However, if she aimed to enter public service, he would act as if he had never mentioned it. Fortunately, Ruan CC bore few scars this time around. He could buy her some scar treatment products. What young girl doesn't wish to be beautiful? Chapter 22, A Sight to Behold. Jiang Yu felt an unsettling sense of misfortune. He should have thought about Ruan CC's wounds. That afternoon, he couldn't help but think of Ruan Datian. Just 2 days later, he encountered the man who should have still been incarcerated. He had originally been sentenced to 7 years. Yet he had only served a little over 5. How'd he gotten out? To be honest, Jiang Yu's impression of Ruan Datian was vague. He hadn't seen him in ages during his previous life. In this new life, he had only encountered him twice before the man was imprisoned again. However, when he spotted a man dressed in tattered clothes standing at the entrance of their neighborhood, he recognized him immediately as Ruan Datian. There was a calculating and sinister glint in his eyes. The man was tall, appearing gaunt and somewhat aged, just standing there. Even the security guard approached him cautiously and said something, prompting the man to turn and leave. Yet as he did so, he seemed to sense something and cast a glance in Jiang Yu's direction. Instinctively, Jiang Yu turned away. He had no idea what Ruan Datian was doing there, but he understood he must not be discovered. They had mere days until the final exams, and he and Ruan CC were about to enter the 3rd year of middle school. And now Ruan Datian had emerged. What happened to Ruan CC? How'd he find out about this place? Was he here to find Ruan CC? The thought sent a chill through Jiang Yu's heart. After a long pause, he dared to turn back. Ruan Datian had already vanished. Ruan CC was only 13, and her household registration was still linked to Ruan Datian. The realization made Jiang Yu furrow his brows. He had initially been called by Sue-in to go across the neighborhood to buy discounted oranges. Yes, that was just how straightforward Teacher Sue was. But now, he was too preoccupied to think about that and turned to head back. Upon entering the house, Jiang Yu's first glance was toward Ruan CC's room, where the door was ajar. In the kitchen, Sue-in was somewhat surprised. You're back? It was known that typically, when asked to fetch something, this troublesome boy would dawdle for at least an hour before returning. Seeing Jiang Yu arrive empty-handed, she was about to frown and say something when he raised a hand and softly shushed her. Su-yin's reprimand died on her lips as she looked at him quizzically. Jiang Yu pulled her into the kitchen, shutting the door behind them. This sudden action made Su-in feel a twinge of anxiety. What's wrong, son? Jiang Yu lowered his voice. I just saw Ruan Datian outside. Upon hearing this, Su-in's expression shifted. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Jiang Yu. Are you sure? I wouldn't mistake him. He was standing at the entrance of our neighborhood. Jiang Yu's voice grew increasingly agitated. Mom, ask the aunties from the neighborhood. Su-in quickly retrieved her phone. After living there for so many years, she surely had acquaintances. She soon received a response and looked up at Jiang Yu. Her voice trembling. Yes, on good behavior and was released early. That wasn't the main concern. The critical issue was that Ruan Datian had actually returned several days ago. Initially, he and intended to seek out Ruan CC. To him, whether she was dead or had run away was inconsequential. That was the kind of person Ruan Datian was. However, on that particular day, as he went out to buy alcohol, he overheard Wang Feng and others gossiping about Ruan CC. This group of idle people had started to say that Jiang Yu's family had taken great advantage, claiming that Chun Hui had given them a significant sum to support Ruan CC. The last sentence from an auntie was, I saw him go looking for Wang Feng this morning. Teacher Sue, you must be careful. Wang Feng's mouth is not discreet. Jiang Yu now understood how Ruan Datian had tracked them down. Since they had moved to the new neighborhood, many neighbors were aware. Others might not be willing to engage with Ruan Datian, but Wang Feng was unpredictable. Suyin sighed, clearly troubled. Let us not worry about this for now. Mom. Jiang Yu interrupted her seriously, looking earnestly at Suyin. You know better than I what kind of person Ruan Datian is. If he is lurking around our neighborhood, he might very well head to the school next. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu continued in a hushed tone. He once barged into a classroom and dragged Ruan Cece by her hair, beating her as he pulled her out. His voice paused, truthfully. He hadn't remembered these details himself. They were recounted by Chi Han and others, their expressions complex when they brought it up. It was also during that incident that Ruan Cece began to be ostracized. Now, he couldn't allow such a thing to happen again. Jiang Yu's tone was earnest. I also don't want him to see Ruan Cece. What should we do now? Suyin, taken aback by her son's seriousness, reflexively asked, then sighed. I'm not saying we want to deal with it. I just haven't thought of a plan yet. Contact Chenhui. Jiang Yu's voice was low. Chenhui hadn't visited since she last brought money. She had been quite carefree, initially reluctant to transfer Ruan Cece's household registration. Otherwise, even if Ruan Datian came looking, they wouldn't have to fear him. In fact, when Chenhui first left her card after visiting, Jiang Yu had warned his parents about Ruan Cece's household registration issue. At that time, Ruan Datian was imprisoned, and it would have been easy for Chenhui, as a mother, to transfer Ruan Cece's registration. However, her reason for delaying was that her boyfriend didn't know she had a daughter, and she would wait a little longer. Later, on the evening of the second card retrieval, Jiang Yu once again urged Suyin to make a phone call. At that time, Chenhui claimed it was inconvenient and promised to call back later, yet she never did. Suyin had also inquired, but they were unable to transfer Ruan Cece's household registration. Jiang Yu had not anticipated that the delay would stretch until Ruan Datian's release from prison. With the situation escalating, there was no time to procrastinate any longer. Suyin hesitated, questioning what Chenhui could possibly do. She sighed, doubting whether she even cared about Ruan Cece's well-being, let alone Ruan Datian's affairs. A cold smile, surprisingly mature for his age, crept onto Jiang Yu's lips. Without mentioning Ruan Cece, he inquired about her thoughts on Ruan Datian discovering their financial troubles and who he might target next. Suyin was far more fearful of Ruan Datian than they were. Suyin stared blankly at her son, whose familiar features now exuded an unfamiliar aura. Jiang Yu's demeanor felt oddly distant. Little fish, hearing his mother's hesitant and uncertain voice, doused his agitation like a bucket of cold water. He glanced at Suyin, and indeed saw the doubt and uncertainty reflected in her eyes. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before revealing a rueful smile. Mom, do you think what I just suggested is feasible? That's how they write it in the novels I read. Sure enough, Suyin's expression immediately soured. Jiang Yu, have you been reading that author's novel about spicy rabbit heads with a dash of sugar again? Jiang Yu replied with a playful, hey, before turning to flee. What is wrong with a handsome guy reading? You'll get a beating if I catch you. At that moment, Jiang Yu had no inkling that Chenhui was rather dim-witted. Chapter 23, he felt as if the person lying beside him bore a resemblance to Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu was oblivious to how his parents had conversed with Chenhui. In any case, he did not see Ruan Datian loitering around the community again. Naturally, he had not gone to school either. Ruan Cece noticed that Jiang Yu had been somewhat distracted lately, especially with the impending final exams. If he didn't perform well, he would face the consequences. Ruan Cece was particularly sensitive to the emotions of others, especially if that person was Jiang Yu. Recently, Jiang Yu's behavior had been quite peculiar. Whenever he was alone, he seemed to shadow her, as if terrified of her being alone. This was profoundly unusual. Setting her pen down, Ruan Cece called out, brother. He did not respond. Today, teacher Su had gone to deliver supper to Dr. Jiang, leaving just the two of them at home. With finals approaching on Monday, they had originally planned to review together, focusing primarily on Jiang Yu's mathematics. Strangely, Jiang Yu excelled in all his other subjects, maintaining stable grades. Yet his mathematics scores fluctuated wildly, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. It was well known that teacher Su was a mathematics instructor and Jiang Yu's inconsistent performance often infuriated her. However, it wasn't that he wasn't studying diligently. He genuinely put in the effort, but simply couldn't stabilize his performance. Ruan Cece glanced at the problem she had prepared for him. He had not attempted a single one. Sighing, she placed her hand over his. Jiang Yu finally snapped back to reality, noticing her hand resting on his. He instinctively withdrew his hand, asking, "What's wrong?" "That's something I should be asking you," Ruan Cece replied, accustomed to the situation. Ever since they had moved into their new home, Jiang Yu had been reluctant to allow any physical contact between them. Ruan Cece could no longer climb into bed with him as openly as before. Yet it was not a complete loss. She could still sneak in at night. Jiang Yu frequently reminded her of the differences between boys and girls, a sentiment she found rather displeasing, as she enjoyed being close to him. However, if Jiang Yu was uncomfortable, she could easily feign indifference. Though she felt a twinge of annoyance, her tone remained gentle. "What is wrong? You've been daydreaming." Jiang Yu shot her a glance. The girl had been well cared for, her cheeks flushed and her delicate features blossoming. To Jiang Yu's eyes, he had yet to encounter a more beautiful girl at school. Numerous boys, even those from higher grades, often stole glances at her, including Li Ziwen, who had gone so far as to send Ruan Cece love letters. Such a lovely girl, if captured by Ruan Datian. Jiang Yu shuddered at the thought, deeming Ruan Datian less than human. However, it perplexed him that Chun Hui had still not managed to transfer Ruan Cece's household registration. Jiang Yu frowned. "Your household registration is still with you, right?" Ruan Cece paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I need it for registration, don't I? I wouldn't take anything related to Ruan Datian." But she was unable to open a new account independently, as her registration remained tied to Ruan Datian. Jiang Yu cursed under his breath. "Would you be willing to transfer your registration to share with your mother?" He looked at Ruan Cece, feeling an inexplicable sense that her attitude towards Chun Hui was peculiar compared to her direct hatred for Ruan Datian. Her animosity towards him was palpable, almost a desire for his demise. Yet her feelings towards Chun Hui seemed more complex than mere hatred. Jiang Yu couldn't quite grasp it. After all, apart from his profound disdain for Ruan Datian, he had never truly hated anyone. He regarded Ruan Cece and continued, "I mentioned this before, but you seemed indifferent, even unwilling." After a moment of silence, Ruan Cece smiled, though it appeared somewhat cold. "I don't mind. Isn't she the one who has been reluctant to transfer it?" After saying this, she questioned, "Why do you ask?" This was unusual. Jiang Yu had never deliberately brought this up before. Something must have happened today. Ruan Cece's mind flickered with a strange thought, sensing that something was amiss. Jiang Yu felt a sense of frustration. He was not one to keep secrets well, especially from those close to him. The most significant secret he had kept recently was his rebirth. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he intended to keep it hidden for a lifetime, as he did not want anyone to know that he had perished in a freak accident. With a smile, he responded to Ruan Cece's inquiry, "Oh, nothing. I was just hoping to get the registration sorted out sooner for peace of mind. Otherwise, it might become troublesome when Ruan Datian is released." His demeanor was natural, which eased Ruan Cece's earlier suspicions. "Ruan Datian won't be released so soon. We can address it later," she reassured him. Indeed, she wished to avoid any interaction with Chun Hui. The dynamic between the mother and daughter was rather peculiar. However, until the exams concluded, Ruan Datian did not reappear. Su Yin had inquired with acquaintances from their previous neighborhood, and they reported that Ruan Datian was still living as he always had, indulging in drinking and gambling, returning home only occasionally. It seemed nothing was amiss. Jiang Yu began to doubt whether he had truly misjudged the situation. Gradually, he felt a sense of relief as Su Yin assured him that Chun Hui would resolve the matter. Currently, Jiang Yu's attention was diverted by another issue. It was a natural occurrence that boys reached a certain age and experienced physiological changes, such as dreams. After all, Jiang Yu was not truly a boy in his teens. He understood this. However, the first occurrence had come quite unexpectedly. That night, he was somewhat aware, teetering between sleep and wakefulness. He was plagued by the unsettling thought of having someone else lying beside him. To be honest, such thoughts were inherently terrifying. At the outset, when Jiang Yu awoke the following day, He was convinced he was ensnared in a dream. As he washed his trousers, he pondered the absurdity of the dream he had experienced. It was utterly nonsensical. The person lying beside him bore an uncanny resemblance to Ruan Cece. Truly a beastly predicament. At that moment, Jiang Yu could not fathom that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. She was genuinely beside him. Consequently, he found himself feeling somewhat awkward around Ruan Cece, as he mistakenly believed he had merely dreamt of her in a rather vivid manner, which only amplified his embarrassment. This led to a noticeable dip in Ruan Cece's mood, largely due to Jiang Yu's demeanor towards her. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi were each clasping one of Ruan Cece's arms, gossiping about their classmates. Their chatter revolved around who was secretly dating whom and who harbored affections for whom. "By the way, Cece, what kind of boy do you fancy?" Zhou Xianxian suddenly inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the usually reticent Ruan Cece. "You are so beautiful. You deserve someone equally handsome." Lu Qi nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I feel there is no one worthy enough for Cece at this moment. Why should you settle for anyone at all?" Ruan Cece could not help but furrow her brows at this line of questioning. "Aren't we focused on studying hard and striving for excellence?" The mention of Jiang Yu being in a romantic relationship caused both girls to momentarily pause. "Is this what it means to be a top student?" Zhou Xianxian leaned in closer, her voice a whisper. "Cece, you can't possibly still be oblivious, can you? Surely, you must have a boy you particularly like, someone you genuinely wish to be with? At their age, surely they must experience infatuation, right? You can't be so consumed by your studies that you disregard everything else." Both girls fixed their gazes upon Ruan Cece. After a moment of contemplation, she admitted, "Yes, I do want to be with Jiang Yu." She spoke earnestly. However, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi simultaneously waved their hands dismissively. "Jiang Yu doesn't count." Ruan Cece was taken aback. "Why not?" The two girls began to deliberate. "Everyone knows you're overly attached to your brother. You should explore other boys aside from Jiang Yu." However, upon reflection, they conceded that Jiang Yu wasn't half bad. She simply needed to broaden her horizons. Zhou Xianxian made a definitive statement. "Girls like you, who are so attached to their brothers, probably take longer to develop romantic feelings." Lu Qi nodded in agreement, recalling how Ruan Cece's thoughts and affections always seemed to revolve solely around Jiang Yu, making the emergence of romantic feelings seem rather improbable for her. At this point, both had forgotten a crucial detail. Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu were not biological siblings, nor did they share any blood relation whatsoever. In fact, it was not only Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi who overlooked this fact. None in the class seemed to remember it. They had instinctively concluded that the two were siblings. Thus, it had become customary to witness Jiang Yu assisting Ruan Cece, carrying her snacks, grabbing her backpack, waiting for her after math class, and accompanying her to practice martial arts. It was also commonplace for Ruan Cece to exhibit a singular focus on her brother, often ignoring other boys entirely. She would bring Jiang Yu water during basketball, covertly assist him with his homework, and defend him when others sought to provoke him, obediently acquiescing to his every word. Outside the classroom, she was practically his shadow. "Yuga, have you had a falling out with our sister recently?" Lu Ji inquired curiously of Jiang Yu. The boys nearby perked up, even Chi Han, who typically avoided Ruan Cece, turned to look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was sipping water when he heard this, nearly choking as he coughed. "No, there's no conflict." "Why do you ask? You haven't been bringing her along lately, and you've even forbidden her from following you," Lu Ji said nonchalantly. "I've noticed the look in her eyes. It's quite pitiful, like a forsaken kitten." Chi-Han also chimed in. "It's not just us who think this way. The girls in class are asking about it too." They had been in the same class since the beginning of junior high, and everyone was quite familiar with one another. Seeing the two of them so out of sorts, everyone assumed they were at odds. Jiang Yu replied, "Perhaps you should mention it to Teacher Su. They really have too little homework." He stood up, dismissing the notion of any conflict. And is Ruan Cece truly that pitiable? He pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt. That evening, they still returned home together, with Ruan Cece trailing silently behind him. The bus was rather crowded that night, more so than usual, and they found themselves inevitably pressed against one another, their bodies in contact. Ruan Cece distinctly sensed Jiang Yu attempting to distance himself from her. which reminded her of Lu Qi's earlier comment about how difficult it would be for her if Jiang Yu were to start dating someone. Thus, her gaze wandered outside, seeking to absorb the world beyond. Could it be that Jiang Yu was indeed in a relationship? Was he trying to maintain distance from her? The thought ignited a tempest of anger and possessiveness within her. She lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of madness. In elementary school, there had been instances when others had expressed interest in Jiang Yu. She should have known that there would always be those attempting to steal him away from her. But that was unacceptable. Jiang Yu was hers. Jiang Yu observed her swaying as she kept her head down, unable to suppress a sigh as he placed his hand over hers, resting it on his wrist that gripped the bus's handrail. Ruan Cece froze for a moment, instinctively tightening her grip around his wrist with considerable force, causing Jiang Yu to frown slightly. Nevertheless, Ruan Cece continued to avert her gaze. He grew concerned. What is wrong? Why do you keep your head down? Are you feeling unwell? Ruan Cece merely shook her head gently, murmuring, "It's nothing." She feared that if she looked up, Jiang Yu might glimpse the tumult within her eyes and be frightened by it. As she matured, Ruan Cece became increasingly aware that she was different from other girls. While they would develop interests in various things, be it a particular band, an idol, or engaging in discussions about dramas and music, Ruan Cece found that none of these pursuits appealed to her as much as simply gazing at Jiang Yu. She was consumed by an overwhelming jealousy toward anyone who approached him, even feeling discomfort at the sight of Aunt Sue's closeness to him. Yet, Ruan Cece endeavored to conceal her emotions, striving to appear like a typical girl so that Jiang Yu would continue to embrace his role as her brother. Now that she had grown older, she understood the expression of fear and aversion Jiang Yu had displayed when he gifted her cotton candy that fateful day when she was 8. She had been oblivious then, but clarity had dawned upon her now. Thus, she knew she must conceal her feelings with utmost care. Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss with Ruan Cece. Although she had returned to tugging at his shirt as they walked home, she was notably quieter that night. This left Jiang Yu feeling uneasy, questioning whether his recent aloofness had been too overt. Ruan Cece was already sensitive by nature. As he watched her close her bedroom door, he let out an irritated click of his tongue. He had not anticipated that at his age, he would still grapple with the trials of adolescence. Perhaps it was due to these worries that he, who typically enjoyed sound sleep, found himself tossing and turning that night, unable to find rest. His mind was plagued by the image of Ruan Cece, too afraid to approach him, her head cast down, avoiding his gaze. Jiang Yu felt a surge of frustration, scolding himself silently. You really ought to get your act together. You're the one who feels guilty. Yet it is the young girl who is saddened and afraid to approach. Jiang Yu contemplated offering an apology the following day. After much difficulty, he finally drifted into a light slumber. However, his sleep was not deep, for when he heard a noise at the door, he awoke almost instantly. His first thought was whether it was his father or mother checking in on him. Yet, as the footsteps drew nearer, he sensed something was amiss. He was intimately familiar with the footfalls of everyone in his household, especially those of his parents, who had honed their stealth to avoid his ire. The footsteps that approached his bedside were soft and slow. They belonged to Ruan Cece. But what was she doing standing by his bed at this hour? Jiang Yu felt his heart race. Chapter 25, The Desire to Bind Him. Jiang Yu was genuinely anxious. It was unsettling to have someone standing quietly beside his bed in the dead of night. He could not fathom why he kept his eyes shut. He simply did not open them. Perhaps it was fortunate that he did not, for at that moment, Ruan Cece wore a stern expression, holding 2 neck tees, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yu's exposed wrist. She was overcome with an urge to bind him. If only she could confine him to his room. But that seemed implausible with Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang in the house. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ruan Cece's eyes. Although her emotions and relationships differed from those of ordinary individuals, she recognized the kindness bestowed upon her by Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang. She could not recklessly harm them. Thus, binding Jiang Yu was out of the question. This thought deepened her sense of disappointment. Just as Jiang Yu felt he could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes, he suddenly sensed movement from the person standing by his bed. Was it not her? Why was she climbing onto his bed? A jolt of realization struck Jiang Yu. What if the shadow he had thought was a dream was, in fact, real? Was she truly lying beside him? Though his eyes remained closed, He could feel her skillfully settling next to him, their bodies uncomfortably close. After a moment, the figure beside him abruptly sat up. Jiang Yu then felt his wrist, along with another cool, slender wrist, being tethered together. Jiang Yu had transformed from a chubby boy into a slender, handsome young man, his physique now tall and lean. At his age, his wrist was naturally not very thick, having yet to fully develop. He stood at a mere 175 centimeters in the third year of junior high. Thus, the necktie binding their wrists together was manageable. This necktie, part of their winter school uniform, was not overly long, but it was quite sturdy. Ruan Cece was quite pleased with her handiwork, cautious not to tie it too tightly, fearing Jiang Yu would notice something amiss the next day. Ruan Cece also harbored secrets. Otherwise, she would have noticed that Jiang Yu was somewhat different tonight. In fact, he lay more rigidly than usual. It was well known that Jiang Yu's sleeping posture was abysmal, which was why Ruan Cece often seized the opportunity to sneak in for a hug. Satisfied, Ruan Cece grasped Jiang Yu's hand and nestled back beside him. The warm weather had made Jiang Yu less inclined to embrace, so he did not reach out, which did not strike Ruan Cece as odd. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Brother, good night. We shall be together forever." Her grip on Jiang Yu's hand was firm, as if she feared someone would take him away. Jiang Yu, witnessing this series of actions, was fully awakened. Who could understand the complexities of family? As she bound him, Jiang Yu felt as though he were reliving a moment from a past life. He was frozen, unable to move. His heart raced as clarity washed over him. Slowly, he opened his eyes in the darkness, feeling the steady rhythm of Ruan Cece's breath beside him. Yet, he dared not turn his head. If he were to turn and meet her large, expressive eyes, he might very well perish on the spot. Thus, he lay still, staring at the dark ceiling. He recalled how Ruan Cece had entered and climbed onto the bed. Her movements were remarkably adept, indicating this was not her first time. How many times had she done this? He dared not ponder too deeply, fearing that such thoughts would propel him into action. Finally, when his hand were loosened slightly, Jiang Yu cautiously turned his head toward the figure beside him. What greeted him was a visage reminiscent of an angel in slumber. Although he could only discern vague outlines in the darkness, he was all too familiar with Ruan Cece. His mind instinctively filled in the details. The fear that had gripped him moments ago suddenly dissipated. Jiang Yu sighed internally. The earlier encounter with Ruan Cece had indeed instilled a sense of dread. Though he had experienced no physical pain in his previous demise, the fear lingered. He was acutely aware that the Ruan Cece of today was not the same as the one from his past life. She was gentle, understanding, and obedient, appearing no different from an ordinary girl, save for her extraordinary beauty. However, tonight's Ruan Cece evoked a confusion within him. It was difficult to distinguish whether she was the girl he had nurtured or the one from his past who had bound him in a rented room. The necktie binding their wrists served as a stark reminder that Ruan Cece had once again restrained him, albeit in a manner distinct from before. The emotions swirling within Jiang Yu were complex. At that moment, Ruan Cece softly called out, "Brother." Jiang Yu immediately shut his eyes, unsure how to confront her directly. If this scene were to be witnessed by teacher Su or the others, the ramifications would be dire. Ruan Cece could very well be expelled. They were no longer children. This was not the first time she had stealthily climbed into his bed in the dead of night. If his parents were to discover this, they would certainly not allow her to stay. Though teacher Su and Dr. Jiang treated Ruan Cece well, they often displayed disdain for Jiang Yu. Yet, Jiang Yu understood that, in their hearts, he was their priority. Now that Ruan's father had been released from prison, Jiang Yu could not allow Ruan Cece to be cast out. He had to devise a plan. Fortunately, Ruan Cece appeared to be dreaming and had not woken. That night, Jiang Yu, usually a sound sleeper, remained alert throughout. He later learned that before dawn, Ruan Cece had carefully separated their hands and whispered, "Good morning, Jiang Yu," before tiptoeing out. Throughout the night, she had done nothing but sleep soundly beside him. After she exited the room, Jiang Yu opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. He shifted his stiff body into an upright position, lifting his hands that had been bound throughout the night. They were now numb. Upon closer inspection, faint marks were visible, indicating she had been careful. Jiang Yu sighed, pondering what to do. Ruan Cece had suggested it was akin to their past life. Yet, Jiang Yu himself was uncertain of the true nature of Ruan Cece in that previous life. After all, during their initial meeting, he had been bound, and for 2 days thereafter, they had remained in bed. He had been aware at times, witnessing Ruan Cece sitting at the edge of the bed, wielding a fruit knife against her wrist with a cold and disdainful demeanor. The object of her disdain appeared to be herself. At that moment, Jiang Yu was indeed quite flustered, primarily fearing that the knife would ultimately be turned against her. How could one not be anxious under such circumstances? Yet in the end, the blade was indeed directed towards Ruan Cece herself. Jiang Yu murmured, "This is not right. Where did the problem lie? Why does Ruan Cece's possessiveness towards me remain so abnormal in this lifetime?" Chapter 26. Is Ruan Cece still worthy of nurturing? After his rebirth, Jiang Yu investigated Ruan Cece's rather peculiar reactions from the past, which bore resemblance to what is often referred to online as Yandra. To be honest, in his previous life, Jiang Yu lived for 26 years in a relatively healthy environment. Aside from the occasional couple of simpletons around him, everything else seemed quite normal, at least on the surface. Ruan Cece was the first individual he encountered who was decidedly off-kilter. Unfortunately, they had not had the chance to understand each other before their paths diverged tragically. Jiang Yu later pondered that Ruan Cece's transformation might have been heavily influenced by her family background. Yet, in this life, Ruan Cece grew up in a nurturing environment. Their household was genuinely healthy and uplifting. What could possibly have gone awry? Jiang Yu fell back onto his bed, his eyes devoid of light. Could it be a matter of genetics? However, Ruan Cece was entirely different from Ruan Datian. It wasn't until he heard Su Yin calling him arise and Ruan Cece knocking at the door that he sluggishly changed into his school uniform and stepped outside. Ruan Cece appeared remarkably composed, rendering Jiang Yu incapable of detecting anything amiss. Had he not been utterly certain that he had remained awake throughout the previous night, he might have thought it all a dream. Reflecting on the notion of dreaming made Jiang Yu somewhat uncomfortable, since it was not a dream. If she were to climb into his bed every day, would she not be aware of his previous reactions? Damn, this was not something he could afford to dwell on. That morning, Su Yin drove them to school. Though she was not their homeroom teacher, she was the head of class too. Consequently, she typically allowed the students to leave early, as she would remain in the classroom to tutor some students. As for the mornings, unless she was on duty, she would take the two children with her to class. During the drive, she merely reminded them to drink their milk upon arrival at school and mentioned the upcoming monthly exam. Through the rearview mirror, Su Yin caught a glimpse of Jiang Yu, who was lost in thought and barely awake. "Xiao Yu, what were you up to last night?" Her tone carried a hint of reprimand, as it was not uncommon for adolescent boys to stay up late playing video games. A few boys in her class had been known to skip class to indulge in gaming at internet cafes. Jiang Yu, feeling depleted, replied, "What could I have done? I was sleeping." His eyes remained shut as he spoke. Beside him, Ruan Cece couldn't help but steal a few glances at him, her gaze sweeping over his wrist to ensure there were no lingering marks. In truth, she had also noticed Jiang Yu's lethargy that morning. But he had indeed been asleep last night, hadn't he? A wave of concern compelled Ruan Cece to reach out and touch his forehead, a gesture that was quite natural in its intent. However, Jiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes and recoiled. Ruan Cece froze, staring at her empty palm, her expression a mixture of confusion and helplessness, with a hint of profound depth in her gaze. Regretting his reaction, Jiang Yu sighed as he watched Ruan Cece withdraw her hand, looking despondent. He awkwardly reassured her, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Perhaps I didn't sleep well." After uttering those words, Jiang Yu felt rather foolish. Indeed, he hadn't slept well, as his mind was still reeling. Ruan Cece had been lying next to him, so how could she not know whether he had rested properly? This was not entirely Jiang Yu's fault. He had spent the night contemplating Ruan Cece's current state, fearing she might once again bind him and lead him to another tragic end. Having been bound once before, he genuinely feared experiencing death again. The sensation was akin to painstakingly nurturing a character in a game only to have it rendered useless, raising the terrifying uncertainty of whether he could ever restart. Su Yin, oblivious to their interaction, expressed her displeasure. "You both are in your third year now. Focus on your studies and refrain from indulging in nonsensical thoughts." Ruan Cece remained silent until they exited the vehicle, and the two entered the classroom in single file. Jihan approached Jiang Yu and whispered, "What's up, brother Yu? Are you two at odds?" The atmosphere seems even more strained. Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, who sat with a cold expression, the distance between them now considerable. She occupied a position directly ahead of him, easily visible with a mere lift of his gaze. "What do you think of Ruan Cece?" Jiang Yu suddenly inquired of Chi Han in a low voice. Chi Han was taken aback, as if surprised by the question. "You're asking me? In your eyes? Isn't Ruan Cece perfect?" He couldn't help but scoff. "I once mentioned that Ruan Cece isn't all that attractive. She's rather frosty. And you punch me for it. You're such a typical little sister-s fan." Now, when he had no time to ask for his opinion, Jiang Yu seemed to seek flattery. Chi Han rolled his eyes, but continued. "She's pretty, does well academically, and has a good temperament. To be honest, I want to hit you for speaking the truth." Jiang Yu interrupted with a click of his tongue. He suspected that his admiration for Ruan Cece had clouded his judgment, preventing him from recognizing any of her peculiarities. Aside from Chi Han, the other boys around him generally regarded Ruan Cece as nearly flawless. Consequently, he was intrigued to learn how Chi Han perceived her. The homeroom teacher appeared at the classroom door, and the sound of students reciting their lessons gradually filled the air. Being in the third year, they had begun to take their studies more seriously. Chi Han pulled out his Chinese textbook, glancing at Jiang Yu, who was clearly troubled, and muttered, "You asked me to say it. I find her quite terrifying." Chi Han's voice was low, and he furtively glanced towards Ruan Cece's direction. Just then, Ruan Cece turned her gaze towards them, causing Chi Han to break into a sweat. However, Ruan Cece had no time to pay attention to him. Her focus was on Jiang Yu. Something was amiss with Jiang Yu, and she intended to confront him directly today. Jiang Yu naturally met Ruan Cece's. The sensation of being bound by a tie lingering on his wrist, prompting him to avert his eyes to the book in his hands. He quietly pressed Chi Han. Why? It wasn't until he saw Ruan Cece look away that Chi Han spoke. "That time I pushed you when we were kids. I genuinely felt that if circumstances had allowed, she might have killed me." Chi Han's tone was serious. Though I was young then, I still vividly recall her expression. For a long time afterward, I felt as if someone was watching me. I believe it was Ruan Cece. I have no proof, but you understand a man's intuition, right? Jiang Yu looked exasperated. "You're hardly more than a boy. What do you know of a man's intuition?" Yet, he took Chi Han's words to heart, reminding himself that Ruan Cece had already been different from other children long ago. She had merely learned to conceal it later. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on his book, cursing under his breath. It seemed he had once again trapped himself in a corner. Could he still care for such a Ruan Cece? Deep down, he understood that he had no choice. From the moment he encountered her at the stairwell and accepted that his mother had brought her home, he had forfeited his options. After all this time nurturing her, could he truly abandon her? Moreover, he was reluctant to do so now. Chapter 27. Jiang Yu. Who is that yellow-haired one? Draw your sword. Jiang Yu typically enjoys lunch in the company of Ruan Cece and their friends, a mix of both boys and girls. As not many students return home during lunchtime, most opt to dine in the school cafeteria or at eateries across the street. However, in recent days, Jiang Yu has been somewhat avoiding Ruan Cece due to a misunderstanding stemming from a previous dream. They and T shared a meal together for several days. Ruan Cece initially assumed that given his demeanor in the morning, he would likely refrain from joining her today as well. Yet, after the last class of the morning, she was unexpectedly greeted by the familiar voice calling out, "Ruan Xiaoxi, let us go eat." Taken aback, Ruan Cece turned to see Jiang Yu standing alongside Chi Han, who was rolling his eyes in annoyance. Chi Han genuinely believed that Jiang Yu was quite peculiar. After all, he had asked Chi Han for his opinion on Ruan Cece earlier that morning, and Chi Han had candidly shared his thoughts. This time, Jiang Yu didn't retaliate or respond at all, which led Chi Han to believe he had perhaps realized something profound. Yet here he was, inviting them to lunch once more. It was evident that the devoted brother complex Jiang Yu harbored had not changed overnight. His earlier behavior was likely just a fleeting whim. Ruan Cece's spirits visibly lifted. "Were we eating? Count me in," she exclaimed. Eventually, the group of four, joined by Lu Ji, set off to enjoy a spicy hot pot meal. During the meal, The two girls sat across from one another, while Chi Han and Lu Ji occupied the adjacent seats. Jiang Yu, needing extra space, added a chair beside him, as the restaurant primarily featured four-person tables. Ruan Cece observed that Jiang Yu appeared quite unchanged from his usual self. Had he truly not slept well that morning? What had transpired in the days prior? Or was it indeed the case that he only behaved properly when compelled? If Jiang Yu were privy to her thoughts, he would surely want to reprimand her. The conversation among the group revolved around their impending high school entrance exams. Ruan Cece was regarded as a promising candidate for the top scorer, so her transition to the high school division seemed assured. Conversely, with her grades trailing in the class, Zhou Xianxian expressed her concerns. If I don't get into our high school, my parents will surely be furious. What schools are you aiming for? Are you also going for direct admission? She inquired. Well, what else could I do? He underplayed. My parents said if I don't make the cut, they'll send me to study martial arts. His family owned a martial arts school, which initially shocked Jiang Yu. How could someone from such a family have been intimidated by Ruan Cece back then? It seemed implausible. Unfortunately, Chi Han was somewhat of an anomaly in his family. Academically gifted yet physically inept, despite his towering stature. He could only bully younger students like Jiang Yu during their elementary years. Consequently, his parents' insistence on martial arts training felt rather burdensome. Lu Ji, however, had a simpler path. I'm a special talent, so I should be fine. Eventually, Zhou Xianxian turned her gaze towards Jiang Yu, only to quickly divert it again, muttering, "Forget it, Jiang Yu, you'll surely follow wherever Cece goes." That is not entirely accurate, Jiang Yu retorted. Nonetheless, their teacher, Mr. Su, had made it clear that he must gain admission to the first high school. The pressure of having a teacher in the family was palpable. Jiang Yu had estimated that his grades would suffice for the prestigious high school division, but he was aware that the academic demands would escalate significantly once he entered high school. He contemplated informing his family of his desire to pursue art, for deep down, he recognized that if he didn't pursue this path, securing admission to a top-tier institution would be quite challenging. However, by choosing the artistic route, things would differ. Although he had ranked first, he had gained entry into a leading art academy in the past. Thus, he possessed a measure of confidence regarding his abilities. Reflecting on his past experiences, he recalled how his admission to a top-tier art school had nearly led to him being expelled from his home by his parents. Some memories were better left unexamined. After their meal, Jiang Yu took Ruan Cece to buy snacks. They walked along the school path, Jiang Yu's demeanor betraying an inner turmoil that belied his outward calm. He knew he had to maintain his composure. Ruan Cece was astute, and despite his reincarnation, his intellect remained unchanged. Therefore, Jiang Yu had no intention of engaging in any mental games with her. Instead, he candidly stated, "I wish to stay in the dormitory during high school." Ruan Cece, who had been in good spirits while following Jiang Yu, found herself carefully nestled in a shadow, which imparted a sense of security unique to him. However, upon hearing his words, she halted in her tracks, watching as a shadow slowly distanced itself from her, the sunlight seemingly severing their connection. "Why is that?" she inquired, her hand instinctively tightening at her side. Nevertheless, she stubbornly stepped forward once more, positioning herself back beneath his shadow. "Have you secretly entered into a romantic relationship?" Jiang Yu, who had been striding ahead, halted abruptly, turning to frown at Ruan Cece. "Who has been feeding you such nonsense? You must understand what our primary focus is right now." His tone was as serious as a teacher addressing a student. Instinctively, Ruan Cece replied, "Studying the entrance exam, the college entrance examination, gaining admission to a prestigious university, and seeking a bright future." This had been ingrained in her mind following Jiang Yu's insistence on the principles of socialist values. She had committed it to memory earnestly. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction, feeling somewhat like a protective father admonishing his child, reminding her not to listen to irrelevant chatter. Romance pales in comparison to academics. The prime of youth is meant for studying. Usually, Ruan Cece would comply obediently, but today, inexplicably, she pressed further. "How do you know? Have you ever been in a relationship?" Upon uttering those words, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu, awaiting his response. Jiang Yu remarked, "How presumptuous. A lifelong bachelor like me has never experienced romance." He pondered whether their time spent together could even be considered such. He gently tapped Ruan Cece on the forehead, querying, "What is so wonderful about being in a relationship? Isn't it merely about giving gifts and accompanying you to and from classes? I could do all that. Do you truly wish to date?" As sunlight filtered through the lush leaves above, it illuminated Ruan Cece's face. Jiang Yu observed the unwavering determination in her eyes, feeling a mix of helplessness and complexity in his own emotions. He wanted Ruan Cece to become the best version of herself, affording her more choices in the future. He wished to assist her in many ways, but alas, he was merely an ordinary individual. Some challenges she had to navigate on her own. No one could carry her through life indefinitely. Though Jiang Yu was not entirely aware of the trials Ruan Cece had faced in her past life, he understood that this version of Ruan Cece was ultimately distinct from the last. He earnestly advised her, "Focus on your studies, and you will attain everything you desire in the future." Yet before he could finish his motivational speech, Ruan Cece interjected, "But romance encompasses more than that. They say there are kisses and embraces involved." Jiang Yu retorted, "Who is this miscreant? Draw your sword." Chapter 28. It seemed his father had misunderstood something. Ruan Cece remained oblivious to Jiang Yu's contemplations regarding his future. At that moment, all she wished to ascertain was whether Jiang Yu was indeed secretly dating someone. "Are you in a relationship? With whom would I be dating?" Jiang Yu replied, exasperation evident in his voice as he tugged at her ponytail, questioning what on earth was occupying her thoughts. "The only individuals of the opposite sex I encounter daily, aside from you, are Zhou Xianxian. Do we appear to have anything between us?" Ruan Cece furrowed her brow, pondering the notion that Zhou Xianxian might perceive Jiang Yu as enslaving her, which seemed implausible. Only then did Ruan Cece exhale in relief, grateful that no romantic entanglement existed. Otherwise, she might have felt compelled to take some action. Jiang Yu, slightly exasperated, remarked, "While I constantly discuss these matters with you to prevent you from being deceived by some foolish individuals, you suspect I am in a relationship. I love studying, thank you." He felt a twinge of guilt even as he spoke the last sentence. Turning, Jiang Yu resumed his walk into the supermarket, with Ruan Cece trailing behind, persistently inquiring, "Then why do you wish to live on campus?" "Because I discovered you climbing into bed," he refrained from saying, instead opting for, "I wish to experience communal living." "What about me? I don't want to live in a communal setting," Ruan Cece replied with a hint of childishness. "If you stay on campus, I'll have to return home alone after late-night study sessions." Jiang Yu acknowledged that he had forgotten this detail and felt a twinge of annoyance. Sighing, he conceded, "Never mind. I was merely speaking loosely. I'll reconsider." They then proceeded to pay and return to the classroom. However, as they exited the supermarket, Ruan Cece quietly asked, "If I need help with things boys do in relationships, would you assist me?" Without much thought, Jiang Yu responded, "Ah, so just ignore them." Ruan Cece gazed at the back of his head, contemplating perhaps kissing and hugging Jiang Yu wouldn't be so unacceptable. After all, he is not like anyone else. Jiang Yu remained oblivious to her peculiar line of thought. That night, he locked his door for the first time, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having reached his 30s without ever doing so. He wanted to see if Ruan Cece would come by each night. Jiang Yu stubbornly resisted falling asleep, though drowsiness was beginning to take hold. Yet around 1 in the morning, he indeed heard footsteps pause at his door. Truthfully, the hairs on the back of Jiang Yu's neck stood on end. He felt the door handle gently twist a few times before the person outside realized it was locked. Silence ensued, yet the individual did not depart, standing there for what seemed like 10 minutes before the footsteps faded away. Jiang Yu, belatedly aware, noticed his back was still damp with sweat. He had even forgotten to breathe, feeling a bit embarrassed for being startled into an action by a girl barely in her teens. However, post this encounter, he mused that Ruan Cece likely would not return again. That night, he dreamt of being bound by Ruan Cece in a rental apartment from a previous life. Awaking with a sense of awkwardness, he entered the bathroom. Yet a lingering fear remained in his heart. In the dream, Ruan Cece's blood had mingled with his, her smile radiating happiness. This haunting image sent chills down Jiang Yu's spine, the fear intertwining with sadness. For he cherished his bond with Ruan Cece now and yearned to alter the grim conclusion of their previous lives. The following morning, Jiang Yu cautiously observed Ruan Cece, who appeared as her usual self, as if she had not been barred from entering the previous night. It was his father, Dr. Jiang, who called him for breakfast, teasingly inquiring, "Has the little fish grown up? Locking the door at night now?" He raised an eyebrow knowingly, advising his son to take care of himself and rest early. Jiang Yu felt a sense of misunderstanding from his father. Ruan Cece paused, glancing at Jiang Yu, questioning whether the locked door was indeed the reason. After all, she had attended health classes and realized it was quite normal. She diverted her gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy. Jiang Yu pondered if Ruan Cece had also misconstrued the situation. But how could he explain it? Just then, Su Yin admonished Jiang Weiman. "What nonsense are you saying? The children are present." She shot him a glare, adding, "Ruan Cece is still here. Can't you two discuss things without closing the door?" Jiang Weiman chuckled. No worries, just enjoy breakfast." Jiang Yu contemplated explaining, but found the rationale reasonable and beneficial, ultimately remaining silent. Initially, Ruan Cece accepted this explanation, but after 3 or 4 consecutive nights of being unable to enter Jiang Yu's room, she grew anxious. In her own room, she browsed articles on the dangers of excessive adolescent behavior. Feeling a mix of frustration and anxiety, she noted suggestions for guiding youth. With a furrowed brow, she took a deep breath. It was Sunday. Su Yin had just stepped out after receiving a phone call, and Jiang Weiman was on duty at the hospital. The house was empty, creating a perfect opportunity. After hesitating, Ruan Cece stood up and approached Jiang Yu's door, gently knocking. "Brother, it's me." Jiang Yu, having just completed a test and playing a game, lazily replied, "Come in." When Ruan Cece entered, he was munching on a chocolate treat, his game stuck at a level. And he didn't even look up, asking, "What is up?" "Teacher Su said we're on our own for dinner. Do you want to eat out or at home?" Ruan Cece felt a bit awkward and hesitant. Ultimately, she stepped in, saying, "Let us eat at home. I'll cook in a bit." Jiang Yu grunted in acknowledgement, his attention wandering as he grew irritated, struggling to focus. Suddenly, a slender hand reached over and swiped across his game screen, successfully clearing level 225. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue, turning to find Ruan Cece uncomfortably close. He had turned so abruptly that their noses nearly touched. "What are you doing so close?" he exclaimed, pushing her away with more force than intended. Although displeased by his reaction, Ruan Cece drew a chair and sat down, saying, "I'm helping you clear the level. Can we talk?" She smiled sweetly at him. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Need my help?" Although Ruan Cece rarely asked him for assistance. When she did, she was usually quite sweet, much like she was now. However, she shook her head. "I'm fine. I just feel like you can't continue like this, Jiang Yu." Her tone was unexpectedly serious. Jiang Yu thought, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say this now? But men shouldn't be perceived as incapable. Chapter 29. Could Jiang Yu be a henpecked husband in the future? Jiang Yu bit down on his chocolate treat, observing Ruan Cece's serious demeanor. "Wait a moment, Ruan Cece. Do you truly understand what you're saying?" Ruan Cece thought to herself. "I've been reading about this all afternoon. Of course, I know." She nodded, recalling the standard response of understanding things from their perspective. However, she could not fully grasp the matter. Was it truly that significant? Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Jiang Yu, I believe such matters should be approached in moderation. As we discussed in class, at our age, it is perfectly normal to be curious and eager to explore. However, I must admit, I feel overwhelmed. It can be quite detrimental." Jiang Yu, stunned, he stares in disbelief. "Wait, what is Ruan Cece talking about?" Jiang Yu, having devoured his own choco pie, raised his hand to interrupt her stuttering advice. "Do you even know what you're saying, Ruan Cece?" "Of course I do. Just don't keep interrupting me. Anyway, the next thing to discuss is whether you have anything to share with me, a reasonable outlet for your feelings." Yet, her words remained unfinished, as Jiang Yu swiftly shoved a lollipop into her mouth. Truth be told, Jiang Yu wasn't particularly fond of lollipops, but he would always buy them whenever he got snacks. He couldn't forget the time when Ruan Cece first came to his house and his mother offered her a lollipop, which she reluctantly finished, secretly wrapping it back up in its wrapper, presumably to save it for later. She then quietly handed over the remaining sweet treats to Jiang Yu, saying softly, "I've already eaten this one. And he gave it to me, so it's a bit dirty. I want tea, let her give me one again. It's all for you. The way she sought to please him, her eyes sparkling with delight at the candy, remained etched in Jiang Yu's memory. From that moment on, he habitually bought candy. Now, with the lollipop wedged in Ruan Cece's mouth, Jiang Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. You still want to guide the youth, huh? Guiding me, of all people? It was ironic, as since Ruan Cece had broached the subject of early romantic relationships, Jiang Yu had looked into how to appropriately guide adolescents. He had memorized the standard answers. However, upon observing Ruan Cece's indifferent demeanor towards everyone else, it appeared his knowledge was of little use. Yet, unexpectedly, what he couldn't apply to her, she was now applying to him. Jiang Yu, bewildered, gazed at her wide-eyed expression of surprise and asked, "So, what do you want to guide me on?" Ruan Cece hadn't anticipated that he had done his homework too, which made things a tad awkward. Nevertheless, now that she had started, she couldn't just back out, could she? She removed the lollipop from her mouth, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Well, you shouldn't keep locking the door for those sorts of things," Jiang Yu replied. "So some misunderstandings need to be clarified in a timely manner." Yet, he was fixated on Ruan Cece, questioning, "How do you know I always lock my door?" Ruan Cece, quick-witted, replied, "I knew when I called you to get up this morning." Her gaze held a mix of innocence and confusion, pondering whether such happiness was genuine, yet acknowledging that it shouldn't happen too often. "Shut up." Jiang Yu, for once, felt a bit bashful and speechless. He reached out, grasping her hand that held the lollipop, and shoved the candy back into her mouth. "Enjoy your candy. Is it really appropriate for a young girl like you to discuss this with me?" Ruan Cece, somewhat indignant, muttered, "If you dare to do it, then why can't I talk about it?" What audacious words! Ultimately, Jiang Yu insisted she leave, commanding her not to return. Standing at the door, Ruan Cece appeared rather pitiful. "Will you lock the door tonight?" One might think she was overly concerned for him. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Of course I will lock it. We're growing up. We need our own space, you know, and I'm not doing anything every day in there." He hesitated, questioning why he felt the need to explain himself to her. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat at a loss, suggested, "How about you go study?" Ruan Cece watched him return to his desk, pulling out a test paper. She pursed her lips in response, thinking it was fine. She had already found a key to Jiang Yu's room. However, she decided against staying overnight and concluded that it would suffice to hold his hand for a while every day instead. After persuading herself, her mood brightened once again. Dinner was prepared by Ruan Cece, and one must say, her culinary skills had indeed improved significantly. The noodles she made were particularly delicious, and Jiang Yu was thoroughly satisfied. After their meal, the two settled down to study together. The daily routine of a third-year student primarily revolved around practicing exam papers, especially with the impending high school entrance examination looming closer and the weather growing increasingly warm. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit restless. He had noticed the atmosphere in the class becoming somewhat oppressive, and he was affected by it as well. During a break, when he and Chi-Han went to the small supermarket for ice cream, they encountered Li Ziwen and his group. They had already progressed to the first year of high school, all of them athletes, so they had directly transitioned to the high school section of their school. The middle school and high school were housed together, but it was rumored they would be moving to a new campus next semester. When Li Ziwen saw Jiang Yu and the others, he merely rolled his eyes and didn't make things difficult for them, having been chastised by Director Zhu for quite some time. In truth, there had never been any significant conflict, just Li Ziwen feeling embarrassed. Chi-Han had initially worried they might stir up trouble, but he relaxed once they walked away. Jiang Yu glanced at him. "Han, maybe you should practice a bit at home. This doesn't seem fitting for you." Chi-Han was currently the tallest boy in their class, standing at 184 centimeters in the third year of middle school, looking quite robust. Many girls found him quite handsome, especially with his height. Yet, surprisingly, he was rather timid. Hearing Jiang Yu's teasing, Chi-Han rolled his eyes. "Do you think I haven't practiced? It's just not my forte. How about you give it a shot? You go. By the way, isn't Ruan Cece training in kickboxing? Why don't you practice a bit too?" Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had indeed practiced in a past life. But it was of no use when Ruan Cece had knocked him down with a cup of water. Decades of training had amounted to nothing. Ruan Cece trained for self-defense. But Jiang Yu mused, what danger could I possibly face? Besides, isn't there Ruan Cece to protect me? Chi-Han was speechless, muttering, "You really have no shame." Jiang Yu accepted this remark with a sense of self-satisfaction, as it was far from the first time he had been told so. He had grown indifferent. As many had witnessed Ruan Cece bustling about, caring for him, countless people had scolded him for his lack of shame. With only 2 weeks until the entrance exam, Chi-Han asked, after the exam, "Shall we go out and have some fun together?" Jiang Yu was nonchalant. "I'm fine with that. I'll check with Ruan Cece to see if she wants to join." For some reason, Chi-Han's mind flashed with a thought. Would Jiang Yu become a henpecked husband in the future? He was startled by the notion, thinking, wait, who is the wife? Ruan Cece? Chapter 30. Indeed, it was all for money. Jiang Yu had initially planned everything meticulously, even coordinating with Chi-Han and their parents. After the entrance exam, they would go out and enjoy themselves. To be honest, Jiang Yu felt rather touched. How many good-hearted individuals get a second chance to be an 8-year-old elementary student? That's the kind who needs parental accompaniment, even for outings. Honestly, aside from the initial adjustment period, Jiang Yu often felt like a 10-year-old child. He was being assimilated. Observing himself diligently solving exam papers for the upcoming test was genuinely moving. However, he wasn't entirely averse to this lifestyle. If you can't change your circumstances, you might as well go with the flow, as life must go on. Just when Jiang Yu thought his days were mundane yet promising, anticipating the relaxation that would follow the exam, without parental supervision, no less, perhaps it was the ease of life that lowered one's guard. Thus, when he saw Ruan Daitian blocking Ruan Cece's path, his mind suddenly erupted. Without a second thought, Jiang Yu reached out and pulled Ruan Cece behind him, shielding her. Recently, both Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece had experienced growth spurts. Jiang Yu had already reached a height of 178 centimeters, although he still appeared slender. Standing in front of Ruan Cece provided her with a sense of security. The moment Ruan Cece laid eyes on Ruan Daitian, an invisible tension tightened within her mind. Ruan Daitian seemed to have improved since his earlier appearance. He had gained weight, yet his demeanor still exuded an air of gloom. Observing Jiang Yu's protective stance in front of Ruan Cece, he chuckled, "Oh, I once thought it improbable that my little girl was raised as a child bride by your parents, but now it seems rather fitting." Ruan Daitian, towering over them, despite not being as robust as in his youth, still made the youthful Jiang Yu appear diminutive. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" To which Ruan Daitian responded with feigned innocence, "Naturally, I'm here to see my daughter, who hasn't returned home in ages." His smile, which Jiang Yu found repugnant, continued, "Has your father taught you to call your own dad?" With a furrowed brow, Jiang Yu felt Ruan Cece's hand clasping his. Typically, she would tug at his clothes, but holding hands had become a forbidden act in her adolescence. This time, however, he did not shake her off, but instead grasped her trembling hand tightly. "Why are you looking for her? You've seen her. Now you can leave," Jiang Yu said with a hint of irritation, for no one could remain calm in the presence of a scoundrel like Ruan Daitian. Ruan Daitian, unperturbed, kept his gaze fixed on Ruan Cece, saying, "Jiang Yu, why don't you give your parents a call? You see, your parents have essentially abducted my daughter. Are they aware of that?" He concluded with a smug grin that provoked a desire to strike him. Jiang Yu, observing Ruan Cece stepping forward, realized that her thoughts likely mirrored his own. Yet he still held onto her hand, insisting, "No, I'll call my mom." They stood at the entrance of the community. Numerous thoughts raced through Jiang Yu's mind, especially with their upcoming midterm exams. He suspected that Ruan Daitian's appearance was no coincidence. Neither he nor Su Yin would allow Ruan Daitian to disrupt Ruan Cece's exams. The security guard approached, recognizing the two children. "Do you need assistance? Is he a stranger?" he inquired, eyeing Ruan Daitian with caution. Surprisingly, Ruan Daitian smiled. "How could they not know me? Look here, this is my daughter. Don't you think she resembles me?" His malicious intent was evident as he continued, "This kid's family is trying to abduct my daughter." "Shut your mouth." Ruan Cece, held by Jiang Yu, glared at Ruan Daitian with wide, icy eyes, her expression betraying a murderous intent. Ruan Daitian merely glanced at her, unfazed, and remarked, "Ah, my daughter is ungrateful. They fed her a couple of meals, and now she forgets her own father." The guard, perplexed, noted Ruan Cece's silence, as she had not denied his claim. Eventually, Jiang Yu, noticing Ruan Cici's evident distress, called Su Yin. Su Yin had just finished her class. Being the homeroom teacher, she often stayed late. However, today was Saturday, and there would be no evening study session due to their upcoming exams. Upon receiving Jiang Yu's call, her tone was tense. "I'm on my way back now. Keep an eye on Cici," Jiang Yu affirmed, and after hanging up, he led Ruan Cici to stand beneath a nearby tree, gently ruffling her hair in a soothing gesture. "Don't be afraid." Ruan Cici hesitated, wanting to assert that she was not afraid. Rather, she wished to eliminate Ruan Datian. She sensed that his visit was far from benign, likely motivated by a desire for money, but she had no intention of giving him anything. Ruan Datian had followed them, standing under the tree as well. The security guard remained watchful from a distance. Ruan Datian, in a good mood, quipped, "Why don't you invite me in for a visit? We're neighbors, after all. Who knows, I might even become your father-in-law someday." He chuckled, casting a lewd glance at Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici. "You know, my daughter looks just like a wretched mother. She is pretty, though. You've got good taste." "Shut up," Jiang Yu interrupted coldly. "How can you speak of Ruan Cici that way? She is just a child." Although he had always known Ruan Datian was despicable, he was still revolted by his words. This man spoke of his daughter as if she were a mere commodity to be selected at will. Jiang Yu had never encountered anyone quite like him. In contrast, Ruan Cici appeared unfazed by his remarks, simply asking, "What do you want?" Her tone had lost its previous anger. Ruan Datian, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Didn't I say? I'm here to see my daughter. Now that you've seen her, you can leave," Ruan Cici stated, her gaze fixed on the man before her, her disdain unmistakable. Ruan Datian, clicking his tongue, raised his hand, but, upon meeting Jiang Yu's eyes, suddenly laughed and lowered it again. Addressing the two teenagers, he said, "You really think I'm just here for a visit? How much did Su Yin and Jiang Weiman pay for your wretched mother? You owe me that much, don't you? After all, you're my daughter." He clicked his tongue again, adding, "You wouldn't understand. Su Yin and Jiang Weiman are respectable people. I'll talk to them." He then hummed a cheerful tune, clearly motivated by money. Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, but Ruan Cici's heart sank further. Giving money to such a scoundrel seemed like an endless abyss. Chapter 31. You're the child I painstakingly raised. Jiang Yu felt relieved because he had previously asked Su Yin to discuss matters with Chen Hui, and he had also spoken with Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. If Chen Hui proved ineffective and Ruan Datian still showed up, they needed to be prepared. They indeed had prepared some money, hoping to persuade Ruan Datian to transfer Ruan Cici's household registration. However, this was somewhat unrealistic. Where could they transfer it? Jiang Yu had researched the process, and it was exceedingly complicated. The ideal scenario would have been for Chen Hui to obtain custody of Ruan Cici and then transfer her registration. However, after witnessing Ruan Datian today, Jiang Yu realized that Chen Hui was indeed ineffective. Thus, they could only resort to the most straightforward approach. Now at 15, Su Yin had mentioned that Ruan Cici would be free at 18. They might have to give Ruan Datian money. But Jiang Yu also understood that their family was not affluent, and Ruan Datian was not an easy man to satisfy. Regardless, Ruan Cici's priority was to focus on her midterms. As for the future, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. While he lived under the sun, he was aware that some methods remained hidden in the shadows. If Ruan Datian truly refused to relent, he might just be willing to take drastic measures. Having encountered many tattoo artists in his past life, he believed there were always solutions. The three stood silently beneath the tree until Su Yin arrived in haste. After parking her car, she walked over. Ruan Datian, having smoked several cigarettes, greeted her with a smile. "Su teacher, long time no see." Su Yin's gaze scrutinized the two children, and apart from their pallid complexions, they seemed to be otherwise unscathed. She forced a smile and addressed Ruan Datian. "It has been a long time, Datian." The relationship between their families had remained amicable when Grandma Ruan was still alive, displaying a facade of cordiality. However, at that moment, Ruan Datian looked towards the residential complex behind them and remarked, "Aren't you inviting me in for a visit? After all, it's thanks to my family's Ruan Cici that you acquired this property." The tone of his words unmistakably echoed the gossipy nature of Wang Feng. Ruan Cece, with a cold expression, retorted, "What does this house have to do with me? It was bought by my aunt and uncle. Oh, you think I'm unaware? Your shameless mother contributed a considerable sum, didn't she? Naturally, since she is now involved with a wealthy patron, money is no object," Ruan Datian scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Ruan Cece. "Do you know how much she gave me? 150,000. Would she give you any less? Wasn't she once so fond of you?" Ruan Cece's expression remained unchanged, her eyes and demeanor resolute. However, Jiang Yu sensed an ominous premonition. 150,000 over the span of a year, yet Ruan Cece's household registration and guardianship still lay with Ruan Datian. What was Chunhui doing? It seemed Ruan Datian's appetite had grown insatiable. Su Yin intervened, her tone considerably steadied. "In that case, you should directly seek out Chunhui. Cece is preparing for her high school entrance exams, and you." The shameless woman suddenly cut off contact, and I urgently needed funds. Ruan Datian interjected with a smirk. "I know the exams are approaching. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Ruan Cece released Jiang Yu's hand and stepped forward, stating firmly, "I have no money. Isn't that the reason you came? She gives you 150,000 a year, but for me," she sneered, "the total over the years doesn't even amount to that. You can let me stay in that house." Ruan Datian, unfazed by her words, chuckled. "Debt collectors are knocking on my door. I have no funds to offer, which is why I'm hiding here. Surely, you have a room available?" Su Yin quickly pulled Ruan Cece behind her, and Jiang Yu stepped forward to hold her back as well. Su Yin glanced at the two children and instructed, "Xiao Yu, take Cece back for now. Datian, I'd like to have a word with you at that CAF over there." Ruan Datian cast a look at Ruan Cece, whose eyes seemed to burn with fury, a reflection of his own traits. That fierce glare was unmistakably inherited. He smiled, malice evident in his gaze. Yet he conceded to Su Yin's request. "All right, since Teacher Su has spoken, I suppose I should afford you some courtesy." Ruan Cece wished to say more, but was pulled away by Jiang Yu, who whispered sternly, "Don't get involved." She regarded Ruan Datian with a wary expression, and Jiang Yu could discern her unease. He essentially half encircled her as they walked away, unbothered by the potential threat Ruan Datian posed. For the CAF across the street was owned by a retired policewoman, and his mother was not one to allow harm to befall herself. Ruan Cece was almost cradled in Jiang Yu's embrace, her frail form tense and trembling, though she made an effort to conceal it. Jiang Yu recognized her fear that had enveloped her since the moment she laid eyes on Ruan Datian. Upon entering the community, they paused beneath a tree on a narrow path. The summer heat was palpable, sunlight filtering through the camphor leaves, casting a glaring warmth upon them. Yet Ruan Cece felt as though she were enveloped in an icy chill, akin to being submerged in frigid water. The scars from her past began to throb, the decay within her seeming never to have healed. Jiang Yu lowered his gaze to Ruan Cece, gently urging, "Ruan Xiaoxi, look at me." After repeating this twice, she gradually raised her eyes, her once innocent, doe-like gaze now devoid of its usual sparkle. Instead, it was shadowed like a stagnant pool, reflecting only desolation and void of any light. Jiang Yu had witnessed this look before when he first found her. He tenderly placed his hand on her head, caressing her softly. "Do you remember what I told you? Always consider your own well-being. Protect yourself. Do you recall?" Ruan Cece remained silent, merely biting her lip as she regarded him. Jiang Yu, seemingly unsurprised, sighed and continued, "If things become too overwhelming, think of me. Think of my parents and your friends around you. I know you're tempted to harm Ruan Datian, but he is not worth sacrificing your future over. Does he even deserve that?" His voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "You're someone I painstakingly rescued and nurtured. You must take care of yourself, all right? Don't let him influence you." In an unusual display of tenderness, Jiang Yu embraced Ruan Cece, offering solace. He had to admit that he was aware of her unusual possessiveness towards him, and he understood how to comfort her. That's why he had dared to keep her close for so long. Ruan Cece was, in essence, a simple child in Jiang Yu's eyes, making her emotions easy to read. "Once the exams are over, we can go have fun with Chi Han and the others. Don't think about anything else," Let us focus on our studies. My parents will handle everything, all right? Ruan Cc's body remained rigid in his embrace, yet her arms instinctively wrapped around him. The faint scent of mint from the milk candy lingered on him, a flavor she had just placed in his mouth. In the summer, the mint aroma was pleasant, though Ruan Cc knew he preferred the taste of milk candy, which she found somewhat cloying. Yet in that moment, it provided her with a comforting solace, urging her to think more of Jiang Yu, to focus on him. Jiang Yu sensed her taut body gradually relaxing, and a soft escaped her lips from within his embrace. He, too, felt the tension in his own body dissipate. He genuinely feared that Ruan Cc might, in a moment of rage, attempt to confront Ruan Datian with a blade. After all, she feared nothing, and attacking Ruan Datian would likely pose no challenge. Chapter 32. So do not be afraid, Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu was also curious about what Su Yin had discussed with Ruan Datian. However, for now, he could only escort Ruan Cc back home. The way Ruan Datian had looked at Ruan Cc earlier resembled that of a merchant eyeing a prized possession. Jiang Yu did not understand Ruan Datian well enough to analyze him rationally. He could only assume the worst intentions from him. The youthful and beautiful Ruan Cc was no longer a child. Perhaps in her younger years, she could have merely vented her frustrations on Ruan Datian. But now, with her striking beauty, what might she be capable of? Jiang Yu, being an adult, harbored many thoughts that were far from naive. At that moment, they sat in a room, papers strewn before them, ostensibly studying diligently, though Jiang Yu's mind was far from focused. Where was Su Yin? He glanced at Ruan Cc, who was diligently working on her test, seemingly unaffected by the earlier events, her speed unwavering. Jiang Yu's expression turned complex. Compared to his peers, or even considering his own maturity at over 20, Ruan Cc's emotional control far surpassed his own. Lost in thought, he was jolted by sounds at the door, and he noticed Ruan Cc's pen come to an immediate halt. Her calmness was far from genuine. The voices of Su Yin and Jiang Weiman echoed. Xiao Yu Cc, come out for some sweet soup. The two exchanged a glance, setting down their pens, and stepped out in succession. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Weiman and asked, Dad, aren't you on duty today? Ruan Cc softly addressed him as uncle and quickly apologized to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Jiang Yu sighed nearby. Su Yin, having dried her hands, approached and took Ruan Cc's hand, saying, what is there to apologize for? The matter has been resolved. You should concentrate on your exams the day after tomorrow. Give me and your Uncle Jiang some pride. We can hardly rely on Jiang Yu. As she spoke, she led Ruan Cc to the table, adding that family members do not need to utter apologies or thanks. Jiang Weiman chuckled. Exactly. I was supposed to be on duty, but our director swapped shifts with me for his business trip the day after tomorrow. I ran into your mother downstairs and had some sweet soup. I'll whip up dinner for you all shortly. It's been ages since I showcased my culinary skills. The couple's tone was light and carefree. Jiang Yu sensed that perhaps the issue had genuinely been resolved, yet he was curious about the method employed. Though he longed to inquire, he suppressed his curiosity under his parents' watchful gaze, teasing Dr. Jiang, come on, you can only make 2 dishes, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, and sour, spicy shredded potatoes. Don't underestimate these 2. They were the very dishes I used to win over your mother. Ruan Cc, half embraced by Su Yin, cast her eyes downward. Her eyelids reddened and her nose tinged with sorrow. Jiang Yu's family were truly wonderful individuals. She had always felt her life was utterly wretched. Yet she had fortuitously encountered this family. She understood that they were feigning ease to spare her anxiety, so she too pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. If they chose not to inquire, she would willingly play the obedient child. After the high school entrance examination, thoughts of the man she ought to call father, Ruan Datian, filled Ruan Cc with a sense of determination. She would not allow this liege to afflict anyone in the Jiang family. After dinner, while Ruan Cc went to take a shower, Jiang Yu sneaked into his parents' room. Su Yin directly remarked, you should focus on your studies. Why is a child asking about this? Go back. Jiang Yu retorted, children have no rights, especially in front of my parents. Jiang Weiman, observing his son's defiance, instinctively reached to ruffle his hair, only to realize that his child had already begun to mature, both in voice and stature. Ultimately, he gave Jiang Yu's slim shoulder a pat assuring him, "Don't worry, your mother and I can handle this. You focus on your exams. Ruan Datian is merely after money." Jiang Yu sighed, realizing that money had indeed resolved the issue, but he said no more, only commenting, "After the exams. We can't keep accommodating him. We must break free of this cycle. The fact that he managed to enter once means he can do so again. And in 3 years, Ruan Cece will be of age." Suyin furrowed her brow, interrupting him, "Jiang Yu." Her tone was somewhat stern. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, meeting the disapproving gazes of his parents. Jiang Weiman's expression turned serious as he stated, "This is not for you to contemplate. We are still here. Go back and study properly." Su Yin's probing gaze lingered on Jiang Yu's face, yet she ultimately said nothing, simply urging him to return. Jiang Yu realized he had spoken too much. Such thoughts were not befitting a 15-year-old. He was merely flustered by concern. The appearance of Ruan Datian had not only affected Ruan Cece, but had also impacted him. As Jiang Yu exited his parents' room, he caught sight of Ruan Cece standing at his door in her pajamas. It was summer, with temperatures soaring nearly 40 degrees, yet even in such heat, Ruan Cece wore a long nightgown. Her legs and arms bore numerous scars. Typically, she donned eye sleeves under her school uniform and had even worn a jacket before. Jiang Yu feared she would eventually suffer from heat stroke. So, he had bought her eye sleeves, which unexpectedly became a trend among a group of girls in her class, as they offered both UV protection and a refreshing coolness. Reflecting on Ruan Cece's injuries, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Despite the door being closed, he could still hear Jiang Weiman's hushed voice saying, "Little Fish's method." I'm curious where he learned all this. Not wishing to eavesdrop further, Jiang Yu stepped before Ruan Cece, gazing into her innocent doe eyes. Without her needing to speak, he opened the door and said, "Come in." A faint smile crept onto Ruan Cece's lips, and her once dull eyes sparkled with light. That night, as Jiang Yu spread a blanket on the floor, he held his phone. Ruan Cece lay on the bed, gazing at him. Her delicate features framed by her cascading hair evoked a sense of nostalgia. The bed was spacious. Jiang Yu shot her a look, somewhat exasperated. "Fix your hair. Who are you trying to scare?" Ruan Cece obediently tucked her hair behind her ear, blinking her big eyes as she continued to persuade him. "Let us share the bed. I'll take one half." "I thank you for this. It was originally my bed." He chuckled softly, yet felt a tinge of helplessness at her insistence. From beneath his pillow, he retrieved 2 neatly tied ties, which matched his school uniform. "Would tying this make you feel safer?" Jiang Yu inquired, his gaze fixed on her. In that moment, Ruan Cece felt her heart skip a beat, even questioning if he had realized she had once tied his hands. Jiang Yu, oblivious to her thoughts, sat up, took her hand, and deftly bound her wrist with the tie. He then extended his own hand, saying, "Here, let me tie mine. I'm not very skilled at this." Meeting Ruan Cece's gaze, he smiled. "No worries. Tonight, all your guardians are on a temporary leave. I'll watch over you. So, don't be afraid, Ruan Cece. Your brother is here for you." In Chapter 33, Ruan Cece clutched the tie that Jiang Yu had lengthened. Since they were one on the bed and the other on the floor, the 2 ties together were just long enough. She felt a tight grip as she gazed at Jiang Yu, who smiled at her from the ground. An inexplicable urge to cry welled up within her. In truth, she had deliberately approached Jiang Yu's door, knowing he would care for her. It had been quite a while since they had shared a sleepover. Jiang Yu had indeed welcomed her in, yet he intended to sleep on the floor. Initially displeased, Ruan Cece now felt all her worries melt away due to Jiang Yu's actions, leaving her with a tender sensation that made her want to cry. Jiang Yu, unable to withstand such sentimentality, tugged on the tie in his hand, saying, "Are you going to keep tying it or what?" Ruan Cece tightened her grip, refusing to let him pull it back, and, with unwavering determination, said, "But if you come up, we can hold hands while sleeping, just like when we were kids." She looked at him with anticipation. Jiang Yu, grabbing a nearby pillow, playfully smacked it against her head. "How old are we now? If not for our family-esque circumstances back then, you shouldn't be sharing a room with me. Are you going to sleep or not? If not, you might as well go back and sleep with the Gord brothers." Ruan Cece quickly replied, "I won't cause trouble anymore. Don't send me away." With that, she skillfully bound Jiang Yu's wrist with the tie. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, never imagining he would one day extend his hand to be tied by Ruan Cece. Don't ask, it was just a complex mix of emotions. As Jiang Yu had anticipated, that night, Ruan Cece experienced nightmares. Even if she tried to appear calm, Jiang Yu always knew she was afraid of Ruan Datian. It was an instinctive fear, having endured abuse from such a young age. How could she not be frightened? On ordinary days, whenever Ruan Cece encounters a middle-aged man with the same aura as Ruan Datian, her body instinctively tenses up, a reaction that has persisted through the years. Today, having seen Ruan Datian in the flesh, how could she not be affected? This is precisely why Jiang Yu has consistently encouraged Ruan Cece to diligently practice self-defense. He wishes to convey to her that she possesses the capability to safeguard herself. Though Jiang Yu typically enjoys restful sleep, tonight he finds himself restless. The moment he perceives Ruan Cece's breathing grow labored, he is abruptly jolted awake by the constriction of his tie. As he opens his eyes and sits up, he finds Ruan Cece's breaths heavy, her eyes still shut, yet her arms instinctively clutching her body, curled up in a protective posture reminiscent of one under duress. Jiang Yu feels a suffocating sensation, as if his heart is being held underwater. He rises from a bed, moving to envelop the tightly coiled girl in his arms, whispering reassurances that everything is fine, that she is merely dreaming. Yet, the person in his embrace trembles uncontrollably, her body rigid. Jiang Yu has never realized that his own emotions run deep. At this moment, a tumult of compassion and fury swirls within him. His thoughts consumed with how to bring Ruan Datian to justice. Ruan Cece, aware that she is dreaming, finds her body's instinctual responses beyond her control. As Jiang Yu holds her, a pained whimper escapes her lips. "Brother, it hurts." This echoes the unvoiced sentiments of the 5 to 8-year-old Ruan Cece, who feels pain everywhere. She longs to flee, but just as she reaches the door, Ruan Datian yanks her back by her hair. She glimpses the door across the hall opening, where a cherubic boy looks on. Though she wishes to call him brother, he quickly shuts the door upon witnessing her distress. Ruan Cece struggles to distinguish between dream and reality, oscillating between the silhouette of Jiang Yu shielding her and the image of him hastily closing the door. This cycle persists. She cries out, "Brother, save me, it hurts." She perceives droplets falling upon her. Is it raining? But the water feels warm. Suddenly, she sees Ruan Datian pouring scalding water over her. This will surely cause her pain. In that moment, a pudgy figure intervenes, Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu realizes that Ruan Cece has a fever. He intends to call Jiang Weimin, but finds Ruan Cece clinging to him, pleading, "Brother, it hurts." With no option left, he reaches for Ruan Cece's phone on the bedside. Familiar with her passcode, he notices her lock screen and wallpaper are both images of Jiang Yu. Yet, he has no time to dwell on such details. He swiftly dials Jiang Weimin. Su Yin and Jiang Weimin arrive, hastily dressed in pajamas. Upon entering, they see their son cradling the trembling Ruan Cece, her eyes rimmed in red. "Dad, Mom, Ruan Cece has a fever. She is burning up." The fever struck unexpectedly, and after taking her temperature, Jiang Weimin declares, "I'll get the car. We need to take her to the hospital for treatment." Su Yin notices the two intertwined hands and frowns slightly, though now is not the time for such thoughts. She attempts to awaken Ruan Cece, but the girl seems to be in a stupor, only able to murmur her pain, tears streaming down her face, occasionally whispering, "Stop hitting me." This sight brings tears to Su Yin's eyes as she curses Ruan Datian, assisting Jiang Yu in carrying Ruan Cece downstairs. However, Ruan Cece stubbornly clings to Jiang Yu, unwilling to let go. For the first time, Jiang Yu realizes perhaps he too needs to engage in physical training. Even now, he struggles to carry Ruan Cece down the stairs. Ultimately, he manages to get her into the car. Su Yin touches Ruan Cece's forehead and glances at their joined wrists, instructing, "Jiang Yu, separate your hands." Caught up in concern for Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu had completely forgotten their hands were still bound. It is only when Su Yin reminds him that he recalls. Perhaps he had exerted too much force while holding her, as his hands tremble while he tries to untie them. It is Su Yin who ultimately helps them free their hands, quietly placing the tie aside. They arrive swiftly at the hospital for emergency care, where Wan Cece is soon on and for drip. The frail and pallid girl lying on the hospital bed stirs memories in Jiang Yu of Wan Cece from his previous life, bloodied and leaning against his corpse. He takes a deep breath, rubbing his face. Suyin says, "Old Jiang, you and Xiaoyu should go home and rest. I'll stay with her." With the impending high school entrance exams, their school has granted them a break, relieving Suyin of her teaching duties. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu replies, "No need. Mom, I'll wait. Otherwise, Wan Xiaoxi will be frightened if she wakes and can't find me. In her dreams, she only softly calls out for her brother to save her. What if she wakes and finds him absent?" Jiang Weimin notices his wife's pallor and realizes that they had been unaware that the two children had shared a bed tonight. He pulls his son close, saying, "Xiaoyu, listen to your mother." Jiang Yu wishes to protest, but sees the concern etched on Su Yin's face. He glances at Jiang Weimin, who silently urges him to comply. Finally, Jiang Yu casts one last look at Wan Cece, still lying on the hospital bed, and sighs, "I'll come back tomorrow." Chapter 34. Wan Cece resolves to live well. Following Jiang Weimin, Jiang Yu descends to the underground parking garage. The doctor had just informed them that Wan Cece's fever was likely due to the recent heat wave, compounded by some anxiety and perhaps neglect in her diet. After receiving in 4 drip, her fever had already subsided. Jiang Yu understands that everything stems from her sudden encounter with Wan Datian. "Jiang Yu," Jiang Weimin calls, "sit in the front passenger seat." Jiang Yu complies, taking his place beside his father, both clad in sleepwear. As they drive through the nearly deserted streets in the early hours, silence envelopes them. However, Jiang Yu senses that his father has something on his mind. After a while, Jiang Weimin breaks the silence. "Xiaoyu, did Cece sleep in your room tonight?" Jiang Yu nods, responding, "She slept on the bed while I was on the floor. I only got in bed when I noticed something was off with her." Jiang Weimin trusts his son, knowing that a quick check upon returning home will confirm everything. Yet, he glances at Jiang Yu in the rearview mirror, thinking, "Son, you're both over 10 years old now. Boys and girls should have their boundaries. Even if you're not biological siblings, sharing a room is inappropriate." Jiang Yu sighs. "We don't usually do this. It was just that Wan Datian appeared unexpectedly, and Cece was likely terrified. It was just for tonight." As for Wan Cece sneaking into his room, he decides to keep that to himself, recalling Su Yin's expression. If she were to find out, it might unleash her wrath. Jiang Weimin nods, recognizing that his son is reluctant to delve further into the matter, and refrains from pressing, merely adding, "Xiaoyu, you're growing up. If Cece is frightened, you should inform your mother so she can comfort her. You need to understand what boundaries are." Jiang Yu quietly acknowledges, feeling a sudden heaviness in the realization that growing up is indeed burdensome. Though he had once yearned to grow up swiftly upon his rebirth, it was in truth the happiest time of his life. The childhood he thought lost had been restored, a gift that many might only dare to dream of. Yet, even after experiencing rebirth, Jiang Yu still found himself troubled by the burdens of growing up. Perhaps it was due to the inevitable assimilation to his age upon returning home. After arriving, Jiang Weimin passed by Jiang Yu's door once more, and Jiang Yu did not stop him, knowing that the sight of the carpet on the floor would likely keep his parents awake that night. However, Jiang Yu himself was wide awake, unable to find rest. The following morning, he rose early and accompanied Dr. Jiang to the hospital. Had he not feared overthinking on his parents' part, he would have gone at dawn. On the way, Jiang Yu stopped to buy breakfast for Su Yin and Wan Cece. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Wan Cece awake and fever-free. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. Su Yin, who had kept vigil all night, appeared somewhat fatigued. Presumably, Jiang Weimin had spoken with her the night before, as her demeanor seemed to normalize upon Jiang Yu's arrival. She mentioned needing to rest. Later, Jiang Weimin would assist Wan Cece with her discharge. Dr. Jiang, being at work, did not come by. After exchanging a few words, Su Yin took her breakfast and left. Jiang Yu saw her to the elevator. She glanced at him, affectionately ruffled his hair, and then entered the lift, reminiscent of when he was a child. Yet, she was acutely aware of the changes. Her child had grown so tall. She urged Wan Cece to rest well and not to overthink matters, assuring her that both she and her father were present for her, and that she would contact Xinhui. Jiang Yu nodded, gently wrapping his arm around Sue-Yin, acknowledging her efforts. "You're such a trooper, Mom," he said. "Go back now." She scolded playfully, stepping into the elevator as it arrived. After watching the elevator descend, Jiang Yu turned back to the ward. The six-person room was quite noisy, with one child wailing incessantly. Upon entering, Jiang Yu noticed Ruan Cece quietly eating her breakfast with her head bowed. The surrounding clamor seemed to have no effect on her, and her actions appeared somewhat numb and mechanical. Jiang Yu approached, retrieving soy milk from the bag. The previously expressionless girl suddenly looked up, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a picture of vulnerability. That morning, when she opened her eyes, she had seen Sue-Yin, and all she could recall was the image of Jiang Yu slamming the door in front of her when they were children. She remembered how Uncle Jiang had knocked on the door afterward, and despite Ruan Dayin's threats to break her legs, he had not succeeded that day. Later, while sitting alone on the stairs, pain had enveloped her body. When she turned, she found a piece of candy on the steps, along with Jiang Yu's chubby silhouette. They had been 6 years old then. "Jiang Yu, do you regret bringing me back?" she suddenly asked, her voice hoarse from her fever, lacking the usual sweetness. Jiang Yu frowned, glancing at her. "How long has it been since you drank water?" Ruan Cece hesitated, surprised that he did not answer her question. However, she instinctively replied, "I drank some, but my throat still feels uncomfortable." Jiang Yu nodded, telling her she would need to take her medicine soon, assuring her that she would feel better, encouraging her to eat her porridge. He gently tugged at her disheveled ponytail, which she had hastily tied that morning. When she looked up, he smiled and said, "I don't regret bringing you back. Neither do my parents." Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, reflecting on how she had survived in her past life. Just one encounter with Ruan Datian had been enough to send her into a fever. How immense must her inner terror have been? Jiang Yu pulled out a keychain-sized gourd from his pocket, took Ruan Cece's hand, and placed the gourd in her palm. With sincerity and a smile, he said, "This is a gourd just like the one from the Gourd Boy tale. I'll fit inside it, and whenever you call for me, I will come out to protect you." He gently stroked her hair, whispering that nightmares would fade away, and there was no need to be afraid. Though his actions seemed childish, he performed them with utmost seriousness. An adjacent aunt observed and remarked with a smile, "You two siblings share a wonderful bond." Jiang Yu smiled back at her, affirming, "Indeed, we do." Ruan Cece gripped the small gourd tightly, feeling Jiang Yu's warmth lingering upon it. The scent of the boy was familiar and comforting, a stark contrast to the sterile odor of the hospital. Finally, she smiled, reassuring herself that she was no longer afraid. She had Jiang Yu by her side. Ruan Cece resolved to live well for Jiang Yu, as well as for Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang. Ruan Datian, the scoundrel, was no longer worthy of dragging her down to hell. He was but a piece of muck, while she was not. She was the little nuisance that Jiang Yu had rescued. Jiang Yu's nuisance. Chapter 35. Why does this little brat still want to dig up my cabbage? At noon, Jiang Weimin finished work and came to take both of them home. The discharge had been arranged. Ruan Cece had recovered from her fever and was no longer in distress. They left with several bags of traditional Chinese medicine and a bag of Western medicine prescribed by the doctor. The Western medication was for fever reduction, while the Chinese medicine was for bodily nourishment. This year, Ruan Cece was nearing 15, yet her menstrual cycle remained unstable, sometimes occurring only once or twice a year, clearly abnormal. Sue-Yin had taken her to see a doctor previously, who had indicated that her body had suffered considerable loss during childhood. Thus, Sue-Yin often took her to see doctors and had her drink a fair amount of Chinese herbal medicine. Now that they were at the hospital, Sue-Yin took the opportunity to have her checked by a doctor once more. Jiang Yu frowned at the bitter herbal medicine, marveling at Ruan Cece's ability to drink it without a change in expression. Ruan Cece's health had improved significantly during her first year at their home. She frequently suffered from fevers and colds. Therefore, Jiang Yu and Sue-Yin had genuinely invested considerable time and effort into her care. However, Ruan Cece remained quite reserved in front of Jiang Weimin. Compared to Aunt Sue and Jiang Yu, she instinctively felt a tinge of fear towards Jiang Weimin. This was partly because he was a man, akin in age to Ruan Datian, and while their temperaments were entirely dissimilar, she retained an instinctual trepidation towards adult males. Additionally, Jiang Weimin's demeanor towards Ruan Cece had always been gentle yet distant. Thus, Ruan Cece was notably quiet in the car. Jiang Weimin remained silent as well. Jiang Yu glanced at her medical records and remarked, Ruan Cece, your health is still concerning. After all this time on Chinese medicine, you still seem so frail. Ruan Cece averted her gaze and softly apologized. I'm sorry. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Why do you enjoy apologizing so much? You're always saying sorry. His tone bore a hint of exasperation. If you're so fond of yielding, he trailed off, realizing he should not continue. Had she been more yielding back then, perhaps Ruan Datian Wu Ti had been able to harm her so severely. Ruan Cece awaited his next words, her eyes fixed on him. Yet Jiang Yu fell silent, asking, will you be able to take the exam tomorrow? Jiang Weimin also glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Ruan Cece nodded, affirming, I can. Jiang Weimin reminded Jiang Yu, didn't you say you wanted to go out and play before your exams? Perhaps you should postpone your outing a bit. She needs to recuperate. Ruan Cece quickly interjected, there's no need, I'm perfectly fine. However, Jiang Yu insisted, my father is a doctor. We should heed his advice. Ruan Cece cast a glance at Jiang Weimin, realizing she could no longer voice her dissent. Jiang Yu found the situation amusing. It seemed his father had to intervene. Otherwise, Ruan Cece would obediently appear to listen to him. Yet in reality, she seldom did. Yet, whenever Jiang Weimin spoke, she complied without question. Upon arriving home, they found Su Yin had already prepared dinner. As she approached Ruan Cece, noting her slightly pale complexion, she expressed her concern. Are you all right? Make sure to rest well after dinner. Just do your best on the exam tomorrow, understand? Your health is paramount. Jiang Yu couldn't help but interject. Why don't you say that to me? When I was preparing, you said, Jiang Yu, if you don't do well on the high school entrance exam, just wait until I get my hands on you. You even imitated her tone perfectly. Ruan Cece and Su Yin burst into laughter at his antics. Jiang Weimin, chuckling as he pulled his eldest son closer, remarked, you better behave, or your mother will give you a good thrashing, and I won't come to your aid. Jiang Yu retorted defiantly, you never have. I did help, Jiang Weimin countered. I handed you the stick, Ruan Cece whispered. Oh, Shishi, how could you say that? Jiang Yu challenged. Admit it. You know you deserve a beating. Their playful banter filled the room, creating a warm atmosphere as if the impending troubles of Ruan Cece's fever had completely vanished. That night, Jiang Yu noticed Su Yin entering Ruan Cece's room, presumably to keep her company while she slept. He sighed, foreseeing a restless night for Ruan Cece. The following day, her condition seemed rather unremarkable. It was unclear whether it was due to a lack of sleep or lingering illness. Nevertheless, they both entered the examination hall together. Fortunate that their testing rooms were the same. After 2 days of rigorous exams, as the teacher gathered the papers, Jiang Yu turned to meet Ruan Cece's gaze. The sunlight filtering through the glass illuminated her delicate features, accentuating the relaxed and sweet smile on her face. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu felt disoriented, as if they had transcended time and returned to a past life. If Ruan Cece had not dropped out of school, perhaps their positions during the entrance exam would have mirrored this very moment. However, he couldn't recall much from that past life, except that Ruan Cece had not been a part of it. Watching her smile, he couldn't help but mirror her joy. He called out, Ruan Xiaoxi, the exam is over. I'm heading to the restroom. Please help me pack my things. We'll go out for dinner later. Tonight, Teacher Su will likely be busy with a meeting and grading papers, so we're quite free. Ruan Cece blinked, responding, okay. In the classroom, other students were present, unaware of their daily interactions. The voices of 2 girls in the corner were not particularly quiet, and one wondered why Jiang Yu seemed to treat Ruan Cece like a maid. Isn't she willing? Why should you care? Previously, they had thought him rather handsome, but now they felt somewhat disheartened. Ruan Cece stood beside Jiang Yu, assisting him in organizing his belongings. Upon hearing the compliment directed at Jiang Yu, she turned to the 2 girls, her gaze cold. He was indeed wonderful, but she preferred that others remained oblivious to just how exceptional he was. She was content to know it herself. The 2 girls, meeting her emotionless stare, gradually lowered their voices, ultimately muttering, what are you looking at? Ruan Cece shifted her gaze, only to find a pair of hands and a pink envelope before her. Hello, Ruan Cece. After Jiang Yu finished in the restroom, he encountered Qi Han, who insisted on tagging along for dinner, bringing Lu Ji with him. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Upon arriving at their exam hall, he witnessed a boy shyly presenting a love letter to a girl across from him. The girl's expression was cool, and her beautiful eyes fixed on the letter without any intention of accepting it. Although many had left, those still tidying up in the classroom were captivated by the scene. The boy's voice trembled yet rang clear. Ruan Cici, I really like you. Can we be friends? Qi Han and Lu Ji exclaimed in amazement. This guy is brave, confessing on graduation day. That's bold. Jiang Yu also felt a surge of disbelief. What does this guy think he is doing? Trying to win my girl? In chapter 36, Ruan Cici regarded the boy before her, recalling him as a participant in a previous math competition. I'm sorry, but I don't like you, she replied, her tone icy and devoid of inflection. She added, I don't associate with those whose grades are inferior to mine. The shy demeanor of Li Lu, who had long hovered around the 25th rank, froze in disbelief. Unwilling to accept defeat, he asked, well, what if I excel in high school and surpass your grades? By then, I might have found a new reason to reject you, Ruan Cici stated without hesitation. Jiang Yu and the onlookers were stunned. She is really going for the jugular. Li Lu's expression turned blank. Yet, feeling obstructed, Ruan Cici gently nudged his hand away with Jiang Yu's pen, apologizing, sorry, you're a nice person. Perhaps that softened her tone a bit, but can't we at least start as friends? Who knows? One day you might realize we're quite compatible. Boys at this age seem to possess boundless courage. Even though he had just been rejected, his face flushed, he still clung to hope and pressed on. But what about Jiang Yu? Li Lu asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Jiang Yu, contemplating whether to intervene, thought, what does this have to do with me? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's name, Ruan Cici lifted her gaze towards Li Lu, her previously expressionless face now reflecting confusion. What does Jiang Yu have to do with this? You said you don't befriend boys who like you. So what about Jiang Yu? I know you two aren't siblings, but your relationship seems quite close. Li Lu stammered, his voice dwindling under Ruan Cici's steady gaze. Why do I feel so intimidated by her? She is undeniably beautiful, yet now I'm a bit afraid. A flicker of confusion crossed Ruan Cici's eyes before they brightened. So, are you suggesting that Jiang Yu likes me? The surrounding crowd was taken aback. Qi Han and Lu Ji exchanged glances, pondering why they hadn't considered this possibility. Jiang Yu, unable to watch any longer, originally intent on sparing Li Lu's embarrassment, now found himself feeling somewhat awkward. He strode over and stated, are you all done? Let us go. Upon encountering the protagonist of the discussion, Li Lu, whose timidity was palpable, awkwardly retracted the envelope he had extended but which had remained unclaimed. He uttered a hasty apology, I'm sorry for the intrusion, and turned it apart. However, Ruan Cici unexpectedly responded to his earlier inquiry, asserting that Jiang Yu was indeed different, distinct from everyone else in the world. Li Lu paused, momentarily taken aback, unaware that Jiang Yu had overheard their exchange. Relieved, he thought to himself, see you in high school. He uttered no further words, merely lamenting the rejection of his affections for a girl. Though slightly disheartened, it was not a matter worthy of drastic actions. At this age, who hasn't faced rejection? The onlookers began to regard Jiang Yu with a newfound curiosity. Ruan Cici lifted her pencil case and smiled at Jiang Yu, asking, where shall we dine? Just then, Qi Han and Lu Ji entered, echoing her inquiry. Ruan Cici performed a brief act of a disappearing smile. Jiang Yu found it amusing and gently tugged at the ends of her hair, suggesting, let us go for barbecue. I feel utterly drained after the exams and could use some meat. Qi Han and Lu Ji chimed in unison, we concur. Yet, Ruan Cici felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for a more intimate meal with Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu passed her by, he casually grabbed her pencil case and hoisted her backpack. Hurry up, I suspect we'll encounter a queue. Ruan Cici observed the silhouette of the boy, now taller and leaner, casually carrying her belongings. The sunlight cast a radiant glow around him, yet to her, Jiang Yu had always shone brightly. Suddenly, Ruan Cici felt her mood lift, especially when Jiang Yu turned and asked, why are you walking so slowly? Don't you want barbecue? What do you desire? She quickened her pace into the sunlight. Drawing nearer to him, I'm fine with anything. Ultimately, their party of four expanded to include Zhou Xinxian, who had been fretting at the school gate over dinner plans, and was happily swept along by Jiang Yu and the others. The five of them indulged in an all-you-can-eat barbecue. Jiang Yu was aware that such indulgence likely wouldn't be cost-effective, yet he occasionally craved it. However, when he noticed Chi-Han surreptitiously producing 2 bottles of beer, he fell silent. Casting a glance at Chi-Han, he asked, "What are you up to?" Chi-Han and Lu Ji responded, "We've finished our exams. Isn't it time for a celebration?" Jiang Yu was left speechless, reaching out to reprimand them. "How old are you to be drinking? It's audacious of the owner to sell to you while still in school uniforms." Chi-Han retorted, "A little drinking won't hurt." Ruan Cece despised the scent of alcohol. Her childhood memories were tainted with the smell of liquor permeating her home, alongside the intoxicated Ruan Daxiang, whose fists and kicks bore the stench of beer. Thus, Ruan Cece instinctively loathed that aroma, wishing to protect her beloved Jiang Yu from it. So when Chi-Han eagerly attempted to pour Jiang Yu a drink, she instinctively covered the cup's opening, only to find Jiang Yu's hand atop hers. Both hands overlapping. Jiang Yu's palm, larger than Ruan Cece's, gently rested on her hand, the warmth of his touch sending her heart racing. A fleeting thought of Li Lu's query crossed her mind. Did Jiang Yu harbor feelings for her? Ruan Cece's heartbeat quickened, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Yu, who had only met her gaze momentarily before withdrawing his hand. "Stop it, we're not drinking. I'll treat you all to a can of Wangzai milk instead. Otherwise, if you spill it, I certainly won't be responsible for bringing you home." Chi-Han exclaimed, "Yuga, you've never had a drink, have you? Lu Ji and I have indulged at home." His tone bore a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinxian was oblivious to their banter, her keen eyes darting between Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, ultimately fixating on Ruan Cece's slightly flushed cheeks. "Oh my, it seems I've stumbled upon something significant." Chapter 37. Ruan Cece's gaze towards Yugu is anything but innocent. Jiang Yu paid no heed to their chatter, considering it absurd for these two to be drinking beer in broad daylight. Who knew they might succumb to intoxication? He would then be burdened with returning them home and explaining to their parents, an unpleasant predicament. Jiang Yu decisively took the beer and declared, "Let us get some Wangzai milk." "It's on me." Chi-Han and Lu Ji expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, you're truly a good person." Despite being robbed of their alcohol, they remained good-natured and ended up with fruit-flavored drinks, with an alcohol content not exceeding 5. Jiang Yu chose to ignore them, while even Zhou Xinxian took a small sip. Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, however, abstained entirely. Chi-Han commented on their good upbringing, to which Jiang Yu replied with a laugh. "You dare suggest that Su Laosher's teachings are anything but exemplary?" They were all students of Su Yin, and just hearing her name straightened their backs. The math teacher was a perpetual nightmare for them. Among this group, only Ruan Cece excelled academically, while the others performed moderately, especially in mathematics, where their scores were comparable to Jiang Yu's. It was entirely reasonable for them to feel intimidated by Su Yin. Lu Ji quickly shifted the topic, recalling their earlier plans to visit the beach, suggesting, "How about we go for an escape room experience the day after tomorrow? I heard a new one has opened, and students who've taken the college entrance exams get in for free." The mention of free admission piqued everyone's interest. It wasn't about the money. It was the allure of the free experience. Jiang Yu, however, felt little enthusiasm as he was savoring the meat Ruan Cece had grilled for him. Occasionally, he would offer some to her. "You should eat too. I can manage on my own." Ruan Cece always complied with Jiang Yu, essentially agreeing with whatever he said. Zhou Xinxian was still engaged in Chi-Han's conversation, but her eyes kept darting back to Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece. The obviousness of it all made it impossible for Ruan Cece to ignore, prompting her to glance at Zhou Xinxian. Zhou Xinxian met her unfeeling gaze, momentarily taken aback. Yet, she was accustomed to Ruan Cece's demeanor towards everyone, save for Jiang Yu, whom she regarded differently. This realization led Zhou Xinxian to believe she had uncovered something extraordinary. Tentatively, she suggested, "Cece, would you accompany me to the restroom?" Ruan Cece, puzzled by the need for companionship in such a mundane task, nevertheless felt it was customary for girls to go together. Having grown accustomed to pretending to fit in with the group, she stood and replied, "All right." Even Jiang Yu, in his 2 lifetimes, could not fathom the necessity for girls to hold hands while visiting the restroom. He took the opportunity to call out to Ruan Cece, asking her to fetch him a bottle of cola from the front desk. Ruan Cece agreed. Once the 2 girls had wandered off, Chi-Han mischievously remarked, "You go. You're in for it now." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "I told you to drink some Wangzai milk to nourish your brain. That's just a rumor." Lu Ji glanced towards the restroom and lowered his voice. "You go. I've been holding in for a while. There is something I've been meaning to ask." Jiang Yu observed his demeanor and sensed that it portended no good. He bluntly remarked, "If that is the case, perhaps you should just keep it to yourself." Lu Ji noted that Chi-Han was more straightforward. He understood Jiang Yu rather well, for sometimes Jiang Yu's tongue could be rather sharp. "Yuga, are you and Ruan Cece involved?" After witnessing her earlier demeanor, I find it hard to believe that nothing is happening between you two. To be honest, if it weren't for Li Li's reminder, we might have forgotten that you two aren't actually siblings. Chi-Han clicked his tongue, realizing he should have noticed this sooner. "I've often wondered why you always have a sour expression towards those boys who take a liking to Ruan Cece. We all thought you were a protective brother. But could it be that you're nurturing something else?" Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu reached out and playfully tapped him on the head. Despite being taller than Jiang Yu, both Chi-Han and Lu Ji covered their heads and glared at him in indignation. They dared not voice their anger, as Jiang Yu's fierce demeanor often resembled that of an elder, instilling fear. Lu Ji muttered under his breath, "Look, he is all flustered now." Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "At your age, is this really all you can think about? Romance and infatuation? You should be focusing on your studies. No one is allowed to distract Ruan Xiaoxi from her learning, much less nurture anything." At this point, Jiang Yu felt compelled to admonish Chi-Han further for watching inappropriate content. Chi-Han leaned back to evade him, exclaiming, Hey, don't hit me. What is this, a paternal lecture? Focus on your studies, just like my dad." "If you're willing to call me dad, I wouldn't mind it," Jiang Yu retorted with a smirk, his expression a mix of amusement and warning. "Just refrain from speaking carelessly. Any disturbance to Ruan Xiaoxi's studies is unacceptable." Chi-Han and Lu Ji exchanged glances, both thinking, does it even require their influence? Honestly, Ruan Cc's gaze towards Yugo is anything but innocent. However, seeing Jiang Yu's current demeanor, they dared not speak out of turn. At that moment, Jiang Yu mused that children of their age often had little of substance to occupy their thoughts. His feelings for Ruan Cece? He briefly recalled her pitiful little face and dismissed the notion as absurd. After all, she was still just a child. Yet, Jiang Yu had successfully silenced Chi-Han and Lu Ji from their reckless chatter. But wasn't he there also the imaginative Zhou Xianxian, who was in the throes of adolescence? This girl devoured all manner of gossip magazines, emotional literature, fanfiction, and romance novels without restraint. Ruan Cece, not wishing to use the restroom, opted to wait by the sink for Zhou Xianxian to emerge. Upon her exit, Zhou Xianxian caught a glimpse of Ruan Cece in the mirror and exclaimed, "How is it that some girls are so exquisitely beautiful? You look just like a doll." Her somewhat infatuated gaze left Ruan Cece at a loss for words. She raised her head to meet Zhou Xuanchuan's eyes in the mirror and asked, "What are you staring at? You've been at it all afternoon." "I'm just admiring your beauty," Zhou Xianxian replied without a second thought, leaving Ruan Cece momentarily speechless. However, she could sense the goodwill emanating from Zhou Xianxian. Although her expression remained neutral, she felt no aversion. Zhou Xianxian's compliment was sincere, unlike the ulterior motives often found in the compliments from boys. Having grown accustomed to Ruan Cece's silence, Zhou Xianxian suddenly broke the quiet. "Cece, what do you think of Jiang Yu?" She had noticed a distinct shift in the atmosphere between them earlier, while she had never considered it before. The realization that they might not be siblings altered her perception of their interaction. Ruan Cece paused, taken aback by how everyone seemed to be inquiring about Jiang Yu today. With her captivating doe-like eyes, she scrutinized Zhou Xianxian and asked, "Why do you want to know? Are you planning to confess to Jiang Yu?" Previously, a girl from their class had approached Ruan Cece with a similar question, blushing as she asked Ruan Cece to help arrange a meeting with Jiang Yu, as she had something to say to him. Though Ruan Cece had never engaged in early romance, she could discern the girl's intentions and had promptly declined. After all, Jiang Yu could not possibly like any other girl. Chapter 38. A flower blooms in Ruan Cece's heart. Zhou Xianxian quickly waved her hands, saying no, that's not it. Jiang Yu is not my type. After saying this, she realized the crux of the matter. Someone had confessed to Jiang Yu? No, I didn't agree to help her meet Jiang Yu. Upon hearing her denial, Ruan Cece felt a bit relieved. The girl had approached Jiang Yu herself. Just as he was about to go out to buy a pen for Ruan Cece, he simply said, "I'm busy right now. If you have something to say, you can tell Ruan Xiaoxi instead," and then he left. The girl was momentarily stunned and shot Ruan Cece a fierce glare. Ruan Cece was unfazed by the glare, as the girl was insignificant to her. However, she felt quite elated due to Jiang Yu's words. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxian, upon hearing that the matter was unrelated to Ruan Cece, lost interest in pursuing who it was. Instead, she asked Ruan Cece, "Cece, do you like Jiang Yu?" "Like?" Ruan Cece frowned, as both Li Lu earlier and now Zhou Xianxian had posed the same question. After contemplating, she concluded it was more than just that. Jiang Yu is unlike anyone else. She felt that her feelings for Jiang Yu transcended mere affection, akin to the deep devotion depicted in the novels Zhou Xianxian and the others read, something akin to, "I would give my life for you." However, for her, this was not merely poetic sentiment. It was genuine. For Jiang Yu, she would risk everything, ensuring that no one could take him away from her. Zhou Xianxian was momentarily taken aback by Ruan Cece's earnest tone, and it wasn't until they exited the restroom that they both regained their composure. Ruan Cece had already gone to buy a cola for Jiang Yu. Zhou Xianxian looked at Ruan Cece's retreating figure, her thoughts unspoken. Was it not love? Yet, it seemed Jiang Yu truly regarded Cece as a sister. After their meal, the group planned to visit the arcade, a typical post-exam celebration, but Jiang Yu declined, primarily out of concern for Ruan Cece's health. Your body isn't fully recovered yet. With their 2 leaders opting out, the remaining 3 lost interest as well, and they all returned home. After the midterms, everyone appeared to be much more relaxed. On the bus back, there was only one empty seat, which Jiang Yu offered to Ruan Cece. He took both of their bags and stood beside her. The bus was relatively crowded, and as it lurched, Jiang Yu leaned against Ruan Cece's seat. Ruan Cece had always listened to Jiang Yu, and at her age, she had not pondered the concept of romance. Her sole focus was to achieve the academic goals Jiang Yu had set for her. However, today, 2 people had mentioned her and Jiang Yu. Did Li Lu imply that Jiang Yu had feelings for her? Ruan Cece couldn't help but clutch her bag tighter, stealing a glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was leaning back, one hand resting on the back of her seat while the other fiddled with his phone. He had long since shed the chubby innocence of childhood. The afternoon sun was likely too bright, causing him to furrow his brows slightly, a hint of impatience evident. Jiang Yu exuded an air of cleanliness and gentility. His looks were not conventionally handsome, yet he possessed an approachable charm, suggesting a gentle temperament. He bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Weiman, whom Ruan Cece found somewhat intimidating, yet she adored Jiang Yu. He was simply wonderful in every conceivable way. In this year, the boy has grown remarkably tall, nearing 180 centimeters. His lankiness has rendered his school uniform somewhat loose, and as the faint breeze from the air conditioning carries the refreshing scent of mint candy, it wafts into Ruan Cece's nostrils. Despite the multitude of people on the bus and the complex amalgamation of scents, Ruan Cece can still distinctly discern the fragrance that belongs to Jiang Yu. Her heart races at the mere thought of him, at the very notion of affection that she harbors. She contemplates confiding in Zhou Xianxian about her feelings for Jiang Yu, though her emotions transcend mere liking. At this tender age of burgeoning emotions, Jiang Yu is likely the sole ripple in her otherwise tranquil existence. She revels in this sensation. She's enamored with Jiang Yu. Perhaps it is the kind of exhilarating affection that one might describe as a heart flutter. It feels as though a flower blossoms deep within her when his gaze unexpectedly meets hers. It is a sentiment that many may find incomprehensible, akin to a flower blooming in a dark swamp, a feat fraught with difficulty. Just as Jiang Yu had once appeared in her life, adorned with cotton candy and light, illuminating her previously obscured path, no one truly understands the preciousness of this moment for Wan Cece. Jiang Yu lightly taps her head, questioning her gaze. What are you looking at? Tired? After pocketing his phone, he glances out the window, noting that they are just 3 stops away. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken a bus. Although Wan Cece's fever has subsided, her body has yet to fully recover. It's nothing, I'm just a bit sleepy, she replies, averting her gaze. Liking Jiang Yu brings her immense joy, and the affirmation of her feelings elevates her happiness even further. Wan Cece is astute. Once she clarifies her emotions, she swiftly establishes her goals. As for her relationship with Jiang Yu, she is uncertain if he reciprocates her feelings. But it suffices for her that she remains unique in his eyes. As long as she desires it, no one can take Jiang Yu away from her. She resolves to become the person he would cherish, believing that he can only harbor affection for her. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yu retrieves their backpacks from her arms, walking alongside her toward home. In his mind, he ponders how to explain to his parents his newfound desire to pursue art once his grades are released. In his previous life, poor grades made his artistic aspirations seem reasonable, but with better performance this time around, he finds himself in a quandary. Did you see Lila today? Wan Cece suddenly asks. Jiang Yu snaps back to attention. I did, why? A frown etches his face as he wonders if she might have feelings for that boy. To his surprise, he realizes that he and Lila share a similar demeanor, both possessing a scholarly appearance. Reflecting on the inexplicable yet fervent affection he once had for Wan Cece, he feels a sense of urgency. You're still young. Don't think about such things. You're about to start high school. What is the point of romance? He deliberately suppresses the peculiar feelings welling up within him, though the oddity is palpable. Noticing Jiang Yu's agitation brings Wan Cece some delight, prompting her to quickly deny, I don't like him. Jiang Yu breathes a sigh of relief. Then why mention him? Wan Cece gazes at him earnestly. I just realized today that it seems our feelings are quite different from what others perceive. With a sweet smile, she reiterates, I want him to know that Jiang Yu is different. To me, Jiang Yu is unlike anyone else. As she earnestly speaks, her eyes glimmer with determination. Jiang Yu watches her, feeling his heart race unnaturally. Chapter 39. Who at such a tender age is preoccupied with thoughts of raising children? Jiang Yu ponders the perplexing behavior of today's youth. They have just completed their midterms, not their finals. Why are Chi Han and the others broaching such topics? Why is Wan Cece doing the same? He finds himself increasingly agitated, primarily due to his own racing heart, as he has never truly considered any other potential developments with Wan Cece in this lifetime. From the outset, his intent was to alter the outcome to ensure his survival. Over time, he harbored a heroic notion of wanting to rescue Wan Cece. He clicks his tongue and playfully tugs at her ponytail, gently. What are you daydreaming about? Do you remember your promise to me? He strides past her into the house. Wan Cece, ever the good-natured girl, follows closely behind, assuring him, of course. I'll study hard. You can count on me, Jiang Yu. Don't call me Jiang Yu. Call me brother. His voice carries a hint of sternness. Wan Cece gazes at the silhouette of the boy ahead, stealthily stepping into his shadow as she whispers, no way. In the past, it was acceptable to call him brother. But now that she has realized her feelings for Jiang Yu, that distinction no longer holds. She muses that perhaps she should research how to love someone, as she has never entertained the idea of liking a boy before. After all, Jiang Yu has always emphasized that studying is of utmost importance. Returning to her room, Wan Cece rummages through her drawer for a notebook, flipping to a fresh page and inscribing, on this day after the midterms, I discovered a little secret about myself. I have a deep affection for Jiang Yu, far beyond mere liking. I wish to possess him always. Therefore, I must strive harder to provide the best for Jiang Yu. In her world, love is a rare and precious commodity. A child who has never experienced love finds it challenging to learn how to love. She has been loved before, but also abandoned. Rescued by the Jiang family, she feels gratitude towards them, except for Jiang Yu. Clutching her notebook, her features brighten, her beautiful visage now imbued with color. If the previous Yuan Cece resembled a delicate doll, she was more of a lifeless one, exquisite yet lacking something vital. However, the current Yuan Cece is different. She wishes to cherish the rare flower that has blossomed within her heart. The summer following the midterms stretches long and languid. Having just completed the exams, even the usually strict teacher, Su, has shown some leniency towards Jiang Yu, allowing him to enjoy a relatively comfortable time. Yet, the words of Chi Han and Yuan Cece linger in his mind, causing unease. Lately, he has taken to studying adolescent psychology, not for himself, but for Yuan Cece. He fears that she might develop deeper feelings for him. Don't ask him why. He can still recall her wildness from their previous life. Jiang Yu sighs, reclining on the sofa, watching Yuan Cece in the kitchen, slicing watermelon for him. Is it possible that he has been too overbearing? That preventing her from interacting with boys who wish to court her was a grave error? Reflecting on his own adolescence, he realizes that he was feigning innocence. In his past life, he was a chubby boy, devoid of female companionship, preoccupied with video games rather than romance. Thus, his youth holds little relevance as a reference. High school was even more intense. After all, weren't his grades decent? He immersed himself in art, spending hours in the studio. During that time, Jiang Yu had grown taller and, at least in appearance, was quite handsome, receiving love confessions from girls. However, Jiang Yu's mind was solely occupied with painting. Teacher Su mentioned that if one pursued art, they would likely fail to gain admission to a prestigious school. Jiang Yu was urged to hang himself up and whip himself for it. After all, Jiang Yu's youth was devoid of early romance and lacked any profound memories. He was merely a high school child lamenting while being chased and scolded by his mother, who, at such a tender age, will be burdened with thoughts of raising a child. Oh, that would be Jiang Yu himself. At that moment, Jiang Yu sighed again, his gaze dull as he fixated on the ceiling. Suddenly, a lovely face appeared within his line of sight. It was Yuan Cece's face. Jiang Yu couldn't help but acknowledge its beauty. At the very least, he hadn't encountered a girl more attractive than her. Yet, he remained expressionless as he reached out to cover her small face. "What are you doing? If you keep smiling, drool will come out," he chided. Yuan Cece leaned back under his touch, explaining, "I haven't even opened my mouth. I was just eating watermelon." Jiang Yu sat up, and the scent of watermelon wafting through the summer air seemed to alleviate his irritation slightly. Yuan Cece pushed the cut watermelon towards him, opting not to eat any herself. Perhaps it was due to her herbal medicine. She was on her period. Only then did Jiang Yu notice her pale complexion and the fact that she hadn't touched the watermelon. He couldn't help but frown. "Is your period here?" He recalled seeing Yuan Cece emerge earlier and casually calling her to cut the watermelon, completely oblivious to her poor condition. Yuan Cece nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. "Why didn't you say anything? Going out of your way to cut watermelon for me, you foolish girl." With that, he grumbled as he walked into the kitchen. Yuan Cece's eyes curved into a smile as she watched his retreating figure, knowing he was preparing ginger tea for her. In truth, she could have made it herself, but she relished the sight of Jiang Yu bustling about for her sake. Despite his grumbling, Jiang Yu was far from that. He was truly soft-hearted. Yuan Cece picked up the bowl containing the watermelon and stood beside him, feeding Jiang Yu. As he scolded her for being a handful, he sliced the ginger. Yuan Cece chimed in, "Put less ginger in, please." She disliked the taste. "What is the point of putting in less? Put down that bowl." The watermelon was just taken out from the fridge. "If you do this again, I'll smack you," Jiang Yu retorted, shooting her a glare. The young man's brows were gentle. Even when he pretended to be fierce, he didn't appear menacing. Yuan Cece smiled sweetly, watching him obediently say, "I'll be careful next time." Every time Jiang Yu saw her like this, it felt as if he were hitting a fist into cotton. At that moment, he reached out to pinch her face, but remembered his hands were smeared with ginger juice. Yuan Cece detested that flavor. Thus, he hesitated to bring his hand up. However, Yuan Cece proactively leaned in, placing her face in his palm. The unpleasant ginger juice touched her delicate skin, but she seemed unfazed, blinking her eyes at Jiang Yu. "Go ahead, I want to dodge." Jiang Yu felt the softness of her youthful face against his palm. After all these years, her face had finally developed a bit of baby fat, characteristic of adolescence. Her beautiful doe-like eyes gazed at him innocently, and, as if feeling unwell, her small face rubbed against his hand a few times. Chapter 40. Boiling Jiang Yu in warm water, she remained confident. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, diverting his gaze. And without hesitation, he pinched her soft face gently. The warmth of his palm was even higher than the temperature of her cheek. Such a gentle squeeze left a mark. "You're the only one causing me trouble here. Go out and wait," he said, releasing her and instinctively rinsing his hands, as if wanting to wash away the lingering softness he had felt. Ruan Cece responded with an obedient "oh," taking the bowl and turning to leave. However, once she reached the living room, she sat on the sofa, facing the semi-open kitchen, where she could clearly see him. She had read enough materials to know that with Jiang Yu's nature, he was unlikely to be rushed. She tenderly touched her cheek, which had just been pinched. Even the distasteful ginger scent seemed less bothersome, as it was associated with Jiang Yu. It was all right. She was patient. She was confident that she could patiently boil Jiang Yu in warm water. Due to the sudden onset of Ruan Cece's period, they could not attend the escape room event they had planned with Chi-Han. Suyin brought back high school textbooks for Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, suggesting they could review them when they had time. Having a teacher at home ensured that their studies would not fall behind. During this period, Teacher Su was preoccupied with grading papers and had little time to attend to Jiang Yu. Yet, Ruan Cece still found time. Each day, she approached Jiang Yu with a book, cautiously asking, "Brother, can we study together?" She looked as if she had been bullied by him. Jiang Yu initially refused. Ruan Cece didn't protest, but merely responded with a slightly downcast "oh," retreating to her own space. The next day, she returned, saying, "Brother, shall we study together? I want to be in the same class as you and attend the same school in the future." Her eyes were full of pleading. Jiang Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, he often found himself at a disadvantage due to his soft heart, especially towards Ruan Cece. Mainly, after he rejected her, she didn't argue or throw a tantrum. Her pitiful demeanor made Jiang Yu lose interest in the game he was holding. By the 3rd day, Jiang Yu surrendered. When Ruan Cece arrived, he had already arranged his books. He was genuinely starting from scratch, from elementary school to high school. It felt like a terrible ordeal, though he lamented internally. Once Jiang Yu decided to study, he was serious about it. After all, once the exam results were out, they could go to the beach, as Teacher Su had promised. If they performed well, they might even get to spend the night by the sea. The allure of this prospect was undeniably strong, enough to make a slacker like Jiang Yu start to look forward to the results. However, Jiang Yu also noticed that these past few days, Su Yin and Jiang Weimin seemed to be troubled by something new. Their moods were evidently not great. Jiang Yu's instincts told him something was off. Yet, due to his age, he knew that even if he asked, he would probably not receive an answer. To be honest, perhaps in his parents' eyes, Ruan Cece, the genuine child, was more reliable than him, the pretend child. Jiang Yu felt troubled. In the blink of an eye, the exam results were announced. Unsurprisingly, Ruan Cece secured the top spot. The school also had plenty of scholarships available, covering tuition fees entirely, which was a boon for Ruan Cece. It was indeed true that education could change one's life, but the prerequisite was to be at the top tier of academic achievement. Upon learning about the scholarship amount, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of envy, but was genuinely happy for Ruan Cece. No one knew better than Jiang Yu how hard she had studied. And everything else, Jiang Yu often felt pity for Ruan Cece, but when it came to academics, he was resolute. He wanted to ensure Ruan Cece had a broader path ahead. Just like now, with Ruan Cece achieving such results, she no longer needed anyone's help. She could secure a spot in the best high school and earn scholarships on her own. These are the very foundations of her confidence. She does not rely on anyone else, for she holds the reins of her own life. If only Ruan Cece had the opportunity to participate in the high school entrance examination in her past life. Jiang Yu let out a sigh and shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts any longer, for the more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. Clearly, Su Yin was quite elated, especially since Jiang Yu had performed decently in his exams, albeit appearing rather ordinary when compared to Ruan Cece. Nonetheless, it was still an impressive feat coincidentally. This cohort was the first to relocate to the new campus, which is vast and spacious. Su Yin smiling, served dishes to the two of them and inquired, "Given your excellent results, do you have any desired gifts? Do share with me." This was directed at both of them. Sue first turned her gaze to Wan Cici, who cheerfully replied, "Aunt Sue, I don't wish for anything. I'm already quite delighted with my results." Each time, Sue gazed upon the obedient Wan Cici, her heart ached even more. She understood that with Wan Cici's temperament, it was improbable for her to voice her desire for a gift. So she thought, "If you do not speak up, I shall prepare something for you nonetheless." Wan Cici hastily protested that it wasn't necessary, but Sue was undeterred. Her gaze then fell upon the silent Jiang Yu. "What about you, young master? What do you desire?" Usually, by this time, you would have already voiced your wishes. Her tone was laced with humor, and Jiang Wayman chuckled. "Come on, little fish, just say it. If your mother won't buy it, I can sneakily fulfill your request." This earned him a disapproving glance from Sue. Jiang Yu hesitated, for he did not wish to abandon his pursuit of painting. He was caught in a dilemma about whether to voice his desire now. After all, his mother had promised to grant him one request. Yet, he felt that speaking up might disrupt the pleasant atmosphere. However, at that moment, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Jiang Yu opened his mouth, but remained uncertain. Wan Cici, sensing his unease, tugged at his shirt. With a sigh, Jiang Yu turned to Sue and asked, "Mom, is it true that you will agree to any request as long as it isn't too excessive?" Theoretically, that was the case, Sue replied, but she noticed his serious expression and questioned, "What is it? You aren't contemplating dropping out high school, are you?" Her words were obviously meant as a joke. Yet she raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu. He replied, "Not at all. I simply wish to pursue art and learn to paint." As soon as he uttered those words, a hush fell over the dining table. Jiang Wayman looked at Jiang Yu with surprise. Su Yin's previously smiling demeanor shifted to one of sternness. Wan Cici, momentarily taken aback, processed the realization that Jiang Yu wanted to study painting. This meant he would be in the art class and not in the same class as her anymore. Could she even draw? Yet, she lacked sufficient funds. Wan Cici's expression soured as she tightened her grip on Jiang Yu's shirt hem. Jiang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated this reaction. However, having already spoken, he no longer hesitated. He reiterated, "Mom, Dad, I want to learn to paint." Chapter 41. At least for now, we will always be together. As Jiang Yu expected, the once joyful atmosphere turned cold. Su gazed at Jiang Yu and said, "Little fish, your grades are commendable. There is no need to pursue a path in the arts." She attempted to calmly persuade her son, and while she held no disdain for studying art, she believed that focusing more on academics would enable him to secure a place in a good school. Studying art was also quite demanding. Moreover, they had never nurtured any artistic interests in Jiang Yu since childhood. Was this not foolish? Jiang Wayman chimed in, "Exactly, little fish. Studying art is no easy feat. It is exhausting." Wan Cici remained silent, her eyes clouded with contemplation. Jiang Yu was well aware of their likely response and patiently explained, "I have worked diligently throughout middle school. Yet as you have seen, my performance is merely average, and that is largely due to Wan Cici's constant support. In high school, the workload will only increase. I cannot continue to rely on Wan Cici. She might very well become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I cannot afford to waste her time." "I do not consider a waste. I can manage." Wan Cici finally spoke up, her grip on Jiang Yu's shirt unwavering, while her other hand nervously rubbed against her pants. She spoke earnestly, "I truly can. You are not wasting my time." The time spent with Jiang Yu was never a waste for her. Jiang Yu understood how to leverage Wan Cici's sentiments, yet he countered, "But with my current performance, I could at most secure a decent undergraduate placement, while you aim for a prestigious institution. If I pursue art as long as I maintain my current grades, I should also be able to gain admission to a notable school, right?" His words were directed at Wan Cici, but they also encompassed Su Yin and Jiang Wayman. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's expression wavered with uncertainty. However, in the end, Jiang Yu did not manage to secure a decisive victory. Su Yin merely stated that they would consider it. Wan Cici was evidently deep in thought, remaining silent. Yet for Jiang Yu, this was already a positive outcome. After all, there was no vehement opposition, and the matter was still under consideration. As long as he continued to articulate his thoughts, half the battle was won. How could he not feel pleased? Yet, while he experienced joy, others were not as content. Jiang Yu was engaged in a conversation with Qi Han about a trip to the seaside. Qi Han had an uncle who owned several small apartments by the shore where they could stay. This was also the reason Su Yin and the others were willing to let Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece stay out overnight. They were a group of 3 boys and 3 girls, but there were no triple rooms available, only double rooms. Qi Han suggested that they could squeeze in together. Otherwise, they would need to book 4 rooms, leaving 2 people alone, which felt rather awkward. Jiang Yu had no objections. Do as you wish. You can ask in the group chat. I have no issues. Oh, I've already asked everyone. It's just you and Ruan Cece left. If you're fine with it. Then Ruan Cece probably won't mind either. I'll tell my uncle to reserve a couple of larger rooms with tatami mats, Qi Han said excitedly, especially since they had all been accepted to the same high school. Qi Han jested about the situation, but it was no matter. At least they had all made it in. Lu Qi, having never been in the same class as them, lamented feeling isolated and wished that this time in high school, she could at least share a class with someone. Ideally, she hoped to be in the same class as Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu found this somewhat peculiar. Ruan Cece could be rather aloof toward her friends, yet both Zhou, Xian, and Lu Qi seemed particularly fond of her, suggesting that the young girl had quite the social appeal. However, Jiang Yu mused that it might be because both Zhou, Xian, and Lu Qi were drawn to beauty, and Ruan Cece was undeniably stunning. Just as he was conversing with Qi Han, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Yu called out, "Come in," and then said to Qi Han, "I'll speak with Ruan Cece in a moment. You can reiterate in the group chat, as it can't be solely my decision. I'll hang up now." He caught Qi Han murmuring, "Aren't you already making unilateral decisions regarding Ruan Cece? You said no dating, and even a fly buzzing around her must be female." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes as he observed the displeased expression on Ruan Cece's face as she entered, and he could surmise the reason for her visit. Therefore, he said to Qi Han, "All right, I'm hanging up now." Ruan Cece stood before him, waiting for him to end the call. Before she spoke, "Jiang Yu, do you really want to study art?" Jiang Yu pulled over a chair, revealing several chibi characters sketched on the table. "Sit down," he said. "Are you still feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look too good." The frustration that had been brewing within her seemed to dissipate upon hearing Jiang Yu's concern, although she was somewhat vexed with herself for being so vulnerable. The sight of Jiang Yu rendered Ruan Cece utterly soft, a state that had become her default around him. Could you possibly refrain from studying art?" Ruan Cece sat on the chair Jiang Yu had pulled over, her brow furrowing as she spoke. "I could teach you. If you study art, we won't be able to be in the same class." When she received the notification from the high school, she had made a request to be in the same class as Jiang Yu, but since he was pursuing art, that was no longer feasible. Jiang Yu sighed and replied earnestly, "But Ruan Xiaoxi, some people study hard, and this is simply their outcome. I am one of those individuals, and I possess a degree of self-awareness. Even if we are in different classes, we can still commute together to and from school, and we can still go home together." Observing her discontent, Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair, his legs outstretched, and affectionately ruffled her hair. "We cannot remain together forever." His tone was gentle as he scrutinized Ruan Cece's expression, not missing the fleeting shadow that crossed her eyes. Jiang Yu's heart sank, and he quickly added, "But I will always be your brother. We can discuss the future later. I have seriously considered studying art. You will support me, won't you?" He feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "If you oppose me, there will be no one in the family to support me." Ruan Cece regarded Jiang Yu, pursing her lips. After a moment, she spoke up. "Is studying art expensive?" Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. "It's somewhat manageable." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Ruan Cece. "Don't worry about it. Your grades are exceptional, and you are destined to be at the top of your class. Don't dwell on such matters, understand?" Ruan Cece remained silent, aware that she could not afford to study art. After all, she couldn't possibly ask Aunt Sue and the others for money, which only added to her frustration. Jiang Yu sighed. "Ruan Cece, what are you thinking? Focus on your studies and don't overthink everything. At least for now, we will always be together." Chapter 42. No one can ruin Ruan Cece's life. It was evident that Jiang Yu's words did little to soothe Ruan Cece. Yet, she did not confront him directly. Instead, her demeanor soured over the following days, her expression consistently lacking vitality, as if she were distracted by some underlying worry. The weather was dismal, with rain falling incessantly, causing their seaside excursion to be postponed repeatedly. Ruan Cece attended her martial arts classes twice a week, with Jiang Yu typically accompanying her. Now that he had learned to swim, he only went occasionally. On days when he had nothing else to do, he would wait for Ruan Cece outside her martial arts studio, passing the time playing games or sketching tattoo designs. In his previous life, Jiang Yu traveled extensively to enrich his portfolio and had studied in many countries. The tattoo industry, while seemingly unrefined, had not been one of those cheap street shops where design cost mere hundreds. It required a 6-month advance booking to even get an appointment. The earnings far surpassed those of ordinary professions. However, despite this, his parents viewed it as an unworthy pursuit, deeming it less respectable than a library assistant earning a mere $3,000 a month. Jiang Yu had no significant regrets in his past life, save for his parents' disapproval of his career choice. He understood their perspective. One was a doctor, the other a teacher, and to them, his profession seemed frivolous. Therefore, upon his reincarnation, he had no intention of abandoning his passion and preferred career, as he was not an ambitious person by nature. Finding a profession that was both lucrative and enjoyable was a rarity. Jiang Yu could not find a reason to relinquish his aspirations. After all, the most significant upheaval in this lifetime was likely the person who had caused his demise in his previous life, Ruan Cece. Setting down his pen, Jiang Yu glanced across at the martial arts studio and spotted a familiar figure that sent a chill down his spine. Ruan Datian, what was he doing here? Jiang Yu abruptly stood, initially thinking he had misidentified the figure due to the rain. However, Ruan Datian seemed to sense his gaze and approached with an umbrella. This time, Jiang Yu did not shy away, but instead watched as Ruan Datian crossed the street and entered the door. The barista greeted him with a cheerful welcome, but her expression faltered upon noticing Ruan Datian's menacing demeanor. She cautiously inquired, "May I help you?" Ruan Datian scanned the room, his gaze landing on Jiang Yu, and he shook his head. "No, I'm looking for someone." His intimidating presence was palpable. Jiang Yu offered a reassuring smile to the concerned baristas before turning his attention back to Ruan Datian, who took a seat across from him. Jiang family boy, waiting for Cece to finish her class? Ruan Datian grinned at Jiang Yu, though the smile was laced with malice, and he referred to Cece in a familiar manner. He typically used derogatory terms like little vixen or money grubber. Jiang Yu regarded him coolly and nodded. "How did you find this place?" "Oh, I followed you here." Ruan Datian grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "I've been trailing you for 2 days." A chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine. He had not noticed Ruan Datian following them. "What do you want from us? Didn't my mother speak with you already?" "Indeed, she did, and the money has been exchanged. But I've spent it all. I heard my dear daughter has achieved top marks. The school must have rewarded her handsomely. What's wrong with her giving a little to her father?" Ruan Datian's demeanor was infuriatingly nonchalant, his expression inciting a desire to strike him. Jiang Yu replied sternly, "My parents have already given you a substantial amount. And, Chen Hui, that money is meant for education. Education is irrelevant. With her looks, she could manage just fine without studying." Ruan Datian dismissed casually, his shamelessness evident. He grinned at Jiang Yu. "How about this? You don't want me to bother Ruan Cece, right? Then, give me 10,000 and I won't pursue her." He appeared quite confident, adding, "Don't say I'm bullying kids. I know Ruan Cece's prize money is more than that." Jiang Yu recognized that Ruan Datian had come specifically for him and surmised that even if he handed over the money, this unscrupulous individual would still seek out Ruan Cece. After all, Ruan Datian's words held as much weight as a fart, utterly meaningless. Clenching his pen tightly, Jiang Yu resolved that if his parents and Chen Hui couldn't handle Ruan Datian, he would take matters into his own hands. No one could ruin Ruan Cece's life. Jiang Yu forced a smile. "All right, but I don't have that much cash on hand right now. Can you wait a few days?" He feigned a look of distress and added, "But remember, I will give you the money, and you must not approach Ruan Cece." Ruan Datian seemed taken aback by how easily Jiang Yu was to deceive, pausing for a moment before realizing that the sheltered young master was, indeed, quite gullible. He adopted a serious demeanor, And of course, Cece is my child as well. I wish for her to have a good life. Uncle Rion assure you. Once I receive the money, I shall not disturb her again. Jiang Yu nodded grimly. All right, leave a number. I will contact you later. As he spoke, he slid a piece of paper across the table to Ruan Datian. Ruan Datian wrote down a mobile phone number and inquired, Don't you have a phone? I do, but it's broken. I'm planning to buy a new one, and we'll sell the new one to gather the funds. Jiang Yu's tone grew increasingly irritable. All right, you should leave now. Cece will be out of class soon. Seeing that he could secure the money, Ruan Datian complied and stood up, only to issue a warning. I will wait a maximum of 5 days. Fine. Jiang Yu thought 5 days would suffice. Soon, Ruan Datian departed under the shelter of an umbrella. Jiang Yu picked up his phone from the adjacent seat, which had been recording all along. Initially, it was meant to capture the sound of rain. Sometimes he drew inspiration from various sources. The sound of rain was one of them. Today, the shop was empty, and he had even asked the waitress to turn off the music. He had intended to achieve a better recording of the rain, but inadvertently captured this conversation instead. Extorting a minor is indeed a crime, is it not? Yet, it was not enough. Jiang Yu stopped the recording, pondering how to ensure that Ruan Datian would be imprisoned, ideally never to emerge again. The rain outside poured heavily, so much so that he was unaware when Cece had approached. Jiang Yu, are you daydreaming? The girl's voice was somewhat cold, yet softened when addressing him. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and looked at her. You finished class? He instinctively began tidying up the table. Ruan Cece glanced down, her pupils dilating in shock. That familiar handwriting, along with that phone number, Ruan Datian. Chapter 43. I am more useful than the Calabash brothers. Jiang Yu quickly cleared the table. I thought you would be dismissed later today, considering the rain outside. Ruan Cece clenched her hands tightly, trying to calm herself, and then reached out to help Jiang Yu tidy up, even attempting to take the bag from his hands. However, Jiang Yu handed her a cup of milk tea that had been pre-ordered and had only just begun to cool, saying, You don't need to carry that. Let us go home. Ruan Cece explained, The teacher's wife is having a baby, so we actually finished class early. I just had a little sparring match with my classmates, which delayed me. Jiang Yu smiled. So your teacher has good news at home. Did you win the sparring match? Ruan Cece nodded. Yes, I won. Then why do you not seem happy? I won't compete with you for chicken legs tonight. He glanced at Ruan Cece. Teacher Sue asked us to buy a roast chicken to take home. This was a typical conversation, one that Ruan Cece had grown accustomed to over the past few years. She watched as Jiang Yu opened the umbrella, turning to gesture for her to stand beneath it. Let us take the bus or subway. Hailing a cab in this weather will surely result in a traffic jam. Then let us take the subway. Ruan Cece stepped under the umbrella, feeling him instinctively tilt it towards her. Jiang Yu is always like this, tough on the outside but soft-hearted within, invariably protective of her. Those unfamiliar classmates often asked Ruan Cece, Why do you listen to Jiang Yu so much? It seems like he bullies you. Yet in truth, Jiang Yu had always been her protector. The pudgy boy from a few years ago had now grown tall and slim, currently towering over Ruan Cece by half a head, and no longer required her to hold the umbrella for him. The typhoon weather was rather bothersome. Jiang Yu was already irritable, and as he sheltered Ruan Cece while walking towards the subway station, he called out, Come a bit closer. My bag is getting wet. Ruan Cece took his bag in her arms. It won't get wet like this. This time, Jiang Yu did not stop her. He switched the umbrella to one hand and pulled her slightly closer. You'll get wet like this. Ruan Cece found herself enveloped in his embrace, and her previously chaotic thoughts suddenly calmed. Jiang Yu, will you always protect me? Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to Ruan Cece's occasional insecurities and assumed she was still troubled over her desire to join the art class. Without a second thought, he replied, Of course, even if we are not in the same class in the future, we will still be in the same home. Do you remember the little calabash I gave you? Just call me, and I will come out to protect you. He comforted Ruan Cece as one would soothe a child. I am more useful than the Calabash brothers. Ruan Cece giggled, the calabash hanging from a red string around her neck, pressed tightly against her. At that moment, she earnestly stated, Of course, Jiang Yu is a superhero. Therefore, I cannot let any dirty things touch you. By the time they arrived home, they were both inevitably drenched. They hurriedly changed clothes. After changing, Jiang Yu remembered that his bag was still with Ruan Cece. Upon emerging, he found a bag placed on the living room sofa. They were soaked, yet the bag remained dry. Jiang Yu surmised it was the result of Ruan Cici's careful protection. He took the bag into the bedroom and had just retrieved his papers when he heard teacher Su calling, "Come out for dinner." Jiang Yu responded and set down what he was holding before heading out. Naturally, he did not notice that the piece of paper written on by Ruan Datian had vanished. During dinner, Su Yin finally relented. "Little fish, your father and I have discussed it. We can respect your interests, but you must accompany your mother to meet a teacher for evaluation. After all, if you wish to pursue art, it's essential to assess your talent. Otherwise, the path may be arduous." She sighed, for she would undeniably prefer Jiang Yu to focus on his studies. However, she had also discussed what he said that day with her husband. Throughout his school years, Jiang Yu's grades had never been particularly outstanding. Despite being academically gifted themselves, it seemed he had not inherited their abilities. By middle school, the disparity had become quite apparent, just as Jiang Yu had mentioned. Had it not been for Ruan Cici continuously urging him to review and attend tutoring sessions, his fluctuating grades might have made it uncertain whether he could enroll in a good high school. They could not always rely on Ruan Cici to pull Jiang Yu forward. Even though they were aware she was willing, but they could not afford to be selfish. Thus, the couple finally relented, although they knew this day would come eventually. Hearing Su Yin's words filled Jiang Yu with joy. "All right, no problem, Mom. I promise to make you proud." Su Yin couldn't help but smile at her son's delighted expression, though she still teased him. "As long as you don't embarrass me, that's enough." Ruan Cici watched Jiang Yu's unrestrained happiness, gripping her chopsticks tightly. She had always wished to grow up quickly, believing that once she did, she would no longer fear Ruan Datian. Yet if growing up meant drifting further away from Jiang Yu, she had no desire to age at all. Noticing Ruan Cici's gloomy mood, Jiang Yu readily recognized it. That evening, he took the initiative to bring the sweet soup cooked by teacher Su and knocked on Ruan Cici's door. In the living room, Jiang Weiman gestured for Su Yin to look. Their bond has truly been strong since childhood. Su Yin smiled. "Siblings are like that, aren't they?" Yet, Jiang Weiman hesitated, finally lowering his voice to say, "But they are not biological siblings. This relationship requires attention. Moreover, if little fish wishes to study art, Ruan Datian's side, they may not be able to provide much financial support." Jiang Weiman could not quite articulate why, after so many years of Ruan Cixi being in their home, he still felt that the girl was not as well behaved as she seemed. It was merely an intuition, perhaps, and he had previously witnessed the way Ruan Cixi glared at Ruan Datian, with a gaze that seemed to harbor a murderous intent, despite the fact that Ruan Datian hardly deserved such animosity. Nonetheless, having such a girl constantly in proximity to his son rendered him rather uneasy. Ironically, both his son and daughter-in-law were quite fond of Ruan Cixi. Thus, Jiang Weiman opted to remain silent, especially since Ruan Cixi had indeed been quite obedient over the years. When Su Yin heard her husband's words, her smile dimmed slightly. Casting a glance at the partially closed door of Ruan Cixi's room, she thought, "I still have faith in Xiaoyu and Cici. Regarding Ruan Datian, I shall have another discussion with Chen Hui. We cannot allow this situation to persist indefinitely, especially since our finances are dwindling. Occasional concessions are acceptable, but if they continue to succumb to Ruan Datian's extortion, how could they possibly afford it?" Jiang Weiman nodded, his brow furrowed as he whispered, "If necessary, we might have to resort to that method Xiaoyu mentioned before." Although Su Yin had opposed it previously, she fell silent for a moment before responding. "Let us observe for now." Chapter 44. The endearing innocence of calling me brother in childhood. When Jiang Yu entered with a bowl of sweet soup, he indeed found Ruan Cixi engrossed in her studies, tackling what appeared to be high school-level problems. He had visited her room countless times and was quite familiar with it. Pulling up a chair, he set the sweet soup down casually and said, "Drink this. Studying necessitates taking breaks. You are behaving like a robot. Aren't you tired?" Ruan Cixi shook her head. "I'm fine. This level of intensity is manageable. I've compiled some notes for you to take back shortly." Jiang Yu sighed. "You needn't go through the trouble of preparing notes for me. My mother mentioned I'll be assessed by that teacher the day after tomorrow. Don't you believe that your brother can perform well?" Ruan Cixi had always unconditionally believed in Jiang Yu. Yet at that moment, she bit her lip and remained silent. secretly hoping that Jiang Yu might not pass the exam. Such thoughts felt selfish, yet they would allow Jiang Yu to remain by her side. Eventually, Ruanshik Sixi whispered, "You will definitely succeed. I believe in you." In truth, she had occasionally discovered Jiang Yu's casual sketches during his moments of daydreaming or boredom, and she had found them quite impressive. She had even secretly saved many of his discarded drafts. However, she never imagined that one day he might leave her because of his art. Just the thought of it made her feel disheartened. Jiang Yu, observing her sulky demeanor as she insisted she would surely do well, found her adorable. He reached over to take the pen from her hand. "Go wash your hands and come out to join me for some sweet soup." With a soft, "Oh," Ruanshik Sixi got up to wash her hands. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to tidy her desk, which was cluttered with papers and books, in stark contrast to his own, which housed models and puzzles. Her discipline made Jiang Yu, an adult, feel somewhat guilty. When Ruanshik Sixi returned, she noticed her desk had been organized, causing her heart to skip a beat as she recalled a piece of paper she had tucked away in her math book. Jiang Yu might not see it after all. "What are you standing there for? Come on, it will get cold. My mother said not to let you drink anything cold, or I'll have to put it in the fridge." Jiang Yu called out, pondering whether his influence in art had been so significant and enduring. Why did Ruanshik Sixi appear somewhat dazed? Noticing her silence, Jiang Yu inquired, "Are you hiding something from me?" Ruanshik Sixi nearly choked on her last sip, her first reaction being to wonder if Jiang Yu had discovered her secret, leading to a coughing fit. Jiang Yu quickly jumped up to pat her back, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? You're not a child anymore." The girl was so slender that Jiang Yu felt only bones beneath his hand. Watching her pale face flush as she coughed, Ruanshik Sixi waved her hand, indicating she was fine. "I cough. All the commotion made Jiang Yu forget what he had intended to ask. Su-in, worried, came to check. "What happened? Why are you coughing so much?" "I'm fine. Cough. Just cough," I choked. Ruanshik Sixi's eyes glistened with tears as she coughed. Jiang Yu sighed, reassuring his mother, "It's nothing, Mom. She'll be all right soon." Eventually, when Su-in saw that Ruanshik Sixi had calmed down, she entered to collect their bowls, advising, "Drink slowly." "Did Jiang Yu distract you while you were copying notes?" "Just ignore him." Jiang Yu felt somewhat wronged, but acknowledged that it was indeed his conversation that had caused Ruanshik Sixi to choke. All he could do was endure the unjust feeling. After Su-in offered a few more words of caution, she turned to leave. Once Ruanshik Sixi had regained her composure, Jiang Yu took her cup to sip some water. Only after she had swallowed did he speak. "Your reaction suggests you might be feeling guilty." The girl looked up at Jiang Yu with her large, tear-brimmed eyes, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Yu had known Ruanshik Sixi was beautiful since childhood. Even on outings with Su Laosher, no one ever suggested she was unattractive. Her delicate features resembled a porcelain doll, and even Chi Han, who was usually intimidated by her, acknowledged her beauty. At that moment, Jiang Yu was momentarily struck by her stunning appearance, forgetting what he intended to say. One thought crossed his mind. Who made her cry? How infuriating. Then he realized it was likely his fault. Regardless, he reached out to cup Ruanshik Sixi's face, admonishing, "Don't stare at me with those big eyes," and remain silent. Ruanshik Sixi felt a pang of disappointment. Did he truly not like her at all? Why did it seem that every time she looked at Jiang Yu, he reacted differently, remaining utterly unresponsive to her gaze? Feeling increasingly frustrated, Ruanshik Sixi insisted, "I'm not hiding anything from you. I have nothing to conceal." Since Jiang Yu's hand was covering her face, her breath brushed against his palm as she spoke. Jiang Yu, suddenly feeling a warmth, withdrew his hand, his heart racing. Oblivious to the flicker of uncertainty in Ruanshik Sixi's eyes as she spoke, Jiang Yu replied, "You'd better be honest with me about everything. You're just a child, after all, and you can't quite grasp the complexities, can you?" That remark led Ruanshik Sixi to retort defiantly, "I am not a child." Jiang Yu chuckled, inwardly thinking that he truly was no longer a child, but feigned innocence as he said, "How can you speak to me like that? I am your brother." Ruanshik Sixi turned away, picking up the neatly organized notes he had prepared for her. "Here are your notes." Jiang Yu mused, "Children growing up can be quite bothersome. They were far more endearing when they called me brother as they trailed behind me in childhood." He reached for the notes, playfully tapping her head. You're getting a bit too cheeky." I'm heading back now. Just as Jiang Yu turned to leave, Ruan Shixixi tugged at the hem of his shirt. He glanced back at her, asking, "What is it? Can we sleep together tonight?" Ruan Shixixi asked with wide, pleading eyes. Jiang Yu pinched her nose teasingly. "What a ridiculous notion. My parents would kill me. Sleep on your own. If you can't fall asleep, I'll send you some calming music." "Why would you have something like that?" Ruan Shixixi asked curiously, her voice muffled due to his grip on her nose. After all, Jiang Yu enjoyed a sleep quality akin to a comatose state and hardly needed any music to lull him to rest. Jiang Yu let out a soft sigh, recalling how Qi Han had mentioned that he suffered from insomnia for a while and found solace in listening to this particular music. "I got it for you," he said, releasing his grip on Ruan Cici's petite nose, which was now flushed, rendering her quite endearing. With a smile, Jiang Yu continued, "Don't you often struggle with sleep? You must rest well to grow. You've hardly gained any height this year. Be careful not to turn into a little shorty." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Ruan Cici pouted at his retreating figure. She did not require any hypnotic melodies, for only in Jiang Yu's presence could she find peace to sleep. Chapter 45. Ruan Xiaoxi, wait for me to bring back something to eat. After returning home, Jiang Yu sent the much-anticipated hypnotic music to Ruan Cici. He then organized the sketches he had created that day. Soon, he realized that the draft containing Ruan Dayin's phone number had gone missing. Jiang Yu searched diligently multiple times, confirming that it was truly lost. Could it have been misplaced in the rush at the milk tea shop? Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had memorized the phone number. The pressing concern now was devising a way for Ruan Datian to remain incarcerated for a few more years. Last time, it was due to manslaughter, apparently after a bout of heavy drinking. Jiang Yu certainly could not allow him to commit murder again. Could he? He recalled that in his previous life, Ruan Datian had succumbed to addiction. However, this time, the difference was that Ruan Datian had already spent a few years in confinement, and, it seemed, had not yet encountered such vices, at least not to the extent of being unable to afford drugs, considering his newfound wealth in this life. As he contemplated asking Chun Hui for assistance, or perhaps his parents, he figured he might eventually need to request help from Ruan Cici as well. Ruan Datian was a man of many vices, including gambling. Frustrated, Jiang Yu sketched a severed hand on his draft paper. Gambling appeared to be the most accessible avenue. After all, compared to other options, it seemed less daunting for the current Jiang Yu, who at 15 or 16 years old, was not as well connected as he had been in his previous life. While Jiang Yu was deep in thought about ensnaring Ruan Datian, Ruan Cici had already messaged him from the other side of the wall. "Have you contacted Jiang Yu? Are you seeking money or something else? Come to me. Don't seek him out." Ruan Cici's expression was cold. Her intention was to eliminate future troubles. Why not confide in Jiang Yu and the others? It was because she knew they would undoubtedly disapprove. However, dealing with a person like Ruan Datian required a firm hand to truly sever ties. She gently rubbed the small gold pendant at her chest. Her hero had protected her for so long, and now it was her turn to act. Jiang Yu had also been preparing funds, as his allowance had always been quite ample, and he had even sold some of his artwork online. As a minor, his sketches fetched a low price, but he had an account with several thousand followers, a fact unknown to Su Yin and others. All the money from his sales was directed to his Alipay account. He also possessed a bank card, which Su Yin had helped him obtain, occasionally checking its balance to prevent him from overspending. However, Alipay was not registered under his name, but rather Jiang Weiman S., as minors were restricted from receiving transfers, and expenditures had limits. Jiang Yu felt a pang of frustration. Thankfully, Jiang Weiman did not use Alipay. Nevertheless, accessing his funds had become quite troublesome. He had initially planned to wait until he turned of age to transfer the money, but now it was necessary. He was preparing the funds in anticipation of Ruan Dayin's demands, fully aware he would eventually need to send him money, lest he be accused of extortion. Gazing at the 15,000 in his account, Jiang Yu sighed. He had initially intended to wait until Ruan Cici's birthday to buy her fireworks, something that other little girls had, and he wanted her to have it too, so she wouldn't fall prey to the likes of Huang Mao so easily. With a heavy heart, he realized that money could be earned again. It was for a worthy cause, dealing with Ruan Datian. With everything prepared, Jiang Yu felt a sense of reassurance. He diligently prepared for the examination in 2 days, confident yet slightly anxious. After all, he could not appear too adept. Otherwise, it would be painfully obvious, and one slip could lead to embarrassment. He was merely an ordinary person with a touch of talent. In the days leading up to the exam, Jiang Yu devoted himself to study, often venturing outside, given that he was relatively unfamiliar with anyone in this life. Orchestrating a scheme was proving to be quite cumbersome. Amidst his busyness, he failed to notice that Ruan Cece had been returning from grocery shopping an hour later than usual for the past few days. On the day of the exam with Su Yin, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling quickening of his heartbeat, accompanied by a twitching eyelid. They had arranged to meet in the morning. Su Yin would drop him off before heading back to school for a meeting. Just before leaving, Jiang Yu turned to Ruan Cece. "Aren't you coming with me? This feels a bit odd. You usually cling to me." Coupled with the persistent twitching of his eyelid, Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss. Ruan Cece shook her head. "I'll wait for you to return. Aunt Sue gave me a set of problems. I still have a few left to complete." Su Yin playfully patted Jiang Yu. "All right, now that he has grown, I can't reach his head anymore, only his arm. You're not a child anymore. You still need Cece to accompany you." Jiang Yu remained stationary, gazing at Ruan Cece. Her heart raced, fearful that Jiang Yu might discern something, yet her expression remained composed and obedient. Finally, Jiang Yu exhaled, "Fine, wait for me at home. When I return, I'll bring you something from that place downstairs, water, buffalo milk, or something. I hear it's delicious, so wait for me." Su Yin rolled her eyes. "Hurry up, Jiang Yu." Then she turned to Ruan Cece with a smile. "Cece, Aunt wants to be home for lunch. You two should eat together. Get Jiang Yu to cook." Jiang Yu also rolled his eyes beside them, sarcastically saying, "Don't worry, I want to let your daughter go hungry." The mother and son playfully bickered as they left. Ruan Cece wore a smile. As Jiang Yu stepped out and closed the door, he glanced back at her. "Ruan Xiaoxi, wait for me to bring back something to eat." Ruan Cece responded with an "oh" as the door shut. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Yu couldn't help but glance back. Su Yin, messaging someone, looked at him briefly. "What is bothering you today? You seem a bit restless." Jiang Yu sighed. Su Yin laughed, teasing him. "Nervous? Thinking you want to perform well?" Jiang Yu immediately bristled. "That's impossible. Oh, I definitely do well. Just wait, Teacher Su. That's for the best. This teacher is quite strict. Don't end up crying from a scolding," she warned. Jiang Yu had no idea how truly strict this teacher was. In his previous life, during his final year of high school, he had attended Chi's art studio, a place Su Yin had introduced him to. Although Chi was stringent, his skills were undeniable, albeit with a rather irritable temperament. This time, Jiang Yu was not the only one. There were 2 girls and 2 boys, making 5 in total, all of whom would undergo an assessment by Teacher Chi. It was rumored that those who passed could enter his studio earlier. Initially, Jiang Yu had intended to hold back a bit, but he was now much more earnest. Thus, he had wasted considerable time. Inevitably, he faced scrutiny, and out of the 5, only 2 remained. The others had been reduced to tears by the harsh critiques. However, Jiang Yu was relieved to have passed the assessment, even though he too had received a scolding. But that was fine. He had grown accustomed to such reprimands in his previous life. As he exited the art studio, it was already past midnight. Jiang Yu took out his phone for a glance, only to find no messages from Ruan Cece. This was peculiar, and an unsettling feeling began to surge within him once more. Chapter 46. Call the police, call an ambulance. Jiang Yu dialed Ruan Cece's number, but the electronic voice on the other end informed him that her phone was switched off. A foreboding sense gripped him, prompting him to hail a taxi. At this hour, traffic should be manageable. Taking the subway would involve inconvenient transfers. He also called his mother, Teacher Su, whose lunchtime break allowed her to answer promptly. "What is wrong, son? Did you pass your assessment and come to brag?" Her tone was light, likely buoyed by a recent message from Teacher Chi. However, Jiang Yu was not in the mood for pleasantries. He cut straight to the chase. "Mom, did Ruan Cece call you?" Su Yin replied with a hint of surprise. "No." "Why?" "Usually, Cece would call me when she knows I'm busy." Jiang Yu's unease intensified, yet he hadn't reached home to ascertain anything. "It's nothing. I just couldn't get through to her. Perhaps her phone ran out of battery? You're on your way home, right? You'll know when you get back. That child is always so engrossed in her studies. Su-in chuckled, dismissing it lightly. Indeed, Ruan Cece was often so absorbed in her work that she overlooked everything else. Jiang Yu merely murmured in acknowledgement, instinctively placing a hand over his heart. However, Ruan Cece had never before evaded his attempts to contact her. The persistent fluttering of his eyelids and his anxious heart before leaving that morning weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, he refrained from troubling Su-in further and ended the call after exchanging a few words. The journey home was brief, taking merely 20 minutes by car. He hurriedly ascended the elevator, his pace quickening to a near run. Once on the 15th floor, he opened the door and immediately sensed the absence of anyone in the apartment. A profound silence enveloped him. Ruan Cece was not home. The thought sent a pang through his heart. He rushed to her room, pushing the door open to find it empty as expected. However, a piece of paper lay on the desk, one that looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Ruan Daiyan's phone number scrawled upon it. So wasn't he lost? Ruan Cece must have found it or taken it. Jiang Yu recalled how Ruan Cece had often expressed her disdain for Ruan Datian. Without hesitation, he bolted out, dialing Ruan Datian's number, but it went unanswered. A sheen of sweat broke out on Jiang Yu's brow as he shakily called Chi Han, who lived merely a 5-minute walk away in their old neighborhood. Chi Han, please go check our old house at Block 9, 3rd floor. See if Ruan Cece is there. On the other end, Chi Han sounded bewildered. What is going on? Just go, please. Right now. Jiang Yu's voice was taut with urgency. I'll be there shortly. Perhaps sensing the gravity in Jiang Yu's tone, Chi Han didn't ask further, responding with a quick, I'm on my way. If Ruan Cece were in danger, he needed help. Jiang Yu's voice trembled slightly. Her father. He has come out. There was a clatter on Chi Han's end, and he muttered, I'm heading over now. Their old classmates were all too aware of Ruan Cece's abusive situation with her father. In their youth, they had even bullied her, oblivious to her suffering. Now, as young adults, they understood the gravity of her plight. Chi Han dashed out, clad in slippers. Jiang Yu opted not to take a taxi, but rode his bicycle directly to the old house. The shortcut would take him only 10 minutes. He pedaled swiftly, eager to arrive before any harm could befall her. Those 10 minutes felt interminable, as his heart raced and his eyes grew misty. Memories of Ruan Cece smiling at him that morning as she said she would wait for his return flashed through his mind. He dreaded imagining how she might react if she discovered that Ruan Datian had sought her out. As he reached the old neighborhood, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The apartment complex was old enough that he could ride right in, and he abandoned his bicycle at the base of the stairs. As he ascended, he heard a cacophony of voices from above. Were they in the midst of a fight? It was Wang Feng's voice. Oh dear, this child is all grown up and still fighting? Does anyone have a tool? I need to force this door open. This was Chi Han. Kid, you can't intervene when a father is hitting his daughter, can you? We can't just break the door down, Wang Feng replied, her tone a mix of gossip and curiosity. But wasn't he once Cece living with the Jiang family? Jiang Yu, with reddened eyes, dashed up the stairs. Chi Han was anxiously shaking the doorknob, trying to get in. Bro, this door won't budge. Wang Feng and several familiar aunties were watching the scene unfold. From within Ruan Daiyan's room came intermittent sounds of chaos, punctuated by his foul-mouthed tirades. Those shouts resonated with some of Jiang Yu's memories. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu pushed past Chi Han. While Chi Han was unable to kick the door in his slippers, Jiang Yu was clad in sneakers. The door was an old wooden one, easily forced if not locked. After 3 firm kicks, it shuddered violently. Young Jiang, if you break it, Ruan Datian will hold you responsible. One of the aunties cautioned. Is this really your business? Jiang Yu paid them no heed, his focus solely on the door. Chi Han, concerned for Jiang Yu's foot, tugged at him. Let me do it. He was tall and had recently gained some weight, driving his shoulder against the door. With a resounding crash, the old door finally gave way. Inside, Jiang Yu was struck by the sight before him. Ruan Cece, pale and bloodied, clutching a bloodied ashtray, while Ruan Datian, armed with a bloody knife, was attempting to rise. The sudden entrance startled both father and daughter, their eyes locking with Jiang Yu's. Ruan Cece's cold demeanor momentarily flickered with alarm as the ashtray trembled unsteadily in her grasp. Unfazed, Ruan Datian cursed vehemently. Rising with the knife, "You wretched girl. I won't hesitate to kill you today." He lunged towards Ruan Cece. With tears brimming in his eyes, Jiang Yu kicked Ruan Datian from behind with all his strength, nearly losing his balance. The man cursed as he fell back down. "Call the police. Call an ambulance." Chi Han, summoning his courage, lunged forward to restrain Ruan Datian, his imposing figure pinning the man down. Simultaneously, he yelled to the onlookers outside, his voice trembling with urgency. Jiang Yu approached the trembling Ruan Cece, her body quaking, uncertain whether it was from pain or the sudden appearance of Jiang Yu. Blood continued to seep from her wounds, each drop piercing Jiang Yu's heart. The heat was overwhelming, enough to make even a man like him shiver. Chapter 47. When I called you, you came. You are mightier than the Calabash brothers. Wang Feng and her companions, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, could no longer contain themselves upon seeing the blood, and a muffled scream escaped someone's lips. At last, some began to retrieve their phones to call for help. Ruan Datian, regaining his composure, unleashed a torrent of profanity, only to be silenced by the irate Chi Han, who urged him to be quiet. Ruan Datian howled in despair, cursing, "Where did this bastard come from?" Jiang Yu disregarded the clamor around him, slowly moving in front of Ruan Cece. He reached for the bloodied ashtray in her hand, casting his eyes downward, his eyelids heavy and red. "It's all right." He longed to embrace her as he did in their childhood, but the sight of her blood-soaked body and numerous knife wounds deterred him. The very knife that had once been in Ruan Datian's grasp had struck her. Most notably, there were gashes near her neck. Ruan Cece's voice, laced with both anger and tremor, echoed Jiang Yu's name. Yet, amidst her shivering, she softly uttered, "Brother." She raised her hand, which she had tightly clenched by her side, revealing the jade gourd Jiang Yu had gifted her. The red string had snapped, and she smiled faintly, saying, "It really works. I called you, and you came. You're even mightier than the Calabash brothers." In that moment, a wave of self-loathing washed over Jiang Yu. He cursed himself for not noticing when she had contacted Ruan Datian, for failing to turn back and inquire when he sensed something amiss that morning. He also regretted not providing Ruan Datian with money sooner. "Brother, hold me. I'm in a bit of pain," she pleaded softly, extending her hand toward Jiang Yu, fearful that her blood would tarnish him. But soon she could think of nothing else, for Ruan Cece's pale face succumbed, and she collapsed. Jiang Yu swiftly caught her. She felt light, the scent of blood overwhelming. She can't be dead, can she? Did she die? There's so much blood. Ruan Datian cursed, "That wretched girl. It would be best if she were dead. If she isn't, I'll make sure to finish her off." Ambulances and police cars arrived simultaneously. Chaos ensued. As Jiang Yu followed the medical personnel carrying the stretcher, he noticed a surveillance camera installed on the tall cabinet beside the television stand. Its lens aimed directly at the spot where Ruan Datian and Ruan Cece had been. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Upon reaching the hospital, Jiang Yu was drenched in blood, while Ruan Cece was whisked away for examination. Suyin arrived, speaking urgently on the phone. "I don't care where you are. Ruan Cece has been admitted after being beaten by Ruan Datian. As her mother, you must provide the funds and take responsibility. You either come here now, or I will go to your husband's house to find you." The sternness and disappointment in her voice jolted Jiang Yu back to reality. Chi Han, clad in pajamas and slippers, instinctively stood up upon seeing Su Yin and called out, "Teacher Su." Su Yin's expression mirrored Jiang Yu's distress. She forced a smile. "Thank you." Chi Han. She glanced toward the examination room, where they assessed internal injuries. Ruan Cece, her ribs are fractured, and the doctor mentioned potential damage to her internal organs, which necessitated further examination. Her leg was also cracked, and there were contusions on her head, alongside multiple stab wounds. Jiang Yu's voice quivered as he looked up at Su Yin, tears streaming down his face. "Mom, how much pain is she in?" Su Yin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chi Han cursed under his breath. What a worthless scoundrel. Regret washed over him as he recalled how he had once bullied Ruan Cece. Earlier, he had been gaming at home when he received Jiang Yu's frantic call, prompting him to rush out without a second thought. He now lamented not having trained in martial arts. Otherwise, he would have dealt a few blows to Ruan Datian. Just moments ago, after the medical staff had placed Ruan Cece on the stretcher, Jiang Yu had rushed forward and landed several punches on Ruan Datian, nearly costing him his life, had it not been for Chi Han and the police intervening. Suyin approached Jiang Yu, gently patting his head. "It's all right. Cece will be fine." Yet, her hand trembled slightly. Fortunately, there was some good news. Ruan Cece had sustained a mild concussion from the head trauma, and although she had lost a significant amount of blood and required a transfusion, thankfully, no major arteries had been affected. She had multiple fractures, but had not damaged her internal organs. However, the injuries were severe enough that several stitches were required on the back of her head. Ruan Datian was not in much better shape, having sustained multiple fractures himself, though not as grave as Ruan Cece's, due to her being a minor. The police were taking him in for questioning. They had also discovered surveillance footage at Ruan Datian's residence, which would clarify the circumstances surrounding the incident. Moreover, Wang Feng and her friends had truthfully testified that Ruan Datian had been abusive towards Ruan Cece since childhood, likely leaving him with little chance of gaining custody. Jiang Weimin had conveyed this information, arriving late to the hospital since it was not the facility where he worked and had been occupied dealing with Suyin. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu waited in the hospital room for Ruan Cece to regain consciousness. Chi Han, having completed his statement, had left. Chun Hui finally arrived, her expression grim. Perhaps due to the relatively comfortable life she had led in recent years, she appeared youthful, but upon glancing at Ruan Cece, she refrained from approaching and called Su Yin outside. Jiang Yu observed the drip, gently adjusting Ruan Cece's blanket, with the jade gourd resting beside her pillow. He exited the room and, upon reaching the stairwell, overheard Chun Hui's voice. "Sister Su, please help me. I can't manage this alone. My husband doesn't know I have a child, and in 2 or 3 years, she will be an adult. Ruan Datian will likely be incarcerated for 2 or 3 years. Right? Are you out of your mind? Cece nearly lost her life, and you want her to remain registered with Ruan Datian? This time, his domestic violence is severe. He probably won't obtain custody. If it weren't for you, I would have had her registered in our household already." Su Yin's voice was filled with agitation and disbelief. "Chun Hui, why are you so desperate to distance yourself from Cece?" Chun Hui hesitated before finally saying, her voice trembling, "Sister Su, you are good people. If it truly comes to it, please place her in a welfare institution. In 2 years, she will be an adult. I must be honest with you. Ruan Cece is Ruan Datian's child. They are inherently the same." Fear laced Chun Hui's voice. At 5 years old, she dared to wield a knife against her father. Su Yin fell silent, as did Jiang Yu, his fists clenched tightly at his side. "Why did you try to stab Ruan Datian?" Su Yin asked slowly. Because that day, Ruan Datian hit me. She was probably scared and went to grab a knife, but she was only 5 years old." Chun Hui's voice broke with despair. "I always protected her. I guarded her like the apple of my eye. But how could she be like Ruan Datian? Because she wanted to protect you." Jiang Yu replied coldly, stepping into the stairwell to confront the pale, frightened Chun Hui. Su Yin's eyes were filled with disappointment and disbelief as she looked at Chun Hui. "Was this why you abandoned her? That brave 5-year-old girl, willing to pick up a knife to shield her mother, even when it posed a greater risk to herself. What awaited was abandonment." Jiang Yu thought of Ruan Cece lying on the hospital bed, then glanced at Chun Hui, who was clearly terrified of Ruan Cece. Why should she endure all this? Why was she subjected to such torment? Chapter 48. Aside from them, she would have no family left. Chun Hui's emotions were unraveling. Her face was streaked with tears. "I can't take it anymore. I'm so afraid. Do you understand? I've been beaten and scolded, and I never thought of running away before." Chun Hui's own upbringing was far from ideal. She had lost her parents early and was left to rely on the kindness of others. This situation was already dire, and she was not particularly intelligent. Her only distinguishing feature was her beauty. Yet, girls like her, possessing only beauty and nothing else, had to endure numerous hardships. It was no wonder she was deceived by a few words from Ruan Datian. At least when deceived, she could convince herself she had a family. Furthermore, she had a daughter. No matter how despicable Ruan Datian was, she never considered fleeing. She had her daughter to think of. What would happen to her beautiful, lovely daughter, who resembled a little princess, if she ran away. I just wanted her to grow up in a healthy family with a father and a mother, without being a burden to others, having her own home. I never thought of running away. Chun Hui's voice trembled and broke. But I always believed she needed protection just like I did. So I showered her with love, telling her it was okay, that mommy wasn't hurt, that mommy loved her, and that daddy loved her too. Look, he never hits you. Jiang Yu and Su Yin couldn't help but frown. Chun Hui's mindset was fundamentally flawed. She could have taken Wan Cece away, but chose to endure all this for the sake of an alleged healthy family. At that moment, Chun Hui's makeup was a mess. She hugged her head and crouched down in despair. I told myself I could endure everything, but why? Why isn't she like me? The way she brandished a knife against that scoundrel made it seem as though she wished for his demise. Yet that was her father. Jiang Yu wanted to speak, but was restrained by Su Yin, who shook her head in warning. Chun Hui had likely never expressed such thoughts to anyone before. Her emotions were in tatters, her words jumbled. Yet Jiang Yu understood. Chun Hui was terrified upon seeing Wan Cece in such a state. Believing deep down that Wan Cece was inherently Wan Datian's blood and could not escape that fate. She feared Wan Cece would grow up to resemble him, and thus, she abandoned her child without a second thought. A damp cloth seemed to smother Jiang Yu's heart, leaving him breathless. Chun Hui continued to cry. I fled, but I still send money to Wan Datian every year. I used to work to support him, convincing him to let Wan Cece go to school. I did my best. Sister Su, I truly did. When I finally met my current husband, I thought I could finally live a good life, but then she came back. At that moment, I felt I could never escape her. I was terrified. I've endured decades of suffering, and I'm truly afraid. Suddenly, Chun Hui knelt before Su Yin and Jiang Yu, attempting to bow her head, her voice choked with emotion. I beg you, please, don't let my husband know about this. Both Su Yin and Jiang Yu instinctively stepped back, with Su Yin hastily helping her up. What are you doing? We're discussing important matters here. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his tone grave. Regardless, the guardianship of Wan Cece will ultimately rest with you. Do you wish to not see her again? Purchase a house for her and arrange for her household registration to be separated. She is a minor, and you remain her nominal guardian. However, you can manage this discreetly without your husband knowing, albeit it will be a bit complicated. Can't she directly register at your home? Chun Hui asked, dazed. She really likes you both. Jiang Yu regarded her with a cold expression. As long as nothing happens, her rightful guardian will be you. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yu was adamant about not having Wan Cece's household registration linked to his family. Moreover, Wan Cece had suffered enough. Why should they, as her parents, remain indifferent? If they no longer wanted her, then Jiang Yu would gladly take responsibility, striving to secure more for her future. For instance, that house would at least provide her with a place to call her own. Jiang Yu had always known that, despite living in their home for years, Wan Cece had never truly regarded it as her own. Her intrinsic loneliness was inescapably evident. Was Chun Hui pitiable? Certainly. Yet human hearts are biased. Every time Jiang Yu thought of the small Wan Cece wielding a knife to protect her mother, he felt a pang of sorrow that, days later, she discovered her mother no longer wanted her. How could someone as intelligent as she find herself in such a desperate situation to seek out Chun Hui? And Chun Hui, treating her like a venomous serpent, rejected even a small child. How had Wan Cece survived without encountering her in the past? Jiang Yu dared not contemplate this. Thus, he felt no sympathy for Chun Hui, only deep sorrow for the innocent Wan Cece. Su Yin glanced at her son before turning to Chun Hui. Just do as Xiao Yu suggests. This way, Cece's household registration will be independent. We will take care of her, and you need not meet anymore. Su Yin's tone was weary. You haven't seen each other much over the years. Once Cece wakes up, let her meet you just once. Su Yin looked at Chun Hui. That child is 5 years old. She only wishes to protect you, and she doesn't even realize she has done anything wrong. Because she hasn't. Wiping her eyes, Su Yin removed the tears that had formed. Think it over carefully. If you still have a semblance of a mother within you, allow Wan Datian to remain incarcerated for a longer period. We will take legal action against him. This was Jiang Yu's suggestion to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Since Wan Cece had ignited the fuse with her injuries, Jiang Yu intended to let the flames burn bright. It would be best if Ruan Datian perished behind bars. Chun Hui's complexion darkened, and after a moment, she said, I have previous medical reports. I know what to do, but I cannot reveal my identity. I have a husband and children now. But Ruan Cece is also your child. A bitterness spread from Jiang Yu's heart, creeping up to his throat, making him feel nauseated. Chun Hui departed swiftly, stating her son was waiting for her at home. Jiang Yu returned to the single-occupancy room and rushed into the bathroom, where he promptly vomited. Su Yin followed him in, gently placing her hand on his back. The young man's back was still frail, but had already begun to bear burdens. Su Yin's eyes were also red, tears occasionally spilling over. It's all right, Xiao Yu. Cece will have us from now on. Jiang Yu's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. The suffocating sensation in his heart remained unrelieved. His voice was choked. Mom, it hurts so much here. He pointed to his heart. Su Yin replied softly, Mom knows, Xiao Yu. Mommy feels the pain too. She grieved for that obedient, understanding, and brave little girl, now lying amidst her injuries on that pale hospital bed. Aside from them, she would have no family left. Chapter 49. Ruan Cece, I will not abandon you. I promised you. Ruan Cece was in a single-occupancy room, funded by Chun Hui, of course. Jiang Yu had managed to calm his emotions for a while, though his heart still ached. To an outsider, he appeared to be in much better spirits. Su Yin and Jiang Weimin were quite busy, seeking lawyers and going to the police station alongside their own work commitments. Although Ruan Cece bore numerous wounds, none were considered life-threatening. Jiang Yu repeatedly assured himself that he could take care of her, prompting Su Yin to contact a lawyer, while Jiang Weimin headed to the police station. Jiang Yu also sent Su Yin the audio recording of Ruan Datian's earlier extortion attempt. It is no wonder they are mother and son. During Su Yin's last encounter with Ruan Datian, she had recorded their conversation as well. On that occasion, Ruan Datian had demanded 30,000 yuan from her. Moreover, the recording revealed that he incessantly pressed Chun Hui for money. Chun Hui's current husband comes from a prosperous business background and treats her exceptionally well. It is estimated that Chun Hui has transferred over 200,000 yuan to Ruan Datian over time. Jiang Yu perceives Chun Hui as a deeply conflicted individual. While she fears Ruan Cece, she continues to financially support her education and daily needs. Even during her own difficult times before marriage, she had sent money to Ruan Datian, pleading for him to allow their child to attend school. Yet, she is strangely averse to meeting Ruan Cece, even fearing the mere mention of her name. Su Yin, too, is a tragic figure, having endured a life of hardship for decades. She likely wishes for Cece to lead a different life. But her fears loom large, fearing that Cece might become another Ruan Datian. Thus, she is ensnared in a web of anxiety and reluctance to let go. One cannot truly despise such a person, yet Jiang Yu finds it difficult to empathize with her, for his heart aches solely for Ruan Cece. He gazed at her hand, swollen and bruised from before, the veins obscured, darkened beyond recognition. Her wrist was bandaged, a remnant of a previous knife wound. Fortunately, the tendons had not been severed. Otherwise, she would have been unable to hold a pen with her right hand. Jiang Yu gently clasped her somewhat chilly hand, feeling it stir slightly within his grasp. He was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to see her long eyelashes flutter. Her face bore few injuries, especially in comparison to the rest of her body, save for the bruises on her forehead and the corner of her mouth. When Ruan Cece opened her eyes, confusion swirled within them, resembling a lifeless doll staring blankly at the bright ceiling light of the hospital room. Many thoughts flitted through her mind, but she ultimately recalled Jiang Yu's presence. The mere mention of his name caused her body to involuntarily twitch, and she felt someone grasp her hand. The warmth of his grip, imbued with youthful vitality, seeped into her cold body. Don't move, Jiang Yu instructed as he stood to press the call button, waiting for the doctor and nurses to come for an examination. He looked at Ruan Cece's face, his emotions a tumultuous blend of compassion and anger. It was akin to a parent's distress when a disobedient child finds themselves in peril. His eyes reddened as he focused on Ruan Cece. Prior to her awakening, his feelings were mostly of concern, but now, witnessing her consciousness return ignited a surge of frustration within him. He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his anger, and asked, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" At that moment, a nurse entered carrying a new bag. "Oh, you're awake? Is there any discomfort?" Ruan Cece attempted to shake her head, but the movement sent pain radiating through her head. Jiang Yu quickly placed a gentle hand on her head, saying, "Don't move around. You're injured all over." The drip contained pain relief. Otherwise, she would have been in excruciating agony the moment she regained consciousness. Ruan Cece let out a soft sound, but when she spoke, her voice was hoarse. However, she was acutely aware of Jiang Yu's emotions and sensed that he was likely angry. So she dared not disregard his words. Struggling to suppress the discomfort in her throat, she replied, "I'm not feeling unwell." Jiang Yu's expression was incredulous as he surveyed the myriad of injuries adorning her body. "Is this what you call not feeling unwell?" He glared at Ruan Cece, insisting, "Don't hold back. Speak honestly." The nurse chuckled. "You're quite resilient, young lady. Your brother has cried several times already. Just tell us where it hurts. However, since the pain medication was just administered, we can't give you more right now." Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had cried, Ruan Cece's gaze discreetly shifted to his face, confirming the redness around his eyes. "No, nurse, you don't need to disclose everything," Jiang Yu interjected, feeling a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his nose, avoiding Ruan Cece's gaze, and inquired of the nurse whether a doctor should be called for further assessment. The nurse patiently explained once more, and finally, after administering the she left, reminding them to ring for assistance should anything arise, including if the pain became unbearable. It was well known among the hospital staff that Ruan Cece had been admitted due to domestic abuse. Her youth and beauty elicited sympathy from everyone. Thus, the nurse exhibited extraordinary patience. Once the nurse departed, Jiang Yu poured her a glass of water and used a cotton swab to moisten her lips, subsequently presenting her with a straw to drink. Ruan Cece initially intended to sit up on her own, but Jiang Yu coldly admonished, "You've broken several bones. You should remain lying in bed for now." Ruan Cece's hands trembled nervously, realizing Jiang Yu was indeed angry, perhaps exceedingly so. His tone was one she had never encountered before. After sipping a few mouthfuls of water, she spoke, "Ruan Hian's house has surveillance. I should be able to access it on my computer. The police have already taken it back to the station, and the neighbor statements are also in. My parents are searching for a lawyer, so rest assured. Your household registration is now completely separated from him." Jiang Yu seemed to sense she had more to say. Before she could finish, he interrupted coldly, fixing his gaze on her. "Are you satisfied, Ruan Cece?" With urgency, Ruan Cece grasped Jiang Yu's wrist. "Brother, I can explain." She even considered disregarding her injuries to sit up. "Be quiet. Lie down." Jiang Yu's voice was sharp, his eyes wide as he stared at her. "Do you truly not feel any pain?" Ruan Cece hesitated, lying stiffly on the bed. "I actually feel okay," she murmured. "I broke bones when I was younger too. I just don't want Ruan Tian to entangle himself with you all, especially you." Her eyes held a pleading gaze as she looked at Jiang Yu. "Brother, I have a clear understanding. I won't kill him, nor will I allow him to harm me. Please don't abandon me." Though her injured hand lacked strength, she gripped Jiang Yu's hand tightly, trembling. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, knowing he shouldn't lose his temper, at least not at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he gently removed her hand and leaned down to embrace her, whispering, "Ruan Cece, I won't abandon you. I promise you that, but I'm truly very angry right now. So please just listen to me." Chapter 50. As expected, shortly after midnight, a frail little mouse crept in through the door. Jiang Yu generally possessed a good temper, rarely becoming angry, but when he did, it was challenging to placate him. That night, Su-yin did not come. It was Jiang Yu who stayed by the bedside. Fortunately, the ward was a single room, with a nearby bed for the caregiver to rest. However, Jiang Yu did not manage any rest that night, as Ruan Cece's multitude of injuries caused her unbearable pain by the early hours. Yet, she was remarkably resilient. Jiang Yu discovered this himself and summoned the nurse to administer pain relief via N4. Remarkably, she remained silent throughout, which only fueled Jiang Yu's anger further. In truth, he struggled to discern whether he was angry or simply heartbroken. In any case, it left him feeling utterly wretched. The following day, when Su-yin arrived, She found the injured Ruan Cece cautiously comforting Jiang Yu. Suyin playfully tapped her unfortunate son. Look at you. Cece is injured yet still tending to you. What does it hurt, Cece? Suyin spoke, her eyes reddening once more. Ruan Cece had been someone she had watched over for so many years, witnessing her gradual improvement. Yet, the sight of her now lying on the bed brought back memories of the broken girl she had rescued not long ago. She comforted Ruan Cece, aware that the police were approaching and that Ruan Datian would undoubtedly face consequences for his actions. Does it hurt, Cece? He truly is a despicable man, she murmured. At that moment, Jiang Yu interjected. Mom, do you have the surveillance footage? I wish to see it. Suyin replied, Yes, I will send it to you shortly. That Ruan Datian Ruan Cece's complexion grew even paler. Let us not watch it, shall we? It's not a pleasant sight. Her voice was soft, laced with a plea as she looked at Jiang Yu. She could already anticipate that watching the footage would only enrage him further. Ignoring her protest, Jiang Yu insisted that Suyin send it. She thought little of it. After all, Cece need not fear. Perhaps it was better for this boy to witness the truth. Even in this state, he expected her to comfort him. She sent the video to Jiang Yu, remarking, You'll see just how excessive your behavior has been. Take good care, Cece, you understand? As he watched, Jiang Yu felt his eyes welling up. He recognized the girl in the video all too well and could see that from the onset, Ruan Cece had deliberately provoked Ruan Datian with her words and actions. Initially, when he struck her, she refrained from retaliating, yet her mocking taunts never ceased. The girl in the video was desperately shielding herself from the blows of a man who had lost his reason due to intoxication, all the while being verbally abused. She did not fight back until Ruan Datian brandished a knife, hurling insults at her. You little wretch, daring to threaten your father with a knife at 5 years old. I'll kill you today, and I'll take care of that Jiang boy too. Are you fond of him? Your gaze is just like that foolish mother of yours when she looked at me, only then did Ruan Cece begin to defend herself. In truth, she could have overpowered Ruan Datian. Having trained in martial arts for years, she could evade him even if she were unable to defeat him. Yet she still bore a few cuts before finally grabbing the ashtray to fight back, aiming it at Ruan Datian's head until Jiang Yu and the others burst through the door. It was only when the door opened that she took a step back. After viewing the footage, Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, her face ashen, and managed a faint smile that held no warmth. Mom, I'll go rest for a while. Seeing the distress on his face, Suyin felt a pang of sympathy for her son. You should go. I'll stay here with her. Ruan Cece softly called out. Brother, but Jiang Yu did not turn back. It was only after he exited the hospital that he could no longer suppress his trembling body. After a prolonged silence, he finally answered his ringing phone. Boss, the fish have escaped. They didn't come today. The hooks have been out for 3 days. It's time to reel them in. The voice on the other end was languid. Jiang Yu was suddenly jolted back to reality, realizing that there would likely be no opportunity to go again after this. The person on the other end paused. What? No worries. Consider the money a meal for the brothers. You've all worked hard lately. Jiang Yu gripped the phone tightly. The response from the other end was unexpectedly cheerful. No need to refund? Well then, thank you, boss. We'll be here if you need us again. Once the call ended, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Just a day or two more, and Ruan Cece had concealed her suffering so well. It was also his fault for being too preoccupied to notice her distress. He stared at the clear blue sky, the weather delightful, yet his heart felt heavy with gloom. It had taken him some time to gather people, and several days to persuade them to fund the setup. They were so close. Today should have been the day he sent Ruan Datian away. Jiang Yu shut his eyes tightly. Throughout his life, he had experienced little adversity, yet in his first attempt at such a scheme, he had failed due to Ruan Cece's merciful heart. However, all he had sought was to shield her from harm, to protect her, yet she continued to harm herself. Jiang Yu struggled to articulate his emotions, loathing himself for being a moment too slow, and resenting her for not valuing her own well-being. Ultimately, he came to a profound realization. If one is not strong enough, they can never truly protect those they wish to safeguard. In the past, Jiang Yu had lived a carefree life, surrounded by those who thrived, content as long as he himself was happy. Yet now, he realized he had someone he wished to protect eternally. Only by becoming sufficiently strong could he safeguard her? For Ruan Cece was someone who could disregard her own life. Ironically, what she could afford to disregard was precisely what Jiang Yu desperately wished to shield. In the days that followed, until Ruan Cece was discharged from the hospital, Jiang Yu refrained from scolding her, yet he also spoke little. Each day, he would visit her room to ensure she ate and was checked upon, but he never uttered an unnecessary word to Ruan Cece. From her initial apologies to her eventual silence, Ruan Datian had been apprehended as the police discovered incriminating evidence in his home. The case had grown complicated. On the day Ruan Cece returned home from the hospital, the weather was splendid and the school term was fast approaching. Chen Hui had visited once, conversing with Ruan Cece privately in her hospital room, but thereafter she did not return. Ruan Cece merely stated that she would be alone moving forward. Su Yin and the others did not press further. On the day of Ruan Cece's return home, Su Yin and Zhang Weimin both managed to take time off. Upon arriving home, Su Yin, in a rare display of superstition, retrieved a fire basin and some pomelo leaf water, chanting, "May our Cece be safe and sound. May all go smoothly." Ruan Cece's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cautiously glanced at Jiang Yu, whose face finally bore a hint of a smile. "Brother, can you help me over there?" Jiang Yu regarded her for a moment, and despite her tentative expression, he extended a hand. She grasped it tightly. Jiang Yu noticed a distinct scar on her wrist, and he turned his gaze away, inhaling deeply. Finally, Su Yin called out to Ruan Cece, "You're still recovering. You need a rest. Xiao Yu will take you back to your room. By the way, in a few days, you have military training for high school. But you want to be going." Ruan Cece frowned. "I want to go." She wanted to train alongside Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at her frail body and pale complexion and replied, "What is the point of going in your condition?" Ruan Cece lowered her gaze, murmuring an apology. "I want to be a burden of late." She had spoken to Jiang Yu with great caution, and his irritation was palpable. "If you don't want to be a burden, then stay home and rest." Hearing his impatience, Ruan Cece fell silent. At that moment, Zhang Weimin spoke up. "Actually, it's good for Cece to experience the atmosphere of military training. She can explain her situation to the teachers. During military training, you won't have to participate, but you might still have to write a reflection, which could be tedious." Ruan Cece quickly replied, "I can write it." Jiang Yu glanced at her wrist, still marked by the fresh scar, thinking to himself that writing was pointless. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Ruan Cece gently grasped his wrist, whispering, "I want to train with you. Otherwise, if I stay in the dorm, I want to see you for 7 days." Their military training lasted 7 days, all on campus. Jiang Yu, seeing her pitiful expression, finally sighed. "Do as you wish. You can head back to your room. If you're able to write a reflection, then go ahead." He then turned and returned to his own room. Ruan Cece wanted to follow, but Zhang Weimin was still watching, so she finally said, "Uncle, I'm going back to my room." Jiang Weimin advised, "Make sure to rest well. Come out for dinner later. Your aunt has prepared your favorite dish." Ruan Cece nodded. Jiang Yu understood Ruan Cece well, so that night he stayed awake in his room, waiting. Indeed, just past midnight, a frail little mouse stealthily crept in through the doorway. Ruan Cece had just carefully closed Jiang Yu's door when she noticed the desk lamp illuminating, revealing Jiang Yu seated at his desk, gazing at her. In that instant, Ruan Cece's body stiffened with apprehension. Chapter 51. "Brother, please don't abandon me." Jiang Yu sat in the chair before the desk, gently turning to her, "Good evening." His voice betrayed no emotion. Ruan Cece pressed her slender back against the door, observing the soft glow of the lamp that cast a warm light on Jiang Yu, and an inexplicable fear washed over her. It was important to note that Ruan Cece had always regarded Jiang Yu as a soft target, tough on the outside, but tender-hearted within. Although he occasionally displayed a fierce demeanor, Ruan Cece played along, feigning fear. However, she had never truly been afraid of him, until now. In a timid whisper, she called out, "Brother." Jiang Yu, witnessing her cautious demeanor, felt a tumult of emotions. Anger mingled with heartache. These recent days of Ruan Cece's hospitalization had stirred his concern. Yet he was genuinely furious. Had she truly defied the principles he had instilled in her over the years? Today, she had risked her life for Ruan Datian's schemes. Would she dare to disregard her life entirely tomorrow? The thought sent a pang through his heart, and the suffocating sensation made him reluctant to forgive her easily. Yet, observing her trepidation and care, his heart softened despite the turmoil within. "What are you doing awake at this hour? And how did you get in?" Jiang Yu remained seated, his gaze fixed on her. They stood apart, one seated, the other standing, separated by a palpable distance. Countless excuses flitted through Ruan Cici's mind, but under Jiang Yu's intense scrutiny, she found herself at a loss for words. It was the dead of night, and sneaking in at such an hour left little room for explanation. Jiang Yu was astute. No excuse would deceive him. "I'm sorry," Ruan Cici began, hoping that, by offering an apology, Jiang Yu would feel disinclined to scold her. "Come here," he beckoned, exhaling a sigh as he extended his hand towards her. Witnessing her timid attempts to placate him over these past days had tugged at his heartstrings. Ruan Cici glanced at him, sensing a shift in his demeanor, and cautiously approached until she stood before him. Jiang Yu raised his eyes to meet hers. The scars on his face were nearly imperceptible after such a time, and the wound at the back of his head was concealed by his hair. He opened his arms, asking silently if she desired a hug. In an instant, Ruan Cici's eyes brimmed with tears, the weight of her grievances spilling forth. As she bent down without hesitation to embrace him, Jiang Yu's heart melted at her gesture, and with a gentle pressure, she found herself seated on his lap. She was always like this, a prickly little hedgehog, yet as soon as Jiang Yu drew near, she would unreservedly expose her vulnerable side. In the quiet of the midnight bedroom, they held each other tightly, the only light illuminating the space emanating from the desk lamp. At this hour, it seemed as if even the air moved slowly. Cradled in Jiang Yu's arms, Ruan Cici noted how slender he had become. He had once been a chubby child, soft and warm. Now he had grown tall and thin, his body feeling like a collection of bones. Yet, he still provided her with a profound sense of security. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu's voice was low, tinged with emotion. Ruan Cici gasped, attempting to lift her head, but found her forehead gently pressed down. "I'm sorry. I promised you if you called for me, I would come. I broke my promise." In her hand, she clutched the jade gourd he had given her, reflecting on how many times she had silently called for him. How terrified and helpless she had felt. Jiang Yu dared not contemplate the reality that had unfolded. It was more accurate to say he was angry with himself than with her. He had sensed something amiss before leaving. Yet why hadn't he inquired further? He should have known better than to overthink it. Ruan Datian had threatened him, and he should have simply sent her away. It wouldn't be for long. At least she would be safe. Jiang Yu had never imagined Ruan Cici would take such drastic measures. After all, she had been so compliant over the years that he had nearly forgotten her true self. She had always been herself, only obedient in his presence. "Brother." Ruan Cici's tears stained Jiang Yu's shirt. "It's not your fault. You don't need to apologize. I am free now, and so are you. He will never dare to come back. Perhaps he won't even be able to." Her voice trembled as she finally revealed her motives for her actions. "I cannot allow him to threaten you. I am terrified that one day Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang will see me as a burden. And I fear I will no longer be able to remain by your side. In a world where kindness was scarce, she could not afford to lose what little she had, especially not Jiang Yu, her Jiang Yu. If Ruan Datian had approached her directly, perhaps she could have endured, but he had no right to involve Jiang Yu. How dare he? I know what I'm doing, brother. I want to let him kill me. We still have to go to school together." Ruan Cici buried her pretty little face against Jiang Yu's shoulder. "I can't bear the thought of dying now." The boy seated in the chair gently embraced the girl who straddled his lap, careful not to exert too much strength for fear of causing her pain. Though Ruan Cici had reassured everyone that she felt no pain and that she could endure her injuries, Jiang Yu ached to see her in such a state. The precious girl he had nurtured for so many years was now bloodied and broken before him, merging into a new nightmare that haunted him, reminiscent of their previous lives stained with blood. Jiang Yu's restful nights could not heal him. In truth, since Ruan Cici's incident, he had been plagued by insomnia. Each time he fell asleep, he was met with the haunting vision of her bloodied figure. "Ruan Cici," he spoke softly, "I need you to promise me that nothing like this will happen again. From now on, no matter what happens, you must protect yourself." Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Cici replied, "I promise." I don't trust such a promise. Swear it. If you ever break your word, you shall be punished by never seeing me again, or I will experience every injury you have endured. Jiang Yu's voice was gentle yet firm, successfully rendering Ruan Cici's body rigid with unease. He released his hold, gently pushing her away to meet her frantic, fearful eyes. Jiang Yu managed a faint smile. Ruan Cici, I used to indulge you, always thinking you were merely a child. But now I realize your thoughts are far too mature. Swear it. Though Jiang Yu had noticed Ruan Cici's attempts to integrate into social circles, he recognized that she remained fundamentally different from her peers. Yet, in the past, he had never voiced his observations or intervened. As long as it was her, he accepted everything. As long as she was happy, that was enough. But now, things had changed. Jiang Yu could no longer overlook her well-being. Brother. Stop calling me brother. It won't work today, no matter how you try. Jiang Yu interrupted, knowing he would always soften at her pleas. So he chose to block them out. Or do you wish for me to cease caring for you? I need you to care for me. Chapter 52. May I sleep with you, brother? Ruan Cici, with a tremor in her voice, once again dove into Jiang Yu's embrace, tightening her hold on him. I promise I will be obedient from now on. I will take good care of myself. I truly made a mistake this time. She shivered, her frail body pressed against him. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yu would have softened at her plea, for he had always been tender-hearted towards those close to him. Yet, in this moment, his tone remained resolute. Then swear it. Through using the words I just said, Ruan Xiaoxi. If you swear, I will believe you, otherwise. Once you step out that door, I shall ignore you. Once high school begins, we will lead separate lives, and you need not call me brother anymore. I can't do that. Can I swear on my own? She retorted. If I continue like this, may lightning strike me. Sure, that's not acceptable. Jiang Yu's voice was firm as he covered Ruan Cici's mouth with his hand. During her hospitalization, she had grown even more slender. The little flesh she had painstakingly gained had vanished entirely. His hand, covering most of her face, could feel the sharpness of her gaunt chin, which ignited a simmering anger within him. The only way to ensure compliance was to invoke what she treasured most. Despite his typically languid demeanor, Jiang Yu's voice was now steady and calm. This is the only way you will truly feel the weight of your promise. You are a little monster. Only the things you cherish can cause you pain. I know what matters most to you. I have always known. Since his rebirth, Jiang Yu had followed the crowd, embracing the role of big brother and reliving his childhood. Middle school was merely another phase he endured once more. He had read novels where many experienced rebirths that led to exceptional lives. Yet, Jiang Yu remained an ordinary person, embodying the expected demeanor of his age. He had lived in a pure environment in his past life, enjoying a fulfilling existence, and thus relished the same sensation upon his return. He was not a particularly ambitious individual. His parents had always wished for his health and safety, a goal he had consistently pursued. The only distinction in this life was Ruan Cici, who had become his responsibility. Jiang Yu continued on this path, with the singular thought of ensuring Ruan Cici grew up healthy and safe. However, he had died at 26, not 16. His silence did not imply ignorance. He was well aware of Ruan Cici's possessiveness towards him and her recent peculiar feelings, which could hardly be deemed strange. At the age where romantic inclinations began to blossom, their constant companionship inevitably led to misunderstandings. He too had experienced such feelings at her age. Jiang Yu pondered how to guide her, only for her to create a situation like this. Yet, he always understood that in Ruan Cici's world, he was the person she cared for the most. Thus, he insisted she swear using his words. It was the only way she would take it seriously. Being a little monster is acceptable. I am willing to wait for you with sweets and roses beneath a sky full of fireworks, until you walk to my side and become a normal young lady. But Ruan Cici hesitated, believing she could only swear on herself, viewing her own life as worthless. However, swearing on Jiang Yu was out of the question. She could not bear the thought of harming him or even being apart from him. Yet, in a surprising turn, the usually soft-hearted Jiang Yu took her hand and softly urged, "Swear it, Ruan Xiaoxi. If you swear, I will still be your brother, if you do not." He paused, his gaze remaining gentle yet calm as he locked eyes with the tearful Ruan Cici. The girl who had not shed a tear, even after being beaten by Rwanda, was now weeping uncontrollably. Her youth made her vulnerable to such a blow. And Jiang Yu felt a pang in his heart, his eyes reddening. Yet he could not relent. If you do not swear, once you leave this room, we shall be strangers living under the same roof. Say it. I, Ruan Cece. I don't want to. Jiang Yu smiled softly, gently pushing her away. Then go outside. Don't come back in. I don't wish to feel like I am guarding against a thief in my own home. Ruan Cece, looking pitiful with her pale face, appeared lost, her eyes reflecting a depth of emotion devoid of any glimmer of light. Jiang Yu could no longer bear to look at her. He feared he might soften. Yet, he knew he could not afford to be gentle, for he could not withstand witnessing Ruan Cece bloodied again. As Ruan Cece observed his averted gaze, his indifferent profile, and the force with which he had pushed her away, she felt for the first time the terrifying notion that he might abandon her. The very thought gripped her heart, causing her to clench her fists tightly. Though her wounds seemed to be healing, they were not fully mended. The pressure she applied brought a sharp pain, enough to keep her grounded. The dim light in the bedroom rendered Jiang Yu oblivious to her distress, or else he would have lost his temper again. Just as he was about to give up, Ruan Cece spoke. I, Ruan Cece, swear that if I ever harm myself again, I shall be punished by never seeing Jiang Yu again. Her voice trembled, the latter part of her vow remaining unspoken. She could not utter a word about harming Jiang Yu, not even in jest. She had contemplated it. If she could not see him again, she would simply hide him away so that only she could behold him. Thus, this oath did not seem daunting to her. Upon hearing her quivering declaration, Jiang Yu exhaled sharply, feeling an immense relief. He remained blissfully unaware of the loophole in her promise. Rising to embrace Ruan Cece, he consoled her. All right, Ruan Xiaoxi, stop crying. Are you really such a crybaby? Does it hurt when you swear? His voice was gentle, yet it lacked the depth of the anguish he felt upon discovering her bloodied form. I spent the entire night awake, tormented by my own sorrow. So you must feel some pain too, so you can comprehend how much I care. Ruan Cece, eyes closed, clung tightly to Jiang Yu, finding solace in the familiarity of his embrace. Her silent tears soaked the fabric of his nightshirt, yet Jiang Yu did not interrupt her. Instead, he gently stroked her back, reminiscent of the times in their childhood when he comforted her after nightmares. So, my brother has forgiven me, right? Yes, forgiven. Will my brother talk to me again? He will. Can I sleep with my brother? Yes, no. Suddenly sensing something awry, Jiang Yu looked down at her, only to meet her tear-stained, swollen doe-like eyes. Words failed him, and in a moment of defeat, he sighed. You sleep on the bed. I'll take the floor. Why? We used to sleep together. Ruan Cece questioned, bewildered. Jiang Yu, gritting his teeth, pinched her cheek, feeling a pang of compassion for the fragile skin beneath his fingers. You said used to. How old were you then? Are you going to sleep or not? Fine. Chapter 53. Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well? Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Cece had somewhat strayed from her original intentions. It seemed that since she had returned home with them, she had been quite adamant about sharing a bed with him. She wouldn't take no for an answer. Finding her own way in, Jiang Yu sighed, extending his hand as if to pat her head, but ultimately settled for a gentle stroke instead. All right, I'll fetch a blanket. As a child, Jiang Yu had a terrible sleeping posture, often tumbling onto the floor, while this little one possessed an extraordinary quality of sleep. She could fall from the bed, roll over, and continue to slumber soundly until dawn. This had even resulted in a few colds over time. Thus, the space beside Jiang Yu's bed had always been lined with those child-proof mats designed to prevent falls. It proved convenient now. Jiang Yu retrieved a blanket and pillow from the cabinet. Ruan Cece sat on his bed, watching him hug the blanket, murmuring softly, we could just sleep together. After all, it would end up the same anyway. Jiang Yu cast her a half-smile. You have quite the imagination. Ruan Cece flashed a sweet smile. She was quite lovely. When she played the innocent card, her gaze had a way of softening hearts. Jiang Yu perhaps did not even realize that despite his strict demeanor, he always found himself softening and indulging her. He held on to his principles, but not too tightly. Before long, they lay down, one on the bed and the other on the mat beside it. Jiang Yu found himself unable to sleep. Lately, sleep had eluded him. Ruan Cece lay still for a while, mentally calculating the time, before she cautiously peered from the edge of the bed with her large, curious eyes. In truth, Jiang Yu was aware of her every move, even with his eyes closed, remaining still as he lay there. Thus, Ruan Cece had no inkling that he was still awake, as he usually fell asleep by this hour. First, her large eyes emerged, followed by her entire face. At that moment, her expression was quite fitting for a curious peek. After adjusting to the darkness, she spotted the vague outline of Jiang Yu. He had lost considerable weight recently. Both of them had. The boy's face no longer bore the baby fat it once did, now reduced to a lean silhouette. As she recalled the times she had held him in her arms as a child upon waking, a thought struck her. Could it be that Ruan Cece had an active role in this? Was it entirely due to his poor sleeping posture? This was a mystery that no one could explain. Jiang Yu had opened his eyes, intending to move her back onto the bed. After all, the mat was no substitute for the comfort of the bed, especially since she had just been discharged from the hospital. However, just as he opened his eyes, Ruan Cece whispered, "Good night, brother." Jiang Yu looked down. Although he could not see clearly, he sensed that she had likely closed her eyes, her profile resting against his heart. He fell silent, his other hand shifting slightly before ultimately resting quietly at his side. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes again. The sensation of Ruan Cece in his embrace brought him a sense of security. Jiang Yu thought to himself that once she fell asleep, he would lift her back onto the bed. After all, he had been quite irritable lately, and he truly cherished the little girl he had raised. Yet, Jiang Yu had forgotten one crucial detail. His sleep quality was remarkably good. Previously plagued by insomnia, it seemed that now, with Ruan Cece back by his side, restful sleep had returned. Years later, Jiang Yu would conclude, Ruan Cece was my personal sleeping remedy. Is it glitch? Perhaps. But it was only with her near me that I could truly find peace in slumber. Thus, when Jiang Yu was roused by the sound of knocking on his door the next morning, it was already 10 o'clock. The bed was empty, of course, and he found no traces of her in his arms. Before leaving, she had thoughtfully tucked a pillow in beside him. Jiang Yu awoke holding the pillow. He stared blankly at his room, the voice of Su Yin ringing in his ears. "Jiang Yu, what time is it? Aren't you getting up?" Jiang Yu mumbled, "I'm getting up," as he clutched the pillow. He tousled his hair, hearing Su Yin chastising him from outside, accompanied by Ruan Cece's soft encouragement. A smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips. Ruan Cece was back. Everything had returned to normal. Ruan Tian probably wouldn't emerge anytime soon. Jiang Yu considered himself a kind-hearted person, but this was the first time he had wished for someone to remain trapped. However, if fate allowed him that stroke of luck again, he wouldn't mind sending him back inside. He exhaled slowly, rising with the pillow in his arms and tossing it onto the bed before turning to enter the bathroom. When he emerged, Su Yin had already changed her clothes, likely preparing to go out. "You're up? I want to be back for lunch. You and Cece will have to eat at home." As she spoke, she remembered, "Do you have any money?" Jiang Yu replied defiantly, "None left." Su Yin handed him 200. "Cook something. Cece's health isn't quite right yet." With a warning glance, she added, "Be careful." Jiang Yu thought to himself that he wasn't that unreasonable. He knew Ruan Cece wasn't fully recovered. He wouldn't truly tire her out. Truly, a mother. Yet, he dared only to mutter softly, "I know, Mom. Are you coming back for dinner?" "Where else would I go?" She replied, "I need to pay your tuition and have a chat with your future homeroom teacher." With that, Su Yin rushed out the door. It was until the sound of the door closing that Ruan Cece sweetly called out, "Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well?" This was both a question and a test. Last night, Ruan Cece had been utterly exhausted, physically and mentally. Although she had been discharged, medication was still necessary. Thus, her senses weren't as sharp, yet she felt as though Jiang Yu hadn't truly slept, sensing an irregularity in his heartbeat. However, resting against Jiang Yu made it all too easy for her to relax, and she quickly drifted off again. Now, she gazed intently at Jiang Yu, hoping to glean something from his expression. Jiang Yu looked at her seriously and replied, "Not bad. It was probably the best sleep I've had in a while." In Chapter 54, Ruan Cece was not fond of others touching her belongings, insisting, "I can handle it myself." Jiang Yu's expression was incredibly earnest, enough to leave Ruan Cece momentarily stunned. Unfazed, Jiang Yu stretched lazily before heading to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator for something to eat. Ruan Cece followed closely behind. Wherever Jiang Yu went, she was sure to be there too. Jiang Yu merely cast her a glance, not rushing her, and only spoke after they had both settled onto the sofa. "What are you doing, Ruan Xiaoxi?" Ruan Zixi blinked and replied, "Just following you." After the events of the previous night, both awoke without a trace of awkwardness, interacting much as they had before. In fact, it seemed they had entirely forgotten that they had both cried and shared a bed the night prior. Ruan Zixi, sitting beside Jiang Yu, quietly inquired, "Are you going to the art studio after entering high school?" The day Ruan Zixi encountered her mishap coincided with Jiang Yu's assessment at the art studio. Consequently, Ruan Zixi only learned of it while hospitalized, hearing it from Suyin, as Jiang Yu had been too upset to engage with her at that time. Nonetheless, it was certain that Jiang Yu had decided to pursue a career in art. Although Ruan Zixi harbored a deep aversion to this path, she felt powerless. She simply lacked the requisite talent. This thought stirred a hint of frustration within her. Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will probably be there every weekend." "Why? Then you want to have time to play. I could really help you with your studies." Upon hearing Ruan Zixi's murmured words, Jiang Yu realized that this little girl had not yet given up. He reached out and gently patted her head, exerting barely any force, as he still perceived Ruan Zixi as something delicate. "What are you thinking? My parents have already agreed to my pursuing art." Ruan Zixi softly uttered no. Her mood visibly dampened as she lowered her head. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yu handed her a bottle of opened yogurt, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I'll still attend classes with you during the week, and you can accompany me to the studio on weekends, provided you don't mind." Hearing this, Ruan Zixi lifted her head with newfound excitement, exclaiming, "I want to go with you. I want to mind it all." The brightness returned to her once dim eyes, causing the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth to curve slightly upward. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he felt an urge to sigh. He mused that he needed to guide Ruan Zixi's feelings towards him. It seemed she could not distinguish between dependence and affection, which posed a significant concern. After their reconciliation, Suyin sensed a change in the atmosphere of the household. Even Jiang Weiman teased them, remarking that the mood at home depended on their little fish-esque feelings. Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the comment. Chi Han and others visited after Ruan Zixi was discharged from the hospital. As soon as the two girls arrived, they burst into tears, while Chi Han wore a face of guilt, regretting that he had worn slippers that day, which prevented him from visiting sooner. After all, only Jiang Yu was aware that Ruan Zixi had brought this upon herself, and just thinking about it made him angry. Regardless, it seemed that after this incident, Chi Han's initial fear of Ruan Zixi had significantly diminished. In this environment, fighting truly was a matter of life and death. Time flew by, and soon they were to begin military training as school commenced. Jiang Yu had indeed advised Ruan Zixi against participating, suggesting that military training lasted only a week and that she need not join in. Although her injuries had healed, she still required ample rest. Furthermore, the military training was entirely closed off, with everyone required to live on campus, and Jiang Yu worried that Ruan Zixi might not adapt well. Fortunately, Lu Qi was also in their class, which meant someone would be there to care for her. However, Ruan Zixi appeared soft and pliable, and once she set her mind to something, no amount of persuasion could deter her. She was determined to attend. Thankfully, Suyin had already informed their homeroom teacher about Ruan Zixi's situation. Thus, she would not need to participate in training, but could instead observe and later write a reflection on the experience. Suyin and the others supported her decision to join, reasoning that it would help her integrate into the group. Otherwise, if she waited until school started, how would she fit in? This wouldn't do. With 3 against 1, Jiang Yu relented. The day of their school opening arrived swiftly. They had packed their belongings the day before. Suyin, being a middle school teacher, was undoubtedly preoccupied, and Jiang Weiman was caught up in a surgery and could not make it. Jiang Yu and Ruan Zixi had initially planned to take a taxi, but just as they were about to head downstairs, they received a call from Suyin, informing them that Chen Hui was waiting at the door to drive them. Jiang Yu felt irritation rise at the sight of Chen Hui, while Ruan Zixi, overhearing, nonchalantly remarked, "Let us go. It's a free ride. They had quite a bit of luggage, so having a car was indeed convenient. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue, reaching for the items in her hands and also taking her backpack. All right, miss, let us set off. As they entered the elevator, Jiang Yu adopted a serious demeanor, speaking in a low voice. If you don't want to see her, you don't have to. Ruan Zixixi caught his gaze in the elevator door's reflection and replied, But brother, I still need her to transfer my household registration. She paused, adding, And there's the matter of the house. She was too clever. Jiang Yu found it difficult to comfort her. Instead, Ruan Zixixi offered him reassurance. It's fine, brother, I don't care anymore. From the moment Jiang Yu had shielded her, she had ceased to care about Chen Hui. She had long since moved past it. Her complex feelings could not affect Ruan Zixixi now. She thought the only ones who could impact her were Jiang Yu and Su Ant. As for Chen Hui, she was merely a name. Despite holding too many items, Jiang Yu set one bag down and reached out to tousle Ruan Zixixi's hair, assuring her it's all right. I'm here. The current Ruan Zixixi was no longer that lonely girl who sat on the stairs, staring blankly at her wounds with a countenance as still as stagnant water. She had a by her side now. Jiang Yu was not a paragon, but he was determined to protect Ruan Zixixi. Ruan Zixixi smiled at him, her eyes crescent-shaped, appearing both obedient and sweet. Little obedient Ruan? No. Perhaps it should be little wild Ruan. Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly. This girl merely appeared docile. As they exited the community gate, they spotted Chen Hui standing beside a white Mercedes. Upon seeing them, Chen Hui straightened up slightly, appearing somewhat flustered as she stepped forward to take the items from Jiang Yu. I'll handle it. Jiang Yu sidestepped her. Ruan Zixixi doesn't like others touching her things. I'll take care of it. His tone was rather cold. Chen Hui's outstretched hand awkwardly hovered in midair. Ruan Zixixi simply looked at her and said directly, Thank you. Chen Hui snapped back to reality, opening the rear door for Jiang Yu. Go ahead, no need to thank me. After a brief pause, she added, It's been a while since I've taken you to school. Jiang Yu's movement faltered as he turned to glance at Ruan Zixixi. However, her expression remained calm as she nodded in affirmation. Indeed had been quite some time. Chapter 55. From now on, it is enough that our Zixixi is safe. Ruan Zixixi felt Jiang Yu's concerned gaze upon her and turned to smile at him. Chen Hui, naturally, noticed this exchange but said nothing, only urging them to get in the car. Initially, it was presumed that Ruan Zixixi would sit in the front passenger seat, given the amount of luggage in the back. Yet, she chose to sit in the back seat beside Jiang Yu. Surprisingly, he did not push her away this time. Under normal circumstances, he would have certainly done so. For now, he allowed her to lean against him. Chen Hui glanced at them through the rearview mirror several times, and seeing they had no intention of speaking, she finally broke the silence. You two seem to have a good relationship. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, Well, that depends on the comparison. Compared to you, Auntie, our relationship is certainly much better. Ruan Zixixi cast a glance at Jiang Yu. This was indeed the first time she had witnessed Jiang Yu so acerbically targeting an individual. To put it succinctly, Jiang Yu could be regarded as someone who rarely displayed anger. Of course, every person has their moments of ire. However, Jiang Yu typically expressed his displeasure directly, seldom resorting to such veiled sarcasm. This peculiarity piqued Ruan Cici's interest, compelling her to steal a few more glances. Those bright, expressive eyes were undeniably hard to overlook when fixed intently upon someone. In a moment of irritation, Jiang Yu reached out and covered her eyes with his hand. Ruan Cici did not flinch. Instead, she smiled, playfully blinking and brushing her long eyelashes against his palm. This was a customary interaction for them, one that those around had grown accustomed to. Yet, Chen Hui could not suppress her frown. Recently, on the receiving end of Jiang Yu's indifferent retort, she found herself at a loss for words. The car silently rolled to a stop at the school gates. Jiang Yu had anticipated that Chen Hui would drop them off and leave, but to his surprise, she exited the vehicle, declaring her intention to escort Ruan Cici to the dormitory. Jiang Yu instinctively declined, insisting it was unnecessary to trouble her. He felt no fondness for Chen Hui. Human nature tends to be biased. While he empathized with the challenges Chen Hui had faced over the years, it hardly swayed his loyalty towards Ruan Cici. Thus, He harbored no trust for Chen Hui at that moment. Conversely, Ruan Cece discerned that Chen Hui likely had something to discuss with her. After a brief pause, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, "Brother, you head back to the dormitory first. I'll see you in class later." Although she would have preferred Jiang Yu to help her with her belongings, she understood he too had to return to his dormitory, feeling overwhelmed and fatigued, which made her reluctant to impose. Jiang Yu opened his mouth to protest, but upon meeting Ruan Cece's tender gaze, he ultimately relented. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. "Fine. Wait for me in the dormitory. I'll come find you." After issuing a warning glance at Ruan Cece, he added, "Take care of yourself." This caused an awkwardness for Chen Hui, yet she felt she had no right to voice any objections as she stood there. Watching Ruan Cece nod obediently, Jiang Yu noted how she complied with everything he said. For a fleeting moment, Chen Hui caught a glimpse of the little girl who once called her mommy with innocence. Her heart clenched, and she inhaled deeply. Eventually, Ruan Cece followed Chen Hui inside, while Jiang Yu remained at the school gate, watching them approach the girls' dormitory. Just then, someone called out, "Hey, brother Yu." Jiang Yu turned to see the exuberant Lu Ji approaching. "Are you alone? Where's your sister?" The matter of Ruan Cece's hospitalization had not been widely discussed, so Lu Ji was unaware. Only Zhou Xian and Lu Qi knew. Having been elementary school classmates who lived nearby, it was a minor issue that could easily be uncovered. Lu Ji, however, lived further away and was oblivious. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Who are you referring to?" "That's my sister." All right, it's all yours. Who would dare to compete with you? Come on. Brother Yu, let us walk together. We're in neighboring classes, and the dormitories should be close as well. I heard it's a large dormitory with 16 people. Jiang Yu cast a worried glance at the other side, but was still pulled along by Lu Ji. Meanwhile, Ruan Cece trailed behind Chen Hui. The two were notably silent, strikingly similar in appearance, both strikingly beautiful in their own right. Yet their temperaments diverged significantly. Chen Hui exuded a gentle warmth at first glance, while Ruan Cece bore an expression devoid of emotion, resembling a delicate doll, yet somehow unreal, evoking the essence of an AI robot. Aside from her interactions with Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece often maintained such an unfeeling demeanor. As they reached the foot of the dormitory, Chen Hui became more agitated, clutching Ruan Cece's luggage tightly. "Cece," her voice trembled. Ruan Cece paused and turned to her, her emotions remarkably stable, which caused Chen Hui's eyes to redden. Nevertheless, she managed to muster a smile. Retrieving a booklet from her bag. "This is your household registration booklet. I managed to get it through some connections." Ruan Cece accepted it, noting that the first page no longer bore the name Ruan Detian or Chen Hui, but rather a woman named Tan Ho Hat, indicating her as an external granddaughter. This was Chun Hui's mother. "This is your grandmother," Chun Hui explained. "But don't worry, she doesn't remember anything now. I've placed her in a nursing home. You don't need to concern yourself with anything. Once you turn 18, you can move out on your own." Taking a deep breath, she added, "I bought you a house. It should be finalized in half a month. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place. I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters, and I don't know if you'll stay here for university, but I purchased it near your high school. It's a good school district." Ruan Cece's emotional steadiness remained unshaken, even upon learning of her household registration and impending home. After Chen Hui finished speaking, she simply nodded, saying, "Thank you." Chen Hui reached out to touch her, but as soon as she lifted her hand, Ruan Cece instinctively recoiled. Chen Hui's hand froze momentarily before she lowered it. She then retrieved a card from her bag, handing it to Ruan Cece. "This is the money I earned from my previous job, all of it. The password is your birthday. It's not much. At that time, I didn't know I would meet my current husband, so I saved it little by little. Thinking of you going to college." Ruan Cece looked at the card but did not take it. Chen Hui firmly grasped her hand and placed the card in her palm. "Here, take this for pocket money. It's not a lot. Cece, Mommy will be going abroad in a couple of months and 1 TB coming back. I'm immigrating." Chen Hui's voice quivered. "I know I haven't been a good mother. I tried, but I was so afraid. Cece, I don't have the right to ask you not to hate me. I just want you to be safe. In the future, I truly won't be around anymore. I loved you. I really did, but I was so afraid. Cece, I'm sorry." Chapter 56. If you feel sorry for me, could you give me a hug? Chun-Hui felt that her life had been quite a failure. The first half was in ruins, devoid of any accomplishments. She had once believed she could protect her daughter, but ultimately failed. She observed her daughter, who stood before her, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Had she not witnessed Ruan Cc's joy in Jiang Yu's presence, she might have deemed her a monster, an emotionless creature. Yet it was she and Ruan Datian who had transformed Cici into such a being. She acknowledged her selfishness and cowardice, but felt powerless to change. This was simply who she was. At her age, One's character was already solidified. Suyin had previously remarked that she was both harsh yet insufficiently so. Soft-hearted yet lacking in tenderness. Ruan Cici had become the sole casualty of their dismal marriage. She understood that her selfishness had nearly ruined her daughter's life. Fortunately, she had encountered Su Yin and her family. At that moment, Chun-Hui managed to smile. "All right, Mommy will take you upstairs." Ruan Cc's emotional state remained largely unchanged. She could tell that Chun-Hui was genuinely saddened. In truth, she could not comprehend Chun-Hui. If she had decided to abandon her, she should have been more resolute. Yet, she found it hard to let go, which was profoundly contradictory. Thus, she found herself entangled with Ruan Datian, having taken so much money. And now she was expected to purchase a house for her, along with providing financial support. Ruan Cici mused that she probably bore more of Ruan Datian's loathsome genes than she cared to admit. Otherwise, she would not merely regard Chun-Hui as a pitiable and ineffectual figure. Had their roles been reversed, she would have chosen to rid herself of such a daughter and that ex-husband, rather than indulging him without end, as Chun-Hui did. This woman was indeed unfortunate. Yet what relevance did that hold for her? From a moment, she perceived the fear etched on Chun-Hui's face. She felt as though the latter had become a stranger. Even if Chun-Hui spoke with earnest emotion now, it held no significance for Ruan Cici. She had always considered herself a monster. Chun-Hui, having prepared Ruan Cici's bed in the dormitory, did not hear a word from her. She was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. This was indeed a dormitory for 16, bustling with many parents. Yet among them, Chun-Hui and Ruan Cici stood out distinctly. Two former middle school classmates approached Ruan Cici to greet her. With a faint smile, she acknowledged them, unaware of her family circumstances. They inquired whether Chun-Hui was her aunt or sister, commenting on her beauty. At that moment, Chun-Hui resembled an ordinary mother, smiling and engaging in small talk, even asking them to look after Ruan Cici, citing her poor health. But Ruan Cici interrupted, saying it was getting late and urging them to return, as she needed to find Jiang Yu. The two girls exchanged glances and, after a brief moment, giggled as they returned to their respective beds. Chun-Hui glanced at Ruan Cici and followed her downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ruan Cici halted, looking seriously at Chun-Hui, stating, "You need not engage in these meaningless activities here. You are about to leave for abroad. I wish you a safe journey." She bore no significant hatred towards Chun-Hui. When she was younger, she simply failed to comprehend why her mother had abandoned her. As she matured, she thought it fortunate that Chun-Hui had left, or else Ruan Datian might have killed her. Regardless, she did not fear death, although it seemed Chun-Hui did. Later, she received ample love and sometimes even felt gratitude for Chun-Hui's absence, which had led her to Jiang Yu. Thus, her words were sincere. However, they were somewhat piercing for Chun-Hui. Taking a deep breath, Chun-Hui responded, "Then I shall take my leave." Yet, she could not help but add, "Cici, you have grown up," and with Jiang Yu upon hearing Jiang Yu's name, Ruan Cici's expression turned frigid, her large, dark eyes fixated on Chun-Hui's face, gazing as if at a lifeless entity. Her tone was equally frosty. "You have no right to mention Jiang Yu's name. I do not wish to hear anything from you. Whether I have matured or not is beyond your jurisdiction. Do you understand?" Chun-Hui, unable to meet Ruan Cici's gaze any longer, simply uttered a farewell and departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was busy organizing his belongings. In the 16-person dormitory, his bed was assigned to the lower bunk, since he was merely staying for a week of military training. The distinction between upper and lower bunks was inconsequential to him. When he noticed a classmate struggling with his belongings, he voluntarily relinquished the lower bunk and moved to the upper one. Unexpectedly, this roommate was quite affable. "Hello, you must be Jiang Yu, right?" Jiang Yu paused, glancing at him, uncertain as to how they might be acquainted. As for a past life, he had entered an art class directly and had never been in a regular class. Thus he truly did not recognize him. This boy likely did not attend their school in middle school. Otherwise, he would at least appear familiar. Sensing Jiang Yu's confusion, the boy smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Li Yu, from the attached middle school. I know Ruan CC. We participated in competitions together, and I noticed you picked her up each time." Jiang Yu nodded. "Hello, I didn't realize. No worries." "Hey, thanks, brother. I injured my leg playing ball, and I was planning to come." The boy continued to chatter. Because of this, Jiang Yu ended up descending later than expected. He intended to find Ruan CC and accompany her to class, hoping to inquire about what Chen Hui had said to her. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Ruan CC standing beneath the shade of a tree. The girl was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with delicate features. As she stood in the sunlight, motionless, gazing up at the stairway, her eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Yu. Even though Jiang Yu often admired Ruan CC's visage, at that moment, he felt that the creator had indeed favored her. Jiang Yu's steps faltered, momentarily captivated by her beauty. Then he noticed Ruan CC jogging toward him. Frowning, he approached her, questioning, "Why are you running?" To him, Ruan CC was still a fragile being. Although her wounds had healed, the emotional aftermath lingered heavily for Jiang Yu. Ruan CC stood before him, smiling. "I saw you standing here and thought I would come over. Have you been packing for so long? I would have helped you if I had known." Jiang Yu clicked his tongue, reaching for the backpack slung over her shoulder. "You're not needed. Are you done packing?" Ruan CC nodded. "Chen Hui helped me finish packing before she left." "What did she say to you?" The mention of Chen Hui made Jiang Yu frown involuntarily. "Not much. Just that she bought a house and that we'll need to transfer the ownership and get the household registration sorted." "Oh, and she is going abroad." Ruan CC succinctly recounted. Jiang Yu paused in his tracks. "Going abroad?" "Yes. I heard she is immigrating and one be coming back." Ruan CC matched his pace. Noticing the worry etched on Jiang Yu's brow, she blinked, pondering something, and quietly asked, "Brother, are you worried about me? If you are, could you hug me?" Although she truly had no issues, she was well-versed in seizing opportunities. Chapter 57. A brother can be a romantic interest, yet one must not misinterpret him as a sibling. How should one articulate this? Since the high school entrance examination, Ruan CC had contemplated her feelings and her relationship with Jiang Yu. Everyone said that there would be a time when one experienced the stirrings of affection, suggesting that most people would develop feelings for the opposite sex at that age. Of course, she had researched online, discovering that the likelihood was not absolute. Yet, this mattered little. She felt that if she were to accept anyone, it would likely only be Jiang Yu. He was wonderful, and she cherished him, wishing to be with him perpetually. As for whether this affection was the kind they spoke of, did it truly matter? In Ruan CC's eyes, she could always distinguish Jiang Yu from other boys, rendering it inconsequential. Having come to this realization, she hoped Jiang Yu would like her back, and only her. Thus, her words flowed freely from her heart. This directly rendered Jiang Yu speechless. "What are you thinking? How old are we? Can we still hug?" "Why not?" Ruan CC replied, feigning confusion. Jiang Yu sensed that he needed to catch up with educating this adolescent girl. What on earth was happening? Why not? At their age of 16 or 17, was it appropriate to be hugging? He looked at the earnest Ruan CC, awaiting an explanation. "Because we've grown up, we're not children anymore. There are distinctions between boys and girls. Do you understand? Who still hugs every day?" he said, turning to walk toward the classroom building. As they were due to assemble in the afternoon, Ruan CC felt as though she understood, yet simultaneously did not. "But you held me before, didn't you?" she pondered, recalling that fateful night when Jiang Yu had compelled her to make a vow. Jiang Yu's body stiffened momentarily, an awkwardness enveloping him. Certain events transpired, and though they may not elicit any particular sentiment at the moment, the mere recollection of them later could evoke embarrassment. Indeed, all that remained was a sense of awkwardness. Thus, his expression bore an unnatural quality, prompting him to mutter, "Just be quiet. Wasn't it meant to comfort you?" Ruan CC thought to herself that she hadn't particularly needed comfort at that time. However, Noticing the faint blush creeping onto Jiang Yu's face, she chose to remain silent. The blushing Jiang Yu was rather endearing. She couldn't help but express her gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu mused that her gratitude seemed tinged with a hint of mockery, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Suddenly recalling something, he felt compelled to advise her. "In class, refrain from calling me brother. Just use my name. In high school, such terms could easily lead to misunderstandings." After saying this, Jiang Yu walked ahead, only to realize after a few moments that she had not followed. He turned around to find her still standing there, gazing at him with wide eyes. Jiang Yu found himself inexplicably curious about the diameter of her eyes. How was it that even from a distance, he could perceive the pitiable emotions reflected within them? Perhaps it was simply because he understood Ruan Sisi so well. After 3 seconds of shared gaze, Jiang Yu surrendered and, feeling deflated, walked back. He took her hand and placed it on the strap of his backpack, moving forward. "While at school, it's best not to call me that. At home, it's fine. But in school, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. You understand, right? At our age, if any boy hears you call me brother, they could conjure up countless romantic fantasies." Jiang Yu was suddenly startled by his own line of thought, as he was taken aback by his own musings. He failed to notice Ruan Sisi tightening her grip on his backpack strap, softly murmuring, "But it's not really a misunderstanding, is it? I just want the whole world to know that he is my brother, one that cannot be taken away by anyone." Though they were not on the same wavelength, an unexpected harmony enveloped them. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Qi greeted them with a cheerful wave. Jiang Yu responded by suggesting to Ruan Sisi, "You should sit with Lu Qi." He then found himself enthusiastically embraced by Li Yu, who exclaimed, "Let's sit together, Jiang Yu." Ruan Sisi frowned at the sight of Li Yu's arm draped over Jiang Yu's shoulder. Lu Qi, perceptive as ever, quickly tugged on Ruan Sisi's backpack strap, urging her to sit down, and called out to Jiang Yu and Li Yu, "Hey, you guys can sit behind us." Jiang Yu had initially intended to shrug off Li Yu's arm, but considering the boy's injured leg, he decided against it. Eventually, they settled into their seats behind Ruan Sisi. Li Yu and Lu Qi, both brimming with enthusiasm, quickly introduced themselves. Li Yu then asked Ruan Sisi, "Do you remember me? We participated in a competition together. I sat next to you." Ruan Sisi replied with a lack of expression, "I don't know you." She then turned to Jiang Yu, her tone softening. "Would you like some water?" Li Yu, witnessing this stark contrast, was taken aback. "Huh? Is this a thing? She can adjust her demeanor like that?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, engrossed in his phone, didn't he notice Li Yu's astonishment and merely replied, "No, thanks." Ruan Sisi, maintaining her good-natured demeanor, nodded. "All right then." Lu Qi, seasoned in navigating social dynamics, chuckled to himself, thinking, "What's this? Ruan Sisi clearly has no temper or stance in front of Jiang Yu." She patiently explained, "They are neighbors having grown up together. Their bond is akin to that of siblings, so you'll get used to it." "Not siblings." Both Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi interjected simultaneously. Jiang Yu, concerned about potential misunderstandings regarding their relationship, sought clarification, fearing the repercussions of such misinterpretations, which had already proved troublesome in middle school. Ruan Sisi's denial was straightforward. Jiang Yu was her brother, uniquely hers, but he could not be misconstrued as her biological brother. It was that simple. However, Jiang Yu mistakenly believed that Ruan Sisi had absorbed his earlier words, and his smile became notably more benevolent. "Good. It seems the child is maturing and can heed advice," he thought. Ruan Sisi continued to smile obediently. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Lu Qi exchanged glances, feeling slightly superfluous. Yet, their conversation was soon interrupted by the arrival of their homeroom teacher. Their homeroom teacher, also their English instructor, was a gentleman named Mr. Tang, exuding an air of refinement and a demeanor that suggested a gentle temperament. On the first day of school, he distributed military training uniforms and invited students to introduce themselves briefly. Many familiar faces surfaced, given that the top scorers from their previous school had a slight advantage in transitioning to this one. At least half of their class consisted of known acquaintances. Nevertheless, when Ruan Sisi stepped up, she was met with a chorus of cheers. Her introduction was succinct. "Hello everyone, I am Ruan Sisi." Chapter 58. Jiang Yu contemplated whether he was standing too close to Ruan Cece. Though her introduction was flawless, the raucous cheers from several boys transformed the atmosphere into one of discomfort. Jiang Yu cast a glance and realized that none of them were from their previous school. It made sense that they displayed such navet. The students from their school appeared far more composed, as they were already acquainted with Ruan Cece's aloof nature. For instance, she completely disregarded the uproar, collected her military training uniform, and exited the stage without even acknowledging the raucous crowd. The cheers were met with her indifference. Next up was Jiang Yu. As he took the stage, the boys from their old school erupted in laughter and cheers. Yuga is magnificent. Jiang Yu was well-liked, his amiable nature allowing him to connect with anyone, provided it did not involve Ruan Cece. Though Chi Han and the others were not in his class, he was still familiar with many of the boys. Jiang Yu waved with a smile. Come on, tone it down. You're making me blush. Teacher Tang observed with a smile, having previously conversed with Teacher Su about the two distinct students, Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, both of whom exhibited remarkable qualities. At this moment, Ruan Cece watched Jiang Yu, who was chatting with the boys while collecting his uniform, her gaze gentle but tinged with displeasure. Jiang Yu was too radiant. She wished to hide away. Realizing her own thoughts, Ruan Cece lowered her eyelashes, reminding herself that she must not feel this way. Jiang Yu, having sensed a gaze upon him, felt it was familiar. Yet, upon looking, he found Ruan Cece with her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Was it merely his imagination? Jiang Yu began to wonder if he had overreacted due to Ruan Cece's recent peculiar behavior and attitudes. This simply won't do. One mustn't allow oneself to be led astray before even starting to guide Ruan Cece. To be honest, Jiang Yu finds it entirely unsurprising that he has been misled, considering Ruan Cece's demeanor. The smile is telling. The crux of the matter lies in Ruan Cece's remarkable intelligence. Moreover, she possesses an uncanny ability to manipulate Jiang Yu. He is not oblivious to her subtle thoughts. He merely indulges her whims, believing no ill could possibly reside within such a young girl. Right? However, this situation cannot be overlooked any longer. The child has gone astray. Upon returning to his seat, Jiang Yu noticed a hand reaching from the front row, placing a piece of candy on his desk. Li Yu, observing Jiang Yu's casual acceptance of the candy, gently squeezed Ruan Cece's hand, his expression radiating enlightenment. The first day of school had certainly brought forth some juicy gossip. After receiving their military training uniforms, Teacher Tang addressed them regarding discipline. The military training would last a week, followed by a day of rest before the school year commenced. He then discussed the expectations pertaining to appearance during training, concluding with a warning about the prohibition of mobile phones on campus. He cautioned them, stating they should be mindful, as being caught with the phone would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. The premises are under constant surveillance, so it is best to exercise caution. With that, he dismissed them, instructing them to change into their military uniforms and to gather at the playground below at 4 o'clock, emphasizing punctuality. Each class would have a designated sign for assembly, and at 3:11, they still had time to change and secure their phones. As soon as Teacher Tang exited the classroom, many students hurriedly dispersed to change their clothes and store their phones, especially after his warning about the impending phone check. Li Yu inquired if Jiang Yu was heading back. Jiang Yu nodded, of course. He glanced at Ruan Cece, who was staring at him, and suggested she go with Lu Qi to change. Lu Qi, accustomed to this dynamic, chimed in with a playful remark, "Cece, darling, your brother wants you to come with me." Ruan Cece responded affirmatively, obediently following Lu Qi. Only after she had left did Jiang Yu proceed with Li Yu, pondering whether this boy might be becoming too attached to him. Jiang Yu, who had some mobility challenges, found himself accommodating Li Yu. The crux of the matter was that Li Yu appeared somewhat oblivious and overly familiar. Why did everyone call him Brother Yu? Jiang Yu casually remarked, "They're just being silly." He certainly couldn't disclose that others had once referred to him as big brother-in-law. He nearly lost his temper, though he recognized that such behavior was typical for boys of their age, who generally managed to bond without any significant grievances. Li responded, "Oh, you seem quite popular. By the way, you and Ruan Cece are neighbors, right?" The question carried a hint of probing. Jiang Yu shot him a glance. "Yes, is there a problem?" "Typically, He could predict the direction of such conversations. Surely, this boy wasn't attempting to set him up with his little cabbage? Contrary to Jiang Yu's expectations, Liu did not pursue the topic further, but remarked, "Your relationship is quite intriguing. It doesn't seem like an ordinary neighborly bond." Jiang Yu. His mind was flooded with similar comments since the end of the entrance exam. If just one or two had said such things, Jiang Yu would have dismissed them as misguided. However, the frequency of such remarks made him question whether his interactions with Ruan Sisi were indeed problematic. He fell into contemplation. Once they reached the dormitory to change and secure their phones, they prepared to head downstairs. Their dormitory was graced by the presence of Shenyang, who had recently self-nominated for class monitor, earning the nickname Little Shenyang. He was a tall and enthusiastic boy, assisting Jiang Yu in guiding Liu toward the playground. Along the way, he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you participating in military training when you're in this condition?" Jiang Yu too was curious. Wasn't he this just inviting trouble? Ruan Sisi was also in a similar predicament. Jiang Yu abruptly halted, realizing he had become too accustomed to mentioning Ruan Sisi's name in both speech and thought. Humans are inherently complex beings if no one pointed it out. One might not even notice something amiss, just as Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi had grown used to their dynamic. Yet when someone brings it up, Jiang Yu suddenly becomes aware that perhaps the closeness he shared with Ruan Sisi was indeed too intimate. "I'm afraid if I skip military training, I won't be able to integrate once school starts." Liu's reasoning echoed that of teacher Su. Shenyang did not delve further, accepting the situation with a shrug. Having attended the same school as Jiang Yu, Shenyang was familiar with him, as they had played basketball together previously. After addressing Liu, he turned to Jiang Yu. "Brother Yu, ISN Tier 1 CC, also skipping military training? What's the matter?" Jiang Yu maintained his composure, replying, "She fell ill during the break, and hasn't fully recovered yet." This explanation had been previously agreed upon between Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi, as he hoped to shield her from any negative repercussions stemming from her altercation with Ruan Datian. Ultimately, Jiang Yu desired to prevent any further impact on Ruan Sisi from such trivial matters. Shenyang nodded, not delving deeper. No wonder she looked so much thinner. Jiang Yu absently acknowledged this with a hum. Chapter 59. Liking Jiang Yu means one doesn't need anyone's assistance. She can pursue him on her own. When they arrived at the assembly point, Shenyang, as the class monitor, had to maintain order. He instructed Liu to stand aside while he called the others to line up. Jiang Yu, somewhat distracted, was on his way to join the group of familiar boys from the previous school. At that moment, Ruan Sisi hurried over, calling out, "Wait, lower your head." Jiang Yu instinctively complied, observing as the girl in camouflage shoes tiptoed to affix something cool to his back. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "What's this?" "It's a cooling patch. I brought plenty. This weather is unbearable," Ruan Sisi replied, wrinkling her brow. She wanted him to rest in the shade while she participated in the training. Jiang Yu smiled, raising his gaze to meet hers. "You should rest. I'm fine." When he saw the concern etched on Ruan Sisi's face, an inexplicable flutter gripped his heart, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. "All right, I'll go line up now." Ruan Sisi seemed poised to say more, but Jiang Yu had already turned away. As he moved closer, several boys from other schools called out, "Brother Yu." Jiang Yu. One of them, a boy named Zhong Qi, who had previously played basketball with him, chuckled and said, "They just saw how close you were with Ruan Sisi and were curious about your relationship. I told them you were siblings. They're trying to win your favor." Zhong Qi added quietly, "They even wanted to call you big brother-in-law like we did before. I've already turned them down for you, Brother Yu." Jiang Yu. "But they just met her." He quickly glanced in Ruan Sisi's direction. She stood, dressed in the same camouflage outfit as everyone else, with the required jacket as mandated by Teacher Tang, who insisted on a complete uniform. To be frank, the outfit was rather unattractive, resembling a camouflage sack, making her appear bulky and obscuring her figure entirely. However, Ruan Sisi was exceedingly slender, even clad in a camouflage sack. She did not appear bulky. Not to mention, her long legs, though concealed, still exuded an air of elegance. The girl neatly tied her hair back and donned a hat. Yet the visage that emerged was pale, revealing a complexion reminiscent of someone recovering from a grave illness. Nevertheless, her exquisite and beautiful features remained unmistakable. At that moment, When she met Jiang Yu's gaze, her large eyes blinked playfully, and a sweet smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Yu overheard a boy beside him murmur, "Damn, she's too sweet." And another exclaimed, "Mom." The moment I laid eyes on her, I even thought of what we would name our future child. Jiang Yu had heard such remarks before, yet they now stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. He redirected his gaze towards the two boys who had spoken, retorting, "Stop staring. My family wouldn't allow you to step across our threshold." It sounded like a jest, yet it bore the weight of a warning. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu sighed internally, realizing that he had forbidden Ruan Cece from calling him brother, only to find that on the very first day of school, everyone in the class likely knew she was his sister. The boys diverted their attention, one of them jokingly addressing Jiang Yu. "Brother Yu, I'm Qian Duo. You can call me Qian Duo Duo. I have quite a few good qualities. Perhaps you could consider me?" Beside them, Zhong Qi chuckled. "Wait, are you asking Brother Yu to consider you? Our Brother Yu is as straight as an arrow." "Shut up. I meant Ruan Cece." Just then, the instructor approached, blowing his whistle. Jiang Yu was relieved to be spared from the vexing conversation. As he fell in line behind Zhong Qi, with Qian Duo behind him. This fellow was rather tall and incessantly introduced himself, listing his merits, all with the underlying aim of acquiring Ruan Cece's contact information. It appeared that he had faced rejection before Jiang Yu's arrival. Ruan Cece had consistently rebuffed the advances of boys. However, they had just discovered that she was not uniformly dismissive. Jiang Yu was an exception. One boy muttered, "Could these two be?" Just then, Zhong Qi, ever eager, elaborated on their relationship. Jiang Yu interjected, "No need for such enthusiasm." Fortunately, with the arrival of the instructor, Qian Duo Duo fell silent, as they were about to commence their first military training lesson, standing at attention. They faced the direction where Ruan Cece and Li Yu were resting. Only Li Yu and Ruan Cece from their class were taking a break, while a few others from different classes were also resting nearby. Jiang Yu found this positioning advantageous, as he could still catch glimpses of Ruan Cece. Her gaze remained fixated on him, and he seemed to have grown considerably taller without his prior stature seeming remarkable. During military training, he now stood in the second-to-last row, with few boys taller than him. Recently, due to his weight loss, the baby fat from his earlier years had vanished, revealing a clean and sharp male profile. Ruan Cece felt a tinge of disappointment. To be frank, she preferred Jiang Yu when he had a bit more flesh. He was simply too slender now. She began to ponder what delectable dishes she could prepare to help restore his former physique. Meanwhile, Li Yu found the military training rather dull. Sitting idly was quite tiresome. With nothing better to do, he glanced around and noticed the mutual gazes exchanged between Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu. "Oh, this is amusing," he chuckled. His laughter caught Ruan Cece's attention. However, she had little curiosity and deemed it more worthwhile to continue observing Jiang Yu, until Li Yu leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Ruan Cece, do you know you and Jiang Yu look like the cowherd and the weaver girl separated by the Milky Way?" What a peculiar metaphor. Ruan Cece finally spared him a glance, her expression flat. "I don't know what you're talking about." Had he not mentioned Jiang Yu, she would have dismissed him entirely. Unexpectedly, Li Yu spoke again, lowering his voice and shifting closer, only to find Ruan Cece instinctively distancing herself from him. "You needn't be like that. I just thought it best to speak quietly," he said with a hint of exasperation. "Do you like Jiang Yu?" Ruan Cece shot him a glance, as if he were foolish. Wasn't that obvious? Who couldn't see that her feelings for Jiang Yu were different? Li Yu continued, "But does Jiang Yu know?" He might not have considered it that way. He flashed a bright smile. "How about I help you? Could you introduce me to your friend? The one with long hair, curly ends, and beautiful round eyes." "No," Ruan Cece replied firmly. She didn't need anyone's assistance to pursue Jiang Yu. She was capable of that on her own. In Chapter 60, she thought, could it be that she was truly a bit perverse? Her blunt refusal left Li Yu momentarily speechless. What was her deal? Ruan Cece had already turned away from him, creating even more distance. This boy was rather perplexing, offering to help her pursue Jiang Yu. How long had he even known Jiang Yu? And he was also seeking contact with Zhou Xianxian. Ruan Cece had always engaged with Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi merely to fit into a normal life, but she recognized their genuine kindness. They truly regarded her as a friend. There was no way she could betray them. Jiang Yu would be angry if he found out. Thus, Ruan Cece perceived this boy as rather suspect. She thought it best to keep Jiang Yu away from such people, lest they betray him for another girl one day. At that moment, Li Yu was blissfully unaware that he had been branded as untrustworthy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, standing at a distance, noticed Ruan Cece suddenly avert her gaze from him, speaking to Li Yu. Though their exchange seemed brief, it was a rare occurrence for Ruan Cece. To put it simply, they had been classmates with Qi Han since elementary school, yet every time Ruan Cece saw him, they would only exchange a few words before parting ways. While this was partly due to Qi Han's inexplicable fear of her, it was generally true that Ruan Cece seldom conversed with boys. How was it that she could chat with Li Yu, whom she had just met? The first afternoon of military training was largely uneventful. It consisted of meeting their instructor, discussing the training agenda, and a brief period of standing at attention before being dismissed. Jiang Yu found it manageable, though many others were already nearing their limit. It wasn't merely the standing at attention, but rather the oppressive sun that seemed to fry them. Qi Han and Lu Ji, from the next class over, approached Jiang Yu after the dismissal. "Brother Yu, want to grab a bite together? It's a pity we're not in the same class." Lu Ji had already led a few girls towards Ruan Cece, likely inviting her to join them for a meal. Jiang Yu hesitated, feeling that Ruan Cece needed to make friends, and decisively told Qi Han and the others, "Let's go." Qi Han inquired, "Aren't you waiting for your sister?" Since the last time they had gone to the old house to find Ruan Cece together, Qi Han had grown less apprehensive around her. The primary sentiment surrounding this young lady is one of pity. At such a tender age, it is natural for a youth to exhibit a tender heart. At this juncture, he has successfully banished from his mind the eerie sensation of being scrutinized by an unknown presence. Jiang Yu refrained from glancing back, for she too sought to forge new friendships. With new companions, perhaps her dependence on him would wane. Yet, after taking merely a couple of steps, Jiang Yu found himself unable to resist the urge to halt. He turned his head and beheld Ruan Cece trailing behind him at a short distance, her complexion pale. Upon noticing him look back, she momentarily froze, then managed to muster a faint smile. She appeared woefully pitiful, with reddened eyes reminiscent of a forsaken little rabbit. Jiang Yu thought to himself, "This is disastrous. I truly am a fool." After the gathering dispersed, Ruan Cece had already risen, preparing to approach Jiang Yu, but Lu Qi, accompanied by several girls from their dormitory, approached her instead, asking if she wished to join them for a meal. Ruan Cece shook her head, declining no. "You all go ahead." Lu Qi offered a few more words of persuasion, but upon witnessing her resoluteness, he departed with the other girls. Subsequently, Ruan Cece observed Jiang Yu walking away with Qi Han and the others, not waiting for her. She hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately chose to follow. As she trailed Jiang Yu, she silently counted, waiting for the moment he would turn back. Just as she reached 28, he turned his head. Indeed, Ruan Cece understood Jiang Yu's inability to resist looking back. The one who comprehended Jiang Yu the most was not himself, but Ruan Cece. Thus, her slightly reddened eyes and the forced smile were perfectly timed. "May I join you for dinner?" Ruan Cece's voice was barely audible. Jiang Yu sighed, took 2 steps back, and gently flicked her forehead. "You can dine with us, but do put away that pitiful demeanor." He found it somewhat amusing, yet he also felt a sense of relief. "Let's go eat." It seemed that not only did Ruan Cece rely on him, but he too found it difficult to let her go. Even though he was acutely aware that her current state was likely a deliberate act, he still found himself reluctant to part with her. How could one discern the intentionality? After all these years, as long as Jiang Yu wasn't particularly dim-witted, it should be apparent. Ruan Cece seldom cried, except when plagued by nightmares or genuinely angry. Yet her eyes had frequently shown signs of redness. Moreover, just as Ruan Cece understood Jiang Yu, he was equally attuned to her. At this moment, his pace slowed as he turned to Qi Han and the others, inquiring, "Shall we go together?" "Of course, let us go." Just in time, Zhou Xianxian is waiting for us at the cafeteria. Lu Ji chimed in with a smile. "Wasn't he always like this before?" Indeed, it had always been thus. Jiang Yu felt her tugging at the hem of his shirt, and he said nothing, allowing her to hold on. He knew this brought her a sense of security. As expected, Ruan Cece brightened, trailing half a step behind Jiang Yu, asking, "May I help you carry your jacket? Everyone has taken theirs off. It's sweltering." Jiang Yu noted that Ruan Cece's cooling patch was quite effective, a small consolation amidst the heat. Hearing her words, he glanced at her. She was drenched in perspiration. "Do you wish to remove your jacket?" Underneath, she merely wore a camouflage t-shirt, easily removable. Yet Ruan Cece shook her head. "I'm not hot." Jiang Yu observed the beads of sweat at her temple. In such weather, it was impossible to remain unbothered by the heat, even without standing at attention. However, he said nothing, merely reaching out to gently wipe the sweat from her brow. "Very well. Let us hurry. I've heard the cafeteria here has air conditioning." This new school is rather splendid. Their actions appeared quite natural, and Chi Han and Lu Ji had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet to onlookers, this scene seemed excessively intimate, drawing the gaze of many. Only when Jiang Yu retracted his hand did he realize the impropriety of the situation. Goodness. He had admonished Ruan Cece to maintain distance, yet he found himself unable to restrain his own impulses. Jiang Yu mentally chastised himself for 3 seconds before resolutely surrendering to the moment. Since he could not change, he would not try. After all, it was likely that everyone in their class was already aware of their sibling bond. Although he knew Ruan Cece was pretending, seeing her so forlorn tugged at his heartstrings. He realized it was time to scrutinize his own feelings. He could not truly be a pervert, could he? This thought plunged Jiang Yu into a moment of despair. No, he needed to take this seriously. Ruan Cece might be only 16 or 17, but he was not. Damn it, Jiang Yu, you are a scoundrel. Jiang Yu showed no mercy in his self-reproach. Lost in thought, he became somewhat absent-minded. Chi Han called his name twice with no response. "You go." Chapter 61, Zhou Xianxian. "Am I merely a part of your play?" Jiang Yu jolted back to reality at the sound of Chi Han's voice. "What is the matter? Why shout so loudly and startle me?" Chi Han then noticed Ruan Cece casting him a secretive glare and quietly remarked, "I must be calling your soul back." Chi Han felt quite innocent in this matter. However, having known Ruan Cece for this length of time, he understood her nature. When it came to Jiang Yu, she was devoid of logic or reason. Jiang Yu was her singular rationale. Thus, Chi Han bore no ill will, merely responding with a cheerful demeanor, "My apologies. But I've called you several times just to ask whether we should head to the 2nd or 3rd floor of the cafeteria." Their side was the new campus, expansive and featuring 2 dining halls, cafeteria number 1 with 3 floors and cafeteria number 2 with 2. Today, they were heading to number 1. Jiang Yu initially thought to say either would suffice, but suddenly recalled there was a place on the 3rd floor renowned for its delicious clay pot rice, which Ruan Cece would likely enjoy. He wondered if returning to this time would bring any changes. He decided they would go to the 3rd floor. As the group approached the cafeteria entrance, they spotted Zhou Xianxian, who, upon seeing them, waved happily and rushed over, linking arms with Ruan Cece. "Oh, hurry up. I'm starving. We still have to return for evening study." Indeed, the plight of high school students included evening study sessions. With Zhou Xianxian's arm around her, Ruan Cece was reluctantly compelled to release her grip on Jiang Yu's shirt, her expression clearly displeased. However, Zhou Xianxian, having shared a desk with her for so long, was accustomed to this dynamic, chatting about the new class, expressing her discomfort, and lamenting that without the lovely Cece, attending class would surely lack vitality. Jiang Yu and the others, walking ahead, found Zhou Xianxian's infatuated remarks rather amusing. Jiang Yu turned to her, teasingly saying, "You can still look in the mirror, can't you, pretty girl?" This was meant as playful banter among friends. However, just after he spoke, he felt a piercing gaze that seemed capable of burning through him. His body stiffened. He then met Ruan Cece's dark, reproachful eyes, which held both accusation and sorrow. Zhou Xianxian quickly waved her hands. "You go. Just eat more and say less. Don't compliment me. Look at Cece. She is so beautiful." Her words tumbled out rapidly. Had the situation not been so peculiar, she would have wanted to leap 3,000 meters away from Jiang Yu, thanking him. "Whoa, I want to be friends with Cece for life. Jiang Yu, please don't praise me." In the midst of Zhou Xianxian's desperate plea for survival, Jiang Yu gleaned a bit of insight, raising an eyebrow at Ruan Cece. Our Ruan Cece is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Now let us eat. As he spoke, he intended to lightly tug at her ponytail. But then he recalled the injury on her head. His hand lifted, but did not touch her. Yet after having been soothed, Ruan Cece took the initiative to gently nudge her head against his outstretched hand. How adorable! Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle, remarking that he resembled Mario with a mushroom atop his head. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxian, who had been blushing with infatuation from the sidelines, could only think. Her frustration was directed at Jiang Yu for being so oblivious, especially with two straightforward boys nearby. Shihan exclaimed, "Brother Yu, you play too?" "I do as well." Lu Ji looked astonished. "Aren't you two supposed to be playing as plumbers?" "Who asked the plumber?" The group, laughing and joking, followed Jiang Yu's suggestion to enjoy clay pot rice. Thankfully, this restaurant was still in operation. As Jiang Yu observed Ruan Cece devouring her meal, it was evident that she relished it. Suyin had always praised Ruan Cece for her lack of finickiness, contrasting her with Jiang Yu, who was notoriously picky. Yet, Jiang Yu understood that her apparent indifference was merely a fade to conceal her true preferences. Even after spending considerable time in his home, she continued to carefully play the role of perfection, beautiful, academically accomplished, and possessing a gentle temperament. This image was to suit Yin and the others, the idealized version of Ruan Cece. Over time, Jiang Yu had become adept at discerning her likes and dislikes, but he never dared to unveil her disguise. If maintaining her sense of security required such pretense, he would gladly play along. As for her preferences, he would casually introduce them into her life. After all, good children deserve rewards. Ruan Cece felt his gaze upon her, and, upon lifting her eyes, met Jiang Yu's cheerful expression before he turned back to converse with Qi Han and the others. She continued to fixate on Jiang Yu's delicate profile, mentally noting, "Jiang Yu praised me with a score of 100 today. Jiang Yu took me for clay pot rice, another 100. Jiang Yu complimented Zhou Xianxian, awarding a single point." After their meal, the group parted ways at the dining hall entrance, heading towards their respective dormitories. They all needed to return a shower, lest they become unpleasantly odorous. On the way back, Zhou Xianxian earnestly assured Ruan Cece, "Don't mind what brother you said earlier. He was just joking. I truly don't fancy that type. Moreover, with you around, brother you would certainly overlook a girl as merely average-looking as me." Her instinct for self-preservation prevented her from admitting any lack of beauty, which was quintessentially Zhou Xianxian. Suddenly, Ruan Cece, her eyes wide and serious, halted in her tracks, gazing intently at Zhou Xianxian. Zhou Xianxian stopped as well, wearing a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Ruan Cece scrutinized Zhou Xuanxuan's face and acknowledged that she was indeed attractive, albeit in a different way from herself. Ruan Cece possessed a striking beauty that captivated at first glance, almost unreal. In contrast, Zhou Xianxian was the type of beauty that revealed greater charm the longer one looked. "Does Jiang Yu like you this way?" Ruan Cece asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Zhou Xianxian, her face a mask of panic, replied, "No. How could he possibly like me? You're the one who stands out in his eyes." "Cece, wake up. I'm truly not. Think about it carefully. Isn't Jiang Yu different with you compared to everyone else?" What a ridiculous notion. Although Jiang Yu was decent looking, he was certainly not her type. She was the ultimate beauty enthusiast. Having grown accustomed to Ruan Cece's stunning looks, she felt that finding a boyfriend would be an arduous task in the future. Upon hearing her words, Ruan Cece fell into deep contemplation, as if she had made a significant decision. For the first time, she took the initiative to grasp Zhou Xuanxuan's hand. What is different? She had become so accustomed to her interactions with Jiang Yu that she could not pinpoint any distinction. Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Hey, Cece has had an epiphany." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, blissfully unaware, returned to the dormitory, where most had already showered. The boys bathed quickly, some washing their clothes while showering. Jiang Yu and Li Yu were among the last to go. Jiang Yu's tardiness was due to returning late, while Li Yu's delay stemmed from his leg issues. Ultimately, even though Jiang Yu was late, Teacher Tang, who had assisted Li Yu, did not reprimand him. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Yu noticed a carton of Wangzai milk on his desk. Without a doubt, it was placed there by Ruan Cece. He smiled, poked it open, and took a sip. The evening study session was akin to a class meeting, during which they also elected class representatives. Liu, despite his physical challenges, had nominated himself for the position of sports representative. Jiang Yu had little interest in class duties, but Teacher Tang had his eyes set on Ruan Cece. The position of study representative was not left to self-nomination. Instead, he directly inquired, Ruan Cece, would you like to be the study representative? At this moment, all eyes turned toward Ruan Cece, and Jiang Yu noticed her body stiffen momentarily. She then lifted her gaze and turned towards Jiang Yu, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Jiang Yu protested, what are you looking at me for? Teacher Tang, aware of their relationship as siblings as mentioned by Teacher Su, chuckled and said, Teacher Cece is asking you, why are you looking at your brother? Jiang Yu commented, well, it seems I have truly become an older brother now. Ignoring the whispers of his classmates, he turned his gaze to Ruan Cece. You decide. Ruan Cece replied with a simple, oh, finally directing her attention back to the teacher, I don't want to. Her response was decisive and straightforward. Ruan Cece was the top student in their district's entrance examinations. Even those who had not met her had likely heard of her. Those who hadn't were quickly informed, and many gazed at her with newfound admiration. Beautiful and academically gifted, was this what it meant to be favored? Ruan Cece's resoluteness momentarily stunned Teacher Tang. He had envisioned her as a suitable candidate, considering her outstanding grades, but regrettably, she declined. However, he did not press the matter further and quickly selected another boy instead, advising the murmurers to be quiet and continue with the class representative elections. Liu glanced at the back of Ruan Cece's head, finding the dynamic between her and his new desk mate quite amusing. He leaned in and whispered, hey, is this how you always interact with Ruan Cece? Does she listen to everything you say? Jiang Yu, inexplicably reminded of their brief conversation during military training that afternoon, felt a twinge of annoyance. Hearing Liu inquire about Ruan Cece again, he chose to ignore him and simply said, the teacher said to be quiet. Didn't he expect you to be so obedient to the teacher? Liu muttered, but Jiang Yu is truly a chatterbox, continuing, speaking of which, I think we have an interesting connection. Your name is Jiang Yu, and mine is Liu. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, why don't you mention that we're both guys? Isn't that coincidental? Liu was taken aback, sensing a hint of hostility. Hadn't Jiang Yu always been easygoing? However, he wisely chose to remain silent. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, felt his irritation was unwarranted. Oh no! It seemed that not only did Ruan Cece possess a sense of possessiveness towards him, but he harbored the same feelings for her as well. What was he to do? Jiang Yu was troubled. Thus, throughout the evening study session, the two scarcely exchanged words. The next day would mark the commencement of military training, and evening studies would take place on the playground. Once class was dismissed and the teacher departed, the students became lively. Lu Qi asked Ruan Cece, are you heading back to the dormitory? However, Ruan Cece turned a glance at Jiang Yu, stating, I'll walk him back to his dorm. At this, all eyes in the vicinity shifted to Jiang Yu. No, I'll be scrutinized all evening, he protested, laughing despite his annoyance. What are you talking about? I'll accompany you back. It's a perfect opportunity to see where your dorm is. Previously, she had never managed to do so, but later it was Ruan Cece waiting for him beneath the boys' dormitory. Thus, Jiang Yu truly remained unaware of her own dormitory's location. As long as she could spend a little more time with Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece felt a sense of joy. Indeed, how delightful. Lu Qi also began to gather her belongings. Thus it became a bit of a bother for Yuge. After all, weren't they on the same route? She didn't think much of it. However, Ruan Cece's expression began to darken, her lips straightening considerably. Jiang Yu was tidying up his things when he called out to Ruan Cece, and they departed. He then added, not a bother, isn't this along the way? Ultimately, the three of them made their way back to the girls' dormitory together. Along the way, they encountered other girls from Ruan Cece's dormitory. The crowd only grew larger, filled with curious new classmates. Jiang Yu, possessing a gentle temperament, answered their inquiries without hesitation. Aside from Ruan Cece, who silently grasped the strap of Jiang Yu's backpack without uttering a word. The others appeared quite cheerful. At that moment, Ruan Cece was engulfed in profound dissatisfaction. She found their chatter excessive. What was so amusing? Why was Jiang Yu engaging with them? Why did he smile at them? Her hands instinctively rubbed the strap of her backpack. What should she do? What should she do? She desperately wished to conceal Jiang Yu or to drive away those around him. In truth, Jiang Yu held little interest in the girls' topics. However, weren't they all new classmates? Moreover, they were Ruan Cece's roommates. He hoped she would interact well with girls her age. He felt the strap of his backpack growing heavier as someone tugged at it, and the night provided the perfect cover. The streetlights were rather dim, so without turning his head, Jiang Yu reached out to grasp the hand that was pulling at his backpack strap, giving it a gentle squeeze as though to warn her that if she continued, his backpack would fall. Ruan Cece felt her hand enveloped by a warm grasp, and as he squeezed, she glanced up at Jiang Yu, who had not turned to face her. Just as his hand was about to withdraw, she unexpectedly tightened her grip around his. In that moment of anger, if only Jiang Yu would permit her to hold his hand, then perhaps, just perhaps, she would be less furious. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback when Ruan Cece clasped his hand from behind, turning to meet her irate expression. He found it rather amusing, considering Ruan Cece typically presented herself as quite obedient in his presence. It was rare to see her so vexed. They had just arrived at the girls' dormitory when the other girls bid farewell to Jiang Yu. He turned with a smile, saying goodbye, adding, "I have something to discuss with Ruan Cece." Consequently, Lu Qi ascended with them. For a moment, it was unclear whether anyone noticed, or if they did, no one spoke. It seemed as though everyone overlooked their hands intertwined. At the girls' dormitory, it was the time when evening study sessions concluded, and occasionally students passed by. Jiang Yu, still holding her hand, moved to the shade of a nearby tree. After all, it was rather conspicuous for a boy to stand at the foot of the girls' dormitory. Observing her agitated expression, Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Weren't you supposed to be sending me off? You were sending them off." Ruan Cece's grip on Jiang Yu's hand tightened further. Jiang Yu took a moment to comprehend her words, feeling a bit exasperated. Is that really the issue? Aren't they your roommates? They are future classmates. After all, it was merely a coincidence. He gently shook his hand free, releasing her, remarking, "You're not a child anymore. We shouldn't be holding hands. Consider it a small gift." Ruan Cece reluctantly released his hand, secretly deducting points from Jiang Yu in her mind, thinking, well, I can't bear to reduce too many, so I'll just take off 0. 5. Jiang Yu pulled his backpack closer, noticing it was rather bulging. In truth, few carried backpacks during evening study sessions. Yet, Jiang Yu did. At that moment, Ruan Cece watched as he unzipped the bag. Chapter 63. Jiang Yu's voice was now close to her ear, as if he were right beside her. As the zipper of the backpack was drawn open, a large gourd plush toy popped out. Ruan Cece was taken aback. Jiang Yu effortlessly pulled the plush toy out with one hand, stuffing it into Ruan Cece's embrace. "I was worried you might have trouble sleeping in the dormitory, so I got this for you. It's new," he said, pointing to the red string around her neck. "The gourd can protect you." Ruan Cece held the soft toy, her heart warming as her previously gloomy expression transformed, a slight smile gracing her lips. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with light. In truth, Jiang Yu was concerned that she might struggle to sleep at night. When she had first moved into her new home, she had found it difficult to adjust to the bed, startled by every noise. Su Yin had discovered this during her visit one evening. In the end, Jiang Yu had to stay with her for a few nights until she gradually became accustomed to it. It seemed that only in Jiang Yu's presence could Ruan Cece find some solace in her sleep. Thus, Jiang Yu genuinely worried about her endurance for an entire week. After giving her the gourd plush toy, Jiang Yu cautioned her, make sure to keep it safe during the day, stow in your suitcase. Otherwise, if the instructor checks the dormitory, it might get confiscated. "I only brought one," Ruan Cece quietly remarked. "You might as well give me a piece of your clothing." However, she felt a twinge of guilt after saying it. Jiang Yu fell silent. "No, that's a rather odd thing to say. You sound like a child who hasn't weaned yet." Jiang Yu sighed. "I bought this gourd, washed it. I've had it in my wardrobe and on my bed for a few days, so it should have my scent." It could only be said that Jiang Yu understood Ruan Cece rather well. He thought it was somewhat peculiar as well. He had purchased this before the incident, fearing Ruan Cece would struggle to sleep in the dormitory. Yet, the delivery had only arrived while she was hospitalized. Initially, he had contemplated not sending it, but in the end, he washed it and prepared it, and now it had finally found its purpose. Jiang Yu's face flushed slightly. He felt warmth creeping over him. He had gifted Ruan Cece a plethora of such plush toys, so why was he suddenly feeling shy? Nonetheless, this one was indeed somewhat different. He decided to dismiss the thought, pulling another item from his backpack, a portable cassette player, and handed it to Ruan Cece. If you still can't sleep, use this. There's no place to charge your phone, and you can't turn off the lights at night to look at it. It's not good for your eyes. He felt as though he were the concerned father of a daughter experiencing her first time at school. Jiang Yu suddenly felt the weight of experience upon him. Fortunately, this daughter was rather obedient. All right, more soothing music? I don't think it'll be very effective. Previously, Jiang Yu had sent her many soothing tracks, but they had little effect. However, since they were from Jiang Yu, she would listen to them. Jiang Yu mumbled in him, saying, "All right, you should head upstairs now. I need to return to my dormitory, or do they be turning off the lights soon?" Jiang Yu sighed, reaching out to pinch her cheek gently. "Take care. Dorm life lasts only a week. We'll return home in a week." Ruan Cece nodded obediently, then blinked. Then could you not smile at them in the future? She was still brooding over the earlier incident. Jiang Yu was nearly speechless. "No, young lady, I don't intentionally smile at them. It's merely etiquette." However, gazing into her large, dark eyes, Jiang Yu relented. "All right, I'll do my best. Is that acceptable?" Ruan Cece wanted to insist that it should be a certainty rather than an effort, but she feared that speaking up would earn her a reprimand. Ultimately, she reluctantly nodded. "All right then, I'm heading up. You should hurry back. Good night, Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu smiled as he looked at the obedient Ruan Cece, who was clutching her gore doll and holding her portable cassette player. "Good night. Sweet dreams, Ruan Cece. Go on up. I'll leave once you're settled." Ruan Cece nodded and took a step forward, only to suddenly turn back, asking somewhat presumptuously, "Can I have a good night kiss?" Jiang Yu's smile faltered, and he gritted his teeth, retorting, "Get up there." "All right," Ruan Cece exclaimed, immediately dashing away, fearing Jiang Yu's wrath. As he watched her retreating figure, he felt a warmth spreading across his face. It wasn't until that slender silhouette disappeared from view that he turned and headed toward the boys' dormitory. Ruan Cece returned to her dormitory, clutching her gore doll, and as soon as she entered, someone noticed her. The first to speak was a girl named Shui Qingqing, the cultural committee member of their class. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Where did you get that adorable doll, Cece?" Their beds were both on the lower bunk, quite close to each other, and, as she spoke, she reached out to touch it, only to be dodged by Ruan Cece. She paused, taken aback. At that moment, Lucci emerged from brushing his teeth and casually remarked, "It was probably a gift from her brother. You all better not touch it. Cece is a brother con." The other girls erupted in good-natured laughter. Shui Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, how can someone even be a brother con? My brother and I would rather kill each other." "Exactly. I have a younger brother too, and he's such a nuisance. Yet, there must be some siblings who get along well." No one found Ruan Cece's behavior peculiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "My brother is really great. Oh my gosh, I envy you so much. My brother and I think of each other as dogs." Shui Qingqing exaggeratedly sighed, but upon seeing Ruan Cece's expression, added, "But with your looks, it's only natural to be spoiled." She nodded affirmatively. Another girl seized the opportunity to ask, "Yeah, Cece, your skin is so fair. What face mask do you use? But why are you always wearing those ice sleeves? You look so good. I look like a farmer from our hometown in them." The voices of the girls buzzed with vibrant energy. Ruan Cece hugged her gore doll tighter. They were a bit noisy, but not overly bothersome. She wished they would refrain from talking to Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory and chatted with the boys for a while before turning off the lights. He let out a sigh of relief, primarily because they were genuinely curious about Ruan Cece, and the conversation revolved around her. Yet, he had no desire to engage. After sending Ruan Cece a goodnight text, he turned off his phone, anticipating a teacher would come to inspect the dormitory soon. Ruan Cece also replied to Jiang Yu with a goodnight message and then hugged her gore doll tightly. She felt wide awake, in a dormitory of 16. Even when everyone remained silent, other sounds filled the air. Some individuals breathed more heavily than others. Ruan Cece wasn't lying. She truly struggled to adapt to communal living. Her body tensed with discomfort. Ultimately, she took out the portable cassette player Jiang Yu had given her. It should be somewhat useful. At the very least, it would drown out the sound of someone talking in their sleep. However, as soon as she turned it on, a familiar voice resonated in her ear. Ruan Cece. What time is it? Why aren't you asleep? All right, let me tell you a story. It was Jiang Yu's voice. Ruan Cece's previously taut and anxious emotions were soothed, and her body began to relax. It felt as though Jiang Yu were right there beside her. Chapter 64. Summer's Icy Watermelon, Sweet Sweet Ruan Cece. The cassette player had been used by Jiang Yu for listening to English exercises previously. Indeed, it contained recordings of his voice. The files were divided into 7 parts, each named by date, essentially narrating stories. He would tell a story and sing a song. Although he hadn't learned many instruments, he could play the guitar and the violin. He had given up on the violin after a few years of lessons as he was talented but quite lazy. As for the guitar, he had taught himself after entering university in his previous life. In this life, he had bought one himself without enrolling in a class. His family had thought he showed some talent, picking it up quite adeptly on his own. Still awake after the story? All right, let me play you a song. His voice was clean, imbued with a tone of exasperation and indulgence. Ruan Cece clutched her gourd doll even tighter. She could indeed smell Jiang Yu's scent on the doll, faint yet reassuring. If she were at home, she would have already been unable to resist sneaking into Jiang Yu's room. What to do? With such a wonderful Jiang Yu, her longing for him intensified. Ruan Cece blinked but eventually closed her eyes, lulled by the clarity of his voice. Once today passed, there would only be 6 days left until she could return home with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had always enjoyed a sound sleep. Truthfully, he had been primarily concerned about Ruan Cece's ability to adapt and sleep well, never once considering his own rest. However, the following morning, when he awoke, his eyes were bleary. This was due to a dorm mate who snored thunderously. Indeed, it was as loud as thunder. Before last night, Jiang Yu had thought that was an exaggerated description. It wasn't just him struggling to sleep. The entire dormitory was affected, with the snoring guy appearing quite spirited while everyone else looked as if their souls had been drained. It wasn't until they reached the playground that Ruan Cece reached out to touch his face, jolting him back to reality. Ruan Cece, don't take advantage of me. Lu Qi chuckled beside them. Come on, how many people wish to have Cece take advantage of them? Jiang Yu felt somewhat helpless as he looked at Ruan Cece and naturally accepted the baozi and soybean milk from her hands. Have you eaten? I have. Why didn't you sleep well? Ruan Cece asked with concern. Jiang Yu sighed, nodding and shaking his head, and countered, how about you? Did you sleep well? Yes. I listened to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and the Little Match Girl all night long. The young girl replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then chuckled as he playfully flicked her forehead. That's the Little Match Girl. If the power goes out, you won't be able to hear tonight. Seeing him finally smile, Ruan Cece felt her own weariness dissipate, and her spirits lifted. She then explained, later, Teacher Tang will call me to organize some things. I should be able to charge it, right? True, he acknowledged, as she didn't need to undergo military training. Jiang Yu observed her cheerful demeanor, and his mood brightened as well. However, under Ruan Cece's urging, he quickly finished his baozi. Before long, their homeroom teacher and the drill instructors arrived. The military training for high school began with a collective standing at attention. Jiang Yu noticed Teacher Tang leading Ruan Cece and Li Yu away, presumably to help her organize things. Watching Ruan Cece walk alongside someone else, Jiang Yu felt a surge of displeasure, akin to witnessing his prize cabbage being picked by another. Although Li Yu seemed to be doing nothing at all, the military training was quite monotonous and not particularly strict. Gradually, some students requested leave due to physical discomfort, and the instructors granted it. However, most of those asking for leave were girls, and eventually, the instructors simply called for a break. Jiang Yu's instructor was quite kind and young, named Lu. Whenever the chief instructor arrived, they would briefly march in unison, then rest and chat with them. Thus, Jiang Yu didn't suffer too much. However, for Wan Cici, it was quite a trial, as being called to Teacher Tang's office meant she couldn't see Jiang Yu every day. Moreover, Teacher Tang may be a tad too kind. Just a couple of days ago, he allowed them to enjoy the air conditioning in the office while organizing their materials. In the following days, he permitted them to continue basking in the cool air while composing reflections on their military training. Wan Cici remarked, "What insights can we possibly articulate when we haven't even witnessed the training?" To their surprise, Teacher Tang thoughtfully provided them with several exemplary essays from previous years. Regardless, Li Yu was quite pleased, as it was a delightful indulgence to relax in the air conditioning during such sweltering weather. Although the teacher was also present, restricting phone usage was hardly a significant issue. It wasn't until the fifth day that Wan Cici finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, "Teacher, we haven't experienced military training, so I can't write anything. The only time I see Jiang Yu is in the morning and evening. I can't take it anymore." Teacher Tang paused momentarily, adjusting his glasses as he regarded the rather expressionless Wan Cici, and nodded with appreciation. "I didn't expect you to be such a pragmatic child, Cici. Why don't you go take a look? Write about it when you return." Li Yu interjected, "She probably wants to see Jiang Yu, not the military training." Teacher Tang then stood up, saying, "Come, let's go to the supermarket and buy a watermelon for them to enjoy and cool off." He turned to Li Yu. "Would you like to join us?" Li Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No thanks, teacher. With my foot like this, it would take forever to walk there. I also don't want to tire myself out." Teacher Tang, not wishing to press the matter further, led Wan Cici out of the office. Wan Cici's demeanor finally softened a bit, revealing a hint of a smile. When Jiang Yu saw Teacher Tang arriving with Wan Cici, he was engaged in conversation with Qian Duo and Shenyang, surrounded by several girls chatting nearby. Qian Duo had a knack for conversation and had quickly become acquainted with most of the classmates in just a few days. This lad was likely still fixated on Wan Cici, trying to curry favor with Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu had repeatedly told him that Wan Cici was uninterested, Qian Duo insisted, "We can still be friends." Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Thus, Wan Cici immediately noticed Jiang Yu surrounded by a throng of boys and girls, and her small face fell in disappointment. Jiang Yu was still smiling. Someone spotted Teacher Tang and the others, and Shenyang stood up, exclaiming, "Teacher, what brings you here?" He instinctively approached and took the watermelon from Wan Cici's hands. "Teacher," a watermelon delivered from afar. Shenyang noticed Wan Cici had a small bag in her other hand and reached for it, but she deftly evaded him, saying, "No need to thank me." Shenyang, unfazed, continued. Teacher Tang had already set down his own bag, exclaiming, "Come, enjoy some watermelon. Where are your instructors? They've gone to a meeting. We have free time, huh?" The student from the neighboring class looked on enviously as they all began to indulge in watermelon. Jiang Yu, however, took his time and did not rush over. Then Wan Cici approached him with a stern expression, shoving the bag into his hands. "This is for you." Jiang Yu smiled. "Why do you look so unhappy? Didn't Li Yu say you were enjoying the air conditioning?" Glancing at the bag, he saw it contained cut watermelon. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Wan Cici had prepared this herself, as the supermarket staff would not have shown such meticulous care. A pleasant smile graced Jiang Yu's lips as he contemplated the sweet summer watermelon and the delightful Wan Cici. Chapter 65. An unmistakable and unconcealed affection. Jiang Yu observed Wan Cici's face, which was etched with signs of anger, her previously slender visage now puffed up. He could easily deduce the reason behind her displeasure. He reached out, tugging at her wrist. "Shall we share a bit? It's cold. You can only have a little." The petite girl, whose health was frail, had many restrictions on what she could consume. Wan Cici sullenly replied, "You can eat with them." Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Wan Cici's eyes widened in surprise. Her already large eyes appeared quite formidable when she glared. Jiang Yu explained, "Qian Duo, the boy who was just sitting next to me, is quite popular. Those girls are merely chatting with him. I was just sitting next to him by chance and haven't spoken to any other girls. There aren't many boys around." Wan Cici seemed taken aback that Jiang Yu would offer an explanation, pausing for a moment as her expression shifted awkwardly. She muttered softly, "Oh, I see." Qian Duo called out to Jiang Yu, Brother Yu, come sit with us. Cece can join too. Brother Yu, I even saved you a piece of watermelon. This lad was rather forward. Had Jiang Yu not introduced him earlier, Wan Cece might not have even remembered him, yet he was already addressing her so casually. Jiang Yu gently pulled Wan Cece's wrist toward the gathering. What's your name? Does Wan Xiaoxi know you? You've already taken the liberty to call her that? Qian Duo had an exceptionally amiable disposition. Although he initially approached Jiang Yu to get closer to Wan Cece, after spending some time together, he realized Jiang Yu's character was genuinely kind and brotherly. As for pursuing Wan Cece, he had let that notion go after she had rejected his request for contact information. Modern youth ought to possess a sense of self-awareness. At this moment, he grinned broadly and said, Brother Yu, our bond is so strong that your sister is my sister too. My name is Qian Duo, but you can call me Qian Duo. Hello, Cece. I'm a good friend of your brother. Shen Yang, unable to contain himself, chimed in, you really have no shame. Just then, Lu Qi and Xue Qingqing arrived, and Wan Cece found herself seated beside Lu Qi as Jiang Yu had maneuvered her into the group, integrating her into the social scene. Jiang Yu settled on her other side. As soon as they sat down, Shen Yang noticed Jiang Yu using a skewer to eat the cut watermelon, and the first piece he offered was to Wan Cece, who shook her head, prompting him to eat it himself. Shen Yang exclaimed, Wait, Brother Yu, you have cut pieces too? Qian Duo, who had been about to hand over his piece of watermelon, halted in surprise. What? They're cut pieces? I just saw them in chunks. Lu Qi chuckled. Stop looking. This is a private affair. Xue Qingqing watched enviously. Cece, your relationship with your brother is so good. I want a sister too. Despite the childishness of it all, Jiang Yu felt quite pleased. This unmistakable and unreserved affection, regardless of gender, was undeniably attractive. Jiang Yu smiled and remarked, You won't be able to envy this, will you? This is a girl I've raised with care. Wan Cece, observing Jiang Yu's demeanor, felt a slight smile tugging at her lips as well, though internally she muttered, Who wants to be your sister? The more tender Jiang Yu was with her, the more she felt an uncontrollable desire to possess all of his gentleness. This yearning was not simply that of a sister for a brother. Wan Cece had previously pondered that if another girl appeared by Jiang Yu's side, she would feel terribly upset just seeing him interact with classmates, let alone the idea of him dating someone one day. Just thinking about it felt like the sky was collapsing. Thus, Wan Cece had already asked Zhou Xianxian about her feelings for Jiang Yu and confirmed that what she felt was indeed affection. As for Jiang Yu's feelings towards her, it was inconsequential. In the end, he would surely come to like her, a genuine affection between a boy and a girl. With Jiang Yu by her side, Wan Cece managed to engage in conversation with them for a while, although her words were few. However, the instructor soon returned. Wan Cece took the uneaten watermelon from Jiang Yu, and he mentioned they would have dinner together that evening. The following morning, they would have the afternoon off and could return home. Thus, Wan Cece's spirits remained buoyant. Teacher Tang escorted Wan Cece back to the classroom. To her surprise, half an hour later, Wan Cece submitted 2 reflections on military training. Teacher Tang glanced at her, amusement dancing in her eyes, and quipped, You weren't just there to observe military training, were you? It seems you were primarily there to see your brother. Teacher Su chimed in, remarking on their close relationship. Wan Cece merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Teacher Tang, not wishing to press her further, quickly allowed them to go for a meal. Li Yu inquired if Wan Cece would like to join him for dinner, but she politely declined and departed swiftly, her pace brisk enough that Li Yu, nursing an injured foot, could not keep up. Li Yu remarked, After this military training, Jiang Yu feels as though they have merely basked in the sun for a week. The instructor was rather amiable, ensuring they were evenly tanned. With the training concluded, they were granted a day and a half to return home, perfectly timed with Saturday afternoon. They were to return for classes on Sunday evening, and seating arrangements were to be reorganized. At last, Jiang Yu waited downstairs for Wan Cece. She descended quickly, her backpack slung over her shoulder, a suitcase in hand, and her beloved gourd-shaped pillow cradled in her arms. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yu immediately approached to assist with her belongings, but the dorm supervisor forbade him from entering, insisting that boys were not permitted in the girls' dormitory. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Are you all right? Ruan Cece waved her hand dismissively. I'm perfectly fine. It's not much to carry. The dorm supervisor's restriction stemmed from the fact that non-resident girls often move their things. It was inconvenient for those who resided on campus and had no need to do so. Jiang Yu took hold of her suitcase and backpack, saying, "Let us go. It's rare for Teacher Sue to pick us up." With her hands now free, Ruan Cece held only her gourd plush toy. She reached out, offering to help. "I can push the suitcase. That's enough. If you really want to help, take this," Jiang Yu said, handing her the strap of his backpack. They walked in tandem, with the boy pushing two suitcases, one bearing a backpack and carrying another on his back, while the girl followed closely behind, effortlessly clutching her gourd plush toy. From their youthful days, they had traversed through the seasons and the passage of time together. Growing gradually, they had transformed into young adolescents and lovely blooming maidens. Yet their bond remained as intimate as ever. Ruan Cece gazed at their intertwined shadows on the ground, cautiously stepping aside, causing their silhouettes to merge, much like their lives, inseparable. Chapter 66. If you have a girl you like, are you not afraid of Ruan Cece standing over you with a knife? As Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece exited, many eyes turned to them, including those of Li Ziwen and his companions. With the new campus opening, upperclassmen were also transitioning over. However, since their last reprimanding by Director Zhu, Li Ziwen and the others merely rolled their eyes and walked away upon seeing Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece. This occasion was no different, especially since Director Zhu had come to the high school section to serve as the guidance director. Neither Jiang Yu nor Ruan Cece paid much heed to the gazes of onlookers. To put it plainly, Jiang Yu had been publicly acknowledged by Teacher Tang as Ruan Cece's brother in front of the entire class, and he had resigned himself to it, indifferent to the attention. As for Ruan Cece, she had never been one to care much for such scrutiny. Upon their emergence, Su Yin stepped out of the car to help Jiang Yu with his belongings. Observing that Jiang Yu had tanned several shades darker, she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, our young master no longer resembles a delicate flower. Instead, he looks like a servant from a wealthy household." Jiang Yu sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Mom, why call me young master? Do I not have any pride?" Su Yin chuckled heartily. "Young people should exercise more. Lounging around at home all day is hardly healthy." She then embraced Ruan Cece, asking, "Are you tired, dear Cece?" Spotting the plush toy in her arms, she paused. "You brought this along? Didn't Xiao just buy it?" Ruan Cece, nestled in Su Yin's embrace, appeared as docile as a doll. "I'm not tired, Aunt Su. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep." Su Yin, not pondering too deeply, gently ruffled her hair. "That's right. Our Cece is still young. Once we're home, you'll be able to sleep well. Come on, let us go home. I prepared a delicious meal for you. Are you looking forward to my cooking?" After opening the car door for Ruan Cece and settling in himself, Jiang Yu honestly stated, "Actually, the cafeteria here serves quite good food." Ruan Cece responded, "I've been thinking about it." Su Yin sighed, fastening her seatbelt before starting the engine. "Is it any wonder everyone adores their daughters? That's the difference." Jiang Yu was left speechless, casting a glance at the innocent Ruan Cece beside him, thinking, Ruan Xiaoxi is quite the sycophant. Ruan Cece merely smiled and softly insisted, "I truly have been thinking about it." Jiang Yu retorted, all right, you've driven the knife in deeper." Su Yin laughed, declaring she would only prepare Ruan Cece's favorite dishes for dinner, inquiring if Xiao Yu would partake as well. Jiang Yu lamented, "Is this what it's come to, where those who speak the truth are so pitiful?" The atmosphere among the three was light and jovial. Both Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece felt at ease. High school seemed to be off to a promising start. Although the dinner consisted primarily of Ruan Cece's favorites, there were also many dishes Jiang Yu relished. Teacher Su had busied herself for an hour and a half, and after the meal, Jiang Yu was left feeling quite full. He was urged by Jiang Weiman to go for a walk, admonishing him not to spend every day lounging on the couch. Ultimately, a reluctant Jiang Yu was pulled outside by Ruan Cece. As Jiang Yu descended the elevator, he mused aloud, being overweight isn't so bad. It was more of a casual remark than a serious claim. To his surprise, Ruan Cece responded earnestly, "Exactly, being plump is quite comforting to embrace." Jiang Yu was taken aback. Ruan Cece asserted, It seems I might have become a bit too complacent at home. She was feeling quite relaxed. Just as she pondered how to recover her composure, the elevator reached the ground floor. Jiang Yu stepped out first, chuckling. Have you become picky now? Did I promise you a hug? Ruan Cece blinked, quickening her pace to catch up. I'm not picky, so can I hug you? Jiang Yu halted, eyeing her expectantly, and playfully waggled his finger. That is quite an optimistic thought. He then turned away, a smirk curling his lips as he heard her softly mutter, That's not fair. What else can I want? It was rather reasonable, and Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter. Soon, she caught up with him, her expression one of negotiation. So, how can I hug you? In your dreams, he replied with a click of his tongue. But why does a girl like you think about hugging boys all the time? I'm not hugging anyone else. Ruan Cece, emboldened, retorted, I just want to hug you. Is there a difference? I'm not a boy. You're at a disadvantage just because you're a girl. Jiang Yu sighed, exasperated. Why are you still acting like a child at this age? Of course. There's a difference. You're not just anyone, Ruan Cece replied with conviction. Very well, you've convinced me once again. Jiang Yu regarded her, finally turning away, feeling somewhat vexed, realizing he could no longer win this argument. Strangely, his heart raced a bit faster. Recognizing that something fell off, he sought to regain his composure. Thus, while playing games with Chi Han and the others that evening, Jiang Yu suddenly inquired, Have you ever liked a girl? The voice fell into a brief silence, and Chi Han broke the quiet. Yuga, is something going on with you? No, it can't be that you've developed a crush on some girl during military training, right? Lu Ji's tone was saturated with intrigue. Another teammate, Shan Yang, curiously inquired, Who is it? From our class? Lu Qi, Shui Qingqing, or someone else? Jiang Yu interjected with an exasperated hey, dismissing their speculations. What nonsense. I'm merely asking, just casual conversation. Yet, even he felt a twinge of guilt in his own words. Chi Han retorted, What's the difference between that and your I have a friend routine? Just casual chatting, huh? Jiang Yu sighed. I shouldn't have asked. Why am I, a man in my 30s, inquiring about a bunch of kids? Yet, Jiang Yu mused, in his past life, he must have had his fair share of crushes. After all, who at 26 hasn't experienced infatuation? However, he always fell for beauty, like when he first met Ruan Cece. He was smitten at first sight, captivated by her looks. But in the case of Ruan Cece, it was clearly different. He had watched her grow up. Although she remained stunning, he never felt that breathtaking surge of excitement before. He had always believed he wasn't that kind of person. Lately, though, his heart seemed to have a mind of its own, racing unexpectedly. He sensed his face growing warm, and felt awkward, truly awkward. This was Ruan Cece, after all. Around him, Chi Han and the others were engaged in boisterous banter, speculating about which girl he fancied. Suddenly, Chi Han quipped, Wait a minute, Yuga, if you have a crush on someone, aren't you afraid Ruan Cece will be waiting at your bedside with a knife? The room fell silent. Xin Yang, unfamiliar with Ruan Cece due to being in a different class, hesitantly asked, Is it really that serious? Chi Han responded firmly, Absolutely. Lu Ji added, The ultimate brother complex isn't just talk, and Yuga is quite the sister complex himself. Xin Yang inhaled sharply. Is it that intense? Jiang Yu exclaimed. You all should just be quiet. Chapter 67 reveals that Ruan Cece's unique feelings for him were genuinely common knowledge. When Jiang Yu urged them to silence, it had little effect. Throughout that night's gaming session, Shun Yang listened as Chi Han and Lu Ji detailed the excessive behaviors of Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece, the brother and sister duo. After hearing everything, he could only sigh in amazement. I don't have a sister, but I have a brother, and I just want to beat him up every day. So, Yuga, how do you maintain such a close relationship? Xin Yang's voice brimmed with genuine curiosity. Chi Han remarked thoughtfully, Didn't I tell you? Ruan Cece is the type who would fight for Yuga. My feelings for her are quite complicated, but I genuinely envy that. He wanted to add that Yuga also fiercely protected Ruan Cece. Recalling the day, he confronted Ruan Datian with the intensity of wanting to take him down. However, he swallowed that thought, knowing two people were still oblivious to that incident. Lu Ji sighed. Back in the day, I too was smitten by Ruan Cece. She's such a beautiful girl. Don't scold me, Yuga. I just react that way when I see pretty girls. He was quite adept at justifying himself. I wasn't the only one, Eventually, we all gave up. Xinyang, do you know why? Xinyang eagerly responded. Why? Because we all clearly understood that in Ruan Cici's eyes, there was only Yu Ge and then everyone else. Regardless of gender, everyone else was merely another classmate. You get that feeling, right? So, we joked about pursuing the class beauty, but very few actually dared to attempt it. Jiang Yu listened to their comments, momentarily lost in thought, realizing that Ruan Cici's distinct feelings for him were indeed widely recognized. While his classmates often joked, Jiang Yu, being one of the key figures involved, had always seen Ruan Cici as a sister and had been oblivious to any underlying issues. Like being in the eye of a storm, he had never comprehended the extent of the chaos surrounding him. But now, as he listened to their serious analyses and critiques of Ruan Cici's feelings for him and his feelings for her, Jiang Yu recognized that he had mistakenly thought he had not crossed any boundaries, yet he had not genuinely stood outside the delicate line between brother and sister. A wave of anxiety washed over him, especially when Xinyang added, given how close you two are, if you really start dating, do you think Ruan Cici would actually agree? So who is it? Xinyang's curiosity was palpable, especially after just finishing military training. At that moment, none of the other three considered that the person in question could be Ruan Cici. Their assumption that they were siblings seemed to overshadow the reality that they were not blood relatives. In fact, it wasn't just the three of them. Even other classmates, including Su Yin, seemed to forget, instinctively perceiving them as true siblings. All their intimacy felt justified, as if they were granted a special buff. No one mentioned their sibling relationship. However, Jiang Yu found himself suffocating under the weight of this incessant talk of brotherhood. Hearing Xinyang's words, he felt a surge of panic and stammered, I was just asking casually, really there's no one. It's only been a few days of military training. Chihan and the others seemed unsure whether to believe him, and Jiang Yu hastily pivoted the conversation. Somehow, the topic shifted to Li Ziwen, and Lu Ji said, Hey Yu Ge, remember Li Ziwen? The one a year ahead of us? I heard his younger brother is in your class. I'm telling you, the guy holds grudges. So be careful of his brother. Jiang Yu paused, unexpectedly reminded of the enthusiastic Li Yu. The surname, Li, was common. There were at least 7 or 8 Lis in their class. Yet, Jiang Yu's mind immediately went to him. Chihan, still curious, asked, Who has his brother? I don't know. It's just something I heard before. I'll ask what his brother's name is later. But it's probably not that serious, right? You don't understand. Some people feel that losing face is akin to losing their life. Eventually, Chihan's phone died, and their gaming session ended. Jiang Yu spent the entire night feeling somewhat distracted, unable to comprehend his own emotions or what was truly transpiring between him and Ruan Cici. He swore, with all his heart, that he had never harbored ulterior motives. Initially, he merely aimed to protect himself while also safeguarding Ruan Cici. As harsh as it sounds, after raising a dog for so many years, one inevitably forms an attachment. How much more so with a person? He genuinely wished for Ruan Cici to carve a path entirely distinct from her previous life. It was until he saw Ruan Cici covered in blood. From the moment she was hospitalized and learned why Chun Hui abandoned her, that everything changed. From the sleepless nights that followed, Jiang Yu closed his eyes, covering his face with his hand, damn. After a moment, he muttered another damn. His tone was tinged with a mix of panic and helpless frustration. Suddenly, a small head peeked through the door, voice uncertain, Jiang Yu. Reacting to that familiar voice, Jiang Yu reflexively replied, You were supposed to call me brother. Then he paused. No, better not call me brother. It seemed he was beginning to have other thoughts. Continuing to call him, that would be inappropriate. He lowered his hand and half sat up, asking, What is it? Ruan Cici stood at his door clad in her pajamas, cradling a large gourd in her arms. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Su Yin's face. Your air conditioning is broken, so why not sleep on the floor tonight? I'll have someone come to check it tomorrow. The September weather remained sweltering, and the absence of air conditioning could be quite unbearable. Ruan Cici obediently stood at the threshold, a simple smile gracing her lips. She assured herself that the malfunctioning air conditioning had nothing to do with her. She had yet to concoct a plausible excuse when it suddenly broke down. Thus, a delightful aura enveloped her. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, having just discerned a shift in his feelings. How could this enchanting girl suddenly be sharing a bed with him? Mom, why not let Ruan Cece sleep with you while I share a bed with Dad? We're both old enough for this to be inappropriate. Jiang Yu blurted out. He then noticed Ruan Cece's expression shift from playful to dejected, her gaze resembling that of a forsaken puppy. Jiang Yu, feeling a rare pang of guilt, quickly diverted his eyes, mentally admonishing himself not to soften. Su-in, with unwavering conviction, asserted, "What's wrong with siblings sharing a bed? Just for one night, one on the floor and one on the bed. You used to cuddle together while sleeping." In her eyes, sibling relationships were devoid of such pretentiousness. "Besides, Cece won't sleep well with me," she sighed. "So you both should make do." At this juncture, Ruan Cece gently interjected, "I can sleep on the sofa in the living room. It's no trouble." She accompanied her words with a fragile smile. Jiang Yu protested, "No, that would be unacceptable. It smells too much like tea. It's ominous." Indeed, the next moment, Su-in shot him a glare. "It's fine. You'll sleep with your brother tonight." Jiang Yu contemplated suggesting that he could sleep in the living room instead. But the thought of Ruan Cece potentially sitting on the sofa in the middle of the night, staring at him, was enough to deter him. Chapter 68. What kind of girl do you like? Jiang Yu imagined his unrestrained sleeping posture, pondering the possibility of rolling off the sofa, and then envisioned waking up to find Ruan Cece's large, dark eyes staring back at him. The thought was somewhat unsettling. Although she was indeed beautiful, Jiang Yu's courage was hardly substantial. The boldest thing he had ever done in his life was bringing her home. Observing Ruan Cece's pitiful and dejected demeanor, Jiang Yu sighed. "All right, remember to call someone to fix the air conditioning tomorrow." "I will. If it weren't so late, I'd have called a technician tonight." "You both are indeed old enough," Su-in murmured before affectionately ruffling Ruan Cece's hair and smiling. "All right, get to bed early and rest well." Ruan Cece nodded obediently. Su-in glanced at her son. "The pillows and blankets in your cabinet have all been aired out, so rest early and don't sneak in some late-night phone games." "Got it, Mom. Good night." "Good night, Aunt Sue." "Good night, my darlings." With that, Su-in gently closed the door behind them. Jiang Yu rose from the bed, resigned to fetch blankets and pillows from the wardrobe. Ruan Cece approached, clutching her toy, and placed it on the bed. "How about I sleep on the floor instead?" In truth, the mat laid beside the bed was akin to a mattress, allowing for a comfortable slumber even if one were to fall off. Thus, strictly speaking, the difference between sleeping on the floor and the bed was negligible. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. "No need for that. My mom would kill me if she found out." After all, Ruan Cece claimed her injuries were nearly healed, but there's an old saying that it takes 100 days for bones to mend. Her body was still fragile, and both Su-in and Jiang Yu were reluctant to let her sleep on the floor. However, after Jiang Yu exchanged his blankets and pillows for new ones and arranged them neatly for her, he couldn't resist asking, how did the air conditioning break? What he truly wanted to inquire was whether she had caused the malfunction. Yet, he felt that expressing it that way seemed inappropriate, akin to casting suspicion upon her. Although Jiang Yu did indeed harbor doubts about Ruan Cece's ability to cause such a mishap, Ruan Cece appeared taken aback for a moment before meeting his gaze. "I don't know. The light lit up, but the vent wouldn't open automatically." After speaking, her expression dimmed slightly. "Are you suspecting that I broke it?" As she stood, she prepared to leave, saying, "I'll just sleep in the living room." Jiang Yu called out, "Don't be silly. I was merely asking." He wasn't particularly inclined to persuade her. If she truly left, he would lock the door. Ruan Cece's footsteps halted. Jiang Yu thought to himself, it seems that magic is best defeated by magic. However, seeing her standing there, dejected and silent, softened his heart. He approached, gently took the toy from her arms, grasped her wrist, and ruffled her hair. "All right, you must be exhausted." Ruan Cece blinked at Jiang Yu. "Is it that obvious?" "Well, somewhat apparent," he replied with a smile. "Now let us get some sleep." This time, Ruan Cece complied without fuss. Once lying down, she clutched the blanket that lacked Jiang Yu's familiar scent, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had almost protested against him changing it, wanting only the warmth of his presence. Yet, she knew she would undoubtedly face his reprimand. So she kept her thoughts to herself. Jiang Yu lay at the edge of the bed, responding to a few text messages when Ruan Cece suddenly piped up, "Brother," typically. When she addressed him as brother, it signaled trouble. Jiang Yu set his phone down and looked at her. "What is it?" This time, her hair was neatly styled, avoiding the disheveled appearance that had startled him before. Do you know I was pretending? Ruan Cece asked dryly. What about you before? I knew. What difference does it make? As long as you're happy, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, his gaze warm and gentle. If this is how you express your needs, I can accept it. Ruan Cece was overly cautious, hesitant to directly voice her desires. If this approach made it easier for her to express herself, then what harm was there in accommodating her? Ruan Cece was momentarily stunned. Gazing into Jiang Yu's eyes filled with gentle laughter, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Jiang Yu's tenderness lay in the minutiae, unlike Su Yin, who was overly attentive to her feelings, always prioritizing her comfort. Jiang Yu treated her as an ordinary person. She suddenly smiled, realizing how could she not like Jiang Yu? Here, she was just an ordinary girl, akin to everyone else. Jiang Yu, taken aback by the smile gracing her face, wondered how someone could look so beautiful even with her head down. He reached out and gently cupped Ruan Cece's small face, tilting it upward. Your face is flushed. Why speak in such a way? Isn't it exhausting? If he looked again, he feared his own cheeks would betray their warmth. Ruan Cece remained unaware that staring at him a moment longer might cause her to witness the rare sight of a blushing Jiang Yu. She reached for her toy, lay back on the bed and smiled sweetly. Jiang Yu, so? You want me to call you brother when I need something and Jiang Yu when I don't, right? Jiang Yu chuckled. Oh really? A little chatterbox, are we? At school, getting you to say a single word is a Herculean task. Jiang Yu felt weary just thinking about her indifferent demeanor at school. It wasn't so much that she was unwilling to engage. Rather, it was the kind of interaction where one would pose a question and she would respond with a single, succinct reply. It wouldn't be fair to label her as impolite, as she did respond to everything. However, her responses were devoid of any unnecessary chatter. It was akin to conversing with a robot. But that comparison was somewhat unfair. Even the delivery robots at hotels are quite chatty. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Yu overheard Ruan Cece softly utter, "What is there to talk about with them?" "Then what do you have to discuss with me?" Jiang Yu remarked casually. She then handed Ruan Cece a plush pillow, revealing a pair of squinting eyes that seemed to fixate on Jiang Yu. Her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "You have nothing to say to me?" Jiang Yu playfully patted the pillow, unconcerned about the softness. "Of course, I do. How could I not?" The tone of her voice revealed a tenderness she herself was unaware of. She then watched as the pillow's head was gradually withdrawn. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed that Ruan Cece genuinely cherished this gourd-shaped pillow. After all, she never brought such items to visit him before. Just as she was lost in contemplation, she heard the question, "What kind of girl do you like?" Chapter 69. I'm the best with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the unexpected question. After a brief pause, he candidly replied, "Beautiful ones." This was an honest statement. He was an art student, and the pursuit of beauty was instinctual for him. Besides, who wouldn't be fond of pretty girls? Attractive older girls were also acceptable, but the essence lay in their beauty. Jiang Yu, being a simple man, truly appreciated beauty. This straightforward answer left Ruan Cece momentarily stunned. She reached up to touch her own face, pondering if she might be considered beautiful. Ruan Cece lacked any concrete reference for beauty, yet she had always been aware of her own allure. She had known since childhood. Even Ruan de Tian had commented on her looks. As a child, she had encountered peculiar individuals who offered to take her out simply for being pretty. However, their gazes were far more repulsive than Ruan de Tian's. For a long time, Ruan Cece kept a knife hidden in her backpack, knowing that no one cared enough to notice. Whenever she encountered ill-intentioned individuals, she would run, and if escape was impossible, she would brandish her knife, unafraid of the consequences. Those men, who appeared respectable, would cower at the sight of the blade, often calling her a little mad woman. All of this stemmed from her beauty. However, ever since Jiang Yu entered her life, she no longer feared anything. Those disgusting people and unpleasant experiences faded away. From the moment Jiang Yu appeared, she had been basking in the sunlight. While she had never felt ashamed of her appearance, it was the first time she felt grateful for her beauty. "So, am I pretty?" Ruan Cece's tone was laced with excitement. Jiang Yu replied, "Anyone who claims Ruan Cece is unattractive is likely blind." He honestly stated, "You are beautiful." Do you like me? The little face reemerged with a hopeful expression. Jiang Yu replied, all right, you've really set yourself up for this. He silently applauded himself. He gazed at that little face and clicked his tongue. There are many beautiful people in the world. I can't possibly like them all, but I certainly like you. How could I not? Having grown up together. Even if you weren't pretty, I would still like you. But if I were to take a step back, I wouldn't have lost my mind over someone unattractive. Realizing this, Jiang Yu felt a pang of melancholy. He was indeed a superficial person. Wan Sisi, clearly dissatisfied with this reasoning, pouted her delicate lips and declared, that's not true. There's so many people in the world, and my favorite is definitely Jiang Yu. She spoke with utmost sincerity. Jiang Yu felt his heart flutter uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he replied, right, I understand now. You think you know what liking someone means. But there are many kinds of affection. I don't care. No matter what kind of liking, I like Jiang Yu the most. We are the best together. The childishness in her declaration was palpable. At that moment, Jiang Yu's fleeting warmth subsided with her words. He reached out to pinch her little face gently. Okay, I understand. We're the best together. In that instant, he realized that Wan Sisi was still quite young. She probably couldn't differentiate between the various forms of affection. He himself was still navigating through his own confusion, let alone her. He couldn't mislead her. He should guide her through the sunlight, ensuring he never became the cloud that obscured her light. At that moment, Jiang Yu remained unaware that Wan Sisi's thought process was unlike anyone else's. After all, in her world, there existed only Jiang Yu and everyone else. Jiang Yu was unique. To Wan Sisi, he was the forever special existence. Wan Sisi, observing Jiang Yu's expression, realized he was merely indulging her. See, he always treated her like a child, despite the fact that he was only a few months her senior. Wan Sisi was about to say something more, but upon meeting Jiang Yu's affectionate gaze, she sighed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She sat up and retrieved a tube of ointment from the pocket of her pajamas, having forgotten to apply it for her scars. She glanced at Jiang Yu. Annie should be asleep. Jiang Yu sat up, reaching for the ointment in her hand, then stood up. She could apply the ointment on her scars herself. But for the ones on the back of her head and back, she would certainly need assistance. Previously, she had asked Lu Qi for help in the school dormitory, who would cry every time he applied it. In truth, Wan Sisi felt little pain. The injuries had long since healed. When at home, she should have asked Su Yin for help, but she had intentionally omitted that mention earlier. And Su had likely forgotten. At that moment, she felt a delightful chill as Jiang Yu's fingers, slightly cool from the ointment, gently applied it to her scar. Her mood brightened, and she inquired, the doctor said it will fade if I apply it. I already have so many scars. I can't afford any more. Jiang Yu liked beautiful things. Yet she only had a pretty face. Her body bore many scars. Wan Sisi felt a twinge of disappointment, oblivious to Jiang Yu's silence. Jiang Yu gazed at the scar on the back of her head and the pink scar beside her neck, his hand trembling slightly. His movements were exceedingly gentle, as if any excess pressure would cause her pain. Wan Sisi finally noticed Jiang Yu's silence and turned to look at him, only to see his eyes reddened under the light. Jiang Yu, unable to mask his emotions, could only speak gruffly. What are you moving around for? Doesn't it hurt? Despite his stern tone, there was a palpable tenderness beneath it. Wan Sisi disliked the sympathetic gazes of others, yet she yearned for Jiang Yu's unwavering concern. Thus, she gazed at him with her bright, watery eyes. It's not so bad. It just itches a little. Can you blow on it for me? Didn't you say blowing makes it hurt less? Jiang Yu muttered that it was a trick to deceive children, yet he still bent down to gently blow on her wounds. With his eyes cast down, his thin eyelids were tinged with red, and the contours of his face softened. Even the force of his breath was delicate, as if afraid of causing her pain. Wan Sisi, however, felt a surge of joy within her. Jiang Yu truly cared for her. In truth, a gentle kiss might have yielded even better results. She mused quietly to herself. Perhaps, if she made a bold attempt, Jiang Yu might just be bewitched by her charm, right? Yet, Jiang Yu did not fall under her spell. Instead, he shot her an incredulous glare, as if to say, how dare you think you can take advantage of me? All the intricate emotions of compassion that had swelled in him shattered into fragments the moment she made her bold request. All right, Jiang Yu stole a glance at her scar. It hadn't completely shattered his concern. It lingered still. He gazed at Ruan Cc's innocent yet bewildered face and sighed. You do realize that this would be a disadvantage to you, don't you? Not at all. If you're willing to kiss me, then it's you who would be at a disadvantage, and I would be the one gaining an advantage, Ruan Cc said, leaning her lovely face a little closer. So, what do you say? Jiang Yu, with a forced smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, retorted. Are you sure you want to test whether I would hesitate to hit you? To his surprise, she was utterly unafraid and laughed. I bet you wouldn't dare. This made him laugh in exasperation. He finally understood why people said raising children could age one prematurely. Perhaps it wasn't just a rumor, but a truth. Chapter 70. Shall I tell you a tale of the golden-haired prince? The crux of the matter was that she was indeed right. Jiang Yu could not bear to hurt her, and that realization was enough to weigh heavily on his heart. Watching her smug little face made him feel perplexed. He reached out to cover her face, saying, All right, enough of this. Let us finish applying the ointment and go to sleep. Yet she turned to Jiang Yu and tilted her head, saying, Could you please apply some here as well? I'm too lazy to look in the mirror. The scar near her collarbone was visible. Jiang Yu applied the ointment gently at first, fully concentrated. But gradually, his attention was diverted by the stark contrast between his hand and Ruan Cc's skin tone. Although their military training had not involved much exercise, the sun had tanned his skin considerably. Ruan Cc, having skipped the military training and possessing naturally fair skin, had managed to keep her complexion notably pale. Her skin appeared tender, albeit lacking in color. Jiang Yu found himself captivated by the juxtaposition of her dark and light skin. His gaze inevitably fell upon her collarbone, which was particularly prominent due to her slender frame. Ruan Cc's sleepwear was quite modest, as she often wore long sleeves even in summer, resembling a turtleneck. Yet, Jiang Yu's gaze was innocent. He merely thought she was too thin, her butterfly bones evident from behind. However, Ruan Cc noticed his lingering gaze and began to ponder whether her sleepwear was too conservative. In truth, her figure was quite appealing. It must be said that Chun Hui had bestowed upon her a fine visage and physique, even though her initial appearance had not been ideal. Aunt Sue had worked tirelessly to remedy it, and her body had developed quite nicely. Previously, while chatting with Zhou Xianxian and the others, they had broached intimate subjects. Xianxian had suggested that a B cup was quite acceptable for their age. However, as Ruan Cc lightly touched her own bosom, she wondered if hers was indeed better than what they had described. Jiang Yu, already focused on her, naturally noticed her gesture. It wasn't anything inappropriate, but the slight touch made it rather evident. Quickly, Jiang Yu averted his gaze and withdrew his hand. All right, the rest you can do yourself. Ruan Cc also contemplated whether she should change her sleepwear, oblivious to Jiang Yu's subtle discomfort. She merely replied with an "Oh, okay." Then Jiang Yu rolled off the bed, lay down again, and pulled the blanket over himself. He felt that his thoughts were straying into inappropriate territory, likely due to the prolonged military training and the fact that he had been at school for over a week. Jiang Yu quickly reprimanded himself in his mind, wondering what he was thinking. As he grappled with his self-reproach, Ruan Cc busied herself with her phone. The bedroom fell into a tranquil silence until Jiang Yu finally said, I'm turning off the lights, all right? Ruan Cc replied with a soft Jiang Yu stood up to glance at her, urging, stop playing on your phone. Only then did she decisively place her order and obediently set her phone aside. Once the lights were off and Jiang Yu lay down, he suddenly heard Ruan Cc's voice. Brother, I've gotten used to hearing stories at school. Can you tell me one now? Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep. Jiang Yu sighed. Who instilled this bad habit in you? Why you did? Ruan Cc retorted with conviction. It's not like you could just ignore it. Jiang Yu had no retort. He rolled his eyes in the darkness, though a smile lingered on his face. What do you want to hear? Shall I tell you a tale of the golden-haired prince? What is a golden-haired prince? Ruan Cc asked, her tone laced with astonishment. The stories Jiang Yu had told her over the years were quite normal and positively uplifting during her childhood. However, now that she had grown up, the narratives he spun had taken on a rather peculiar and twisted quality that was hard to articulate. At this moment, it was a derivative version of the Frog Prince. Jiang Yu cleared his throat a few times and urged, Just listen to me. Oh, Ruan Cece obediently replied. Soon, Jiang Yu began. Once upon a time, there was a happy little girl who was very beautiful. It was indeed a familiar plot. The little girl lost her favorite toy, and then a golden-haired boy appeared, claiming he could help her find it. The little girl, believing him, was ultimately led away by the boy. In the end, it was her brother, wielding a sword, who came to chase the golden-haired boy away. That's the familiar yet bizarre storyline, Jiang Yu concluded. So, what does this story teach us? That no matter what, my brother will always come to rescue me. Ruan Cece answered after a moment of thought. Jiang Yu, however, vehemently denied, of course not. This story teaches us that if you lose something, it's gone for good. When I come back, I'll buy you another one. Don't trust those colorful furs, understand? Ruan Cece beamed with joy at his words. Got it. Jiang Yu felt satisfied, acknowledging that the campaign against colorful furs must not be neglected. All right, for the second question, what should you do when you encounter such a person? Ruan Cece thought to herself, I would kill him, or perhaps sell him. Maybe I could even make a profit. However, she knew what Jiang Yu wanted to hear. So she obediently replied, look for an opportunity to call the police and then find a chance to contact you. Jiang Yu was even more pleased, seeing the fruits of his upbringing. Yet he couldn't help but recall Ruan Cece's reckless design against Ruan Datian, which made his heart ache. He exhaled deeply, reminding her, just remember, in times of danger, your first priority is to protect yourself, understand? His tone had grown considerably serious. Ruan Cece immediately replied, I understand. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. Every time she answered so decisively, he felt she hadn't truly absorbed the lesson. But what could he do? Finally, he sighed. All right, let us sleep. Good night. Good night, brother, Ruan Cece whispered, feeling relieved that she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Indeed, she was able to sleep soundly. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yu sensed another presence beside him. Ever since the incident involving Ruan Cece, his quality of sleep had significantly deteriorated. Previously, he would fall asleep almost instantaneously, but now he found it difficult to drift off and was easily startled awake. Strangely, however, every time Ruan Cece drew near, he felt a sense of tranquility envelop him, as if her presence was a lullaby. This time was no different. He was aware that Ruan Cece had nestled against him to sleep, and he should have woken up to question her motives. Yet, he succumbed to the depths of an endless dream, sleeping soundly. When he awoke the next day, Jiang Yu remained still on his bed, realizing that Ruan Cece must have long returned to her own room, especially since she was always quite restrained when his parents were home. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind. Could Ruan Cece have slipped him some sort of sleeping potion? That would be exceedingly strange. Chapter 71. Are you a hug monster? After indulging in his errant thoughts for a moment, Jiang Yu finally rose. After freshening up, he ventured out to find Su Yin in the living room. Surprisingly, she did not chide him for sleeping in. Your military training just ended. After all, I can't be too hard on you, she remarked. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Help yourself. I will be stepping out with Cece for a bit. There's someone coming to fix the air conditioner, so please keep an eye on things. As Jiang Yu opened the refrigerator, he paused, curious. Where are you going? To buy groceries? Su Yin glanced at the closed door to Ruan Cece's room. She just wanted to change. I'm going to help her with the property transfer. Shen Hui is likely moving next week. It seems her husband's business has encountered some issues, though the specifics remain unclear. Regardless, we should assist Cece in securing the property first. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. I'll accompany her. Let's not, shall we? You're just a child. What do you understand? I'll go with her. You stay home and wait for us to return. We shouldn't be long, Su Yin replied, treating Jiang Yu like a child regardless of his age, as she felt an innate need to oversee everything personally. Jiang Yu intended to protest, but he understood his mother's perspective. In her eyes, it was inconceivable to send the two children alone. He decided to acquiesce and stated, Then I'll go too. I don't care. The air conditioner can be fixed this afternoon. Su Yin sighed. You are quite the child. Just then, Ruan Cece emerged, freshly dressed. What is going on, Aunt Su? Su Yin glanced at Jiang Yu and replied, Your brother wants to tag along. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece exchanged looks. She slowly blinked and suggested, Then let's go together. It's just a property transfer, after all. She was aware that Jiang Yu likely felt uneasy. With her consent, Suyin called the air conditioner repairman and led them both out. Jiang Yu, though he could forego breakfast, accepted the bread and milk Ruan Sisi handed him. He munched on the bread while walking, inquiring, "Why didn't you mention it last night?" "I only learned about it this morning when I received a call from Chenhui. Aunt Su just returned from outside," she explained. It was Ruan Sisi who sought out Suyin. Rather, it was Chenhui who had called, asking Suyin to take Ruan Sisi along. Jiang Yu merely nodded in response. Suyin drove the two children directly to their destination. Upon arriving at the property management office, they found Chenhui waiting outside. As Jiang Yu approached, he noticed that Chenhui appeared significantly older than when they had last met, likely due to her husband's troubling circumstances. Nonetheless, she managed to smile upon seeing them. "You're here." Her gaze predominantly fell on Ruan Sisi, who maintained her usual impassive expression. Jiang Yu mirrored her stoicism, while only Suyin exchanged pleasantries. The four of them entered, where the contract had already been prepared. Chenhui explained, "I initially intended to take my time selecting, but now time is pressing. Therefore, I purchased a property in the neighboring community belonging to your Aunt Su, fully furnished. If it doesn't suit you, we can always look for something else later." Ruan Sisi nodded, "All right, understood." Jiang Yu, meanwhile, picked up the contract to examine it, but before he could read much, it was snatched away by Suyin. "Can you comprehend this?" Jiang Yu retorted, "Is it because children have no rights?" In truth, he understood it well, having seen such documents in his previous life. This was a donation agreement. Suyin snapped a photo to send to a lawyer she had previously contacted. The lawyer had been reached out to when Ruan Datian initially found Suyin, although it had only become relevant later. Chenhui observed silently, aware that she could not be trusted in their eyes. Her attention remained fixated on Ruan Sisi, who was rummaging through her bag for the milk that Jiang Yu hadn't consumed, pricking the cap and offering it to him. Jiang Yu genuinely disliked milk. He grimaced and pushed the container back toward Ruan Sisi. "You drink it." He noted her frailness, an image of her visible collarbones flashing through his mind, prompting him to avert his gaze. Ruan Sisi, seeing his reluctance, did not insist and instead drank it herself. Chenhui observed the exchange, contemplating that Ruan Sisi would likely make a wonderful sister. If only I had taken her with me back, then, however. This thought was quickly overshadowed by vivid memories of Ruan Sisi wielding a knife against Ruan Datian and the image of her lying in a hospital bed, bruised and battered. Fear gripped her heart, and she clenched her hands, diverting her gaze. Jiang Yu noticed the fleeting terror in Chenhui's eyes. Frowning, he wondered if Ruan Sisi had perceived it too. He reached out and gently squeezed her hand. Ruan Sisi was taken aback, looking at Jiang Yu. "Do you want it?" "But I've already had some." Jiang Yu replied, "Fine, you must not have noticed, or perhaps you don't care." He said somewhat gruffly, "Drink slowly. I'll buy you a whole box when we return." Meanwhile, Suyin finished her conversation with the lawyer and smiled at Chenhui before turning to Ruan Sisi. "Come over and sign, Sisi." Ruan Sisi acknowledged with a "oh," as Jiang Yu naturally took the milk from her hand. Chenhui noted that Ruan Sisi signed without even glancing at her. She genuinely trusted Suyin's family. This was for the best. They were all good people. After the signatures were completed, Chenhui appeared to have something to discuss with Suyin. Thus, Suyin suggested that the two children head to the supermarket across the street to buy groceries, ensuring they would return in time to prepare lunch. Jiang Yu pushed the cart alongside Ruan Sisi, his tone laced with discontent. "What is wrong with Chenhui? Why does she speak to my mother instead of me? I have nothing to say to her." Ruan Sisi was indifferent, feeling that Chenhui was more of a stranger to her. Jiang Yu glanced at her, still feeling a pang of sympathy. "What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you." Ruan Sisi, sensing his concern, blinked and turned to him. "I don't want anything. Can I have a hug instead?" She added softly, "You said you felt sorry for me, but you didn't hug me." Jiang Yu retorted, "Are you a hug monster? Then I must be the most beautiful hug monster." Ruan Sisi replied with a smile, "I SNT that right, brother." It was amusing how she switched between calling him brother when there was something at stake and Jiang Yu when it was inconsequential. Jiang Yu felt that his soft-heartedness was a flaw he needed to correct. Despite living 2 lifetimes, he remained so easily swayed. He said, "A hug in exchange? If not, then you're not truly sorry for me." Ruan Sisi replied quietly, "That is quite the accusation." Jiang Yu let out a soft click with his tongue, and then opened his arms for a hug. However, Ruan Cece shook her head, insisting that they should wait until they returned home for such an embrace. Jiang Yu, perplexed, wondered if there was truly a distinction. Isn't a hug just a simple hug, devoid of any ulterior motives? He pondered, particularly aware that Ruan Cece seemed to harbor new sentiments toward him. At that moment, Jiang Yu remained vigilant, reiterating, a hug is merely a hug, innocent and unadulterated. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cece, seemingly invigorated by his words, earnestly inquired, then what constitutes a hug with ulterior motives? Jiang Yu, gazing at her face filled with curiosity, felt a peculiar sensation akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall back upon his own foot. Wasn't the distinction between innocent and suggestive hugs apparent? Yet, Ruan Cece's earnest expression suggested she was genuinely seeking clarification, even questioning what a non-innocent hug might entail. Indeed, her innocence was striking. Jiang Yu refrained from elaborating further, merely muttering, "It's nothing, I was just curious. Primarily, you always choose vegetarian dishes, and I was hoping for something meatier." Though this excuse lacked sophistication, Ruan Cece was momentarily distracted by his casual demeanor. Nonetheless, the enigma of the innocent versus suggestive hug lingered in her thoughts. It wasn't until Su Yin arrived to seek them out that Ruan Cece remained troubled by the question. However, she had to leave, as Chun Hui had already departed. Chun Hui's early morning flight meant she likely wouldn't return anytime soon. Once in the car, Su Yin relayed everything Chun Hui had confided to her. Su Yin felt that Chun Hui had little understanding of her own daughter. Otherwise, she would recognize that Ruan Cece was, in fact, quite obedient and mature, and many matters need not be concealed from her. But then, Su Yin considered, had Chun Hui truly understood Cece, she would never have abandoned her in the first place. Driving while observing the playful antics of the two in the back seat, Su Yin spoke, "Cece, your mother is leaving tomorrow." Jiang Yu paused momentarily, holding a chocolate bar while evading Ruan Cece's grasp, but she effortlessly snatched it away, cheerfully responding, "All right, I understand." She unwrapped the chocolate, but did not consume it herself. Instead, she popped it into Jiang Yu's mouth. As he was about to speak, a chocolate piece was thrust upon him, and he glanced at her, only to see her unwrapping another piece for herself. The soft touch of her fingers brushed against his lips, now gently pressing against her own delicate mouth. Jiang Yu was uncertain if her actions were deliberate or if his thoughts had taken a rather troubling turn, leading him to consider the notion of kissing. He diverted his gaze, responding to Su Yin, "So soon?" Yes, her husband's company encountered significant issues, necessitating her swift departure. Su Yin replied, hesitating before continuing. He is aware of Cece's existence, as Chun Hui disclosed, but ultimately he stated that as long as Chun Hui does not meet Cece, it suffices. The house was purchased with his funds, and he has also deposited an additional 200,000 yuan, which is intended for Cece's future education, essentially buying out her familial ties. Su Yin sensed that Chun Hui had acquiesced, as she wouldn't have confided in her otherwise. Consequently, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu, too, reached out to clasp her hand gently. Yet, Ruan Cece smiled and remarked, "I understand. In truth, I have not lost. She gave me life and at least ensured my security for many years ahead. I feel as though I have gained." Her tone was remarkably composed. Had Jiang Yu been alone with her, the conversation might have taken a different turn. However, in the presence of Su Yin, Ruan Cece maintained her obedient and understanding demeanor, refraining from appearing too heartless, as that would render her somewhat of an oddity. Thus, Ruan Cece stated, "I hope that in the future, our lives will each be vibrant and colorful." She added with a hint of sarcasm, her first half of life was fraught with misfortune. May her next life be better. Both Su Yin and Jiang Yu fell into silence. Eventually, Jiang Yu reached out to pinch her cheek, questioning, why such a solemn expression at such a young age? His gaze was filled with warmth. "It's all right. So many people care for our little Ruan Cece, right? In my parents' eyes, you are first and I am second." Su Yin chuckled. "If you were as well-behaved as Cece, you too could be first." "Mom," called Jiang Yu, "that doesn't count. Right, Cece? Our Cece is wonderful. How many envy me?" You should just accept it. Ruan Cece, observing the playful banter between mother and son, felt a genuine smile emerge. She truly did not harbor any resentment towards Chenhui. She did not hate her. As before becoming a mother, she was first and foremost herself. Protecting oneself is not a wrongdoing. Though her childhood memories were scarce, there were a few years where she experienced being safeguarded. Since she felt no hatred, notions of forgiveness did not apply. She simply felt fortunate that, despite being abandoned, Su Yin and Jiang Yu had taken her in. This was an entirely different life. Had Chen Hui not left, she might have remained entangled with that family, lost in the mire. Ruan Cece was indifferent to everything beyond Jiang Yu. Chen Hui had not harmed Jiang Yu. Thus, in her eyes, the distinction was minimal. Observing her pensive expression, Jiang Yu pulled her closer, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" "How to prepare the beef later," Ruan Cece replied. Su Yin interjected, "I'll handle the cooking. You two just wait to eat." Ruan Cece replied with a cheerful, "All right." Su Ant. It was a rare occasion when Jiang Weiman returned home for lunch, and he mentioned that Ruan Daitian wished to meet Ruan Cece. He looked at her and stated, "I declined directly. Do you wish to meet him?" "I don't see the need," she responded. "By the way, I've scheduled a psychologist for you. I'll take you there this afternoon." Jiang Weiman wasn't doing this for any particular reason. He simply felt that after all the experiences the child had endured, psychological guidance was necessary to prevent any lasting emotional scars. When Ruan Cece first arrived, Jiang Weiman had taken her to see a psychologist, but she had resisted and feared the doctor. Jiang Yu had always defended her, leading to the matter being left unresolved. However, colleagues had advised Jiang Weiman that the child's psychological state seemed concerning. Over the years, Jiang Weiman had indeed kept a watchful eye on her. Yet, it appeared that she had not exhibited any significant problems. Following the recent incident, he wished to take Ruan Cece for a consultation. Addressing any issues early on was paramount to ensuring her future. After parting ways with Ruan Daitian, a new life awaited. However, upon hearing Jiang Weiman's words, Ruan Cece paused, then turned to Jiang Yu, her eyes reflecting reluctance. Yet, she had always harbored a slight fear of Jiang Weiman and lacked the courage to voice her objections. Contrary to her expectations, Jiang Yu, who typically would help her refuse such proposals, instead said, "All right, I'll accompany her." Jiang Weiman nodded. "That's not an issue." Su Yin interjected, "I'll call someone to fix the air conditioning at home." "Cece, is your room still cool?" Meanwhile, Ruan Cece felt as if their voices had grown distant. Her mind racing with thoughts, what if I am discovered? Chapter 73. Kisses, hugs, and being lifted high. Ruan Cece was acutely aware that there were indeed issues plaguing her mind. After all, her perspective on the world has always diverged from that of others. Even though she has tirelessly attempted to integrate herself into the crowd, over time, she has merely adopted a semblance of conformity. Yet, her innermost thoughts have consistently been at odds with those of her peers. This matter she has concealed quite adeptly. She once visited a psychologist in her childhood. At that time, she was still young and genuinely frightened, for every question posed to her elicited a response that was nothing but a fabrication. Typically, no one would discern her deceit, but that particular doctor was perceptive. He would not directly accuse her of lying. Rather, he would inquire, "Cece, might the answers we hold within differ?" He could see through her facade. Over the years, Ruan Cece had never contemplated returning to a psychologist for a second visit. In her childhood, she could evade her fears through tears and tantrums. But now, what was she to do? Moreover, why would Jiang Yu not assist her? Why did he refrain from helping? It was evident to him that she harbored issues. This was not an insult. He understood that Ruan Cece was capable of orchestrating schemes akin to those involving Ruan Daitian, indulging in self-sacrifice, something that, at her age, was quite uncommon. Even Jiang Yu, with a lifetime of experience surpassing 30 years, would find such actions unfathomable. While most individuals facing adversity would seek self-preservation, Ruan Cece opted for self-destruction. In fact, after calamities befell her, her concerns rarely centered on herself. She worried more about Jiang Yu's anger than her own well-being. Was this truly right? Should she seek psychological counsel? Or should Jiang Yu alert Jiang Weiman? Naturally, he would not lend her a hand. Jiang Yu could discern Ruan Cici's reluctance and was waiting for this clever little sprite to concoct some excuse. However, even after their meal, she remained silent. Yet, Jiang Yu soon realized that Ruan Cici harbored a deep-seated fear of Jiang Weimin, one that had persisted since childhood. It was an instinctual trepidation when confronted with an elder. Jiang Yu had always known that his words might not carry the weight of Jiang Weimin's. In the afternoon, as they prepared to leave, Jiang Yu knocked on Ruan Cici's door. Jiang Weimin had already gone downstairs to prepare the car, instructing them to wait at the entrance. Their home had initially been equipped with a single parking space, as they owned 2 vehicles, necessitating that one be parked outside. Jiang Weimin mentioned that parking was particularly distant today, so it was best for them to wait at the door. When Jiang Yu knocked, Ruan Cici's voice beckoned him inside. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the stifling heat of the room. The air conditioning was broken, and it was remarkable that she had managed to remain cooped up for so long. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter, Ruan Cici childishly declared, "I'm not going to see a doctor." Jiang Yu approached her, crouching before her and gazing up at her flushed face, likely a result of the heat. Sweat beaded at her forehead. Sighing, Jiang Yu raised his hand to wipe it away. "Is this your excuse for suffocating yourself to the point of heat stroke?" His tone was tinged with helplessness. With her head bowed, Ruan Cici appeared listless, yet when she felt his fingers brush against her forehead, her eyelashes fluttered briefly. "I'm not." The words sounded rather hollow, for she had genuinely considered whether succumbing to heat stroke might absolve her from attending. Jiang Yu had seen through her ruse. He merely smiled, unusually taking her hand in his. "It's just a checkup. It's perfectly fine. Our little Cici is in good health. Ruan Datian is in the past, and we all wish for you to embrace a new chapter in life. You know, after the incident, my parents have been quite worried, and so have I." He looked at Ruan Cici, his tone light. "I've even begun to suffer from insomnia. Just consider it a favor to me, will you? Let me rest a little easier." Upon hearing this, Ruan Cici turned her gaze toward him, biting her lip. Her eyes filled with hesitation. However, she feared being diagnosed with something severe. She dreaded the thought of them knowing. Jiang Yu chuckled. "Have you forgotten? A psychologist merely engages you in conversation. If you refuse, they cannot disclose any of your information. It's confidential. I just want you to express yourself and find joy." Ruan Cici initially intended to say that she could confide in him, but the words caught in her throat. There were many thoughts she might never share with Jiang Yu. His family was too kind-hearted, and many of her thoughts would likely be a shock to them. Ultimately, when Su Yin urged them to hurry, Ruan Cici reluctantly followed Jiang Yu out. However, her usually well-controlled expression bore an unusual look of dejection. To describe it, one might say she wore a rather sullen expression. Jiang Yu found it endearing, while Su Yin, busy washing dishes in the kitchen, remained unaware. Otherwise, Ruan Cici would have certainly managed her expression more carefully. Jiang Yu grasped Ruan Cici's wrist and called out to Su Yin in the kitchen, "Mom, we're heading out." Su Yin replied with a note of caution, "Be careful. Watch the road." See, in her mother's eyes, they were akin to elementary school children. Yet Jiang Yu acquiesced. As they entered the elevator, he found her expression resembling that of a forlorn kitten and jestingly asked, "All right, we're out now. How can I make you a bit happier?" Ruan Cici glanced at him. "Are you going to coax me? Isn't that apparent?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at her, a rare moment of playfulness. "So how should I coax you? A hug, perhaps?" He was unafraid of accruing a debt of affection. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cici blinked, then let us skip the hug. "How about a kiss instead?" Jiang Yu, "Wait, you consider that reasonable?" Ruan Cici's brows arched slightly, and she earnestly explained, "Kisses, hugs, and being lifted high. I'm all grown up now, so I want to be lifted." She tilted her head, looking at Jiang Yu. "Didn't you say not to pursue blonde-haired boys because relationships aren't fun? That applies to you as well." Jiang Yu, "Did I say that?" He genuinely struggled to recall the casual remarks he had made in the past, never expecting them to return so swiftly to him. Yet, observing Ruan Cici's expression, he pondered that perhaps he had indeed said it. He glanced at her just a kiss. This reaction was not what Ruan Cici had anticipated. She had assumed Jiang Yu would flatly refuse, as he had in the past. Yes, Ruan Cici stammered, a rare moment of hesitation evident. Jiang Yu, however, glanced at the elevator before taking her hand and pressing a swift kiss upon her hand. The sensation of his soft lips against her skin caused her to instinctively stiffen, even though it was merely her hand. Jiang Yu's action was quick. Was this not a kiss? There was nothing wrong with it. Afterward, he looked up at Ruan Cece and declared, "See? That's done." Chapter 74. Nonsense. I'm the one taking advantage. Jiang Yu's movements had been too swift, and his words were excessively reasonable, rendering Ruan Cece momentarily speechless. Her first reaction was a regret for not articulating her thoughts more clearly. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Jiang Yu released her hand, cheerfully stating, "Let us go. My dad is waiting outside." With that, he turned with a buoyant mood. Catching a glimpse of Ruan Cece's dazed expression reflected in the elevator's mirrors, her eyes slightly widened in disbelief. It was undeniably adorable. Jiang Yu's smile rivaled the sun itself. One could say that teasing a child was indeed delightful, especially someone like Ruan Cece, who is undeniably adorable. Before long, Ruan Cece caught up. The hand that had been kissed remained tightly clasped, and the sensation of Jiang Yu's lips lingering on the back of her hand seemed to have not faded at all. Although the action was swift, it felt as if it lingered for an eternity, leaving a sweet tingling sensation that spread from her hand to her heart. She hurriedly approached, reaching out to grasp Jiang Yu's hand, holding hands. Jiang Yu, feigning disdain, remarked, "You have quite a few requests. You didn't mention wanting to hold hands just now." Yet, he did not release her grip. As they ventured out in the afternoon, they encountered few people, but as they neared the entrance of the community, her hand instinctively slipped from his grasp, shifting to clutch the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt. Jiang Yu glanced sideways at her, noting that she was fully aware that it was uncommon for two people to hold hands for such an extended period in public. However, no matter how much Jiang Yu had protested earlier, she had remained obstinate. Now, faced with Jiang Weiman, she appeared meek, silently pleading for leniency. With a soft, reluctant hum, Jiang Yu's demeanor shifted. Ruan Cece observed him curiously. What's wrong? She wore an innocent expression, prompting Jiang Yu to avert his gaze. With a drawn-out tone, he replied, "I just want to say that some people possess multiple facades, don't they?" Ruan Cece's lips moved, and she murmured in a hushed tone, "But in front of you, I'm always the one who likes you the most." Jiang Yu felt his heart flutter unexpectedly, as if something was amiss. This sensation was reminiscent of the first time he found Ruan Cece endearing when she was brought home. Once that feeling had emerged, he had indeed transformed into a protective older brother. However, this time, it was evident that she was no longer merely a younger sister. Jiang Yu cleared his throat, dismissing the thought, "What nonsense are you spouting? Let us hurry, and don't go reading any strange books with Shou Xinxian. But you said I could check out what other girls enjoy reading." Ruan Cece's voice was filled with confusion. Jiang Yu replied, "I just spotted my dad's car." And he momentarily lost track of Ruan Cece's words, possibly due to the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat, which had dulled his reflexes. Ruan Cece observed Jiang Yu's averted gaze and noticed a hint of pink creeping into his ears. Jiang Weiman's car was parked right at the entrance. Once inside, both fell silent, as they were both quite obedient in the presence of their parents. Initially, Ruan Cece had briefly forgotten her irritation about visiting the psychologist due to Jiang Yu's kiss. However, sitting in the car, that irritation resurfaced. Jiang Yu noticed her hand continuously rubbing the spot he had kissed, not with force, but with a delicate touch, though they seemed quiet in the back seat. An underlying tension brewed within. Her beautiful eyes began to glaze over. Jiang Yu sighed internally. The drive from home to the hospital typically took about 10 minutes without traffic. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they exited the car while Jiang Weiman took a phone call. Jiang Yu glanced at his father, who wore a frown, seemingly engaged in a serious conversation. He quickly took hold of Ruan Cece's other hand and planted a swift kiss on it, ensuring both hands were protected. Reassured that there was nothing to fear, Ruan Cece froze, watching Jiang Yu as he completed the kiss and flashed her a smile. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly reached out to touch his freshly kissed hand, murmuring, "I'm not afraid." Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, muttering, "If others saw this, they might think I'm taking advantage of you." Jiang Yu paused, but why wouldn't they think so? Ruan Cece, however, seemed oblivious to this notion. She tilted her head slightly and earnestly retorted, "Nonsense. It's I who is taking advantage of you." After affirming her statement with a nod, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile at her innocence, shaking his head in amusement. "You don't seem like a clever child at all." As he gently ruffled her hair, a gesture he shared with Suyin, Wan Cece inquired, "What constitutes a clever child?" "There is no definition for that," she declared. "I don't want to be a clever child. I just want you to protect me." If Jiang Yu was willing to guard her, she wouldn't mind remaining a silly child forever. Jiang Yu was about to respond when the sound of the car door closing interrupted them. They both instinctively straightened up, feeling slightly guilty. Jiang Weimin, unaware of any oddities, beckoned them. "Come on, let us go. Cece has just switched to a new psychologist. She is a woman, so you should find her easier to talk to." After all, Ruan Cc's wariness toward adult males was notably stronger than that toward females. Jiang Weimin had not considered this until his colleague reminded him of it. Upon learning that the doctor was female, Ruan Cc's expression remained largely unchanged, merely nodding obediently as she acknowledged, "Understood, uncle." After leading them upstairs, Jiang Weimin proceeded to his workplace. Arriving early, Ruan Cece was the first to enter. The female doctor, surnamed Liu, caught Ruan Cc's attention as she prepared to enter, prompting her to glance back at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu simply smiled and assured her, "I'll wait for you outside," while gesturing at his hand. Ruan Cece smiled in response, and Dr. Liu couldn't help but take a longer look at Jiang Yu. He met her gaze with composure, and then Dr. Liu ushered Ruan Cece inside. The timing for psychological counseling was unpredictable, so Jiang Yu took out his phone after a while. It seemed that, at his age, group chats were always buzzing with activity. Each time he opened the middle school and high school class groups, the notifications were nearly at capacity. He casually glanced through them, but finding no significant updates, he exited. In the smaller group, Lu Ji had mentioned him. "Yuga, I found out that Li Ziwen's younger brother is named Li Yu." Jiang Yu felt a sense of confirmation wash over him. Shihan remarked, "Wait, they're actually in the same class?" Isn't he the guy with a sprained ankle who doesn't have to participate in military training? He seems like he can hold a conversation. Zhou, Xin added. "Who can't you talk to?" Rolls eyes JPG. "True, you're quite the silly one." Silly smile JPG. Jiang Yu noted that Shihan genuinely seemed a bit foolish. As for Li Yu, at present, he was merely a bit loud, but otherwise just like any other classmate. Jiang Yu kept a watchful eye on him, as high school students often harbored less than noble intentions, though such individuals were indeed in the minority. Jiang Yu merely remained cautious. What more could he do? Besides, Li Ziwen was simply a guy who felt embarrassed for failing to act cool, and if he had any intentions, he would have acted on them already. Previously, when Jiang Yu went to pick up Ruan Cece, he had encountered that group on the street. Each of them merely rolled their eyes upon seeing him. Since realizing that Ruan Cece sometimes acted recklessly, Jiang Yu enrolled in a class. Well, he truly knew how to spar, so he signed up for Muay Thai, believing that becoming more skilled would be beneficial. After engaging in conversation with his classmates for about an hour, Ruan Cece finally emerged. Her expression revealed nothing. Upon their emergence, Jiang Yu rose to his feet. Dr. Liu cast a glance at him before smiling and saying to Ruan Cece, "All right, it's time to head back." Jiang Yu felt a strong urge to inquire about something, yet he observed Ruan Cece politely smile at Dr. Liu, expressing her gratitude with a soft "Thank you, doctor." This caught Jiang Yu somewhat off guard. Dr. Liu then winked at Ruan Cece, saying, "No need for thanks, just come back whenever you feel like chatting." Perplexed, Jiang Yu was subsequently pulled away by Ruan Cece. Once outside the hospital, Jiang Yu finally asked, "What did you discuss?" Ruan Cece appeared to be in good spirits. To his surprise, she glanced at him and replied, "Didn't you say it was a secret? If you don't want to share, you don't have to." Jiang Yu sighed, "All right, I understand. So you have a secret with someone else, I get it." Ruan Cece. She felt an odd familiarity with this tactic. She anticipated that one day, her own favorite ploy would be used against her by Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece blinked and scrutinized Jiang Yu closely. "Are you upset?" Jiang Yu forced a smile and said, "It's fine, really." Ah, this familiar routine. Ruan Cece was all too familiar with it. Jiang Yu realized that ignorance was bliss. This tactic was indeed effective. No wonder Ruan Cece enjoyed it, considering her current state of inner turmoil, even though she was aware of her pretense. It still caused her distress. Perhaps she finally comprehended his past feelings? After all, Jiang Yu had previously struggled to resist a little as well. Indeed, with a furrowed brow, Wan Cece reached out to tug at the hem of his shirt. All right, I'll tell you. At this, Jiang Yu could no longer suppress his laughter, chuckling quite loudly. Wan Cece. As Jiang Yu laughed, he playfully pinched her wrist. You're so thin. Just teasing you. Have you kept your little secret safe? Just tell me if this doctor made you feel scared or uncomfortable. Wan Cece obediently shook her head. No. This was because Dr. Lu had only asked a few questions initially before engaging her in conversation about Jiang Yu. At first, Wan Cece had been reluctant to discuss him. After all, Jiang Yu was hers. However, Dr. Lu was gentle, and their conversation encompassed both Wan Cece and Jiang Yu. She enjoyed it immensely, and thus, she did not harbor any dislike for Dr. Lu. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Yu nodded. That's good. Now, shall we take a taxi or the bus home? At this hour, the bus would be relatively empty, and a taxi would suffice, though Wan Cece did tend to feel nauseous in vehicles. She was particularly sensitive to the scent of seats that had been heated by the sun, but since the distance was short, it should be manageable. Wan Cece, however, suggested, let's take the bus. The two crossed the street to wait for the bus. Once seated, Wan Cece occasionally stole glances at Jiang Yu. His awareness of her gaze was undeniable, prompting him to turn and ask, what is up? Nothing. Just wondering if you're really not curious? Wan Cece admitted candidly. Jiang Yu inquired, so, do you want to tell me? Wan Cece pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not right now. Jiang Yu replied with a resigned oh. Then my curiosity is of no use. But when can you share? Wan Cece thought for a moment and boldly stated, only after you agree to be with me. Her words caught Jiang Yu off guard. An aunt seated across the aisle looked over with keen interest, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiang Yu. He thought about covering Wan Cece's mouth, but she wasn't speaking at that moment. Thus, he could only manage to squeeze out, what nonsense are you spouting? Feeling the heat rise in his cheeks, he added, you're not serious, are you? Wan Cece shot back, I'm not joking. She found herself starting to agree with what Xian had said. It was true that few boys could withstand such directness. Initially, Wan Cece felt it was incorrect. After all, she had previously confessed similar sentiments only to be met with a playful flick on the forehead from Jiang Yu. However, just moments ago, she had noticed his ears turning red upon exiting the elevator, prompting her to test the waters again, and it surprisingly proved effective. Thus, she now gazed at Jiang Yu with sparkling eyes, watching as his face flushed deeper. Jiang Yu thought, how on earth can I maintain my composure without blushing? He reached out and turned Wan Cece's face away slightly, insisting, stop staring at me. Wan Cece did not remove his hand from her face, but inquired, why not? Are you shy? As she spoke, her lips brushed against Jiang Yu's palm, her breath warming it. This made Jiang Yu withdraw his hand abruptly. He then met Wan Cece's curious gaze once more. Jiang Yu mused, for the first time, I feel that this journey is rather lengthy. Why is this bus ride so excruciating? He took a deep breath and warned her, don't say anything foolish, if you do. After a moment's thought, he realized he had nothing to threaten Wan Cece with. She genuinely cared, and he could never bear to use that against her. Finally, Jiang Yu managed to utter, if you keep this up, you want to receive a birthday gift this year. Wan Cece gasped, replying earnestly, didn't you say you'd give me 5 years of college entrance exam simulations? I'm actually not that eager about it. Jiang Yu, unable to resist, pinched her slightly chubby cheeks and growled, are you asking for trouble? An aunt nearby gasped in surprise. Jiang Yu quickly turned to meet her curious gaze, immediately releasing Wan Cece's face. Auntie, I assure you, I'm not a strange person. Just then, Wan Cece rubbed her cheeks, which had reddened slightly, and suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Yu, exclaiming, brother blow. The aunt gasped again, exclaiming, oh, these young people today. Jiang Yu retorted, Auntie, are you in need of oxygen? Chapter 76. The previous hesitations and uncertainties were now answered by the rapid beating of his heart. Jiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompted by the aunt's unabashed comments. He covered Wan Cece's face again, lowering his voice to a warning tone. Are you going to keep this up? Wan Cece became compliant, sitting up straight like a well-behaved student. I'm sorry. Yet her gaze continued to roam freely over Jiang Yu's face. He was unaware of it, but his face was indeed flushed. Ruan Cece had noticed, while Jiang Yu himself dared not look around. Feeling the weight of both her and the aunt's gaze fixed upon him, like laser beams directed at his face, unabashed and unrelenting. He could feel the heat radiating from his cheeks. Yet, Jiang Yu resolutely refused to glance in either direction, particularly as he found himself thoroughly flustered by the young girl's boldness. Curiously, she maintained a demeanor of normalcy, devoid of any shyness. Surely, she couldn't be merely jesting or flirting for fun. In all honesty, Jiang Yu truly believed Ruan Cece might not even realize that her feelings for him were distinctly different from her previous affections. Or perhaps he had misjudged. Maybe both feelings were alike, and it was he who had assumed they were different. Ultimately, by the time they disembarked, Jiang Yu had successfully muddled his own thoughts, resulting in a profound silence throughout their journey. Fortunately, that aunt got off midway. Otherwise, Jiang Yu felt as though his face might be pierced through by her gaze. As he walked back, Jiang Yu finally cast a glance at Ruan Cece. To his surprise, he noticed her face still flushed. Had he exerted too much force? Truth be told, Jiang Yu had pinched quite a few faces throughout his life, so this was rather unexpected. Unable to suppress his frown, he halted in his tracks and inquired, "What is wrong with your face?" Ruan Cece, startled, covered her face with her hand. "What is the matter?" A flicker of joy and delight danced in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She was well aware that her face must still bear a rosy hue, having surreptitiously pinched her own cheeks when Jiang Yu's attention waned. Just as she had hoped, he turned to see her in this state. Sure enough, the Jiang Yu who had previously dared not meet her gaze was now approaching, towering above Ruan Cece by nearly half a head. She relished the sight of him coming toward her with such initiative. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece's heart had already ignited with fireworks. All his thoughts dissipated upon witnessing her still rosy cheeks. He gently lifted her chin, muttering, "Wait a minute. Did you just eat kiwi at the doctor's?" Ruan Cece was allergic to kiwi, and her family seldom purchased it. Yet, this did not appear to be an allergic reaction. Jiang Yu leaned in closer, scrutinizing her flushed cheeks. Her fair skin made the redness all the more pronounced. With a playful smile, Ruan Cece suggested, "Just blow on it." Jiang Yu ignored her, fixated on her blushing face for a moment, before suddenly letting out a cold chuckle and pinching her cheek. "Ruan Cece, you're trying to be clever, aren't you? Don't you know that the imprints are different? You were too gentle when you pinched yourself, so there wouldn't be any marks." She, however, showed no signs of regret. Discovered, Ruan Cece let out a wistful sigh. "Oh, how did you find out? Then will you just blow on it for me?" Her sparkling eyes gazed at Jiang Yu with a pitiful expression as she sweetly pleaded, "Please, please blow on it for me." Jiang Yu found himself captivated by the small, delicate face that was almost brushing against his lips, his first thought being, "How beautiful." Truly, her face was exquisite. Yet he instinctively stepped back. Before he could articulate his thoughts, perhaps sensing his impending refusal, Ruan Cece suddenly leaned in closer. Jiang Yu felt his lips brush against something soft and warm. It was the smoothness of Ruan Cece's cheek. Her movements were swift. After this fleeting contact, she did not wait for Jiang Yu to react, but turned and dashed away. Jiang Yu hardly had the chance to savor the moment before that delicate, tender face had already departed. He watched as she turned and ran, not daring to linger, let alone wait for him, as Ruan Cece disappeared into the distance. Entering their building, Jiang Yu finally reached up to touch his lips, slowly exhaling a bewildered, "What just happened? Did Ruan Cece just kiss me?" "No, wait. It wasn't exactly a kiss. It was just a cheek touch." He pressed his hand against his racing heart, muttering under his breath, whether cursing his heartbeat or himself. He could not tell. Get a grip. Moreover, everything that had been hazy in his mind seemed to clear in that instant. Jiang Yu had always maintained a stable demeanor, a trait instilled in him by his parents from a young age. It was as if he had experienced a sudden death in a past life. Aside from the initial shock and fear, he quickly stabilized his emotions, pondering over his parents' well-being and whether he would make it to the news. In his previous life, Jiang Yu's catchphrases were "it's fine" and "whatever," reflecting his emotional steadiness. almost robotic in his responses. However, since entangling himself with Ruan Cece in this life, Jiang Yu had undergone significant changes. Most of his emotional fluctuations were indeed due to her. A good temper, emotional stability did not imply ignorance. Rather, he was acutely aware of his tendency to avoid entanglements in emotional turmoil. When faced with challenges, he would promptly seek the most suitable, least disruptive solutions. Yet, time and again, Ruan Cece managed to disrupt all his plans and contemplations, appearing as the only ripple in his otherwise placid existence. At this moment, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, suppressing the emotions that had surged within him. He pondered whether Ruan Cece had truly realized her feelings for him. It was unclear to him, but at that instant of contact with her cheek, he sensed that he might be doomed. Was he genuinely at the age of budding affection? The uncertainties and hesitations of the past were now answered by the rapid beating of his heart. Ruan Cece was indeed someone he had nurtured closely. Previously, he was not pretending. He had genuinely positioned himself as her older brother. He had always protected Ruan Cece, wishing for her life to be vibrant and full of diverse experiences, surrounded by many people. Yet, he could not pinpoint when he developed a sense of possessiveness over her. Perhaps it was not long ago, or perhaps it was spurred by her recent hospitalization. The thought of her being hurt again constantly plagued Jiang Yu, compelling him to want to shield her away. Upon reaching the elevator, Jiang Yu found that Ruan Cece had likely ascended to avoid reprimand. This was for the better. The time spent waiting for the elevator allowed Jiang Yu to sort through the shifts in his feelings toward her. Chapter 77. Have you two just kissed? Jiang Yu was not one to dawdle. Having recognized the changes in his feelings, he realized it was time to confront them. If he truly liked her, he would need to alter the dynamics of their relationship. He would still grant her the freedom of choice, for he was older than her and could no longer keep their relationship ambiguous, leaving her uncertain about the nature of his affections. Ruan Cece had assumed that Jiang Yu would seek an opportunity to reprimand her. Initially, she had fled upstairs with a mindset of avoidance. Given that Su Yin was at home, Jiang Yu would likely not storm in to confront her, right? Perhaps he would be over his anger soon enough, wouldn't he? After all, she had technically been kissed by Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece was delighted. Yet, as evening approached, watching Jiang Yu act as if nothing had happened, she found herself unable to resist stealing glances at him during dinner. It was far too evident, and Su Yin could not feign ignorance. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of the times when Ruan Cece had previously upset Jiang Yu. Su Yin served Jiang Yu a chicken wing and remarked, "Have you two had a quarrel again? Why are you acting like a little girl?" Jiang Yu, perplexed, looked up at Su Yin and then glanced at Ruan Cece. "What did I do?" Ruan Cece had anticipated Su Yin's misunderstanding. She quickly replied, "No, we're not quarreling, Aunt Su." Seeing their demeanor, Su Yin chose not to press further, recognizing that the children had grown up and developed their own little secrets. Ultimately, she said little more. "All right, let us eat. You both should rest early tonight. You missed evening study after your hospital visit today, but classes resume tomorrow. The holiday is over." In the household, there exists a teacher whose presence evokes a sense of familiarity during conversations, reminiscent of the comforting echoes of school days now carried into the home. Yet for Ruan Cece, something feels amiss, primarily due to Jiang Yu's unnaturally calm demeanor. Were it not for her bold gesture of leaning in for a kiss, she might have dismissed her feelings as mere illusions. However, she indeed compelled Jiang Yu to kiss her, yet he appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. He continued with his usual routine, even bidding her good night before retreating to his room, leaving Ruan Cece to experience the unsettling tranquility that often precedes a storm. Jiang Yu pondered throughout the night, arriving at the conclusion that perhaps his affection for Ruan Cece was destined. Was it love at first sight in their previous lives? He conceded that he had been captivated by her beauty, a true aesthetic admirer. In this life, having her so close at hand only intensified his attraction. Ruan Cece embodied perfection, her allure extending far beyond her appearance. Every facet of her being radiated excellence, save for the uncertain emotional state that left Jiang Yu momentarily perplexed. Despite his deliberations, he could not unearth a single rationale for disliking her. It is a natural inclination for one to be drawn to the outstanding, especially when they share daily encounters. Jiang Yu admitted to himself, I concede, Ruan Cece is indeed beautiful, possesses a wonderful character, and understands me profoundly, just as I understand her. I doubt I shall ever possess the patience to know another girl as intimately as I do her. Yet, is it peculiar that I harbor such feelings for her? As he lay in bed, his phone pressed to his ear, he noted an unusual silence on the other end. Were it not for the persistent connection and the sound of uneven breathing, he might have assumed Chi Han had fallen asleep. Wait a moment. Is that a tremor in your voice, Chi Han? Goodness gracious. I had forgotten you two aren't siblings. You bear the surname Jiang, while she carries the surname Ruan, right? You aren't sharing the same household register, are you? Jiang Yu reflected on why he had confided in Chi Han during such a critical moment. His friend's unconventional thought processes were uniquely refreshing. Chi Han, unfazed by Jiang Yu's admission of feelings for Ruan Cece, provided an unexpected sense of comfort. Despite his fear of being perceived as strange, Jiang Yu sensed that Chi Han would not judge him. With a sigh, Jiang Yu clarified, we are not siblings. We are merely neighbors. Hence the absence of a shared household register. What is there to fret about? It's hardly unusual to like Ruan Cece. Countless others are enamored with her, Chi Han exclaimed. Why are you tangled in such thoughts? Don't you think my situation is rather peculiar? Jiang Yu's unease lingered. Peculiar? Your relationship is what they call childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. Chi Han chuckled, momentarily lost in thought. Honestly, I initially failed to grasp your predicament. I even considered searching for nations where sibling couples might thrive. Jiang Yu couldn't suppress a laugh. Thank you. You are a good friend. No need for thanks. As a grown man, spare me the good person card. It's rather off-putting. Chi Han replied, his tone tinged with mild disdain. Yet, he quickly shifted his focus, recalling, so when you were gaming, you were asking if your feelings were for Ruan Cece? Isn't it too soon to be so certain? Chi Han's surprise was palpable. Only the previous evening had Jiang Yu been in turmoil over his feelings. All it took was one night. Is this a game to you? Jiang Yu relaxed, glancing at the gourd-shaped toy beside him. Whether Ruan Cece had forgotten it or left it intentionally remained a mystery. As he locked eyes with the toy, his voice softened. Yes, it was indeed quick. My feelings had been brewing for some time. I just refused to acknowledge them. It wasn't a matter of denial. Rather, Jiang Yu had struggled with his inner moral compass. Chi Han, perhaps understanding the weight of the moment, merely responded with a thoughtful "oh." He then inquired, what prompted you to confront your feelings? Jiang Yu brushed his lips with his fingers, musing, perhaps it was when she unexpectedly pressed her face against mine this afternoon. My heart could no longer conceal its racing. Chi Han's astonishment was evident. Wait, you mean to say, you two have already kissed? In a shock, he bolted upright, his voice rife with disbelief. You two are actually an item now? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing his father, who scanned the room with a wary eye. What do you mean, kissed? Dad, Qian exclaimed. Why did you barge in without knocking? I was discussing a TV show with my classmate. As Jiang Yu listened to Chi Han's protest, he pondered whether their encounter could truly be labeled a kiss. After all, it was merely a brush of cheeks against lips. Chapter 78 Humph. It's something Jiang Yu specifically bought, meant solely for her. In Jiang Yu's eyes, this incident hardly qualified as a kiss. It was merely a fleeting contact between their faces. Nonetheless, conversing with Chi Han had proven beneficial. His friend's upbeat attitude provided clarity. Just before they ended their call, Chi Han had cheerfully remarked, Isn't this splendid, Yuga? With how much you both care for each other. I previously couldn't fathom how you'd react to each other's relationships. Now, you can resolve it internally. Perfect. This perspective lifted the burden that had clouded Jiang Yu's mind. Indeed, Ruan Cece was a precious gem he had nurtured. Such a radiant soul deserved protection from undesirable influences. He could not deny that a child raised under his guidance would inevitably gravitate toward his preferences. To Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece met all his desires. Thus, keeping her close was far superior to watching her fall prey to miscreants. After his conversation with Chi Han, Jiang Yu spent a mere 3 minutes persuading himself to dismantle the already fragile walls of his moral integrity. Yet, he understood the importance of gradually helping Ruan Cece differentiate between affection and infatuation. That evening, unburdened by his conscience, Jiang Yu enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, he was roused by Su Yin, who called him to attend class. Originally, they had planned to cycle to school together. However, given that Su Yin was a middle school teacher and not in the same district, it was impractical for her to transport them. Public transportation was available, but it was notoriously crowded in the mornings. Hence, Jiang Yu had previously discussed with Ruan Cece the convenience of biking, as it was a short distance. However, after Ruan Cece's recent hospitalization, Jiang Yu found himself contemplating how to sit behind him on the bike. If necessary, she could ride him, providing an opportunity for closeness. Yet, as they approached the bike, she still had not found an appropriate excuse. Fortunately, Jiang Yu took the initiative, saying, "Given your condition, it's best you don't ride. I'll take you." The moment he spoke, her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Sure. There was no hint of hesitation in her response. Amused, Jiang Yu thought to himself, if only you would feign a moment of reluctance. But she showed no such inclination. As she spoke, Ruan Cece had already settled herself into the back seat of his car, lifting her gaze to smile at Jiang Yu. "I'm ready," she declared. Jiang Yu, observing her cheerful demeanor, felt his own spirits elevate. "All right, once you feel better, you can ride your bike yourself." This was merely a habitual exchange between them. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself grappling with a twinge of regret, realizing that perhaps his attitude towards Ruan Cece should shift. Previously, he had regarded her as a younger sister, a sentiment familiar to those with younger siblings. He had adopted a protective stance, occasionally teasing her during idle moments. However, that dynamic was no longer suitable. His feelings had evolved. In truth, the ride from their community to school took a mere 10 minutes, even while waiting for traffic lights. Thus, it was indeed a brief journey. Throughout this ride, Jiang Yu felt an unusual sense of awkwardness, stemming primarily from the change in their relationship and his own burgeoning feelings. This led to an uncommon silence between them. As for Ruan Cece's quietness, she was taking advantage of Jiang Yu's inattention to tug at his shirt, lean her forehead against him, and eventually press her entire face against his back. She pondered whether Jiang Yu had perhaps not fully awoken today, as he had yet to speak to her. Each harbored their own thoughts. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Jiang Yu parked the car and went to buy some jianbing guozi, opting for the version with 3 eggs. Ruan Cece inquired, "Aren't you full?" Jiang Yu replied with a casual, "No, this is for Chi-Han." One might think a gesture of gratitude was in order, especially since Chi-Han had enjoyed a restful night's sleep, leaving Jiang Yu feeling enlightened. Ruan Cece's eyes fixated on the jianbing guozi. Laden with 3 eggs and 2 sausages, her gaze tinged with envy. If the dish could move, it might well flee from her sight. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yu glanced sideways at her. Observing her fixation on the jianbing guozi, he asked, "Would you like some?" Ruan Cece shook her head. "No, thank you." Little did Jiang Yu suspect that Ruan Cece was upset over him merely buying a jianbing guozi for Chi-Han. Since Jiang Yu and Chi-Han were in adjacent classes, he called Chi-Han over at the entrance. Initially, Chi-Han was delighted upon seeing the jianbing guozi. "Hey, Yugo, you're like a brother to me. How did you know I hadn't eaten breakfast?" Just as he reached out to grab it, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He glanced around and spotted Ruan Cece standing a short distance away, watching him intently. "What's going on?" Chi-Han thought, sensing an ominous aura. Jiang Yu continued, "By the way, thanks for last night. Otherwise, I might have lost sleep." At that moment, Ruan Cece interjected, "What were you two up to last night?" Jiang Yu turned in surprise. "Huh? Why are you still outside? You startled me." Ruan Cece blinked. "I was waiting for you." "So what did you do last night?" Jiang Yu responded, "We're at the classroom door now. No need to wait." "We didn't do much, just chatted for a bit." As someone who had been under scrutiny for years, Chi-Han, though somewhat slow on the uptake, had known Ruan Cece for many years. He quickly withdrew his outstretched hand, saying, "Yugo, I just remembered. I asked Lu Ji to pack my own jianbing guozi. You two enjoy yours." He shot Jiang Yu a knowing glance. Initially perplexed, Jiang Yu paused as he met Ruan Cece's dark, piercing gaze, and then chuckled, "Wait, are you jealous? Just now when I asked if you wanted some, you said no." Ruan Cece did not deny her jealousy. She simply glanced at the jianbingguozi in Jiang Yu's hand and then at Qi Han, who took a cautious step back. You didn't even ask him if he wanted any, she remarked, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Jiang Yu found her comment amusing and gently ruffled her hair. At that moment, a head popped out from a nearby window, with Xinyang reminding them. Get to your morning study. Qi Han replied cheerfully, thanks Yuge. I'm off now. Please don't buy things for me alone next time. The emphasis on alone was unmistakable, and Ruan Cici's expression suggested she could not hide her displeasure. Jiang Yu barely managed to utter a sound before witnessing Qi Han dash into the building as if pursued by some fearsome entity. Looking down at the jianbingguozi in his hand, he pondered what to do with it. Suddenly, a small hand reached out and snatched it away. I'll have it, Ruan Cici declared. You bought it specifically for me, so I shall eat it. Jiang Yu protested, but you said you weren't hungry. I'll be hungry soon, Ruan Cici retorted.